She hid her true power for years, surviving as a cleaner in a world of hunters. When a mission went wrong, she risked everything to save lives and exposed her secret. Now, the powerful want to control her or destroy her. What happens when the hunted becomes the hunter? The Sweeper Who Shouldn't Exist, a web novel, System Apocalypse. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The blood was still warm. Wrenn dragged the carcass through the service tunnel with her left hand and kept her right free. Standard protocol. Sweepers never committed both hands to a load because gates did not care about your schedule, and the moment you got comfortable was the moment you needed a blade. The creature weighed maybe 80 kilos, hoofed, thick-hided, with a split jaw that had stopped snapping 15 minutes ago when the Emberwake strike team punched through its core resonance. Wrenn had watched them do it from the staging corridor. 4 D ranks and a C rank team lead, moving like the whole operation was a rehearsal. They had not looked at her. They never did. She reached the collection point and chained the carcass to the winch hook. The lift would haul it up to the refrigerated truck bay where Petra Novak's salvage crew would strip it for material. Wrenn's job ended at the chain. Haul, tag, chain, repeat. The pay was calculated by volume and hazard differential, which meant she earned the same for a carcass she dragged alone, as a hunter earned for standing in the same room and pointing. The tunnel lights flickered, standard. Port Hather Central's entire transit substructure ran on power that the guild skimmed first and the city repaired second. Wrenn wiped her sleeve across her forehead and checked her rebreather scarf. Still sealed. Her face was a gray blur behind the filtration fabric, indistinguishable from every other sweeper who moved through these corridors. Above her, through the concrete, she could feel the gate. Not hear it, feel it. A low pressure in the bones of her jaw, a static charge that made the hairs on her forearms stand. The gate above had been assessed as a Class 3 breach, stabilized and cleared by the Emberwake Vanguard. The all-clear had sounded 20 minutes ago. Civilians were supposed to be filtering back into the transit hall. The pressure should have been fading. It was not fading. Wrenn stopped walking. She stood in the middle of the service tunnel with a tagged carcass behind her, and the concrete ceiling dripping condensation onto her shoulders. And she listened past the hum of the ventilation fans, past the distant rumble of trains restarting, past the chatter on her earpiece from the other sweepers on the rotation. The gate did not sound like a closed door. It sounded like something holding its breath. Her earpiece crackled. Mina's voice cut through, flat and professional. "All teams, stand by. Central just changed pitch." "I heard it," Wrenn said. "You heard it or you felt it?" The difference mattered. Mina knew that. Both. Silence on the line. Then, "Protocol says we pull back to the designation point. Guild teams are still in the breach zone." "Protocol says S ranks do not enter active hazard spaces," Wrenn said. "Protocol also says I pay you for hauling, not dying. Get clear." Wrenn's hand moved to her pocket before she told it to. 3 cores wrapped in flame-retardant cloth, small enough to fit in her palm, dense enough to make her fingers ache when she held them too long. Emergency stock. The kind of cores that would get her dissected if anyone found them on her body during a routine inspection. The pressure in her jaw increased. Above her, someone started screaming. Not a hunter. Hunters did not scream like that. That was a civilian, someone who had been told the gate was closed, someone who had walked back into the transit hall thinking the danger was over, someone who was now watching the danger prove them wrong. The earpiece exploded with noise. Mina's voice sharpened, overriding the chaos. "Breach destabilization. All non-combat personnel evacuate via Service Route 4. Guild support is inbound. Move." The sweepers around her were already moving. Wrenn saw 2 of them drop their haul chains and run, boots slapping wet concrete, faces hidden behind identical gray scarves. The tunnel shook. Dust sifted from the ceiling joints. Somewhere above, the gate was not stabilizing. It was opening wider. Wrenn should have run. She was an F-rank sweeper. Her job was caucuses and cleanup. Protocol existed to keep people like her alive, and Protocol said retreat. Every second she stayed in the tunnel was a second she could not explain if they found her here. But the screaming was not stopping. She pulled the cores from her pocket, 3 small spheres, dull red, each one carrying power she had bled for in private, in spaces where no registry camera and no inquiry analyst could watch. She had hidden them for years. She had told herself they were for the day she needed to vanish, not for the day she needed to fight. Wrenn tucked 2 cores back into her pocket. She palmed the third, feeling its warmth spread through her glove, and started walking toward the ladder that led up to the transit hall. "Sweeper 12, Mina said in her ear. "That is not Route 4. Mina, Wrenn, do not." "I know what I heard." "You heard a civilian. You are not a responder. You are not ranked. You step into that hall and you become a corpse that someone else has to haul." Wrenn reached the ladder. The rungs vibrated under her hand. The scrums were louder now, layered, overlapping, punctuated by the wet, tearing sound of something breaking through the transit floor. "If I do not step into that hall," Wrenn said, "someone I can save will die. And if you do?" Wrenn told Term Captor and began to climb him. Chapter 2. The ladder shook under Wrenn's weight. Each rung transmitted the vibration of something massive striking structure above her, a rhythm that did not match collapsing concrete or settling debris. It matched impact. Something was hitting the transit hall floor. She climbed faster. The hatch at the top of the ladder opened into a maintenance alcove, a narrow access point tucked behind a vending bag that was supposed to stay locked during active incidents. Someone had kicked the panel off its hinges. Coins and crushed energy drink cans scattered across the tile. Wrenn stepped through, and the transit hall hit her like a wall. The air was wrong. Thick, loaded with the ozone tang of mana saturation that should not exist in a cleared zone. The emergency lighting had kicked in, painting everything in alternating bands of red and white strobe, and the civilians were everywhere. Not running, piling. The main corridor that led to the street exit was clogged with bodies. Wrenn saw a mother shoving a stroller into a gap that did not exist. She saw an old man on his knees, gasping, trampled by people who did not stop to help. She saw a teenager pressed against a shattered window, screaming into a phone that had no signal. The gate had destabilized at the far end of the transit hall, where the Emberwake strike team had been running final cleanup before the all-clear. The breach had not collapsed. It had torn wider, splitting the air along a vertical seam that pulsed with a light that hurt to look at directly. Monsters were coming through. Wrenn counted 3 before she forced herself to stop counting. Dull gray bodies with too many joints, skittering across the ceiling tiles, dropping into the crowd. Each impact sent another wave of screaming through the hall. The Emberwake team was still in the zone, closer to the breach than anyone should be. Wrenn saw a woman in guild gear, her arm hanging wrong, dragging a civilian behind a barricade of overturned benches. 2 other hunters had formed a defensive line, but their formation was already fracturing. They were outnumbered. And below them, crawling through the service tunnels Wrenn had just climbed out of, the sweepers were running the other way. Protocol said retreat. Protocol said non-combatants did not die for spaces they were not paid to defend. Protocol did not say what to do when you were the only one who could see that the math did not add up. Wrenn pressed herself against the wall and moved. Not toward the exit, not toward the clean line of bodies funneling toward the street, toward the gate, toward the fight. She kept her scarf pulled high, her hood up, her face turned down. In the strobe light, she was just another gray figure in a crowd full of gray figures. No one looked at sweepers. No one ever looked at sweepers. The first creature dropped in front of her 6 meters ahead. It landed on a ticket kiosk, crushing the machine flat, and turned toward the nearest cluster of civilians with the mechanical precision of something that did not need eyes to hunt. Its head swiveled, its mouth unhinged. Wrenn's hand went to her pocket. The hidden core pressed against her palm, warm, hungry. She could take the teacher. She knew she could. One clean burst of absorbed output, and she could shatter its thorax before it took a step. But the core in her hand was not registered. The strength in her body was not registered. Every watt of power she used here would leave a trace someone could follow. The creature lunged. Wrenn grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall bracket and drove the base into the side of its skull. The impact jawed her arms to the shoulders. The creature staggered, shook its head, and turned its attention to her. Good. Better her than the femme that frozen behind the kiosk. She hit it again. Harder. The metal crumpled. The creature's legs folded, and it went down, twitching. Wrenn dropped the extinguisher and kept moving. Behind her, someone was shouting for help. Ahead, the breach was still widening. The gate's anchor signature was wrong, stronger than the assessment had predicted, strong enough that she could feel it in her teeth. This was not a misclassified door. This was a trap laid in plain sight, and whoever had signed off on the Class 3 rating had either made a catastrophic error or known exactly what they were doing. The Emberwyke line broke. Wrenn saw it happen in real time. The two hunters holding the corridor fell back, one limping, one dragging a third who was not moving. The fourth, the woman with the bad arm, turned to cover the retreat and saw what Wrenn had already seen. The breach was not done spawning. A new pressure wave hit the hall. The air went hot. From the seam in reality, something larger forced itself through. Not a skitterer, not a grunt. A boss-class silhouette, broad and low, with a hide that looked like cooled slag and a crown of spines that scraped the ceiling as it straightened. The remaining hunter froze. Wrenn stopped breathing. The boss turned its head and fixed on the evacuation corridor, where the main body of civilians was still jammed against the exit, unable to move, unable to flee. Protocol said run. Wrenn pulled the core from her pocket. She cracked the seal, and the power flooded into her palm, hot and bright and impossible to hide, and she stepped into the breach alone. Chapter 3. The air inside the gate hit different. Wrenn had been through breaches before, always after, when the only monsters left were corpses and the only work was cleanup. She knew the smell. Ozone, wet stone, something metallic that clung to the back of the throat. She knew the way the light bent wrong, how the shadows didn't match the angles that cast them. She did not know this. The space was too large for a Class 3 pocket. The corridor stretched ahead in a distorted funnel, walls made of something that looked like fused bone and concrete, ribbed with veins of pale blue light. The ceiling rose and fell in uneven arches 30 meters overhead, then dropped to 2 in places where the structure had collapsed. Collapsed already. The gate had been open less than 12 minutes. Wrenn pressed herself against a wall that felt warm and wet and kept moving. The boss she had seen force his way through the breach was so ahead. She could feel it now, a pressure at the base of her skull, a low hum that resonated in her ribs. The core in her hand was still bleeding power into her palm, but she had sealed the crack. She needed the rest for later, if there was a later. A child was crying somewhere to her left. Wrenn followed the sound. The transit corridor was a kill box. It had been a standard pedestrian tunnel once, tiled floors, advertising panels, emergency lighting. Now the tiles were cracked and the lights were dead, and the far end had caved in under a heap of rubble that still steamed. 30 people were pressed against the fallen section, trying to dig, failing, bleeding on their hands and knees. A monster was picking through the wreckage toward them. It moved on 4 legs that bent wrong, each joint curving backward, its torso low to the ground. No head, just a mouth that split its whole front section, lined with rows of teeth that clicked and ground as it scented the air. It found the child before Wrenn found a clean angle. She moved without deciding. The absorbed power in her body answered before her brain finished the command. She crossed 12 meters in 3 strides, her feet hitting the floor so hard the tiles cracked beneath her. The creature turned, its mouth gaping, and Wrenn drove her fist into the soft tissue behind the first row of teeth. The impact felt like punching wet concrete. She used the absorption to force through it. The creature's body bucked. Its legs scrambled for purchase, and Wrenn pulled her arm back, grabbed the edge of its jaw, and twisted. Bone snapped. The creature went limp, and she dropped it and kept moving past the bodies, past the staring faces, past the child who had stopped crying to watch her with wide, unblinking eyes. "Get back," Wrenn said. "Get back toward the entrance, now!" They did not move. "Move!" They moved. Wrenn did not look back to see if they made it. She was already pushing deeper, following the pressure in her skull, following the hum that told her where the anchor was. The boss, the thing that held the gate open. The corridor opened into a larger chamber, a transfer hub. Wrenn recognized the layout from the transit maps she had studied during mandatory safety briefings. 3 escalator banks, a ticketing concourse, a waiting area. Now it was a war zone. The Emberwake strike team had made their stand here. She saw the aftermath before she understood what she was looking at. 3 hunters down. 1 propped against a vending machine, her leg torn open from hip to knee, trying to keep pressure on the wound with both hands. The 4th, the woman with the bad arm from before, was on her feet, holding a blade that flickered with residual mana. She was the only one still fighting. 3 creatures circled her. They were larger than the skitterers, built like lean dogs with hides that shimmered like oil on water. Each one had a barbed tail that lashed the air as it moved, testing angles, looking for the opening. The woman saw Wrenn. Her eyes went wide. "Sweeper? What the fuck are you?" One of the creatures lunged. Wrenn caught it. She caught it by the throat, mid-air, her fingers sinking into the shimmering hide, and she squeezed until she felt cartilage give. The creature thrashed, its tail whipping across her forearm, leaving a line of fire, and she did not let go. She crushed its windpipe and dropped it and stepped toward the next one. The hunter stared at her. The second creature charged. Wrenn sidestepped, grabbed the mugged grail as it passed, and used the creature's own momentum to slam it into the ground. She drove her heel into the base of its skull. Once, twice, felt the snap, then turned to face the third. It was rested with Wrenn bettering the N+, once, twice, and felt nothing. No hum of power, no response. The emergency battery was drained, or the gate's interference had killed the circuits. She could not start it. She could push it. The thought arrived cold and certain. She had enough absorbed output left to move the car, to reroute it manually, to seal the tunnel and break the spawn flow and reach the anchor before the gate finished what it had started. But moving a tram car with raw strength was not something an F rank could do. It was not something an E rank could do. It was the kind of thing that left witnesses who remembered, who talked, who made connections. The clicking from the tunnel was getting louder. Wrenn dropped her shoulder against the tram car and pushed. The metal groaned. The car did not move. She pushed harder, drew on the core, felt the power surge through her arms, her back, her legs, felt the strain in her tendons and the burn in her lungs and the familiar, hungry pull of the absorption burning through her reserves. The car lurched. 1 meter. 2. The wheels screeched against the rails, and Wrenn kept pushing, kept driving, kept the power flowing until the tram car picked up momentum and rolled past the point of no return. It hit the tunnel mouth with a crash that shook the platform, sealing the corridor in a wall of twisted metal and shattered glass. The clicking stopped. Wrenn let herself breathe. Then the ground beneath her feet split open, and she fell. Chapter 4. The fall broke something. Wrenn hit the water before she could prepare, the impact driving the air from her lungs and sending a spike of cold through her ribs. She sank, disoriented, the blue glow fading above her as debris rained down in scattered splashes. Her boots found a sloped surface. She pushed. Breaking the surface, she gasped, coughed water, and grabbed the nearest solid edge. A pipe. Concrete. She pulled herself up, dripping and shaking, and pressed her back against the wall. Dark. The fall had taken her below the train tunnel, into a drainage channel or maintenance shaft. The blue light from above barely reached here, filtered through the hole she had made, casting weak patterns on the wet floor. Wrenn checked her body. Ribs sore, left shoulder throbbing. The fall had not killed her, but it had cost her. She could feel it, the ache deep in her bones, the warning that she was past the poinkling recovery. She pulled the absorption core from her pocket and held it up. The red glow was dimmer. A quarter left. Maybe less. She tucked it away and started moving. The drainage channel ran parallel to the transit lines above. She followed it by feel, one hand trailing the wall, the other raised to catch any obstacle. The pressure in her skull had not faded. If anything, it was stronger now, a steady pulse that told her she was still heading toward the heart. A ladder appeared on the left wall. Wrenn climbed. Her arms screamed with each rung, and when she reached the top and pushed the grate open, She emerged into a service corridor reeking of smoke and burnt metal. The transit hub. She recognized the layout from the sweeper orientation maps. This was the North Transfer Point, a junction where commuters changed between the east-west and coastal lines. On a normal day, it would be packed with rush-hour bodies. Now it was empty, but not silent. Wrenn heard breathing. She moved toward it, keeping her footsteps light, her body low. The corridor opened into a waiting area, and what she saw stopped her cold. A formation. Emberwake hunters, 3 of them, backs against a collapsed ticket booth, weapons raised toward the far entrance where the blue light pulsed brightest. The woman with the bad arm was among them. She had made it out. But they were pinned. Between them and the boss chamber, a surge of smaller creatures had gathered, chittering and scraping, their bodies blocking the only passage forward. The hunters could not advance. They could not retreat. They were holding a line that would not last. Wrenn did not have enough power left for a straight fight. She needed another way. Her eyes found the tram lines. A second car sat at the far end of the adjacent platform, its doors closed, its interior dark. If she could reroute it, she could seal the corridor, cutting off the creatures and giving the hunters a path to evacuate. But she had already pushed one car. Another would drain the core completely. Wrenn looked at the hunters. The woman with the bad arm was reloading. The others were bleeding. They would not survive another wave. Wrenn moved. She slipped along the wall, staying below the sight lines, and reached the tram car's control panel. Dead. Like the first one. She slammed her palm against it and felt nothing. Same problem, same solution. She dropped against the car and pushed. The metal groaned. The wheels did not move. She pushed harder, drawing on the core, feeling the power drain from her reserves like water through a cracked cup. The strain hit her legs, her back, her shoulder. White spots danced at the edges of her vision. The car lurched, 1 meter, 2. The hunters heard it. She saw the woman turn, saw her eyes widen as she watched an F-rank sweeper in a wet scarf push a dead tram car across the platform. Wrenn did not stop. She kept driving, kept the power flowing, kept the car rolling until it hit the corridor mouth with a crash that sealed the passage. The creatures on the far side shrieked and clawed at the metal, but the barrier held. The hunters stared at her. Wrenn leaned against the car, breathing hard, the core in her pocket flickering to near darkness. She had maybe one more burst left. One more before she was running on nothing but grit and bad decisions. The woman with the bad arm took a step toward her. You're the sweeper from the transit hall. Wrenn did not answer. You sealed the tunnel. Get your people out, Wrenn said. North evacuation corridor, it's still open. What about you? Wrenn looked past them, toward the far end of the transfer hub, where the blue light was brightest. The anchor pressure had become a physical weight pressing against her skull, pulling her forward. I'm not done. The woman opened her mouth to argue, but a voice cut through the noise. Let her go. Wrenn turned. Corwin Okocha stood at the edge of the platform, his coat dark with dust and blood, his sword still sheathed. He was looking at her the way a mechanic looks at a machine that should not work but does. The A-rank hunter had seen everything. Wrenn held still. He did not move toward her. He did not call for backup. He stood there, framed by smoke and blue light, and watched her with the quiet focus of someone who understood exactly what he was witnessing. The anchor is through the south tunnel, he said. You have 30 minutes before the gate collapses completely. Wrenn nodded. She turned and walked into the blue light, feeling his gaze on her back, knowing that the worst part of this day was not the creatures, or the collapse, or the power she had burned through. It was that someone had finally seen her. Chapter 5. The south tunnel was not a tunnel. It was a throat. The walls had lost all pretense of concrete and tile, replaced by ribbed membrane that pulsed with a sick amber glow. The floor beneath Wrenn's boots was wet, spongy, wrong. Each step squelched. Each breath tasted of old copper and something rotting. The anchor pressure drilled into her skull now, a rhythm that matched the pulse of the walls, the flex of the membrane, the slow heartbeat of a gate that had grown far beyond its assigned rank. She kept moving. The core in her pocket was a dull ember, barely warm. One burst, maybe less. She had spent everything getting here, and the worst part was knowing that if this failed, no one was coming behind her. The Emberwake hunters were evacuating. Corwin Okocha had given her a window, not backup. The tunnel opened. Wrenn stopped. The chamber was massive, cathedral high, its ceiling lost in swirling darkness where the blue light thickened into something almost solid. The walls were strung with veined pillars that looked like fused bone, and in the center, crouched low and massive, was the anchor. It was not the boss she had expected. It was worse. The creature's body was a mountain of obsidian slag, fissured with orange veins that glowed like cooling lava. Its head was a flat wedge, jawless, eyeless, covered in a crown of spines that flexed and retracted with each breath. Its limbs ended in hands that were too human, five-fingered, knuckled, gripping the floor with deliberate weight. And it was not alone. Between Wrenn and the beast, a defensive ring of smaller creatures moved in coordinated patterns. Spined crawlers, skittering things with too many legs, their bodies bristling with jagged protrusions. They were not random spawns. They were guards. The anchor had learned. Wrenn pressed her back against a pillar and counted. 7 guards, 1 anchor, a core that was nearly dead. 30 minutes before the gate collapsed on everything. She had no plan that ended well. But she had not come this far to stop. She pulled the core from her pocket and looked at it. The red glow was barely visible now, a faint pulse beneath the cracked seal. 1 burst. She needed to make it count. Wrenn slid the core back into her pocket and stepped out from behind the pillar. The guards turned as one. She did not wait for them to charge. She moved. The first guard lunged, claws extended, and Wrenn dropped under it, driving her fist upward into its throat. The impact shivered up her arm, and the creature crumpled, but she did not stop. She was already turning, already moving toward the second, her body running on momentum and muscle memory because the core had not answered yet. She slammed calm into the second guard's chest and felt ribs crack. The third came from her blind side. Its claws wrecked across her shoulder, and the pain was a white flare that nearly dropped her. She spun, dropped the creature's wrist and wrenched. The joint popped. The creature screamed. 3 down, 4 remaining, and the anchor had not moved. It watched her. It did not attack. It sat in the center of the chamber, its orange veins pulsing, its spine crown flexing, and it watched her kill its guards with the patience of something that understood attrition. Wrenn understood it too. The anchor was conserving energy, letting her burn herself out on the guards so the real fight would be easy. She could not afford to play that game. Wrenn reached into her pocket and cracked the core open. The power hit her like a blade. It was not clean like the earlier draws had been. There was no controlled burn, no measured release. This was desperation, raw and hungry, the last of the core's charge flooding into her body in a wave that made her vision go white and her bones feel like they were splitting. She did not fight it. She let it fill her. When the white cleared, the remaining 4 guards were dead, and she did not remember killing them. But that did not matter. What mattered was the anchor rising. It unfolded from its crouch with a grinding sound, its body shedding chunks of cooled slag that shattered on the floor. The crown of spines extended fully, each tip glistening with something that looked like venom. It opened its mouth. There was no jaw. There was only a hole, deep and dark, filled with a low hum that vibrated through Wrenn's chest and made her teeth ache. She faced it. The power in her veins was fading. The core was dead in her pocket, nothing but a cracked husk. The bust had bought her this moment, this single moment, and she had to use it. The anchor lunged. It was faster than it had any right to be. Wrenn threw herself sideways, felt the wind of its passage, felt one of the spines graze her arm and lead a burning line of fire. She hit the ground and rolled, coming up with her hands open, looking for something, anything, that could hurt this thing. There was nothing. She was an F-rank sweeper with a dead core and a body that had already been pushed past every limit it had. But she was also more than that. She had been more for years. Wrenn stopped running. She planted her feet on the wet, pulsing floor, and she waited. The anchor came again, its hands reaching, and she let it. At the last instant she dropped, drove her shoulder into its chest, and felt the heat of its body against her skin. She grabbed one of the spines on its crown and pulled, using its own momentum to swing herself onto its back. The anchor roared. The sound was not vocal. It was a pressure, a shockwave that sent tracks through the walls and made blood trickle from Wrenn's ears. She held on, one hand lanked around the spine, the other reaching for the fissure in its neck, where the orange light pulsed brightest. The vein. If she could tear it open, she could break the anchor's connection to the gate. She punched. The impact sent pain screaming up her arm. The vein flexed but did not break. She punched again. Again. The anchor bucked, trying to throw her, and she locked her legs around its torso and kept hitting. On the fifth punch, her hand went through. The orange fluid that sprayed across her face was hot enough to blister. The anchor screamed again, and this time there was desperation in it, a high, keening note that made the chamber shake. Wrenn did not stop. She dug her hand deeper, found something solid, and pulled. The anchor collapsed. It dropped like a dildo losing its foundation, and Wrenn went with it, slammed into the floor with a force that knocked the air from her lungs. She lay there, pinned beneath the beast's cooling body, her arm still buried in its throat, her vision swimming. Above her, the blue light was fading. The gate was stabilizing. She had done it. Wrenn closed her eyes. She heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming closer. A shadow fell across her face. She opened her eyes. Corwin Okocha stood over her, his sword still sheathed, his expression unreadable. He looked at the dead anchor. He looked at her arm still buried in its throat, dripping orange fluid. He looked at her face. "You are not a sweeper," he said. It was not a question. Wrenn did not have the strength to answer. Chapter 6. She woke to fluorescent light and the smell of antiseptic. The ceiling was institutional white, streaked with the brown water stains of a building that had been patched too many times. Medical corridor. Temporary triage. The kind of space where injured hunters got stitched up before the real hospitals took them, and sweepers got told to wait. Wrenn tried to move. Pain answered. Her right arm was wrapped from wrist to elbow in compression bandages, the skin underneath throbbing with chemical cold. Her shoulder had been sealed with field glue, the claw wound puckered and angry. Every breath pulled at bruised ribs. She was not restrained. That was the first thing that did not match. Wrenn turned her head slowly, cataloging the room. Curtains drawn around her cot, a heart rate monitor beeping somewhere down the line. Footsteps on tile, distant, unhurried. No guards, no inquiry agents in gray coats, no one watching her. She should have been in chains. The curtain rustled. Wrenn's body locked, every muscle going tight as her hands curled into fists beneath the blanket. She had nothing left. No core, no strength, no lies that would hold. Corwin Okocha stepped through the gap. He had cleaned up. The dust and blood were gone from his face. His dark hair was still damp, freshly washed, and he wore a plain black jacket over a collared shirt, the kind of clothes that made him look like someone who had never been in a fight. But the sword was still at his hip. He closed the curtain behind him and sat in a plastic chair on the other side of the cot. The legs scraped the floor. He did not speak. Wrenn watched him. The silence stretched. "You should have bled out," Corwin said finally. His voice was quiet, conversational. "The anchor's venom would have reached your heart within 30 seconds if any of its spines had nicked an artery. You got lucky." Wren's jaw tightened. She said nothing. "The arm you buried in its throat was within centimeters of a secondary venom sac. If you had hit it, the spray would have dissolved the tissue in your lungs before the adrenaline faded." He tilted his head. "You did not know that." "I know enough," she said. Her voice came out rough, scraped. "Do you?" It was not a question. Corwin leaned back, folding his arms. The fluorescent light caught the edge of his face, and for a moment he looked older than she had first thought. Not in years, in weight. "I watched you push a tram car," he said. "They weigh over 12 tons. You pushed it across a platform like it was a shopping cart. Then you walked into a gate pocket that was clearly not Class 3, killed 7 spined crawlers, and tore the throat out of an anchor beast that should have required a full A-rank team to subdue. He paused. You did all of this as an F-rank sweeper. Wrenn held his gaze. Say it, she said. Say what? Whatever you are going to do with me. Her hands were shaking under the blanket. She could not stop them. You have already decided. So say it and get it over with. Corwin did not move. I have not decided anything, he said. The words landed wrong. They were too careful, too deliberate, and they made Wrenn's stomach turn because they were not the words of someone who had already made up his mind. They were the words of someone still thinking, and that was worse. That meant there was still a chance to talk her way out, and she did not know if she had the words left. I know what you are not, Corwin said. You are not a sweeper. You are not F-rank. You are not any of the things the registry says you are. He paused. But I also know what the official report is going to say about today. Wrenn's throat went dry. The gate at Port Hather Central will be recorded as a Class 3 misassessment, Corwin continued. The Emerald strike team recovered in time. Casualties were contained. The anchor was neutralized by a combined effort involving multiple A-rank assets. He looked at her. Your name will not appear in any document that leaves this building. Her heart stopped. Why? Corwin's expression did not change. Because the gate was not supposed to fail the way it did. The anchor signature was wrong. The spawn density was wrong. The whole operation was built on numbers that did not match the ground. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Someone wanted that breach to spiral. Someone fed false data into the assessment pipeline, and they did it knowing that people would die. Wrenn stared at him. You know, she said. I know the official version is already being written to protect someone. Corwin's voice hardened. I have been in this city long enough to recognize the shape of a cover story, and I have seen enough hunters die from bad intelligence to let that pass without asking questions. He let the words settle. So I am going to offer you something, he said. I am not going to report what I saw tonight. I am not going to ask who you really are or how you got that power. But I am going to remember that you pushed a tram car to save 3 Reindled hunters, and I am going to remember that you walked into a gate pocket alone when everyone else was running out. Wrenn's hands had stopped shaking. Why? She said again. Corwin stood. He paused at the curtain, his hand on the fabric, and looked back over his shoulder. Because there are not many people in this city who would do what you did, he said, and I am tired of watching the system bury them. He pushed through the curtain and was gone. Chapter 7. The medical aid's words followed Wrenn through the discharge processing like a second pulse. She signed forms she did not read, accepted a paper bag with her personal effects, pulled the rebreather scarf up before she pushed through the double doors into the holding bay, and the motion felt different now, like the fabric was a flag instead of a shield. Mina Durez stood against the far wall with her arms crossed. The crew chief looked the same as always. Gray streaked hair pulled tight, coveralls stained at the knees, face set in the expression of someone who had seen too many bodies to flinch at rumors. But her eyes tracked Wrenn's movement from the door to the bench, and they did not stop tracking. You look like hell, Mina said. I feel like hell. Good, that means you are still alive. Mina pushed off the wall and walked over, dropping onto the bench beside her. The vinyl creaked. They cleared you for light duty. No heavy haul, no deep tunnel access. Desk rotation and carcass tagging until your shoulder heals. Wrenn nodded. The pause stretched. Mina's voice dropped. The news crews are camped at the south entrance. 3 vans. One of them is Yasmin Elbaz's producer. I know. Then you know someone is going to talk. Could be a survivor. Could be a medic who saw too much. Could be one of your own crew who decides the hazard bonus is worth the interview. Mina looked at her. Are you ready for that? Wrenn turned the question over. She was not ready. She had never been ready for any of this. But readiness had stopped mattering the moment she cracked that first absorption core in the transit hall, and pretending otherwise was a luxury she could not afford. No, she said, but I am not going to hide in a supply closet either. Mina's mouth twitched. It was not quite a smile. That is what I was afraid you would say. They sat in silence while the holding bay hummed around them. Intercom announcements, footsteps, the distant clatter of a gurney being folded. Then Mina stood. Report to the East Depot at 0600. You are on Crocus tagging with Petra's crew until further notice. She paused at the door. And Wrenn? Wrenn looked up. Keep your scarf up. She was gone. The East Depot smelled like ammonia and old blood. Wrenn fell back into the rhythm of the work because there was nothing else to do. The Crocuses came up from the night shift in sealed bins, and she tagged each one by type, estimated rank, and time of recovery, logging the data into a terminal that had not been updated since before the gates opened. The other sweepers watched her. Not openly, they were too practiced for that, but the glances came in the gaps between tasks, quick and sharp, and the conversation stopped when she walked past the break table. She let it happen. There was no version of this where she walked back into the depot and everyone pretended nothing had changed. The question was whether she could outlast the curiosity before it turned into something worse. Petra Novak found her at the end of the first shift. The quartermaster looked the same as always. Oil-stained coveralls, a scar splitting her left eyebrow, and the kind of smile that meant she already knew more than she was supposed to. Your crew chief flagged your core balance, Petra said, leaning against the tagging terminal. Says you ran hot through the incident, burned through reserve faster than protocol allows. I was pushing a tram car. Right, a tram car. Petra's smile did not waver. I am not going to ask how an off-rank sweeper pushes a tram car, but I am going to tell you that your consumption logs do not match your output metrics, and if anyone from Inquiry ever reads them side by side, they are going to notice. Wrenn's hand stopped over the terminal. What do you want? Petra shrugged. I want you to be careful. That is all. She pushed a small data chip across the tagging cable. New supplier. Gray market cores. No serial trace. Reasonable purity. If you need to refill quietly, that is the address. Wrenn looked at the chip. She did not touch it. Why are you helping me? Because I watched you pull 3 Emberwake hunters out of a kill box, and I figure that is worth a favor. Petra straightened. Also because the guilds pay me to move salvage, not to ask questions, and I am very good at my job. She walked away before Wrenn could answer. The chip sat on the metal table until Wrenn palmed it into her pocket. 17 blocks north of the East Depot, De Jayam sat in a windowless room on the 5th floor of the Hunter Association's administrative tower, watching security footage on a loop. The screen showed a transit hall in Tejas. Civilians running, monsters dropping from the ceiling, hunters breaking formation, and in the lower left corner, a figure in a rebreather scarf moving against the flow of the evacuation. Day paused the frame. He had been at this for 6 hours. The initial report classified the incident as a Class 3 misassessment with no anomalous activity, standard language for an embarrassing failure that everyone wanted to bury before the quarterly review. But the survivor testimony did not match. One witness described a sweeper pulling people out of the kill zone. Another mentioned a person in worker coveralls fighting alongside the Emberwake line. A third, a child, kept asking about the woman with the red right. Day had pulled the footage logs. He had cross-referenced the timestamps with the sweeper route schedules. He had compared the casualty figures against the deployment manifests, and every time, the same gap appeared. An unaccounted person moving through the breach at speeds that did not match any registered F rank or E rank on the city rolls. Day zoomed in on the frame. The figure was blurred, half obscured by a support pillar and the camera's low resolution. But the posture was wrong for a civilian. The movement was too deliberate, too controlled. He pulled up the sweeper roster for that shift. 27 names, 27 biometric tags logged at the East Depot before the gate went active. He compared the tags against the footage. 26 appeared in the evacuation corridor. 1 did not. Day highlighted the name and pulled the personnel file. A photograph loaded slowly, pixel by pixel. Dark hair, green build, a sweeper's rebreather scarf covering the lower half of her face. Name, Wrenn Solano. Rank F, tenure, 4 years. Clune record, no disciplinary actions, no commendations, no notable metrics of any kind. She was the most ordinary file in the system. but she was the one who had not appeared on the evacuation footage. Day sat back in his chair. The fluorescent light hummed. He looked at the photograph again, and then at the frozen frame of the figure in the scarf, and he began to ask the question that would become the thread he could not stop pulling. Who files a perfect record for 4 years without a single deviation? He saved both images to a new folder, labeled it "You Registered Anomaly," and started the footage again from the beginning. Chapter 8. The review was held in a windowless room on the 3rd floor of the Central Guild Depot, where the fluorescent lights buzzed at a frequency that sat under the skin like an itch that could not be scratched. Wrenn sat on a metal folding chair with her hands flat on her thighs, her rebreather scarf pulled down just below her chin, the fabric heavy with sweat she had not had time to wash out. The room held 15 people, supervisors from the depot rotation, 2 Emberwake administrative liaisons in pressed collars, a clerk from the city hazard board who kept checking his watch, and in the front row, seated behind a long table covered in printouts and terminal screens, the 3 people who mattered. Mina Dure sat at the far left, her arms crossed, her expression carved from the same stone she used to stare down guild negotiators. Next to her, a deputy director from the association's labor oversight office, whose name Wrenn had forgotten within seconds of hearing it. And at the center, leaning back in his chair with the relaxed posture of a man who had already decided how this would end, Supervisor Jae-hyun Park. Park was a thin man with a permanent frown line between his brows and a voice that carried the flat authority of someone who had never been questioned. He ran the East Depot's labor allocation desk, and he had been in that seat long enough to know exactly how much blame could be pushed downhill before the people at the bottom broke under it. "Let's start with the numbers," Park said, sliding a printout across the table. "Port Haster Central, Shift 4, 27 sweepers logged in, 26 accounted for in the evacuation corridor." He let the silence stretch. Wrenn did not move. "You were the 27th. "I was on the platform when the gate destabilized," Wrenn said. "Protocol says retreat. I retreated. You retreated into the breach. I was helping a civilian." Park picked up another sheet. "The civilian statement says you pulled her toward an exit ramp. That is not in dispute." He set the paper down. "What is in dispute is what you were doing before you reached her. Your biometric tag registered a core output spike 12 minutes before the evacuation order." The room shifted. Wrenn felt the weight of 15 faces turning toward her. She kept her voice flat. "I was lifting debris off a pinned passenger. Your registered output capacity is 43 units per minute sustained. The debris in that corridor weighed approximately 300 kilograms. That is not a 43-unit lift. I used leverage. The angle was favorable." Park's mouth tightened. He did not believe her, and he did not nod to. What he needed was a name to attach to the incident so the report would close cleanly, and she was the only sweeper who had been unaccounted for long enough to draw attention. "Your consumption logs," Park continued, pilling another sheet, "show a 400% spike above your baseline during the incident window. That level of output does not match an F-rank profile." Wrenn said nothing. "Supervisors are not the only ones reviewing these numbers," Park said. "The association's compliance division flagged the discrepancy this morning. I have a request from the inquiry desk for a full review of your registry metrics." Beside him, Mina uncrossed her arms. Wrenn was inside an active breach. Output spikes are expected in high-stress environments. That is in the manual. "The manual does not account for a 400% deviation without physiological damage," Park said. "She should have blown out her core channels. She did not. She is 25. Young cores handle strain better. She is F-rank. F-rank cores do not handle 400% spikes." The Emberwake liaison in the second row cleared his throat. "Supervisor Park, the Emberwake strike team has confirmed that the sweeper in question provided material assistance during the incident. No members of our guild have raised concerns about her conduct." "That is generous of them," Park said, "but Emberwake does not manage the labor registry." The room went quiet. Wrenn watched Park's face. He was not angry. He was not suspicious. He was solving a problem the same way he had solved every other problem in his tenure, by finding the piece that could be removed without compromising the whole machine. She was that piece, A single anomalous data point in an otherwise clean incident report, and if he stamped her as a liability, the review would close, the inquiry request would be routed to a dead file, and the depot would go back to running on schedule. "Let me be direct," Park said. "You were inside a gate breach that killed 3 commuters and hospitalized 8 hunters. Your output metrics do not match your registry. You've been in an unlogged location for approximately 40 minutes during a containment event. The association is not interested in explanations. They are interested in accountability." He looked at her with something that might have been dismissal. "Effective immediately, you are suspended from active rotation pending a full registry review." Mina stood. "That is not your call. Suspension requires a labor board vote. The board will vote. When? Next week. And until then? Until then, she sits in the depot lockout room and waits." Wrenn heard the word the land. Lockout room. The windowless holding bay where sweepers who had been flagged for investigation were parked while the system decided what to do with them. No assignments, no hazard pay, no exit until someone signed the release. She opened her mouth to speak, and the door at the back of the room opened. Thomas Iriarte walked in. He was not a large man, but the room changed when he entered. He wore an examiner's coat over a plain collared shirt, and he carried a tablet in one hand and a printed folder in the other. His rank badge was pinned to his collar, a B-rank insignia that gleamed under the fluorescent light. Park's composure flickered. "Examiner Iriarte, this is a labor allocation review. I was not informed the examination board would be attending." "I was not informed either," Iriarte said. He set the folder on the table and opened it. "But I read the consumption logs this morning, and I had questions." He turned to Wrenn. His gaze was not hostile. It was assessing, measuring, cataloging. He looked at her the way a mechanic looked at an engine that had run hotter than its rating allowed, trying to see where the damage was and whether the damage was real. "Your file says you have been S-rank for 4 years, Iriarte said. "Your metrics have not changed in that entire period. No promotions, no special commendations, no recorded improvements of any kind." Wrenn held still. "A 4-year plateau is unusual for someone your age," Iriarte continued. "Most awakened cores show gradual development over time. Yours appears to have stopped developing the day you were registered." "I work in a service tunnel," Wrenn said. "There is not much call for development. Development is not about call. It is about biological reality. Cores develop whether their hosts want them to or not. Suppression requires active effort." Park cut in. "Examiner Iriarte, this is a labor matter. The examination board does not have jurisdiction over workforce allocation." "The examination board has jurisdiction over rank integrity," Iriarte said. He pulled a sheet from the folder and held it up. "This is the physical output report from the Port Hather Central incident. The Emberwake recovery team logged structural damage consistent with a D-rank or higher impact profile. The tram car that was used to seal a tunnel mouth was moved approximately 12 meters from its parked position. That is not an F-rank achievement." The room went silent again. Wrenn felt the floor tilting beneath her. "I am not saying she is a D-rank," Iriarte said. "I am saying the evidence in this folder does not match the evidence in her registry, and I am not comfortable letting a discrepancy of this magnitude sit unresolved on a supervisor's desk." He turned to face Park directly. "I am ordering a full qualification trial, public, in 3 days. If her metrics hold, she returns to duty. If they do not, the registry is corrected and the inquiry gets their file." Park's jaw tightened. "That is not standard procedure. I am a B-rank examiner. I can authorize a trial for any registered worker whose physical evidence contradicts their documented performance. It is my authority." He looked back at Wrenn. "The trial will be held at the Central Depot Ring. You will be tested on sustained output, combat readiness, and core response under stress. If you perform within a standard deviation of your current registry, you pass. If you do not, I will flag you for extended evaluation." Wrenn heard the weight of the sentence. 3 days. A public ring. Hunters, examiners, and sweepers watching her perform, watching her calibrate every output to exactly the right level, watching her fail or survive. She looked at Mina. Mina's face was unreadable. She looked at Iriarte. He was watching her with the same steady gaze he had used since he walked through the door, and she realized with a cold, sinking certainty that he already knew the answer to the question he was asking. "You will have access to the depot training facility for preparation," Uriarte said. "No restrictions. Use it wisely." He closed the folder, nodded once to the room, and walked out. The door clicked shut behind him. Park stared at the closed door for a long moment, then looked at Wrenn with something that was almost hatred for the complication she had brought into his clean report. 3 days, he said. Do not waste them. Chapter 9. The depot training facility sat 3 levels below the east yard, a converted cargo bay with reinforced walls and a cracked concrete floor stained by years of impact marks. Wrenn stood at the center of the empty ring and let the silence settle around her. 3 days. She had 3 days to build a performance that looked exactly as weak as her registry claimed, while the people who watched her would be looking for proof she was stronger. She pulled off her work gloves and let them drop. The training racks along the wall held standard equipment: weighted bars, impact pads, resistance harnesses, a core output monitor bolted to the far wall with a cracked display. Nothing that would help her calibrate the lie she needed to sell. She needed data. She needed to know exactly how much power she could release before the numbers started looking wrong. And she needed cores she could absorb without leaving a signature someone like Iriarte could trace. The data check from Petra sat in her pocket like a live wire. Wrenn pulled it out and turned it over in her fingers. Small, black, unmarked. A name printed on one side in a font small enough to miss if you were not looking. Voss Lane Storage, Unit 14, no hours posted. She pocketed the chip and walked out. The East Depot's loading bay was quiet when she reached it, the afternoon shift still out on collection runs. A single cargo hauler sat idling near the roll-up door, and Petra Novak stood beside it with a clipboard and a cigarette burning between her fingers. Petra looked up as Wrenn approached. "Figured you would show up before the end of shift," Petra said. She dropped the cigarette and crushed it under her boot. "Heard about the trial. News travels fast." "News travels like fire in a paper mill." Petra gestured toward the hauler. "Get in. We are not having this conversation in the open." Wrenn climbed into the passenger seat. Petra slid behind the wheel and pulled the hauler out of the bay, taking a side route through the service alleys that ran between the depot blocks. The city light flickered through grimy windows as they moved. "You have options," Petra said. "Not many, but options." "I need cores." "I figured." Petra reached into her jacket and pulled out a small cloth pouch, tossed it onto the center console. 3. Low grade, no serial trace, clean absorption profiles. They will not spike your metrics the way a high-grade core would. Wrenn picked up the pouch. The weight was familiar. She did not open it. "What do you want for them?" "Right now? Nothing. Later? I will call it in." Petra glanced at her. "Do not look at me like that. You saved 3 of my people in that breach. That buys you credit. I am cashing a small piece of it to make sure you survive a public trial where every examiner in the city gets to watch you pretend to be weak." Wrenn stuck the pouch into her pocket. "Anything else I should know?" "The crew is talking," Petra said. "Not hostile, not yet, but they are watching. They saw you climb out of that transit hub alive when hunters were still pulling bodies from the collapse. They are doing math in their heads, and the math does not add up." "I know." "Mina is running interference. She has been reassigning anyone who asks too many questions to the South End carcass line, where the smell is bad enough they stop caring about gossip. But she cannot hold that line forever." Wrenn looked out the window. "I need to train," she said, "but I cannot train where people can see me. I know a place." The location was a decommissioned cold storage unit at the edge of the industrial district, leased under a shell company Petra used for salvage sorting. The interior was empty, the floor slick with old frost residue, the walls bare concrete with no windows. Wrenn stood in center of the cold room and cracked open the first core. The absorption led her like a low-voltage current, spreading through her chest and down her arms. She breathed through it, letting the energy settle into her muscles without forcing it. The gain was small, controlled, exactly the kind of incremental improvement that would look normal on a trial record. She tested her output against the wall, throwing a controlled punch that left a hairline fracture in the concrete. Too much. She pulled back, adjusted, tried again. A smaller crock. Again. A surface dent, shallow, the kind of impact an F-ring sweeper might achieve after years of gradual improvement. She worked through the second core the same way, measuring each release, memorizing the feel of power that would not raise questions. By the time she cracked the third core, the cold room had warmed from the heat radiating off her skin, and her knuckles were raw from calibrated impact. She sat on the floor and checked her core balance again. Better. Not full, but stable. The voice from the boss core stirred at the edge of her awareness, a whisper that was almost a word, then faded. She pushed it down. The door opened. Wrenn was on her feet before she registered the movement, muscles tensed, fists up. Mina Durrett stood in the doorway with a bag in one hand and a thermos in the other. "Relax," Mina said. "I am not here to test you." Wrenn lowered her hands. "How did you find me?" "Mina knows the salvage companies in this district," I guessed. Mina walked into the room and set the bag on the floor. Food, hydration, a change of clothes that does not smell like dead monster. Wrenn looked at the bag. "Why are you doing this?" "Because someone has to." Mina sat on an overturned crate and unscrewed the thermos lid. "You walked into a death trap to save people who would not have saved you. That matters. And I've watched too many good sweepers get chewed up by this system because they did not have anyone watching their back." Wrenn sat across from her. "The trial is in 2 days." "I know. I still do not know if I can pass it without showing everything." Mina took a long drink from the thermos, then passed it to Wrenn. "You do not need to show everything. You just need to show enough that the examiners stop asking questions. The system runs on paperwork. If your numbers fit the box closes." Wrenn drank. The tea was hot, bitter, laced with something medicinal. "I have been thinking about this for 4 years," Mina said. "Ever since you showed up with a registry that did not match what I saw in your hands. I never asked because I figured you had reasons, but I have been running scenarios in my head about how this would end." "How does it end?" Mina's eyes held hers. "That depends on whether you are willing to let the right people help you, not control you. Help. There is a difference, and if you have spent your whole life hiding, you might not know how to spot it." Wrenn stared at the thermos in her hands. "I do not know how to trust," she said. "I have never had the luxury." "I know." Mina stood and walked to the door. She paused with her hand on the frame. 2 days, she said. Plan 3 lies ahead. And when you step into that ring, make sure the story you tell is the one that keeps you alive." She left. Wrenn sat alone in the cold room with the empty core pouches and the weight of the trial pressing down on her chest. She pulled out the data chip from Petra and read the address again. Voss Lane Storage, Unit 14. She had one more stop to make before the sun came up. Chapter 10. The address on Petra's chip led to a corner unit in a block of storage lockers that looked abandoned before the gates opened. Corrugated steel, rusted hinges, a padlock that clicked open when Wrenn pressed her thumb to the sensor plate. The interior was not a storage unit. It was a workshop. A narrow bench ran along the back wall covered in calibration tools, core testing rigs, and a small mana resonator she recognized from guild-grade training catalogs. Someone had spent money here. Serious money. A single note sat on the bench, weighted under a testing clamp. Use what you need. Return what you do not. The lock resets at sunrise and sunset. No signature. Wrenn stood in the doorway for a long moment, scanning for cameras, motion sensors, anything that would tell her whether this was a lifeline or a trap. The unit was clean. No surveillance she could spot. That did not mean it was safe. She stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind her. The resonator powered on with a soft hum. She had never touched one before, but she had watched hunters calibrate against them during depot demonstrations. The device measured output in real time, projecting a visual readout of force, density, and resonance signature onto the wall. Exactly what she needed. She stripped off her jacket, rolled her shoulders, and faced the resonator. The first punch came out at the same calibrated force she had used in the cold storage unit. The readout spiked to a solid F+, just below E rank threshold. Too clean, too consistent. An F-rank sweeper who had been on carcass duty for 4 years should not hit that cleanly. The force was believable. The precision was not. She adjusted her stance, softened her follow-through, added a slight delay in her weight transfer. The next punch registered lower but rougher, the kind of messy output that looked actually natural physical development rather than trained combat. Better. She worked through combinations for 20 minutes, building a catalog of imperfect strikes. Each one shaved off a fraction of her capability. Each one told a story, a worker who had been pushed past her limits by survival pressure, not a trained fighter hiding years of illegal growth. The resonator logged every readout silently. She would need to wipe the buffer before she left. The boss core voice stirred at the edge of her concentration, a faint pressure like a finger tracing the inside of her skull. She stopped mid-mission and pressed her palm flat against the concrete wall. No. The pressure receded. She exhaled and reset her stance. A knock at the door. 3 beats, deliberate, not urgent. Wrenn crossed to the door in 3 strides and cracked it open with her body braced behind the steel. Corwin Okocha stood in the pre-dawn dark, hands loose at his sides, no weapon visible. "Petra told me where to find you," he said. "I am not here to interrupt." Wrenn did not open the door wider. "How did you get her to tell you anything?" "I did not need to get her to. She volunteered." Corwin's expression stayed neutral. "She said you were preparing for the trial and that you were doing it alone. She thought that was a mistake." "She thought?" I agreed. Wrenn held his gaze for 5 heartbeats. Then she pulled the door open and stepped back. Corwin entered the workshop without looking around, as if he already knew what it contained. He stopped in front of the resonator and studied the readout still glowing on the wall. "Rough strikes," he said. "Deliberately rough. You are teaching yourself to look slow. It is the only way the numbers work." "It is one way." Corwin turned to face her. "But there is a difference between looking slow and looking like you are holding back. Examiners trained to spot the gap. Idirata has been running trials for 12 years. He knows what a suppressed hit looks like." Wrenn's jaw tightened. "Then what am I supposed to do? He already knows the numbers do not match." "He knows the numbers do not match in F rank. He does not yet know why." Corwin stepped closer, his voice dropping. "The trial is not about proving you are weak. It is about giving him a story he can believe. A sweeper who survived a bad DAT and came out slightly stronger than she went in. A single spike, not a pattern. If you try to fake weakness, he will see the gap between what you are and what you are showing. If you show measured growth, he can file that and move on." Wrenn stared at him. "You are telling me to show more, not less." "I am telling you to show the right amount. A narrow win from someone who should have lost. A survivor's edge, not a fighter's arsenal. Idirata wants his paperwork to close clean. Give him that, and he will stop looking." The silence stretched. "Why are you here?" Wrenn asked. "Really?" Corwin met her eyes. "Because I started something when I decided not to report you. I'm not sure where it ends, but I am not going to let it end with you getting taken apart in a trial ring because no one told you how the game is scored." Wrenn felt something shift in her chest. Not trust, not yet. But the beginning of a possibility she did not have a name for. "The resonator buffer needs wiping," she said. "I will show you how." They worked in silence for the next hour. Corwin walked her through the resonator's diagnostic mode, taught her how to scrub the log without leaving a gap in the memory sequence, and then stepped back as she ran through a full combination set. She let herself hit harder than she had in the cold storage. Not full strength, but enough to see the readout spike into low E-rank territory. Corwin watched without comment. When she finished, her knuckles were bleeding and her arms ached. "The trial is tomorrow," she said. "Noon," Corwin confirmed. "Central Depot Ring. Idirata will run the benchmarks himself. There will be observers from 3 guilds and at least 1 inquiry liaison." "Park?" "Not directly, but he will have someone there." Wrenn wiped the resonator buffer and powered the unit down. "You should not have come here," she said. You needed someone to tell you the truth about how examiners judge control. I needed to stay invisible. Corwin's expression did not change. You gave that up the moment you walked into the breach. He left before she could answer. The door clicked shut. The workshop hummed with residual power and the silence of an empty room. Wrenn stood alone with the readout still burned into her memory. E-rank territory. Measured growth. A story Idirata could file and forget. She pressed her palm against the wall and felt the cold concrete bite into her raw knuckles. Tomorrow, she would step into that ring, and she would make sure the story she told was the one that kept her alive. The bass-core voice stirred again, sharper this time, carrying a fragment of a word that almost sounded like a name. Wrenn shut her eyes and pushed it down, but the name lingered at the edge of her thoughts, refusing to fade. She did not know what it meant. She had a feeling she would find out. Chapter 11. The central depot ring was a converted cargo bay, 40 meters of scarred concrete floor, surrounded by a raised metal catwalk where observers stood with clipboards and folded arms. Fluorescent panels buzzed overhead, casting everything in flat, white light. No shadows, no cover. Wrenn stepped through the personnel door at ground level, and every voice in the room went quiet. She felt the weight of that silence like a physical thing. Hunters she did not recognize lined the catwalk rail. 3 guild observers in pressed coats, a woman in an inquiry badge with a tablet cradled against her chest, and behind them, pressed against the safety barrier near the far wall, a cluster of sweepers in grease-stained coveralls who had slipped in through the maintenance corridor. Mina stood at the front of that cluster. Her arms were crossed, her face unreadable. Wrenn kept walking. The ring's center held a standard calibration array. 5 resonance pylons arranged in a semicircle, their surfaces polished from years of impact testing. A weapons rack stood to the left, loaded with training blades and weighted bars. To the right, a reinforced combat dummy bolted to a hydraulic base. Tomas Uriarte stood at the array's edge, tablet in hand, examiner's coat buttoned over a plain collared shirt. His B-rank badge caught the light as he turned to face her. Sweeper Solano. His voice carried without effort. You understand the structure of this trial? 3 benchmarks, Wrenn said. Sustained output, combat readiness, core response under stress. And the 4th, she met his eyes. Live duel against a ranked opponent. Uriarte nodded once. The arrangement is standard for contested registrations. The duel is the final measure. If you fail any benchmark before that, the trial ends early, and the inquiry desk receives a full failure report. The inquiry liaison wrote something on her tablet. Wrenn felt her pulse in her throat. She kept her breathing steady. I understand. Good. Uriarte gestured toward the resonance pylons. Begin with sustained output, 1 minute of continuous force projection at registered parameters. The pylons will measure consistency, oscillation, and peak variance. You may begin when ready. Wrenn stepped up to the first pylon. The surface hummed beneath her palm. She had practiced on Petra's resonator for 2 nights, memorizing the feel of safe power, the boundary where E-rank bled through and the gap between controlled and suppressed. Measured growth, not fake weakness. She pulled a thread of power from her core. Not deep, just enough to register above F-rank baseline, a survivor's edge, the kind of spike a sweeper might develop after surviving a gate that should have killed her. The pylon glowed green. She held the output steady, letting the energy flow in an even stream. Her muscles ached with the effort of restraint. It took more discipline to hold back than it did to let go. 1 minute. The pylon cycled through its diagnostics. Uriarte watched the readings with the same neutral expression he had worn at the review. The inquiry liaison did not look up from her tablet. When the pylon powered down, Wrenn stepped back. Uriarte tapped his screen. Output registered within acceptable variance for E-rank promotion. Oscillation stable, no anomalous peaks. The sweepers behind her let out a collective breath. Wrenn did not. 1 down. Combat readiness, Uriarte said. Standard agility and reaction drills. The course is automated. You will face 8 sequential threat projections at variable intervals. Clear them within the time limit, and the benchmark passes. A door slid open at the far end of the ring, revealing a narrow corridor lined with sensor panels. Wrenn walked toward it. The corridor smelled like ozone and old sweat. The sensor panels blinked amber as she passed, tracking her movement, her speed, her reaction time. She had run this kind of course before as a trainee, but back then, she had hidden her ability by moving slow, by stumbling, by making sure no one ever saw what she could do. Corwin's voice echoed in her head. Show measured growth. She did not stumble. The first threat projected from the wall, a blade arm swinging at head height. Wrenn dropped under it, pivoted, and kept moving. The second came low, a sweeping leg aimed at her knees. She jumped, cleared it, landed in a sprint. Each projection hit faster than the last. The corridor compressed, forcing tighter reaction windows. By the fifth, she was moving at a pace that would have been impossible for the girl who had spent 4 years pretending to be slow. But not impossible from a sweeper who had survived Port Hather Central. She cleared the fifth projection with a roll that brought into her feet at the corridor's far end. The sensor panels flipped from amber to green. Behind her, someone on the catwalk whistled, low and impressed. Wrenn walked back into the ring with her hands steady and her face blank. Uriarte did not look up from his tablet. Combat readiness passed. Strong reflexes. Your time was within the 95th percentile for E-rank assessments. The sweeper cluster stirred again. Mina did not change expression. Wrenn stopped in the center of the ring and waited. Iriarte set the tablet down and walked toward her. The third benchmark is core response under stress. You will be placed under escalating mana pressure while maintaining controlled output. The test measures how your core handles load without destabilizing. I understand. Given your registry discrepancies, I will be monitoring personally. He held up a hand before she could respond. This is not an accusation. It is a standard safeguard for contestative evaluations. If your core shows instability, I will terminate the test immediately. Wrenn nodded. A technician carried a portable pressurizer into the ring and set it beside the pylons. The device looked like a compact generator, with a metal housing and a glass display, showed rising numbers as it powered up. Position yourself between the pylons, Iriarte said. The pressure will increase in 30-second intervals. Maintain your output at the level demonstrated in the first benchmark. Wrenn stepped into the semicircle. The pressurizer hummed. The air in the ring grew dense, heavy in her lungs. The pressure pressed against her skin like deep water. She pulled power from her core and held it steady. Green, safe, measured. The pressure climbed. Her core responded, flexing to meet the load without giving more than the surface she had shown. It was like holding a door shut against a gale while pretending you were not bracing your whole body against the frame. 30 seconds. 60. 90. The sweeper cluster pressed closer to the barrier. The hunters stopped whispering. Wrenn's muscles trembled with the effort of holding back. Her core wanted to answer the pressure with full force, to draw deeper and push harder, the way it had in the breath. That was the instinct she had spent 4 years suppressing. Hold the line. Measured. Controlled. 120 seconds. Iriarte's hand hovered over the pressurizer's kill switch. 150 seconds. Sweat ran down Wrenn's temple. Her vision narrowed to the glow of the pylons, the hum of the machine, the steady pulse of her own core held in check. 180 seconds. The pressurizer powered down. Wrenn let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The dense pressure lifted, and the air in the ring felt light, almost thin. Iriarte studied his tablet for a long moment. Core response passed. No signs of instability. Your output made consistent through all pressure intervals. He looked up. That leaves the duel. The hunters on the catwalk turned toward a side door as it opened. A woman stepped into the ring. She was tall, built like someone who had spent years in close combat, with cropped dark hair and a scar that ran from her knuckles to her elbow on her right arm. She wore an E-rank badge. Witness Roya Kassar, Iriarte said. She had volunteered as your opponent. The duel is simple. First to score a disabling strike or force a submission wins. The match ends when I call it. Roya rolled her shoulders and drew a chunning blade from the rack. The edge was blunted, but the weight was real. Wrenn picked a blade from the same rack. It felt wrong in her hand. Too light, too slow. She had trained with her own weapon for years, a blade that fit her grip, her reach, her style. This was a stranger's tool. Roya circled left, testing the distance. Wrenn matched her, keeping the blade low. The sweepers held their breath. The inquiry liaison raised her tablet. Roya moved. The strike came fast. A horizontal slash aimed at Wrenn's ribs. Wrenn blocked, the impact jarring up her arm. The training blade was not balanced for her, and the vibration sang through her wrist. Wrong tool, wrong rhythm. Roya pressed the advantage, driving forward with a combination that forced Wrenn onto her back foot. Slash, feint, low cut. Wrenn deflected each one, but barely. She was slower than she needed to be. She was holding back, and Roya was not. The catwalk observer who had whistled earlier said something to the hunter beside him. Wrenn did not catch the words, but she caught the tone. She is losing. Roya closed again, and Wrenn gave ground, buying time to read the pattern. Roya was aggressive, but not reckless. She set up her combos with the same rhythm every time. Slash, feint, low cut. Wrenn saw the opening before it arrived. Roya committed to the slash. Wrenn dropped her weight, pivoted past the feint, and drove the butt of her blade into Roya's exposed side. The contact was clean, precise. Roya stumbled, caught herself, and spun with a wild strike meant to force distance. Wrenn stepped into it instead of away. She caught Roya's blade arm at the wrist, twisted, and swept the other woman's feet out from under her. Roya hit the concrete on her back. Wrenn's blunted edge touched her throat. The ring went silent. Iriarte raised his hand. Disabling strike confirmed. Duel to Wrenn Solano. Wrenn stepped back and lowered her blade. Roya lay on the concrete for a moment, breathing hard, then laughed. "Where the hell did you learn that?" Wrenn did not answer. She turned toward Sweeper Cluster, where Mina was staring at her with an expression she could not read. Then she heard it. The boss' core voice. Not the whisper she had suppressed in the workshop. This was louder. Ka. Ra. Wrenn's vision flickered. The ring tilted. She dropped the blade. It clattered against the concrete as her knees buckled. Chapter 12. The darkness behind her eyelids hummed. Wrenn heard voices first. Fragments. Muffled. Not normal for a sweeper. Medical check, then debrief. Someone get her water. She opened her eyes. The ceiling was concrete. Fluorescent light flickered above her. She was lying on a cot in what looked like a first aid alcove off the main ring corridor. Her head throbbed, and the boss core voice had receded to a distant static like a radio signal fading in and out of range. She sat up. The sweat had cooled on her skin. Her knuckles were raw. Her core felt hollow, drained from the effort of suppression, but intact. Roya Kassar was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. A towel draped over her shoulder. "You pass out like that often?" Wrenn's jaw tightened. "First time?" Roya laughed. "Sure it is." She tossed a water bottle onto the cot. "You fight like someone who learned in a tunnel with no room to swing. Not academy style, not guild style, street style with a blade." Wrenn caught the bottle. "Is that a compliment?" "It's an observation." Roya pushed off the frame. "Everyone in that ring was watching you for the wrong reasons. The liaison wanted to catch you cheating. The hunters wanted to see you fail. The sweepers wanted to see you be one of them." She paused at the door. "I wanted to see what you do when the math didn't add up." She left. Wrenn drank the water slowly, forcing herself to focus. The duel had been clean, measured. She had read Roya's pattern and used it without drawing on absorption. That was the kind of win Corwin had told her to aim for. Tight, narrow, explainable by instinct and grit. But the collapse after the duel had erased the win's shape. She stood, tested her legs, and walked back toward the ring. The crowd had thinned. The catwalk observers were gone. The inquiry liaison was speaking quietly into her wrist comm by the exit. Iriarte stood at the examiner's table, his tablet reflecting the overhead light. Mina was still at the barrier. Wrenn approached her. Mina's arms were crossed, her face unreadable. "You passed," Mina said. "I know. All 4 benchmarks. E-rank promotion confirmed." Mina's voice was flat. "The observer signed off 20 minutes ago. The liaison is still debating whether to recommend a secondary evaluation." "Letter." Mina's eyes narrowed. "You collapsed after the duel, with everyone watching. I held through the benchmarks. That's what the trial measured. That's what Iriarte will argue. Mina uncrossed her arms. But the liaison works for Park's desk. She saw what she saw, a sweeper who fought like a hunter and there dropped like a dead weight. Wrenn said nothing. Mina stepped closer, dropping her voice. You have 14 hours before the promotion goes live in the registry. 14 hours before your tag reads E rank and every squad leader in Port Hather gets a notification that a sweeper just jumped a letter. You want to stay ahead of the questions, you need an answer for why you fell. Exhaustion, Wrenn said. Adrenaline crash, I pushed too hard. That works if the medical scan matches. Mina held her gaze. Does it? Wrenn thought about the boss core voice, the hunger coiling beneath her ribs, the fragment that had surfaced like something surfacing from deep water. It will, she said. The news crews were still camped at the south entrance. Wrenn saw them through the depot's loading bay doors. 3 vans, a generator, a woman in a shop coat talking to a cameraman. Yasmin Elbaz's producer, probably, or someone from the same network. She pulled her scoff fire and took the service exit. The alley behind the depot was narrow, slick with rain that had fallen overnight. The air smelled of wet concrete and exhaust. Wrenn walked fast, hands in her pockets, head down. Her tag no longer read F rank. She felt the weight of the change like a new coat that did not fit yet. E rank. The bottom of the visible ladder, but still visible. Hunters would look at her now, not as equipment, but as someone who had climbed a step, and climbing meant being watched. She turned toward the industrial district. The workshop at Voss Lane was dark when she arrived. The lock clicked open at her touch, the same mechanism as before. Inside, the mana resonator hummed in standby. The core testing rig sat silent. She crossed to the bench and picked up the unsigned note again. Use what you need. Return what you do not. Lock reset sunrise/sunset. She turned it over. Nothing on the back. No watermark, no stamp, no clue. Whoever had set this up knew she would need it. Knew she would come. Knew what she was, or at least suspected enough to prepare a space where she could train without eyes. The thought should have felt like rescue. It felt like a noose drawing tight. She set the note down and pressed her palm flat against the resonator's surface. The machine hummed, picking up her core signature. The display flickered. Low E-rank output. Consistent. Controlled. But she knew what lay beneath. The voice. The hunger. The ceiling she had not even touched. She pulled her hand away. The workshop's silence pressed in. Wrenn looked at the locked door, the bare walls, the tools someone had left for her. She thought of Corwin's careful strategy, Mina's flat warning, the liaison's rest come, the news vans, the boss core's whisper. The promotion had bought her time. But time for what? The voice stirred at the edge of her awareness. Ra. Wrenn closed her eyes. She did not know whether the name was a warning, a calling, or a promise, but she knew she would find out. Chapter 13. The workshop's mana resonator was still warm when Wrenn's pocket pinged. She pulled out the burner, a single message from an unsaved number. Check your newsfeed. Do it now. Corwin. She thumbed the display and waited while the burner chugged through the connection. The feed loaded slow. A headline surfaced. Port Hather Central, a gate that shouldn't have breached. Wrenn's fingers went cold. She scrolled past the byline, Yasmin Elbaz. 2 camera icons, a thumbnail of the transit hub's sealed entrance, and a block of text dense with cross-referenced timestamps. 6 eyewitness accounts placed the initial destabilization at 14:07. The official timeline says 14:22, a 15-minute gap that neither the Emberwake strike team nor the Hunter Association has addressed. 3 of those witnesses are medical first responders. 2 are transit security. 1 is a commuter who was still inside the evacuation corridor when the all-clear was sounded. The association's statement says the gate collapsed as expected after a standard containment sequence. The witnesses say they felt the floor shake, heard doors seal early, and watched emergency lighting fail before the public announcement system told them to evacuate. Wrenn read it twice. The piece did not name her, did not mention a sweeper, but it drew a line between the official numbers and what people on the ground remembered, and the gap was large enough to drive a truck through. She kept scrolling. This reporter has obtained secondary confirmation that the gate's anchor signature, was assessed at Class 3 prior to the breach. Multiple hunter sources familiar with the site estimate the actual threat level at Class 5 or higher. A misclassification of this magnitude does not happen by accident. It happens when someone files the wrong paperwork, or when someone files paperwork designed to be wrong. The workshop felt smaller. Wrenn set the burner on the bench and pressed her palms flat against the edge of the resonator. The machine hummed beneath her hands, neutral, recording nothing. A misclassification of this magnitude does not happen by accident. She had known that. Corwin had known that. But seeing it in print, in a feed cycling through break rooms and hospital wards across Port Hather, made it real in a way that no private conversation could. Yasmin Elbaz had stepped onto the same ground they were walking, and she had done it without knowing the half of what lay beneath. 3 kilometers east, in a tower office above the association's administrative lobby, De Guillaume watched the same headline climb the trending board. He had been watching it for 7 minutes. The article was good. He hated admitting that, but he was a professional, and the work deserved the recognition. Tight sourcing, clean attribution, a narrative spine that did not collapse under its own weight. It was also a problem. Day pulled up his internal case file, one he had been building since the transit hall footage first crossed his desk. The one he had flagged with a label he had not shown anyone. U-registered anomaly. He had names now. Not a confirmed 499 for the anomaly yet, but names of people who had been in the hall, people whose testimony contradicted the official timeline, people whose routes overlapped with movement artifacts he could not assign to any registered hunter. He had been planning to request deeper access to sealed incident data this afternoon. The article changed the calculus. If he filed the request now, his supervisor would see it against the backdrop of Yasmin Elbaz's questions. The timing would look like panic, like the association scrambling to contain a narrative instead of conducting a proper investigation. If he did not file it, the anomaly would stay ahead of him. Day made a decision. He opened the request form, filled out the standard fields, and attached his analysis summary. He kept the language procedural. No mention of an unregistered anomaly. No mention of transit hall footage. Just a routine request for technical data related to the Port Hather Central Gate collapse, citing standard investigative protocols. He hit send. The system acknowledged the submission, generated a case number, forwarded it to the approvals queue. Day leaned back in his chair and waited. 23 minutes passed. The approval did not come. Instead, a notification appeared at the corner of his screen, a direct message from a flagged address. Denis Sosi, Records Division Supervisor, 1 level above his chain. Request 4479B. Insufficient justification. Please resubmit with additional context or supervisory sign-off. Day stared at the message. Insufficient justification. He had requested sealed incident data for a gate that killed 17 people and injured twice that number. A gate that had been misclassified to 2 full threat levels. A gate whose aftermath was already generating public questions. That was not insufficient justification. That was the most justified request he had filed all year. He opened a reply window. Can you specify what additional context is required? The request was based on standard investigative protocols and includes my preliminary analysis of the incident timeline. He sent it. The response came in 4 minutes. Your preliminary analysis references internal footage and biometric logs. Neither is covered under your current clearance level for this case. Please clarify the origin of these materials before resubmitting. Day's jaw tightened. He had pulled the footage from a backup archive that was supposed to be accessible to any C-rank analyst with a case file. The biometric logs had come from the same source. Standard access. Nothing flagged, nothing sealed. Denis Osias was telling him politely and formally that the standard rules did not apply to this case, which meant someone above her had already tagged the Port Hather Central incident for restricted handling, which meant the anomaly he was chasing had protection Day had not accounted for. He closed the message window without replying. Wrenn read the article one more time, then turned the burner off and slid it back into her pocket. The workshop hummed around her. The resonator waited. The note sat on the bench, its edges curling from the damp air. She had 14 hours before the promotion went live. Less than that before Yasmin's article started pulling threads that could lead back to the depot, to the sweeper rotation, to the one person who had moved through the transit hall without a registered hunter's tag. She picked up the note again. Use what you need, return what you do not. The lock clicked at sunrise and sunset. Whoever had set this up wanted her alive, wanted her trained, wanted her ready for whatever came next. Wrenn folded the note and tucked it into her pocket beside the burner. She had questions. About the gate, about the data, about the voice in her core that kept whispering fragments of a name she did not recognize. But for now, she had 14 hours and a room full of tools she barely understood. She stepped back to the resonator and pressed her hand against the cold metal surface. The display flickered. Low E-rack output. She would make it mean something. Chapter 14. The first shift after the promotion felt like wearing someone else's skin. Wrenn reported to the East Depot at 600. Scoff pulled high, rotation board already updated with her new designation. U rank, active site clearance. No more carcass hauling in the service tunnels. The foreman at the assignment window did not look at her face. He looked at her badge, looked at the registry update on his screen, looked at her again, slower this time. You're the one who went up. It was not a question. Wrenn kept her voice flat. I'm the one who passed the trial. The foreman's mouth thinned. He slid a data chip across the counter. Site 7, North Quadrant. Emberwake called for support sweep after a residual spawn cluster. You're on containment watch with the B-rank rotation. Containment watch. A step up from corpse tagging, which meant a step closer to hunters who now knew her name. She took the chip and walked. The Site 7 cordon was already up when she arrived. White barrier tape lettering against chain link. 2 Emberwake support vehicles parked at odd angles near the entrance. A cluster of ranked personnel standing over a portable display, pointing at structural readouts. Wrenn stayed at the edge of the group, badge visible, hands loose at her sides. A woman in Emberwake gear glanced at her. New E-rank? Promoted this morning. The woman's eyes narrowed. You're the sweeper from Central, the one who walked into the breach. Wrenn said nothing. The woman held her gaze a beat too long, then turned back to the display. Stay behind the line. If we call for extraction, you pull back. You don't engage. You don't get creative. The words were correct, professional, but the weight behind them was not procedure. It was warning. Wrenn stood at the line and watched the hunters move into the gate pocket, and for the first time in 4 years, the people around her were not ignoring her. They were watching. The shift ran 6 hours, 2 residual spawns, 1 collapsed corridor that required rerouting, a minor mana spike that set off proximity alarms and sent the Emberwake squad scrambling before it fizzled into nothing. Wrenn did her job, stood where they told her, moved when they signaled, kept her mouth shut and her eyes moving. But she felt the weight of the scrutiny like a second skin. A C-rank hunter passed her in the corridor and slowed. You're smaller than I expected. Wrenn met his gaze. The boss core I killed didn't seem to care about my height. His expression flickered, uncertainty, recalibration. He walked on without responding. She filed that away. The rumor mill had already shaped her into something larger than the trial had shown. That could be useful. It could also kill her. The rain started at dusk. Wrenn stood in the loading bay behind the East Depot, letting the cold water run down her hood, watching steam rise from the drainage grates. The shift was done. Her hands were raw from hauling barrier panels. Her core hummed at a steady low E-rank. No animals, no whisper. She had not heard the voice in hours. That should have felt like relief. It did not. Footsteps splashed behind her. She did not turn. She had already registered the weight of the stride, the rhythm, the absence of urgency. You survived the first day, Corwin said. He stopped a few meters to her left, close enough for conversation, far enough to give her room. His coat was dark with rain. He looked tired in a way that went deeper than the shift. You sound surprised, Wrenn said. I sound relieved. She turned her head slightly. His face was half in shadow, half lit by the depot's security lamps, and for a moment he looked like someone carrying something heavy he had not figured out how to set down. The hunters at Sat 7 knew who I was, she said. Before I opened my mouth, they had already heard. The article accelerated things. People are connecting dots that were supposed to stay disconnected. He paused. I pulled the Emberwake assignment for you. Thought a controlled environment would be safer than leaving you on open rotation. Wrenn processed that. You're managing my deployments now. I'm trying to keep you alive." His voice was flat, not defensive, just tired. "There's a difference." "Is there?" He looked at her. The rain ran down the line of his jaw. "You passed the trial. You got the promotion. That was the narrow win. Now you have to survive who comes after." Wrenn let the silence stretch. The loading bay smelled of wet concrete and exhaust. Somewhere in the depot, a door slammed and voices faded. "I heard the voice again," she said. Corwin's posture changed. Not visibly, but she felt it. A shift in attention, in weight. "The same one?" "It's getting clearer." It spoke a name. 2 syllables. She watched his face. Ra. He did not react, but he did not ask her to repeat it. "You know what it means," she said. "I know what it might mean." He was quiet for a long moment. "There are records, old ones, before the association standardized the registry, before the founders consolidated control. Some cores were supposed to retain memory fragments from the entities they came from." Wrenn pulse tick-tape. And those records were sealed, destroyed, supposedly. But I've heard whispers, hunters who found things in deep gates, cores that did not behave the way the manual said they should, people who absorbed them and came out. Different. Different how? Corwin met her eyes. They stopped being able to tell where the core ended, and they began. The rain drummed on the corrugated roof above them. The loading bay felt smaller than it had a moment ago. "You're saying the voice is real," Wrenn said. "It's not damage, it's memory. I'm saying that if you keep taking high-value cores, you may eventually absorb something that does not want to be absorbed, something that fights back." Wrenn turned to face him fully. The rain streaked between them, beating on her sleeves. "Then why did you help me pass the trial? Why not let inquiry take me apart and call it a day?" Corwin's jaw tightened. "Because the system that built those records, the system that sealed them, the system that disappeared the people who asked too many questions, is the same system that let Port Heather Central spiral. And I watched you walk into that hell with nothing but a scoff and a secret, and pull people out." He stepped closer. The rain soaked his collar. "I don't know what you are yet, Wrenn, but I know what you did. And I know that if the association gets you, we will never learn the truth about that gate, about the data, about the people who wanted it to break." His voice dropped. "And I need to know who killed 17 civilians because the paperwork was more important than the truth." The loading bay fell silent except for the rain. Wrenn looked at him, at the exhaustion in his eyes, at the quiet stumping anger that he was barely holding in check. "You're not just protecting me because it's right," she said. "No, you're using me. I'm trusting you." He held her gaze. "Those are not the same thing." The rain kept falling, and Wrenn realized, with a clarity that made her core pulse, that she did not know which one she believed. Chapter 15. The transport crawler groaned to a halt at the Site 12 perimeter, and Wrenn stepped off into mud that sucked at her boots. The gate stood 30 meters ahead, a vertical wound in the air, gray at the edges and pulsing a dull amber. Around it, the ranked team moved with practiced efficiency. A B-rank commander barked coordinates into a headset. 2 C-ranks ran portable scanners along the boundary line. The D-rank support crew stacked sealant crates and medical kits in neat rows, treating the operation like a checkout at a supply depot. Wrenn checked her assignment slip again. Site 12, Class 2 confirmed. Light infestation. Clearance rotation for salvage and carcass removal. Routine enough that the briefers had barely made eye contact. She adjusted her scarf and walked toward the command post. A D-rank logistics officer glanced at her badge and frowned. "Sweeper allocation already filed. You're late." "New assignment," Wrenn said. "E-rank containment watch. Emberwake rotation." The officer's frown deepened. He tapped his tablet, scrolled, and grunted. "Fine. Station 3. Stay behind the cordon until the team clears the inner pocket." Wrenn nodded and moved past him. Station 3 was a reinforced shelter 30 meters from the gate's mouth. She ducked inside and found 2 other support personnel, a medtech calibrating a field scanner, and a young woman in guild coveralls who looked barely old enough to be out of depot training. The medtech did not look up. The young woman offered a nervous smile. "First rotation?" Wrenn asked. "Third." The woman's voice cracked. "First time on a live perimeter, though." Wrenn sat on the bench and pulled her gear into her lap. Stay behind the cordon. Do exactly what the command post tells you. If the readings change, you move first and ask later. The young woman nodded, gripping her scanner like a lifeline. The gate hummed. Wrenn felt it in her teeth, a low, familiar resonance that vibrated through the concrete floor and up through her spine. She had felt that vibration before, in the transit hall, in the tunnels beneath Port Hather Central. She pushed the thought down and focused on the mission clock. 15 minutes passed. The ranked team entered the gate in waves. The B-rank commander's voice came through the perimeter speakers, clipped and professional, calling out coordinates, confirming pocket clearance, declaring the inner chamber stable. The D-rank team moved in with sealant and extraction gear. Then the mana readings lurched. Wrenn saw it on the perimeter monitor before the command post acknowledged it. The amber line on the spectral display jumped from Class 2 baseline to Class 3 inches a single heartbeat, then to Class 4. The command post went quiet. The medtech looked up. Did that just... The alarm pitched. It was not the standard siren. It was deep, percussive, a tone that vibrated in the chest. Wrenn had heard it once before, in a training video about catastrophic gate destabilization. The young woman in guild coveralls stood up. "What is that?" "That's the evacuation signal," Wrenn said. She was already moving. She hit the shelter door and stepped into the mud. The gate's amber light had shifted to a deep, angry orange. The edges were cracking, fissures spreading outward like fractures in glass. The ranked team was pouring out of the mouth, hauling equipment, shouting overlapping orders that made no coherent shape. The B-rank commander grabbed a C-rank by the vest. "Sound the full retreat. Everyone out, now." "The inner team isn't back yet." "They're not coming back." Wrenn's blood went cold. She scanned the perimeter. The vacation routes were marked with glow strips. One ran east, along the ridge. One ran west, through the drainage ditch. Both were still visible. Then the ground shuddered. A crack split the earth 10 meters from the gate mouth. It ran east, severing the ridge route. A second crack followed, west, folding the drainage ditch into a sagging trench that no vehicle could cross. The young woman stumbled out of the shelter behind Wrenn. "The route's gone." Wrenn looked at the gate. The amber light was pulsing faster now, a rhythm that matched the beat of her heart. And beneath that rhythm, she felt something else, a stir, deep in her core. The boss core voice did not speak in words this time. It did not need to. She felt it as a pressure, a recognition, a hunger that did not belong to her. The gate was mutating, and whatever was inside it was calling to what was inside her. The command post dissolved into chaos. The B-rank commander was radioing for extraction, but the border tower was not responding. The medtech ran past her, dragging a trauma kit, heading for a cluster of D-rank support staff who had not made it past the first fissure. The young woman grabbed Wrenn's arm. "What do we do?" Wrenn looked at the gate. The orange light had a shape now. A shadow moving inside the aperture, too large to be a standard spawn, too deliberate to be random. "We find cover," Wrenn said. "And we wait for the hunters to pull the breach." "And if they don't?" Wrenn did not answer. The shadow inside the gate grew larger, and somewhere in the pocket, in the tunnels between this world and whatever lay beyond, she heard the ranked team's last transmission fragment through the perimeter speakers. A voice. Panicked. Breaking. "There's something in here. It's not in the briefing. It's not in the... Get back! Get back! Get back!" The tremation caught, and the gateway opened. Not the aperture, the one that had been there since the operation began. A secondary tear, ripping open 20 meters to the east, spilling blue-white light and a pressure wave that knocked Wrenn off her feet. She hit the mud hard, rolled, came up with her scarf across her face. The young woman was screaming. The secondary tear was releasing something. Not monsters, not yet. But the mana saturation was thickening, condensing into visible ribbons of light that curled through the air like smoke. Wrenn felt the boss core voice stir again. Not a whisper this time. A pull. An invitation. "Come closer." She forced herself still, forced her breathing level. The voice was not the voice of a monster. It was the voice of something that had been waiting for a door to open. And the door was opening now. Wrenn helped the young woman to her feet. "We need to move," Away from the gate, away from the secondary tier, find solid ground and hold it. Where? Wrenn scanned the terrain. The ridge was fractured, the drainage trench was collapsed, but there was a maintenance shed 40 meters north, concrete walls, metal roof, a door that looked like it might hold. There. They ran. The mud sucked at their boots. The air thickened with each step, heavy with mana that pressed against Wrenn's core like a hand testing a lock. The young woman stumbled. Wrenn caught her by the vest and kept pulling. Behind them, the secondary tear widened, and Wrenn heard, rising over the alarm, a sound that did not belong to any gate she had ever studied. A voice. Not the boss voice in her head. A real voice. Human. Speaking words in a language that did not exist in any briefing file. The maintenance shed loomed ahead. Wrenn slammed the door open, pushed the young woman inside, and turned to look back. The ranked team was gone. The command post was empty. The gate was a wound of orange and blue, doubled, bleeding light into the yard. And standing in the center of the clearing, untouched by the mana ribbons, was a figure. Not a hunter, not a monster. Something wearing a shape that almost looked human, except for the way the light bent around it, except for the way the air itself seemed to lean away from its skin. The figure turned its head and looked directly at Wrenn. The boss core voice surged in her skull, a flood of syllables she could almost understand, a name she almost recognized. She did not wait to learn which one it was. She grabbed the shed door, pulled it shut, and locked it. But the lock was metal, and the voice outside the door was humming a tune that made her teeth ache. Chapter 16. The humming did not stop. It pressed through the metal door, through the concrete walls, vibrating in Wrenn's ribs like a second heartbeat. The young woman pressed herself against the back wall of the shed, hands over her ears, eyes wide and wet. "What is that?" she whispered. "What is that?" Wrenn did not answer. She was watching the gap beneath the door, where blue-white light bled through in thin ribbons that curled like smoke. The mana saturation was rising, thickening the air until each breath felt like swallowing glass. The boss core voice surged. Not words, not yet, but a hunger so sharp it made Wrenn's hands shake. Whatever was outside, the core recognized it, wanted it. Come closer. She pressed her palm flat against the door. The metal was cold. The humming vibrated through her bones. And then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Worse because the mana did not settle. Worse because the light beneath the door did not fade. The figure was still out there, waiting, listening. The young woman opened her mouth to speak. The shed's roof ripped open, not by force, by mana. The metal peeled upward like a tin can under pressure, and the blue-white light poured in, flooding the shed, drowning the shadows. Wrenn ran, not away, toward the command post. The extraction radio was still intact, and if the border tower was not responding, she needed to reach someone who could see the scope of this break. She hit the ground beside the B-rank commander's body, grabbed the radio, keyed the channel. Site 12 to any association command. Full breach. Repeat. Full breach. Class assessment is invalid. I have multiple hostiles. Eyewitness confirmation of secondary tier. All ranking personnel down. Request immediate extraction and escalation to S-rank hazard. Static. Site 12 to any command. Respond. The static stretched. The blue-white shapes were spreading across the yard, moving toward the maintenance sheds, toward the drainage trench where the young woman had been standing before Wrenn pulled her to cover. And then the radio crackled. A voice, low, controlled. Site 12, this is Corwin Okocha. I read you. What is your position? Wrenn's throat tightened. East end of the yard, near the command post. Corwin, the gate mutated. It's not Class 2, it's not Class 4, it's something else. There's a secondary tier, humanoid figures, no briefing matches. A pause. Then, I see it. She looked up. Corwin was standing on the ridge 200 meters west, his silhouette sharp against the burning sky. He was not alone. Behind him, 3 Embiwake hunters were setting up a portable barrier, their faces lit by the blue-white glow. Wrenn, his voice came through the radio, tight, controlled. The mana saturation just spiked again. The gate is going to collapse its own perimeter. If you're near the command post, you need to move. Collapse the perimeter? That will trap everyone in the yard. I know. The ground shuddered. A fissure ripped open 20 meters behind the command post, swallowing a maintenance trailer whole. The blue-white shapes were converging, moving with purpose, herding the survivors toward the center of the yard. Wrenn looked at the young woman, still pressed against the shed's collapsed wall. She looked at the other support personnel clustered near the drainage trench, 6 of them, huddled together, unarmed. And she looked at the gate. The boss was coming. She could feel it now, not as a shape, not as a sound, but as a weight in her chest that pressed against her core. The same recognition she had felt at Port Hather Central, but deeper, more personal. It knows she was here. "Wrenn," Corwin's voice again. "Get to the ridge, now." She looked at the gap between her and the ridge. 40 meters of open ground, exposed. The blue-white shapes would reach her before she crossed half of it, and she could not run. Not because of the distance, not because of the monsters, because the young woman was watching her with eyes that said, "You saved me once, you can save me again." Wrenn keyed the radio. "I have civilians. 7 of them. I'm not leaving them." "Wrenn, I'm not leaving them." She cut the channel, turned, and ran toward the drainage trench. The blue-white shapes saw her move. They pivoted as one, their eyeless faces tracking her trajectory. The first one reached her 3 steps before the trench, its blade arm swinging in a curve that would have taken her head off if she had not dropped, rolled, and come up with a fistful of mud and stone that she drove into its face. The impact shattered its jaw. Wrenn did not stop to watch it fall. She hit the trench, grabbed the nearest support worker's vest, and pulled. "Move. Now. Follow me to the ridge." "But the hunters. The hunters are Gar. I'm what you have." 7 people followed her out of the trench. The blue-white shapes were regrouping. The gate's pulse was accelerating, each beat stronger than the last, and the membrane between the apertures was stretching, tearing, revealing something massive moving behind it. Wrenn ran. The ground cracked beneath her feet. The air screamed with mana pressure. The bossed core voice in her skull was no longer whispering. It was screaming. Carvavash. The name hit her like a physical blow, and she stumbled, nearly fell, caught herself on a support worker's shoulder. Carvavash. The gate answered. The membrane ripped open, and the boss came through. It was tall, taller than the anchor beast at Port Hather Central. Its body was composed of the same blue-white light as the tier, but denser, more solid, with a humanoid torso and a face that was not quite human and not quite monster. Its eyes were dark, empty, fixed on her, and behind it, the gate was still expanding. The ridge was star meters away. Corwin was shouting. The Emberwake hunters were firing. Wrenn kept running. The boss took a step forward, and the ground between them split open, a chasm of blue-white fire that cut Wrenn off from the survivors she was dragging toward safety. She stopped. The support workers kept moving, stumbling toward the ridge, toward Corwin's outstretched hand. All but the young woman, who had stopped too, who was looking back at Wrenn with something between fear and recognition. "Go," Wrenn said. "What about you?" "Go." The young woman ran. Wrenn turned to face the boss. The blue-white light filled her vision. The core voice was no longer screaming. It was waiting, watching through her eyes, feeling the weight of what stood before them. And in the silence between heartbeats, Wrenn understood. The gate had not mutated because of a random surge. It had mutated because of her. The boss had smelled what she carried. The secondary tier had opened where she stood. The figure from the clearing had been searching for her, and the gate had been calling to core inside her chest this entire time. Wrenn pulled her scarf up. She had no cores left, no hidden reserves, no plan. But the boss was still moving toward her, and the survivors were not safe yet. She planted her feet and waited. Chapter 17. The blue-white light roared in her skull. Caravash took another step forward, and the ground trembled beneath Wrenn's boots. The chasm between them pulsed with raw mana, throwing heat that blistered the exposed skin of her hands. She had nothing. No cores, no reserves, no weapon that could touch a creature made of condensed light. The boss's head tilted. Its empty eyes tracked her with the patience of something that had already won. Behind it, the gate membrane continued to tear, the aperture widening, the pressure building toward collapse. Wrenn's hand went to her pocket, empty. The boss core in her chest vibrated, not with fear, but with something that felt almost like recognition. Caravash. The name pulsed through her veins. The creature before her was not just a boss. It was the source, the origin of the voice that had been whispering inside her since Port Hather. And she understood, in the cold space between heartbeats, what she had to do. She could not kill Caravash. She had to consume it. The thought hit her like a physical blow. Her stomach turned. Her hands trembled. She had absorbed cores before, low-grade cores, passive integrations that took hours, not seconds. What she was considering now was not absorption, it was ingestion. Taking a living boss core into herself in the middle of combat. The voice in her skull surged with hunger. Yes. Wrenn pushed it down. The boss took another step. The chasm was narrowing as the ground collapsed inward, forcing her toward the ridge or toward the gate. There was no third path. Corwin was shouting something. She could not hear the words. The mana pressure had become a physical wall, compressing her lungs, pressing against her eardrums until the world sounded like it was underwater. She dropped her scarf. The air hit her face, thick with ozone and something metallic, blood warm. Caravash stopped. For a moment, the boss simply stood there, its empty eyes fixed on her bare face. Then its mouth opened, and a sound came out that was almost human. A word. You. The voice was not a roar. It was clear, articulate, and ancient. It cut through the mana pressure like a blade. You carry her. Wrenn's blood went cold. Her. The core voice. The fragment that had been whispering Cathra since the first boss kill. Where did you get her? Caravash's voice was soft now, almost curious. She was not meant for you. Wrenn did not answer. She was too busy calculating. The distance between them, the speed of the blue-white shapes still regrouping at the gate's edge. The ridge behind her, 30 meters away, where Corwin and the survivors were watching, she had one move, and it was insane. The boss core in her chest pulsed again, and this time Wrenn did not suppress it. She opened herself to the hunger, let it flood through her limbs, sharpen her senses, curl in her stomach like a living thing. She ran, not away from Caravash, toward it. The boss reacted faster than she expected. Its arm came up, blade-like forming along the edge, and swung in an arc that would have bisected her if she had not dropped, sliding across the broken ground on her knees, feeling the heat of the blade pass millimeters above her skull. She came up inside its guard, her hand pressed against its chest. The surface was not solid. It was membrane, woven light, dense as bone and hot as steam. But beneath it, Wrenn could feel the core, a pulse that matched the rhythm of the voice in her skull. Now. She pulled. Absorption was not a gentle process. It was tearing, pulling, drinking. She had practiced it on dead cores, passive fragments, the residue of creatures already killed. This was different. This was taking from something that was still alive. Caravash screamed. The sound was not pain, it was fury. Its body began to destabilize, light bleeding from the wound where Wrenn's hand was buried, but she could not stop. The core was pouring into her, and it was too much, too fast, too bright. She felt her own limits shatter. The E-rank ceiling she had carefully maintained, the suppression she had built over years of hiding, all of it blew apart in a single surge of power that lifted her off her feet and threw her backward. She hit the ground hard. Caravash was still standing, but its form was flickering, the blue-white light dimming, cracks spreading across its torso like shattered glass. Wrenn pushed herself up. Her body was wrong. She could feel it. The power was still moving inside her, settling into her core, her muscles, her bones. It felt like fever and adrenaline and something else, something that was not hers. Memories. She saw a sky that was not Port Hather's sky, a sky of purple and black with 3 moons. She felt cold stone under feet that were not her feet. She heard a voice that was not her voice, speaking a language she did not understand. And then she heard screaming. Her own. She was on her hands and knees and she was screaming. The sound tore out of her throat without permission, raw and animal. Her stomach heaved, her vision doubled, tripled, split into fragments of places she had never been. The blue-white shapes were moving toward her. Corwin was running across the broken ground. The survivors were watching from the ridge, and Wrenn could not tell which memories were hers anymore. She hauled herself upright. Her legs shook. Her hands were slick with blood and light fluid, and she did not know whose. "Wrenn," Corwin's voice. "Close now." His hand grabbed her arm, steadying her. "I need to get you out of here. Now." She looked past him. Caravash was collapsing, its form dissolving into threads of light that spiraled back into the gate. The aperture was shrinking. The pressure was dropping. They had won. Chapter 18. The extraction helicopter set down on the roof of the Association field office 3 minutes past midnight. Wrenn sat in the jump seat with her hands between her knees, watching the lights of Port Hather smear through the rain on the window. She had not spoken since the ridge. Corwin touched her shoulder. She flinched. He did not comment. The field office was a concrete cube on the industrial edge of the district, built for quick debriefs and hot meals, not comfort. Fluorescent lights buzzed in the corridor. Someone had left a kettle on and the air smelled of cheap coffee and wet gear. Wrenn walked past the communal room without stopping. She found the service stairwell at the end of the hall and sat down on the third step, her back against the cinder block wall, her hands still shaking. The hunger was building. Not normal hunger, not the empty stomach ache of a missed meal. This was deeper, structural. A pulling sensation in her core that her teeth ache and her vision sharpen at the edges. She could hear the building, water in the pipes, the buzz of the fluorescents. A conversation 2 floors up, muffled but distinct, every word clear. She pressed the heel of her palm against her sternum and tried to breathe. "Welcome home." The voice was quiet now, but present, coiled at the base of her skull like something waiting. It did not need to shout anymore. It had settled into her like a second pulse. Wrenn closed her eyes. The 3-moon sky flickered behind her lids, cold stone. A language she did not speak but almost understood, the shape of words on her tongue that were not her words. She opened her eyes. The stairwell was empty. The hunger pulsed. She dug her nails into her palms and held. Corwin found her 20 minutes later. He came down the stairs from the roof access, his boots loud on the concrete, and stopped when he saw her sitting on the third step. He did not speak immediately. He leaned against the railing and waited. Wrenn kept her eyes on the floor. "You have questions," she said. "I have a lot of questions." His voice was level. "But I am going to ask the one that matters first. Are you in control?" She almost laughed. "I do not know." That was the truest thing she had said in weeks. Corwin nodded slowly. He did not look away. "How bad is it?" Wrenn wanted to lie. The reflex was automatic, a muscle memory built over years of hiding. She could say she was fine, that the absorption had been rough, but she was stabilizing, that she just needed sleep and food and time. But she could feel Caravash's power moving inside her like something alive. She could taste the memory of 3 moons, and the voice was listening. "I can hear everything," she said. "The building, the people upstairs, your heartbeat." She looked up at him. "I am hungry in a way that I have never been hungry before. And there is a thing in my head that was not there 6 hours ago. It knows things I do not know. It remembers places I have never seen." She stopped. Corwin's expression did not change. "Is it talking to you now?" "No, it is waiting." "For what?" "For me to stop fighting it." The words hung in the air between them. Wrenn watched his face, looking for the calculation, the fear, the moment when he decided she was too dangerous to keep alive. She saw none of those things. He sat down on the step beside her, not close enough to crowd her, but close enough that she felt the warmth of his presence in the cold stairwell. "So fight it," he said. "Tell me what you need." The hunger surged again. Wren's stomach cramped. Her hands curled into fists. "I need to move," she said. "I need to do something. If I sit here any longer, I am going to tear this stairwell apart with my bare hands." Corwin stood. He offered her his hand. She stared at it. "Then let us move," he said. The trading room in the basement of the field office was small, concrete walls, a single resonator, and a rack of weighted bars. Corwin keyed the door open and stepped aside. "No one will come down here until morning," he said. "Use it. Burn whatever you need to burn." Wrenn walked past him into the room. The resonator hummed in the corner, a low frequency that vibrated through her boots. She could feel the mana in the air, thin and clean, nothing like the saturation of the gate. She picked up the heaviest bars from the rack. The weight was trivial. She could feel the strength in her arms, her shoulders, her core. Caravash's power had settled into her muscles like something that had always belonged there. She lifted the bars over her head and held it there, breathing. The voice did not speak, but she felt it. Curiosity, patience. The patience of something that had waited a long time and could wait a little longer. Wrenn dropped the bars. It hit the mat with a dull thud. She turned to face Corwin. "You should not be here," she said. "If I lose control, I will kill you. I do not know if I can stop it, and you are the only person who knows enough to be dangerous to the people who set up that gate." He did not step back. "I know. So why are you still standing in the doorway?" Corwin was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Because you told me the truth, and I think you are terrified of what you just became. That is not the face of someone who wants to kill me." The hunger surged again, harder this time. Wrenn's vision flickered. She saw the three-moon sky. She felt cold stone under her seat. And she heard the voice, clearer than before. Not a whisper anymore, but a presence, a weight, a shape pressing against the inside of her skull. "Let me show you where we are going." Her knees buckled. Corwin moved before she hit it round, catching her, lowering her to the mat. His hand was on her shoulder, his face too close, his voice saying something she could not hear over the roaring in her ears. The three-moon sky burned, and then it stopped. Wrenn was on her back on the training mat. The fluorescent lights were honks above her. Corwin was kneeling beside her, his hand still on her shoulder, his breathing steady. "Wrenn, I saw it again." Her voice was hoarse. "The sky, the stone. It is not just memories. It is showing me where it wants to go, what it wants me to find." She turned her head to look at him. "I need to know what Caravash was, and I need to know why it recognized what is inside me." Corwin's jaw tightened. "That makes two of us." He helped her sit up. The hunger was still there, coiled and waiting, and quieter now. She had burned something off, not enough, but enough to think. "Tomorrow," she said, "there is a data archive in the central tower, old gate records, transfer logs. I need access to the sealed files from Caravash's class." Corwin looked at her for a long moment. "That is above my clearance." "I know." She met his eyes. "Then we find someone whose clearance is high enough." Chapter 19. The hospital corridor smelled like antiseptic and burnt ozone, the same chemical cocktail that clung to every post-breach medical wing in Port Hather. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, flickering at a frequency that made Wrenn's teeth ache. She followed Corwin past a nurse's station where two orderlies argued about shift coverage. Neither looked up. Neither noticed the blood still crusted under her fingernails. "The survivors are on 3, Corwin said. "They brought them in 2 hours ago. 7 civilians, all stable." "All of them?" "Minor injuries, dehydration, shock. 1 fractured wrist from the ground, splitting." Wrenn let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The young woman in guild coveralls, the med tech, the 5 others she had pushed toward the ridge while Caravash rose behind her. They were alive. Corwin stopped outside a door marked Recovery Suite 3C. A thin strip of light glowed under the frame. "The Embawake team that extracted them is already debriefing upstairs," he said. "Official statement is going to call it an unprecedented Class 4 mutation event with no actionable warning." No actionable warning. That is the phrase they are using. Wrenn leaned against the wall. The hunger pulsed in her core, low and constant, a second heartbeat she could not ignore. The fluorescent light seemed brighter than it should be. She could hear footsteps 3 floors up, a conversation in a room 2 doors down, the rattle of a gurney being wheeled somewhere in the basement. Stop listening. She pressed her palm flat against the cold wall and focused on the texture of the paint. "They are going to bury it," she said. "Just like Port Hather." Corwin did not answer. He stood with his arms crossed, watching the light under the door. 7 people saw what came through that gate, Wrenn said. "The association cannot make that disappear. They can make it sound like a nightmare, an isolated incident, a tragic anomaly that no one could have predicted. But you do not believe that. I have watched 3 gate breaks in the last 6 months follow the same pattern. Corwin's voice was flat, deliberate. Port Hather Central, the Harbor Depot in October, now Site 12. Each one assessed as mid-tier, each one spiking into something far worse, each one leaving a trail of dead hunters and scrubbed records. Wrenn turned to face him. 3? The Harbor Depot was called a Class 3 incursion. The team that responded found a gate that had already opened to Class 5 dimensions. 12 hunters died before they could call extraction. The association classified it as an unexpected resonance cascade and closed the investigation in 48 hours. And you think that was also falsified? I think the same person who wrote the assessment for Port Hather also wrote the one for the Harbor Depot. The hunger sharpened. Wrenn's vision went thin at the edges. She saw the 3-moon sky, felt cold stone under her feet, heard a language she almost understood, syllables that curled around her brain like hooks. She blinked it away. "Does anyone else know?" she asked. "Anyone higher than you?" "I have a contact in the records division, a woman named Denise Osei. She has been tracking sealed gate assessment files for 2 years. She is the one who flagged the Harbor Depot pattern to me. And she is still alive. She is careful, and she does not ask directly. She follows the paperwork." Wrenn pushed off the wall. The hunger settled, but it did not disappear. It never disappeared anymore. "I want to see the survivors." The recovery suite was small. 4 beds, 3 of them occupied. A nurse sat at a desk in the corner, scrolling through something on a tablet. The young woman in guild coveralls was in the bed closest to the window. Her arm was bandaged from wrist to elbow. Her face was pale, but her eyes were open. She saw Wrenn and sat up. "You?" The nurse looked up. Corwin stepped forward. "Give us 5 minutes." The nurse hesitated, then nodded and left the room. Wrenn walked to the bed. The young woman stared at her with an expression that was not fear. It was something closer to recognition. "You were the one who told me to run," she said. "Before the ground split. Before that thing came through." "Yes. The rant team died. All of them. I saw it on the scanner before the comms went dead." Her voice cracked. "They did not even get a chance to fight back." Wrenn said nothing. The young woman looked at her hands. Her fingers were trembling. "There was something in the gate," she said. "Before the boss, something that did not show up on any of the readings. It was not a monster. It was not anything I have ever seen." "What did it look like?" "Human, almost. It stood at the edge of the tear and watched. It did not move. It just watched." The 3-moon sky flickered at the edge of Wrenn's vision. "Did it speak?" "No, but I felt it, like something pressing against the inside of my skull." She looked up, her eyes wet. "What was that place? What was in there?" Wrenn did not have an answer. She stood in the fluorescent light of the recovery suite, the hunger pulsing in her chest. Caravash's voice coiled and waiting in the dark of her mind, and she had no answer. They left the hospital at 4 in the morning. The streets were empty. A cold wind blew off the harbor, carrying salt and the faint chemical smell of the industrial district. Wrenn walked beside Corwin, her hands shoved into her jacket pockets, the hunger gnawing at the edges of her focus. "She saw it," Wrenn said. "The figure, the one that came through the tear before Caravash. Your survivor confirmed your account. Which means it is real, not a hallucination, not a stress response." Corwin stopped walking. "Wrenn, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly." She stopped, turned to face him. "Did Caravash tell you what it wanted?" The question hung in the cold air between them. Wrenn thought about the voice, the patience, the quiet certainty that had settled into her bones like something that had always been waiting for her. "Let me show you where we are going." "It wants to go home," she said. "Wherever that is." "And what happens to you if it gets there?" The hunger surged. The 3-moon sky burrowed behind her eyes. She looked at Corwin, and for the first time since she had woken on the training room mat, she told him the truth. "I do not know." Chapter 20. The hunger woke her before the alarm. Wrenn lay on the cot in the Voss Lane workshop, eyes open in the dark, feeling it pulse beneath her ribs like a second heartbeat. Steady, patient, hungry. She sat up. The mana resonator sat across the room, its display dark. The training rig stood silent. Everything exactly where she had left it. Everything except her. She dressed in the dark, pulled her scarf up, and walked out into the salt, wet morning. The industrial district was quiet at this hour. Delivery trucks idled outside warehouses. A few early workers trudged toward the depot with coffee and hollow eyes. Corwin's message had come at 5:13 a.m. Eastgate, Bay 4. Do not check in at the depot. She had read it twice, then deleted it. Bay 4 was a loading dock at the edge of the Emberwake compound, hidden behind a row of shipping containers and a chain-link fence that should have been locked. The gate stood open. Corwin was waiting beside a black SUV, arms crossed, watching her approach. You did not bring anything. I did not have anything worth bringing. He held her gaze for a moment, then nodded and opened the passenger door. There is gear in the back. Body armor, weapon kit, comms. You are listed as situational support. No badge, no log entry. Whose operation? Emberwake. Special clearance. The kind that does not get filed with the depot rotation desk. Wrenn climbed in. The armor fit well enough. The weapon kit held a blade she did not recognize, heavier than the training one, with a grip worn smooth from use. You have been planning this, she said. I have been watching you outgrow every assignment I can put you on. Site 12 should have killed you. It did not. That means the next thing will be worse, and if you are still running corpse lines when it hits, you will die alone in a tunnel no one sends help for. Wrenn said nothing. The SUV pulled out of Bay 4 and headed toward the highway. The briefing took place in a mobile command trailer parked at the edge of an exclusion zone 20 kilometers north of Port Hather. The gate was a Class 4, assessed that morning. A manufacturing complex had been evacuated after a resonance spike at 2:00 a.m. The ranked team was already inside, clearing the perimeter. The operation was standard containment, with one variation. The interior structure was unstable, and the gate pocket had expanded into a collapsed processing wing. 3 hunters waited in the trailer. 2 were Emberwake regulars, B rank, professional, quiet. The third stood apart, studying a holographic map of the building layout with the kind of stillness that made Wrenn look twice. She was tall, built lean like someone who had never needed bulk to generate force. Dark skin, close-cropped hair, a set of armored gauntlets that looked more like tools than weapons. She did not turn when Wrenn entered. Corwin spoke first. This is Lucia Mbeki, Vice Captain Stersfall. Lucia looked up. Her eyes moved over Wrenn with the quick, efficient assessment of someone who spent their life evaluating threats. Then she nodded once and went back to the map. Your support is carrying a blade, Lucia said. Does she know how to use it? She knows, Corwin said. Lucia said nothing. The slight curve at the corner of her mouth was not quite a smile. The gate pocket was wrong. Wrenn felt it the moment they stepped through the membrane. The air was too heavy. The mana saturation pressed against her skin like a fever, and the hunger in her core stirred, recognizing something familiar in the pressure. The collapsed wing had become a maze of twisted steel and concrete slabs. The ranked team was advancing in pairs, clearing rooms, calling out coordinates. Wrenn stayed behind the main push. Her role was situational support, meaning she was there to watch, to cover, to respond if something broke through the line. It was a humbling position, and she understood exactly why Corwin had chosen it. She needed to see what real power looked like. She got her answer 20 minutes in. A creature breached from a collapsed section of floor, something with too many limbs and a carapace that glistened like wet iron. It moved faster than anything she had seen at Site 12, faster than the anchor beast at Port Hather. The ranked team reacted. 2 hunters engaged. Then Lucia moved. It was not speed. It was not strength. It was something else. A quality of motion that made the battlefield look simple. She crossed 20 meters in a blink, her gauntlets flaring with blue-white light, and the creature's first limb was already falling before the thing had finished emerging. She did not stop. She flowed through the space like water through a crack, each strike precise, each movement economical. The creature did not land a single hit. It did not come close. By the time the other hunters reached her position, the thing was dissolving into light fragments, and Lucia was already scanning the next corridor. Wrenn watched her hands. They were not shaking. The operation cleared without casualties. The gate stabilized. The ranked team filed their report, and Lucia and Becky stood at the edge of the loading zone, peeling off her gauntlets, her face unreadable. Wrenn walked over. That was fast. It was necessary. Lucia looked at her. The assessment from the briefing was back in her eyes, but softer now. You watch the fight instead of the enemy. That is rare for someone your age. I have had a lot of practice watching. Lucia's mouth curved again, a fraction more this time. What rank are you, officially? E. That is a lie. Wrenn said nothing. Lucia held her gaze for a long moment, then looked away. The silence stretched, and something shifted in her expression. A crack, barely visible in the professional composure. There is a pattern, Lucia said, her voice low. Hunters who transfer into certain divisions, operations that get closed too fast. People who file for record access and stop answering their comms the next week. Wrenn's pulse quickened. I have been watching it for 18 months, Lucia said, and I have not found the bottom of it yet. She looked at Wrenn directly. Corwin trusts you. That means something. But it also means you are in the blast radius now, whether you know it or not. Wrenn heard the hunger shift in her chest, felt Caravash's voice coil a little tighter in the dark of her mind. What is at the bottom? She asked. Lucia did not answer. She picked up her gauntlets and walked toward the extraction vehicle, leaving Wrenn standing alone in the cooling air, the three-moon sky flickering at the edge of her vision like a door that was starting to open. Chapter 21. The extraction vehicle hummed through the dark, its interior lit by a single console strip. Wrenn sat across from Lucia. Corwin had taken the front seat, giving them space without making it obvious. The three-moon sky had faded, but the pressure behind Wrenn's eyes lingered, a residue of somewhere else pressing against the edges of her attention. Lucia had not spoken since they boarded. Her gauntlets were off, resting on the bench beside her, and her hands lay still on her knees. The same hands that had dismantled a creature in seconds without shaking. You watch fighters instead of enemies, Lucia said. You said that already. I said it was rare. I did not say I understood it. Wrenn waited. The hunger in her core stirred, restless, picking up something in Lucia's voice that did not match her stillness. Lucia looked at her hands. When I was your age, I believe the Rekic system was a ladder. Everyone started at the bottom. Everyone climbed as far as their strength allowed. It is not? It is a ceiling. Lucia's gaze lifted. The ladder exists, but someone built a roof at every level and told you the room above was full. You climb and you hit the beams, and you tell yourself the next rank will be different. Wrenn said nothing. The words landed in a place she had not expected, somewhere between her ribs and the hunger. How many E ranks have you seen promoted to D? Lucia asked. A few. How many D ranks to C? Wrenn thought. The numbers were smaller than they should have been. Not many. No, Lucia's voice dropped. Not many. And the ones who do make it, the ones who climb past where the system expects them to stop, they do not always last. Sometimes they transfer to a new division. Sometimes they get reassigned to a closed operation. Sometimes they stop answering comms. The hunger in Wrenn's chest went still. You said 18 months. 18 months of watching, Lucia said. 18 months of noting names, filing unofficial copies of transfer orders, matching departure dates to operation closures. And every time I get close to the pattern center, I find a sealed file and a badge number that no longer exists. And you have not told anyone. I have told the people I trust. Lucia's eyes met hers. That is a short list. Corwin is on it. You are not. The silence stretched. The vehicle hummed. Wrenn understood the message. She had not earned trust yet. She had only been given proximity. Why are you telling me this at all? Lucia's mouth curved, but there was no humor in it. Because Corwin brought you into a black op with no badge and no log entry. That means he expects you to survive what is coming. And if you survive, You will need to know who else is watching the same pattern. The hunger stirred again. Wrenn felt Caravash's presence shift, a flicker of attention, as if the entity inside her had recognized something in Lucia's words. "Who is at the center?" Wrenn asked. "I do not know, but I know the pattern started before the gates changed." Wren's pulse jumped. Before? 18 months of watching, but the disappearances, those go back further. 3 years, maybe 4. I found the older files by accident, buried in a records transfer that should have been erased. 3 years, 4. That timeline overlapped with her parents' disappearance. "You look like you just recognized something," Lucia said. Wrenn forced her face still. "You are not the only one who has noticed people vanishing." Lucia studied her. The assessment was back, sharp and calculating, but something else moved beneath it. Curiosity, or recognition. "I thought so," Lucia said quietly. "Corwin does not vouch for people who do not carry their own ghosts." The vehicle slowed. The lights of Port Hather's east perimeter flickered through the windshield, orange and wet against the night. Wren's mind raced. 3 years of disappearances, sealed files, a pattern that predated the gate changes. If Lucia was right, someone had been clearing the field long before the gates started mutating. And if that someone was connected to the falsified assessments, the dead hunters, the fabricated gate ranks, then every operation she had survived was part of a larger design. The vehicle stopped. The rear door opened, and cold air flooded in. Lucia stood. She did not look back. "You asked what is at the bottom," she said. "I do not know. But I know the people at the top are afraid of something, and whatever it is not the gates." She stepped out into the dark. Wrenn sat frozen, the 3-moon sky flickering at the edge of her vision, and the hunger in her chest whispered a single word in a language she almost understood. Home. Chapter 22. De Guillaume sat in the dark of his cubicle, with 3 monitors running different footage angles, and a 4th showing raw data streams from the Port Hather sensor logs. The clock on his terminal read 2:14 a.m. He had been here for 9 hours. His coffee had gone cold 3 times. His back ached from leaning into the screen, and his eyes burned with the particular strain of watching the same 11 seconds of video for the 100th repetition. But he had found it. The transit hall footage from Port Hather Central showed a woman in a sweeper's scarf moving through the evacuation corridor at 3:47 and 22 seconds p.m. She was carrying a civilian, a child, one arm wrapped around the smaller body as she pushed through the crowd. The angle was bad, a ceiling-mounted unit pointing down at a 40-degree angle, but Day had already matched her gait to 5 other camera captures across the site. She moved like someone who had mapped the space in advance. Day opened a second window, Site 12. Cleanup rotation footage from an exterior monitoring post. Same build, same scarf, same economy of motion, the way she shifted weight before a corner, the way her head turned exactly to the point where threat would appear. He laid the 2 timelines side by side. Port Hather Central, incident start to stabilization, roughly 40 minutes. Site 12. Incident start to stabilization, 32 minutes. The math was wrong. Day pulled up her registry data. E rank. Reclassified from F after a public qualification trial 3 days after the Port Hather incident. Clean biometrics, clean consumption logs, clean timeline. Too clean. He had seen this pattern before. 4 years of perfect records, no deviations, no sick days, no performance flags, and then a sudden spike in output that exactly matched Stuvav requirements. It was not a story. It was a script. Day minimized the footage and opened his investigation file. The folder was thick now, cross-referenced with survivor testimony, route logs, and maintenance schedules. He had identified 17 separate moments where this sweeper had been in 2 places within a window that should have been impossible for someone at her registered rank. Someone had trained her. Someone had taught her how to move, how to hide, how to make the numbers lie. He reached for his terminal and typed a request for authorization to access sealed personnel records under Inquiry Protocol 47B, which allowed analysis of suspected registry fraud involving anomalous output levels. The system accepted the request. Then it paused. Day waited. The cursor blinked. A dialog box appeared. Your request has been flagged for secondary review. Please allow 24 to 48 hours for processing. He stared at the screen. Flagged, not denied. Flagged. That meant someone was watching his search terms. Someone had set a trigger on Protocol 47B requests related to Port Hather Central, or Site 12. Day sat back in his chair. The cold coffee sat untouched beside him. The monitors glowed. He had assumed his investigation was invisible, running beneath the association's notice like a current under still water. But if someone had already set a trigger on this case, then his anonymity was an illusion. He had been visible from the start. Day pulled up a second terminal and logged into the records archive using a back-end access code he was not supposed to have. The code had come from a friend in data maintenance who owed him a favor, and it expired in 36 hours. He had been saving it for the right moment. This was the moment. He typed the sweeper's current registry name, the one she had used for 4 years, and cross-referenced it with every sealed personnel file in the archive. The search took 17 seconds. When it returned, Day's blood went cold. The sweeper's name was not in the sealed files, but a parallel search linked to her biometric signature, the unique mana resonance that every awakened core produced, returned 6 results. 6 flagged entries. 6 operators with matching resonance profiles, all of whom have been transferred to closed operations or disappeared. The earliest entry was dated 4 years ago. The most recent was 2 months before Port Hather Central. Day opened the oldest file. The name inside was not the sweeper's. It was a man, 32 years old, C rank, assigned to harbor security, flagged for anomalous output growth, transferred to a closed operation, and then his file ended. There was no discharge record, no death certificate, no transfer confirmation, just a badge number that no longer existed. Day opened the second file. A woman, 28, D rank, flagged for the same pattern, transferred, ended. The third, fourth, fifth. Each one followed the same trajectory. Anomalous growth, unregistered ability, transfer to a closed operation, silence. And each file had a directive attached, a seal that read, "Authorized by inquiry oversight, no further action required." Day stared at those words. Someone had been clearing outlier awakeners for years, not investigating them, not containing them, clearing them. And the sweeper who had moved through Port Hather Central like a ghost, the same woman who had survived Site 12 when the gate mutated, she carried the same resonant signature as every person in these files. She was the next name on the list, unless she knew it. Day closed the files. His hands were steady, but something cold had settled in his chest. The realization that he was not chasing an anomaly, he had stumbled into a purge. He looked at the flag request on his primary terminal. 24 to 48 hours. That was not a processing delay. That was a window. Someone had to decide whether to let him through or shut him down, and whoever made that decision would know exactly what he was looking for. Day reached for his personal phone, the one not registered to the association network. He typed a single message. "I need to see you. Same place. Tomorrow night." He sent it to a number he had never used before. Then he deleted the thread. The monitors glowed. The cold coffee sat untouched. And somewhere in the dark of the administrative tower, a door that Day had never known existed had just cracked open. Chapter 23. The rain started an hour ago. A steady Port Hather drizzle that turned the windshield into a blur of orange streetlight and moving shadows. Wrenn sat in the passenger seat of the Emberwake response vehicle, her rebreather scarf pulled down for once, the fabric bunched around her neck like a loose collar. The heater rattled, the windshield wipers clicked a tired rhythm, and Corwin Okocha sat in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the wheel, the other holding a tablet that glowed faintly in the dark. They had been here for 3 hours. A stakeout, he had called it, low risk, observation only. A warehouse at the edge of the industrial district where a shipment of uncertified cores had been logged inbound 3 days ago, then vanished from every manifest. Corwin wanted to see who came to collect them. Wrenn wanted to feel useful. The silence between them had stopped being awkward somewhere around the second hour. Now it felt like shared atmosphere, a space neither of them needed to fill. "The gray van," Corwin said, not looking up from the tablet. Third pass in 40 minutes. Wrenn followed his gaze through the rain-smeared window. A delivery van, nondescript, rolled past the warehouse entrance and kept going. No brake lights, no turn signal, just a slow circuit that told her everything. "Scouting," she said, "or waiting for someone to leave so they can sweep the building." Corwin set the tablet down and reached into the back seat. He pulled out a metal thermos and a paper bag. "Eat something." Wrenn looked at him. He set the bag on the center console without waiting for her to take it. "You've been running on coffee and adrenaline for 3 days. The hunter body will compensate for another hour. Then it stops compensating." She opened the bag. A sandwich, still warm, simple, constructed with the efficiency of someone who had packed field rations for years. "Did you make this?" "I bought it from a cart 3 blocks from the depot." He toasted the thermos open and poured a second cup of coffee into the lid. "But I specified the bread and the protein ratio." Wrenn took a bite. The bread was dense, the filling some kind of roasted vegetable and cured meat that tasted like nothing and everything, because she had not realized how hungry she was until the first swallow hit her stomach. She ate in silence. Corwin drank his coffee. The rain kept falling. The gray van did not come back. 20 minutes later, a different vehicle pulled up to the warehouse, a battered sedan with a driver who killed the lights before stopping. A figure got out, entered the side door with a key, and emerged 4 minutes later carrying a duffel bag. Corwin photographed the entire sequence through a lens mounted on the dashboard. No flash, no sound. "That's our lead," he said, starting the engine. "Warehouse is a distribution node. The duffel goes to a secondary buyer who routes it to a guild supply chain that doesn't exist on paper." "And the van?" "Probably Association Logistics running parallel surveillance." He pulled away from the curb without switching the headlights on, letting the vehicle coast until they were around the corner. "They're watching the same shipment. They just don't know I'm still watching them." Wrenn finished the sandwich and folded the paper bag flat. "You've been doing this a long time. Long enough to know that most cases die in the paperwork phase." He turned onto the main road, merging into sparse traffic. "The ones worth solving require being where the paper doesn't go." She watched the streetlight slide across his face, the calm set of his jaw, the way his eyes moved, scanning every intersection, every parked car, every pedestrian who walked too slowly. He was always watching. She had been doing the same thing for 4 years, but she had been watching to hide. He watched to find. "You didn't have to bring me tonight," she said. Corwin was quiet for a moment. Then, "You needed to see how the system actually looks when the cameras are off. The investigation you're part of is not going to be solved by a terminal search or a public article. It happens in cold vehicles in dark warehouses, following leads that don't have names attached." "Is that why you're showing me?" He glanced at her. "I'm showing you because if something happens to me, someone needs to know where the threads lead." The words landed like a weight in her chest. "You expect something to happen. I expect nothing." He turned left, taking a route that looped back toward the East Depot. "But I prepare for everything." They drove the rest of the way in silence. The rain softened, the windshield cleared, and Wrenn found herself noticing the small things. The way he held the steering wheel with an open palm instead of gripping it, the worn leather of his driver's seat, the scar on his knuckle from a fight he had never mentioned. She was learning him. That was dangerous. The East Depot came into view through the drizzle, a squat concrete building with floodlights and a chain-link fence. Corwin pulled into the employee lot and killed the engine. "I'll walk," she said, reaching for the door handle. "Wrenn." She stopped. His voice was quiet, stripped of the field calm he carried during operations. "Be careful around your crew. The inquiry sweep is expanding. They're not just looking at you anymore. They're looking at anyone whose records cross yours." Mina's face flashed through her mind. Petra's, the young survivor from Site 12. "Thank you," she said. It was not enough. She did not know how to say more. She got out of the vehicle, pulled her scarf up, and walked toward the depot entrance. The rain had stopped by the time she reached Mina's yard. A thin layer of water still glistened on the asphalt, reflecting the amber glow of the security lights. The sweeper fleet sat idle, flatbeds and cargo trucks lined in neat rows, waiting for morning. Wrenn stopped at the gate. A sedan was parked across the street, dark, engine off, no driver visible. She waited, counted. The sedan did not move. Wrenn turned and walked into the yard, keeping her pace steady, her breathing even. She did not look back, but she felt it. The tail. Not close enough to intercept, not obvious enough to challenge, just present, watching, logging her movements. She reached the yard office and slipped inside. The fluorescent lights hummed. A stack of route sheets sat on the desk, a coffee mug with cold dregs. Wrenn stood in the empty office and stared at the wall. Corwin's word echoed. They're looking at anyone whose records cross yours. Mina's yard, Mina's office, Mina's crew. The sedan sat across the street, and Wrenn could not tell if it was watching her or already watching Mina. She pulled out her phone and typed a message to Corwin. Inquiry tail, East Lot. How long have they been on me? The reply came in 20 seconds. Since before the stakeout. They followed us from my vehicle to the yard. Wrenn set the phone down. She had been seen with a Corwin, seen leaving the Emberwake vehicle, seen walking into Mina's yard, and the inquiry had recorded every step. The door to the yard office opened behind her. Wrenn turned, pulse already climbing. Mina Durest stood in the doorway, gray streaked hair loose, coveralls stained, a tablet tucked under her arm. She looked at Wrenn, then at the phone on the desk, then back at Wren's face. Something wrong? Mina asked. Wrenn opened her mouth and could not decide how much truth would save her, and how much would bury Mina, too. Chapter 24. The sunrise came gray and cold. The sedan was still there. Wrenn had not slept. She had sat in Mina's office chair with her back to the wall and watched the dark shape through the blinds until the streetlights clicked off and the sky began to lighten. The driver never exited. The engine never started. Just presence, patient and unblinking. She tested Corwin at 6:13 a.m. Still here. His reply came 3 minutes later. They want you to know. That was the point. The tale was not about gathering intel. It was about pressure, about making her feel the weight of observation until she broke routine, made a mistake, or ran. Wrenn pocketed the phone and stood. Mina had left an hour ago, after a silence that Wrenn had filled with nothing. Mina had left at her, waited, then said, "When you're ready to tell me what's coming, I'll be here." She had walked out before Wrenn could answer. The yard woke slowly. Sweepers arrived in 2s and 3s, pulling coveralls from lockers, checking route sheets, filling thermoses with bitter coffee. Wrenn watched them through the office window. Normal morning routines. Unaware that a dark sedan had been cataloging their presence since before dawn. At 6:45, a second vehicle joined the sedan. White, marked, Hunter Association insignia on the door. The inquiry had stopped pretending. Wrenn pulled her scarf up and walked out of the office. The yard went quiet as she crossed to the dispatch desk. Heads turned. Conversations dropped. The sweepers had seen the sedan too, had connected the dots between the marked car and the woman who had come back from the gate break with stories no one believed. She grabbed her route sheet without looking at it. Wrenn closed it. The sound of the latch clicking into place was louder than it should have been. Sit. She sat in the chair opposite to him. The liaison remained standing. The clerk typed something without looking up. Tomas slid a photograph across the table. It showed the Site 12 gate, dead, collapsed. The aperture was a black scar in the concrete, still smoking. Hunters in protective gear stood around it, their faces blurred. "Recognize this?" "Site 12, Wrenn said. "The boss event." Tomas nodded. He slid a second photograph across the table. This one showed the pocket map. Red lines marked the collapse zones. Blue dots marked hunter positions. Yellow dots marked civilian survivors. "Your route logs place you at the south barrier at the time of the boss emergence," Tomas said. "Bodycam footage from a deceased Emberwake hunter shows someone matching your build and movements at the east corridor at the same moment." He let the words settle. "Those locations are 230 meters apart, separated by a collapsed section, a secondary tear breach, and an active creature spawn wave." Wrenn said nothing. "The math does not work for an E rank, Wrenn. It barely works for a C rank. and yet the survivor testimony places you at both locations within a 4-minute window. The liaison shifted his weight. The clerk's typing paused. Tomas looked at her. His expression had not changed. He was not hostile. He was not accusing. He was stating facts, laying them out like evidence on a table, waiting to see what she would build from them. I reclassified you after the qualification trial, he said. I stood in that ring and watched you pass 4 benchmarks at measured, controlled growth levels. I told myself the evidence from Port Hather was an outlier, that you had been suppressed by poor training, that the reclassification would explain the discrepancies. He tapped the folder. Site 12 says otherwise. Wrenn kept her breathing steady. She kept her hands still on the table. She thought about the worksup, about the 3-moon sky flickering at the edge of her vision, about Caravash's voice whispering, "Home," in a language she almost understood. "Tell me how you did it," Tomas said. The question hung in the air, simple and devastating. Wrenn looked at him, and for the first time in 4 years, she considered telling the truth. But the liaison was watching. The clerk was recording. The sedan was still parked outside Mina's yard. "I was lucky," Wrenn said. Tomas did not blink. "Lucky," he repeated. "The East Corridor footage shows a body in Emberwake gear. I took their vest. The creatures targeted the vest's mana signature." She kept her voice flat, professional. "I moved through the spawn wave because they weren't tracking me. They were tracking the gear." Tomas stared at her. The lie was thin. It had holes a child could see through. But it was the only explanation that fit the official record, the only story that did not require her to admit what she really was. "You expect me to believe that?" "I expect you to check the footage," Wrenn said. The Emberwake hunter's mana signature was still active when I picked up the vest. The creatures clustered on the signature. I moved through the gaps. The liaison made a note. The clerk kept typing. Tomas leaned back in his chair. His eyes never left her face. "Lieutenant Mbeki's report mentions you were not wearing a vest when she extracted you. Corwin Okocha pulled me out before I could recover the vest. It was pinned under a collapsed section. And you didn't mention this in your post-operation briefing." "I didn't think it mattered. The vest was destroyed. The footage was already logged." Tomas picked up his tablet, scrolled, read something. Then he set it down. "The vest theory is consistent with the creature behavior patterns at Site 12, he said, "but it does not explain how you reached the East Corridor before the spawn wake consolidated. The timing gap is too tight even with a distraction." Wrenn said nothing. "I am going to ask you one more time." Tomas was calm, almost gentle. "And I want you to understand that I am not asking to trap you. I am asking because I have been running trials for 12 years, and I have learned that the difference between a suppressed talent and a hidden anomaly is usually the moment someone stops lying." The liaison stiffened. Tomas ignored him. "How did you do it?" Wrenn met his eyes. Silence stretched. The clock on the wall ticked. The clerk's fingers hovered over the keyboard, waiting for her words. And in that silence, Wrenn felt it. The hunger. Not the structural pull she had felt since absorbing Caravash. This was older, deeper. The hunger for truth, for the relief of not carrying the lie anymore. She wanted to tell him. She wanted to say, "I am an absorption awakener. I do not believe in coincidences that stretch across 3 separate gate breaks." He stood. "I am scheduling a second evaluation under inquiry observation for tomorrow afternoon. You will undergo a full core calibration and a controlled stress test. If your output matches your statement, the matter closes. If it does not..." He did not finish the sentence. He did not need to. Wrenn rose. Her legs felt hollow. "This is not a suspension," Tomas said. "It is a verification. If you are what your registry says you are, this will prove it, and the inquiry will stop circling." "And if I'm not?" Tomas looked at her. "Then we will find out what you really are." He nodded to the liaison, who opened the door. Wrenn walked out. The hallway was empty. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. She made it to the stairwell before her hands started shaking. She pulled out her phone. "Second eval. Tomorrow. Core calibration under inquiry watch." She sent it to Corwin. Then she stood in the stairwell, leaning against the cold concrete wall, feeling Caravash's presence pulse at the edge of her awareness. The three-moon sky flickered at the corner of her vision, and Wrenn realized she had no idea what a core calibration would reveal about the entity living inside her. Chapter 25. The stairwell smelled like concrete dust and old sweat. Wrenn stayed pressed against the wall, phone still in her hand, the screen dark. Corwin had not replied yet. That meant he was thinking, or he was already moving, or he was calculating how much longer they both had before the net closed. She pushed off the wall. The hunger pulsed once, steady, waiting. She walked down the stairs instead of taking the elevator, counting each landing by the number on the door. Basement level. Maintenance access. The corridor that led to the old carcass loading bay where nobody went after hours unless they were hiding something. The bay door was rusted halfway up. She ducked under it. The space was cavernous and dim, lit only by a single emergency strip above the far wall. Concrete floor stained with years of biological residue. Empty racks where carcasses used to hang before the guilds moved processing to automated facilities. She had come here to think. The hunger had other plans. It sharpened the moment she stepped into the silence. Not the physical pull she had felt after absorbing Karavash. Something else. A directional pressure, like a current pulling at her core from a specific point in the room. Wrenn turned. The far wall. She walked toward it, and the pressure grew denser with each step. Her heartbeat slowed. Her senses opened. She heard water dripping in a drain 3 floors up. She heard the click of a distant door latch. She heard her own blood moving through her neck. The wall was blank concrete, gray, featureless. But the hunger knew something she did not. She pressed her palm against it, and the fragment came. Not a vision, not the three-moon sky, a sensation pure and immediate of being hunted. Not as prey, as something the hunter had chased before and failed to catch. The recognition was mutual, ancient, personal. Wrenn knocked her hand back. The hunger settled. She stood in the dark, breathing hard, and understood that Karavash's presence was not just a passenger. It was a map. And parts of the map only activated when she got close to something the entity remembered. She pulled out her phone and typed a single message to Corwin. "Do you have access to my parents' case file?" She sent it before she could talk herself out of it. Then she sat on the stained concrete floor, back against the wall, and waited. Corwin's reply came 9 minutes later. Not the full file. Sealed under inquiry directive 3 years ago. "I have fragments," she typed back. "Can you send the fragments?" 30 seconds. I can show them to you. Not send. Digital trail. Where? Voss Lane. 20 minutes. She stood. The hunger shifted, almost approving. The workshop lights were off when she arrived. Corwin was already inside, seated at the calibration bench with a tablet in front of him and a thin folder beside it. No jacket. Sleeves rolled. He looked like he had not slept either. He did not greet her. He just turned the tablet so she could see the screen. The image was a scan of a handwritten page, her mother's handwriting. She recognized the slant of the letters, the way she pressed hard on the downstrokes of capital letters. Gate anomaly classification protocols fail to account for entity-side intentionality. Our working model assumes gates manifest as random spatial fractures generated by mana saturation thresholds. This assumption is unsupported by cross-reference data from 17 Class 3, plus breaches where survivor testimony and anchor residue patterns suggest directed selection of target locations. Wrenn read it twice. Entity-side intentionality. The monsters choosing where to break through. Her mother had been asking that question before she disappeared. "There is more," Corwin said quietly. He slid the folder across the bench. She opened it. Photocopies. 3 pages. Her father's writing this time, tighter, more technical, annotated in margins she recognized from childhood mornings spent watching him work at the kitchen table. Class 5 Gate, Harbor Depot, October. Anchor analysis confirms repeated name-phrase resonance with subject's absorption core signature. Conclusion. Gate was called to location by the presence of an absorption-awakened operator on site. This is not random. The gates are responding to specific mana profiles. Wrenn's hands went still on the paper. The Harbor Depot. Corwin had told her about that gate. Class 3 assessed, Class 5 actual. 12 hunters dead. the same falsified assessment signature as Port Hather Central. Her father had analyzed the anchor residue and concluded the gate was called there by someone with her ability. Your parents were tracking the same anomaly pattern I am, Corwin said. They just got there 3 years earlier. She looked up. How did you get this? Denise Osei found them in a sealed transfer that should have been erased. She copied them before the Purge. Purge. Corwin held her gaze. Someone went through your parents' files after they disappeared. Everything that referenced absorption class anomalies, gate intentionality, or irregular anchor signatures was removed from the central archive. These survived because they were misfiled in a different section. Wrenn looked back at the pages. Her father's note about name phrase resonance, her mother's question about whether the monsters chose where to attack, and the realization that had been building since Port Hather, since Site 12, since the moment she absorbed Caravash and saw a three-moon sky that felt more like a destination than a memory. What if the gates are not random, she said. Corwin did not answer. What if something on the other side has been selecting targets deliberately, and the absorption classes are not anomalies, but the thing they are looking for? The silence stretched. The calibration tomorrow, Corwin said slowly. It will show Caravash. There is no way to suppress a boss core under full-spectrum resonance scanning. They will see her signature inside yours. I know. Arion Kessler will know within hours. I know. Wrenn closed the folder. Then I need to know what I am before they decide what to do with me. She stood. The hunger pulsed, steady and waiting. So let's find out. Chapter 26. The directive came at 6:30. Wrenn was still in the workshop, her mother's handwritten pages spread across the bench, when Corwin's phone lit up with a priority dispatch. He read it standing, his expression shifting through recognition, calculation, and something colder. Compliance sweep, he said. Southgate Industrial. Class 3 assessment. Active breach. Inquiry is running a live calibration operation on the containment response. Wrenn looked up from the page. Live calibration? They are embedding observers inside the active zone to verify that low-rank response protocols match registered capability. Every sweeper, every depot runner, every E-rank on rotation within a 2-kilometer radius is ordered in as visible support. The words settled like cold water. Us. Including us. Corwin set the phone down. They announced it 30 minutes ago. The depot is already mobilizing. Wrenn thought about the dark sedan, the marked car at dawn. Thomas Irart's careful, patient questions. This is not a calibration. No, Corwin said. It is a trap. Southgate Industrial had been a processing plant before the gates. Now it was a cordoned district of rusted conveyor towers and empty bays where the association ran training exercises and low-risk containment drills. The gate had manifested at the base of a concrete loading pit, a shimmer of pressurized air that stretched and contracted in slow rhythm. Wrenn stood at the perimeter barrier with 40 other low-rank personnel, watching the ranked teams gear up. The inquiry presence was impossible to miss. 3 dark vans with sealed antenna arrays, a mobile command unit with a data link mast. Thomas Irate stood near the command unit, tablet in hand, speaking with a woman in an investigator's coat. Corwin appeared beside her, his voice low. Civilians. Wrenn turned. The dispatch order says the site was cleared before deployment, but I pulled the original alarm log. The alarm went out 47 minutes before the dispatch order. There was a skeleton maintenance crew working the night shift. They should have been evacuated. Should have been? Someone delayed the evacuation order. Wrenn looked at the gate. The shimmer was accelerating, the edges beginning to fray. How many? 7, maybe 8. Trapped in the east maintenance bunker if they followed standard shelter protocol. The perimeter alarm changed pitch. A low, rising tone that meant the gate was expanding beyond its initial aperture. Compliance sweep, Wrenn said bitterly. Corwin's jaw tightened. They did not just bait us. They baited everyone. The first wave of ranked hunters moved in at 715. Wrenn watched them advance from the staging area, a formation of B and C rank fighters from the local guild rotation. The barrier specialists deploying portable stabilizers, their vanguards pushing toward the aperture. The inquiry observers followed at a calculated distance, cameras mounted on drone platforms, recording every movement for compliance verification. It looked like a standard containment operation. It was not. At 723, the gate's mana saturation spiked. It happened without warning. One moment the aperture was stable, a measured Class 3 bleed with predictable output. The next, the shimmer tore open at twice its original diameter, and the first wave of creatures came through in a compressed surge that no standard barrier could absorb. The vanguard collapsed in the first 3 seconds. Wrenn saw a B-rank fighter catch a blade across the chest and go down before their barrier finished forming. A C-ramp beside them tried to retreat and took a limb off a creature that moved like water, fast and directionless. Then the screaming started. "Uncontrolled surge!" someone shouted from the command unit. "Gate is reclassifying to Class 4. All personnel, fall back to secondary perimeter. Repeat, fall back." But the ranked team was already inside. The fallback order meant abandoning them. Wrenn looked at Corwin. His face was unreadable, but his hand was already on his sword. "East maintenance bunker," he said. "If the civilians followed protocol, they are locked in with a blast door and no direct line to the gate chamber. If the gate keeps expanding, the bunker becomes a sealed tomb. You do not have to come." "Yes, I do." He was already moving. The gate chamber had transformed by the time they reached the aperture. What had been a concrete loading pit was now a fused cavity of bone-bound membrane and pulsing orange light. The walls breathed. The floor beneath Wrenn's boots had the texture of organic tissue, slick and warm and alive. She felt it before she saw it. The hunger inside her core recognized this place. The same pull she had felt at Site 12. The same directional pressure. The sense that something inside the gate knew she was here. Corwin cut down a creature that lunged from the membrane wall, his blade moving in a clean arc that separated it at the joint. He did not slow. "East bunker is 50 meters past the secondary collapse point. You know this layout. I memorized the original plant schematic before we crossed the perimeter." The membrane walls pulsed behind them, sealing the way they had come. Wrenn pushed forward. The hunger was riding now, sharpening her senses until she could hear the drip of fluid 3 meters below the floor, the scrape of something moving through the ceiling cavity, the muffled sound of a human voice shouting through a sealed door ahead. "There," Corwin said. The bunker door was intact. A heavy steel blast barrier, still sealed, the emergency light above it blinking red. Something was hammering on the inside. Wrenn reached for the manual release. Behind her, the membrane ceiling split open. She did not see what dropped through. She only felt the impact, the shockwave that threw her sideways, the sound of Corwin calling her name through a wall of ringing pressure. When she looked up, the bunker door was gone. So was the wall behind it. And the civilians inside were staring at her through a haze of dust and fractured light, their faces pale, their hands raised against something they could not name. The gate had opened directly behind them. The gate chamber was no longer a containment space. It was a funnel, and everything inside it was being drawn toward the breach at the far end, where the membrane was tearing open in a widening spiral that pulled air, sound, and flesh toward a three-moon sky that only Wrenn could see. Chapter 27. The creature that dropped from the membrane ceiling landed in a crouch that cracked the bone-white floor. Wrenn did not stop to identify it. She rolled sideways, felt the air displace where her ribs had been a heartbeat before, and came up with her hand already reaching for the emergency core at her belt. The thing was humanoid. That was the worst part. Taller than any man she had ever seen, limbs too long, joints bending in directions that made her vision stutter. Its face was smooth, no mouth, no nose, only a vertical slit where eyes should have been, leaking pale orange light. It tilted its head at her, recognizing her. Behind it, the gate membrane tore wider, and the three-moon sky bled through like a wound opening. The civilians were screaming. Wrenn heard them through the pressure in her ears, the sound of bodies pressing against the remains of the bunker wall, footsteps scrambling over debris, someone shouting for help in a voice that cracked with panic. She looked at Corwin. He was already moving, blade drawn, positioning himself between the creature and the civilians. His jaw was set. His eyes met hers for half a second, and she saw what he did not say aloud. "Do what you have to do," I will handle the consequences. The creature lunged. Wrenn let it come. She felt the hunger surge inside her chest as she stepped into the charge, her body moving faster than it should, the absorption core in her chest flaring hot as she pulled power from the emergency core in her palm. The orange light flooded her muscles, sharpened her vision until she could track the creature's joints, its center of mass, the way it shifted weight half a second before each strike. She caught its first blow on her forearm. The impact drove her back 3 meters, her boots carving trenches through the membrane floor. Pain flayed her arm, bone deep and blinding, but she held. The creature tried to pull back. She did not let it. She drove forward, her free hand closing around its wrist, and she pulled. The absorption core inside her opened wide, and she felt the creature's energy feeding into her, the same raw mana she had tasted at Site 12, the same alien signature, cold and endless. The creature screamed. It was not a sound from its moth. It was a vibration through the membrane, a shudder that rippled through the floor and walls, making the gate chamber pulse like a heartbeat. Around her, the cameras mounted on drone platforms recorded everything. Wrenn saw them in her peripheral vision. The small black spheres hovering at the edge of the breach, their lenses fixed on her, transmitting every move she made to the Inquiry Command Unit outside. She was already exposed, so she stopped holding back. She absorbed. The emergency coil in her hand collapsed into dust, and she fed that power directly into her muscles, her reflexes, her bones. The fatigue she had been carrying for days burned away in a surge of orange light. She felt her body respond, felt the hunger sharpen into focus, felt the voice inside her core stir with something like approval. The creature swung again. She ducked under the blow and drove her fist into its chest. The impact shattered the membrane beneath her feet and sent the creature crashing through the far wall. It landed in a tangle of limbs, already trying to rise, and Wrenn was on it before it could find its footing. She hit it twice more. Each strike landed with force no E rank should have been able to produce. The creature's chest caved inward. Pale fluid looped from the split in its face. Behind her, Corwin was shouting, "Wrenn, the bunker, move!" She looked up. The gate membrane was tearing wider. The 3-moon sky was not a vision anymore. It was there, bleeding through the breach in a cascade of purple-black light, and she could feel something on the other side, something vast and patient, watching her through the opening. The civilians were still trapped. Wrenn turned from the creature and ran toward the bunker. Corwin had already cleared a path, his blade slick with fluid from 2 smaller creatures that had tried to flank them. He was standing at the edge of the collapsed wall, reaching for the first civilian, a young woman with blood running down her face from a cut on her scalp. "Go," he said. "Fast. The gate is still growing." Wrenn grabbed the woman's arm and pulled her through the gap. Then the next civilian, a man in coveralls, his hands shaking. Then a third, a teenager who could not stop staring at the 3-moon sky. "How many?" Wrenn asked. "8," Corwin said. 7 alive. 1 did not make it." The 7th civilian was a man in his 50s, his leg pinned to a slab of collapsed concrete. His face was pale, his breathing shallow. Wrenn looked at the slab, then at the gate, then at the camera drones still hovering at the edge of the chamber. She made her choice. She dropped into a crouch, hooked her fingers under the edge of the slab and pulled. The concrete groaned. The membrane beneath her feet cracked. She felt the muscles in her back and shoulders scream in protest, felt the hunger in her core surge to meet the demand, felt the power feeding through her like a river breaking its dam. The slab lifted. The man crawled free. And every camera in the chamber recorded it. Wrenn straightened, breathing hard, her hands bleeding from the jagged edges of the concrete. She looked at the drones, at the lenses that had captured her lifting a weight no E rank could have lifted, moving faster than any registered F rank should have been able to move, absorbing a creature's energy in front of a live transmission. The lie was over. "Corwin." "I know." He was already reaching for his radio. His face was calm, but she saw the calculation behind his eyes, the same grim mathematics she was doing. How many seconds before the footage reached command? How many minutes before someone with authority made a decision? How much time they had before the trap closed completely? The gate membrane tore open again. This time, the thing that came through was not hunting the civilians. It was hunting her. Wrenn saw the shape of it, tall and blue-white, identical to every creature that had emerged before, but she felt the difference in its attention. It moved toward her with direct purpose, its empty eye slit fixed on her face, its blade arms extended like an invitation. Behind it, the three-moon sky flickered, and the voice inside Wrenn's core whispered a name she had heard before. Caravash. Not the one she had absorbed, a different one. A presence that shared the same signature, the same hunger, the same recognition. The chamber had been baited, and the bait had been her. Chapter 28. The gate membrane shuddered behind them as they ran. Corwin had the radio pressed to his ear, his free hand gripping Wrenn's arm, dragging her through the collapsed bunker corridor while the second entity's footsteps echoed off the bone-white walls. It did not hurry. It did not need to. The chamber was sealed. The civilians were gone. The only thing left in the kill box was them. Command, Okocha, Extraction Point Delta, East Maintenance Access. We have 7 survivors, 1 deceased, and a breach entity still active in the chamber. The radio crackled. Static. Then a flat voice. Fallvalg order stands. All non-combat personnel are to withdraw to the outer cordon. Repeat. Withdraw. I have civilians. Civilians are extracted. Your position is no longer authorized. Withdraw. Corwin's jaw tightened. He looked at Wrenn, and she saw the same understanding pass between them that they had shared in the stairwell, on the ridge, in every moment where the system had made its priorities clear. The entity was still coming. The footage was already live, and Command wanted them out of the chamber so the gate could close without witnesses. How many drones? Wrenn asked. 4, maybe 5. They pulled 2 back when the membrane collapsed. Can we jam them? Not with what we're carrying. They reached the maintenance door. Corwin slammed his palm against the emergency release. The lock clicked. The door swung open onto a concrete stairwell, blessedly ordinary, blessedly human, with fluorescent lights and peeling paint and the smell of damp concrete instead of orange light. They ran up. The stairwell shook as something heavy struck the door below them. Once. Twice. Then, silence. Wrenn did not look back. The extraction point was chaos. Emberwake medics were already loading the civilians in field ambulances, their faces blank with the practiced neutrality of people who had seen too much to react anymore. Inquiry observers stood in a cluster near the command trailer, tablets out, wiles low. Someone was shouting about sensor logs. Someone else was arguing about the footage. No one looked at Wrenn. That was worse than being stared at. Corwin steered her past the command cluster toward a waiting transport, his hands steady on her elbow, his pace unhurried. She followed because she could not think of anything else to do. Her hands were still bleeding. The emergency corps' dust was still crusted on her palm. A young Emberwake runner appeared at Corwin's side, tablet extended, face pale. Sir, the footage. It's already on 3 feeds. Someone in the command unit bypassed the suppression protocol and leaked the full clip to the network relay. Corwin took the tablet. Wrenn watched his face as he scrolled. The calm did not quack, but something behind his eyes shifted. A recalibration she recognized from every time he had recalculated odds in front of her. How far has it spread? 2 city news desks picked up in the last 4 minutes. The association comms team is trying to flag it as unauthorized, but it's already in the public queue. By the time they get a suppression order through, it will have been copied 6 different ways. Wrenn stared at the tablet. The footage was grainy, shot from a drone's perspective at the edge of the chamber, but the image was unmistakable. A figure in a sweeper's coveralls lifting a concrete slab that weighed more than a car. A figure in a sweeper's coveralls moving faster than any E-rank had the right to move. A figure in a sweeper's coveralls absorbing a Caravash entity's energy through her bare hands. Her. The comments under the clip were already piling up. Some called it a hoax, some called it a fraud, some called it proof that the rank system was a lie. And a few, buried deeper, called it as what it was. Who is she? In a high-security viewing room on the 47th floor of the Association's Central Tower, 300 kilometers from Port Hathor, the footage played on a wall-sized display. The room was dark. The only light came from the screen and the small lamp on the desk where a single figure sat with his elbows on the polished surface and his hands folded beneath his chin. Arion Kessler watched the clip without moving. He watched the sweeper lift the slab, watched her move through the chamber at speeds that made the drone's tracking software stutter, watched her absorb the Karavash entity's energy through her palm. When the clip ended, he sat in silence for a long moment. Then he reached for his tablet and pulled up a file that had been sealed for 3 years. A file that had no official existence in any association database. A file he had personally ordered purged after the last loose thread had been cut. He did not need to open it. He knew what it contained. The name, the biometrics, the mugshot taken before the disappearance order was authorized. A face that shared the same bone structure, the same jawline, the same dark eyes he had just watched on the screen. Or perhaps Wrenn was a friend of the family's daughter. Perhaps she was a protege who had been hidden more carefully than the others. Perhaps she was something else entirely, a copy, a successor, a weapon trained in secret. It did not matter. What mattered was that the class had surfaced again. He set the tablet down and pressed a button on the desk's console. Wake the oversight team. I want a full analytic profile on the Port Hather sweeper by sunrise. Cross-reference every incident in the last 6 months. I want to know where she sleeps, where she trains, who she talks to, and how long she has been falsifying her registry. The voice on the other end hesitated. Sir, the footage is already public. A suppression order at this stage will fail. I am aware. He rose from the desk and walked to the window. The city spread below him, dense with light and life, and people who believed the association was protecting them from monsters. They were not wrong. He had been protecting them for a decade. He had buried threats before they became catastrophes, arrest anomalies before they could destabilize the fragile balance that kept civilization functioning. He had done it without hesitation, without remorse, without letting the weight of the bodies slow his hand. But this woman was not a body yet. She was something far more dangerous. He watched the lights of the city, and the reflection of the paused footage flickered in the glass. A woman in a sweeper's coverall standing alone against a 3-moon sky. Address the footage, he said. Publicly. Acknowledge the anomaly. Express concern. Announce a full investigation. Give them a version of events they can trust. And the sweeper? He turned from the window. Civic Cathedral Team. Level 6 authorization. I want her in containment before the morning shift cycle. No engagement protocol if possible. But if she resists, the directive is to neutralize rather than risk escape. The voice on the other end went quiet. Understood. The call ended. Arion Kessler stood alone in the dark room, watching the frozen image of the woman who had just become the most dangerous variable in a system he had spent a decade controlling. He had seen absorption class awakeners before. He had watched them grow, watched them spiral, watched them become threats that had to be put down. He had killed some with his own hands. He had ordered the disappearance of others, but he had never seen one survive this long in hiding. He had never seen one reach this level of power without his knowledge, and he had never seen one look so much like the woman he had already killed once. The footage played again from the beginning. He watched the sweeper lift the slab. He did not blink. Chapter 29. The broadcast began at 6 o'clock, before most of Port Hather had finished coffee. Corwin's radio crackled in the Emberwake field office where they had holed up, the screen above the dispatcher's desk already switching from dawn traffic cams to a polished studio feed. Wrenn stood in the doorway, still wearing the same coveralls, still carrying the same silence she had not broken since the stairwell. The association seal appeared, then Arion Kessler. He looked exactly like his press images, dark blonde hair, immaculate, pale gray eyes carrying the weight of a decade spent standing between humanity and extinction. He wore no armor, no weapons, just a dark jacket and an open collar, as if he had come straight from a sleepless night of concern for the public good. I want to address the footage circulating this morning, he said. His voice was calm, measured, built for reassurance. What we witnessed at Southgate Industrial was extraordinary. A gate breach of unexpected severity. A rescue operation conducted under extreme duress. and a single individual whose actions have raised questions we intend to answer thoroughly. The camera held his face in a medium shot. Sincere, tired, trustworthy. I have ordered a full investigation into the incident, led personally by the Inquiry Division's Oversight Committee. Every frame of footage will be analyzed. Every witness will be interviewed. If there are answers to be found about what happened in that chamber, we will find them. He paused. Let the silence carry weight. Let me be clear. The Hunter Association does not cover up anomalies. We do not suppress the truth. We exist to protect this city, and protection requires transparency. You will see the results of this investigation. You will know what we know. Wrenn's hands stayed still at her sides. Her jaw did not move. But Caravache stirred. The voice did not speak. It simply flexed, like muscle testing its range, and Wrenn felt the recognition slide through her core like oil through water. She had heard that voice before, not in words, but in the shape of the three-moon sky, the cold stone, the hunger that pulled her toward something ancient that recognized what she carried. "Turn it off," she said. Corwin looked at her. "Wrenn, turn it off. That's not a statement, that's a classification." He reached up and killed the radio. The screen went dark. 300 kilometers away, Dae Jiam sat in a basement archive room with a tablet, a thermos of cold tea, and a sealed directive that should not have existed. He had been following the thread since midnight. The compliance sweep at Southgate. The footage. The retrieval order that went out under Level 6 authorization before the sun rose. The speed of it was wrong. Level 6 meant founder-level clearance. It meant someone had decided what Wrenn Solano was before any analysis had been completed. He had started with the authorization chain. Standard procedure for Level 6 retrieval. The request originated from a designated oversight authority, passed through at least 2 deputy directors for validation, then reached the retrieval team lead. Clean, traceable, accountable. The request for Wrenn Solano had not followed that chain. It had been logged at 4:47. The authorization field carried a single signature, code-locked to a terminal on the 47th floor. No deputy directors, no validation trail, just the seal and the directive. Neutralize rather than risk escape. Dae had read that phrase 4 times. Then he had started digging. The archive room was a relic from the association's early years, a basement-level storage space where physical documents accumulated faster than anyone bothered to digitize them. Most of the records here predated the current classification system. Some of them predated the rank system itself. He had spent the last 3 hours pulling directives from the first 5 years of association operations, cross-referencing language, comparing authorization seals, building a timeline of how the organization had learned to handle threats it could not admit existed. The pattern emerged at 3 o'clock. Every directive that ended with neutralize rather than risk escape. He had thought he was chasing a cover-up. He was looking at a doctrine of extermination. His personal phone vibrated. He looked down. The message was from the contact he had reached out to 2 days ago, the one he had messaged from a phone not registered to the association network, the one he had hoped would not have to respond. It contained 3 words. They know you. Chapter 30. The Emberwake field office hummed with the dying glow of monitors. Fluorescent bars flickered overhead, casting the room in intervals of cold white and deeper shadow. Wrenn sat on the edge of a folding table, hands braced on her knees, watching the dark screen where Arion Kessler had stood moments ago. Corwin had not moved from the wall. His arms were crossed, his jaw set, his eyes fixed on some middle distance between them. The silence stretched long enough to feel structural. Wrenn broke it, because if she did not speak now, she might never find the words again. "I was 14 when it happened." Corwin's gaze shifted to her. He did not prompt. He waited. A Class 2 gate opened in the industrial district where I lived. Standard response. Hunters sealed the perimeter, evacuated the blocks, cleared the interior. The gate collapsed on schedule. No casualties. Textbook. She heard her own voice flatten as she recited the facts. "I was in the basement of our building when my core activated for the first time." She had never said this out loud. Not to Mina, not to anyone. "I didn't know what it was. I felt something tear open inside my chest, and suddenly I could see the gate's residue. Threads of light hanging in the air, mana trails that no one else could perceive. I walked through the cordon before anyone noticed me, went into the sealed chamber while the hunters were still debriefing above ground. Corwin's expression did not change. "There was a core fragment left behind," Wrenn said. "A piece the cleanup crew missed. Palm-sized, still warm. I picked it up because something in my chest told me I could, and I did." She closed her eyes. "I absorbed it. Full integration on first contact. No training, no instruction. My body just knew how." The memory surfaced with physical weight. The burn, the rush, the terror of feeling herself become stronger in a single breath. "My parents found out 3 days later. My mother recognized what I was before I finished explaining. She had been researching irregular gate patterns for years. She knew the stories about people who could grow without limits. She knew the association called them anomalies and handled them through closed channels." Wrenn opened her eyes. "She told me to never let anyone see. She taught me how to suppress my readings, how to fail calibration tests deliberately, how to exhaust my core before evaluations so the meters would show an empty tank instead of an unregistered capacity." Her voice dropped. "She was teaching me how to hide before I understood what I was hiding from." Corwin spoke for the first time. "When did they disappear?" 3 years ago." The words came out clean. She had practiced them in her head 1,000 times. "I came home from a shift, and the apartment was empty. No signs of struggle, no forced entry. Their personal effects were gone. Their research files had been wiped from every device. The association told me they had been transferred to a closed operation in another territory. No location, no contact protocol, no timeline for return." She paused. "I never received a single message from either of them after that day. Not a coded one, not a hint. They just stopped existing." The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. A truck rumbled past on the street outside. "I spent the next year tearing apart every lie they left behind," Wrenn said. "I found the gaps in the official story. I found the sealed file request that had been logged 3 days before they disappeared. I found the inquiry directive that authorized their transfer without next-of-kin notification." She looked at Corwin directly. It was signed from the same floor as Protocol Hesperus. Corwin's arms uncrossed. He did not step toward her, but his posture shifted. Some barrier in him had lowered. "You knew," he said. Not an accusation, a statement seeking confirmation. "I knew enough to be certain. I knew enough to understand that the association kills people like me. Not arrests them, not reassigns them, kills them, then rewrites the record so no one ever asks where they went." She held his gaze. "I built my entire life around never being interesting enough to warrant a file. I falsified my registry every cycle. I failed every promotion screen by design. I let hunters treat me like furniture because furniture does not get investigated." Her hands were steady. Her voice was steady. Everything inside her felt like it was balanced on a blade edge. "The day you saw me in that transit tunnel was the first time I broke that rule in 6 years. And I broke it because I watched a mother pull her daughter under a collapsed barrier and realized that staying invisible meant watching people die." Corwin was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "The gate at Port Hather Central was not a random destabilization." "No. Your core attracted it. My parents' research suggested that absorption-class operators emit a resonant signature that gates lock onto. I did not believe it until Site 12, until the secondary tier opened exactly where I was standing, and Karavash came through looking for me." She let the weight of that admission settle. "Every gate that has spiraled in my presence has spiraled because of me. Port Hather, Site 12, Southgate. The entity behind those breaches is not attacking the city. It is hunting me." Corwin absorbed that. She watched him recalculate every decision he had made since the transit tunnel, every risk he had taken, every hour he had spent covering for someone he had not fully understood. He did not look away. "You should have told me this before we pushed into Southgate. I know. Before I put you in that chamber with civilians and cameras. I know." He took a breath, let it out. Then he crossed the room and sat on the table beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "You were 14, he said quietly. "You woke up with a power you did not ask for, learned the institution that is supposed to protect people would kill you for having it, and spent 11 years building a prison of silence to survive. And you still went into that transit tunnel to save strangers." Wrenn did not trust herself to speak. "I am not leaving," Corwin said. "I am not reporting you. I am not going to pretend I understand the full scope of what is happening, but I know what I have seen. And I know that the people issuing level 6 retrieval orders before sunrise are not the ones I want to be standing with when this breaks open." He turned to face her. "You should have told me, but I understand why you did not, and I am still here." The words hit her harder than any blow she had taken in a gate. She felt the structure she had built around herself crack along a fault line she had not known existed. Before she could answer, a sharp buzz cut through the room. Corwin's phone vibrated against the metal table. He picked it up. His face changed. "What?" Wrenn said. He turned the screen toward her. The message was from an unknown number. No preamble, no signature, just a single line of text. "Level 6 team entered the building at 6:14. They are on the stairwell." Chapter 31. The message sat on the screen for 3 seconds before Corwin grabbed his jacket and crossed to the door. Wrenn was already on her feet. The hunger pulsed once, sharp and directional, pointing toward the stairwell where boots were climbing. Wrenn was already on her feet. The hunger pulsed once, sharp and directional, pointing toward the stairwell where boots were climbing. Wrenn leaned against a brick wall, breathing hard. Not from exertion, from the pressure of being hunted and the strange relief of having stopped running alone. "Where now?" she said. Corwin was already on his phone. "I need to check how deep the coverage goes. If they pulled level 6, they are not waiting for a clean window. They are going to hit every place you have ever been." "Mina?" "I know." He typed a message, sent it, waited. The reply came back in under a minute. "Safe, watching. They already came through the yard asking questions." Wrenn read the words over his shoulder. The knot in her chest eased by half a turn. Then a second message arrived from the same thread. "Everyone saw the footage. The crews are talking. Yasmin Elbaz just published a full breakdown. The article hit the feeds at 6:47. Yasmin had built it from the Southgate footage, the survivor testimonies, the timeline anomalies, and the fact that a low-ranked sweeper had done what an entire ranked formation could not. She did not frame it as heroism. She framed it as exposure. Why was a Class 3 assessment falsified? Why was the civilian evacuation delayed? And why is the person who actually saved people being investigated instead of commended? Yasmin named the questions the association did not want asked. She printed the names of the 7 civilians Wrenn had pulled from the bunker. She quoted the pinned man saying, "I do not care who she is. She is the reason I am alive, and the people who told us to wait are the reason Mike is not." Wrenn looked up a work wam, the most of Coman's Burton, his Glord Christers any Bounamies. "The ranks will put a prayer on the passage the East wraps. I would creeing a clicks for a hard things, retenting to were employing you under flosing." Rumen finally to a rant, Hunter's trouble to the Tanmore. "The fitting pab is shelling, slowly forward pro." That was in a Munder diamond. Wrenn saw the work was getting around the Lozy lost Ost worked for the podcast freed out. Spetteriment Shoses wraps, scrubbed blood, and patched gear while the ranked hunters took the credit. The tone had changed. "Anyone seen the Southgate footage? That is Solano, from Mina's crew. She lifted a slab and E-rank should not touch. She is one of us. Mina found them at 8:30. She came through the back door of the workshop without knocking, carrying a duffel bag and a newspaper that had already printed a still from the footage on its front page. Her coveralls were clean, but her hands had the faint tremor of someone running on adrenaline and old exhaustion. "You look like hell," she said to Wrenn. "You look like you walked past a level 6 team to get here." "I walked past 3 of them." Mina dropped the duffel on a workbench. "They shook down the yard, my office, cold storage 7, and the East Depot break room. They wanted to know everywhere you might go, everyone you talked to, every shift you worked in the last 6 months." Corwin stepped forward. What did you tell them? I told them you rotated crews every 3 days, and I did not keep a personal log of where sweepers slept. Mina's mouth flattened. They did not like it, but they did not have a warrant, and I have been doing this long enough to know what a legal threshold looks like. She turned to Wrenn. The crews are talking, not to the inquiry, to each other. They saw what you did. They saw command order a fallback while civilians were still inside. They have been treated like acceptable losses for 10 years, and now they have footage of someone from their own ranks doing what the ranked hunters would not. Wrenn fought the weight of that, the shape of something shifting beneath her feet. I have been passing messages, Mina said. Informal, nothing written down. But if you need to move, I can have a route ready inside an hour. If you need supplies, I have 3 quartermasters who will pull from logged stock. If you need somewhere to sleep, I can find a floor that is not on any association roster. She held Wrenn's gaze. You are not alone in this anymore. Even if you did not ask for it, you have people. Wrenn opened her mouth to answer, but Mina was not finished. She pulled out her phone and scrolled to a message thread. One of my contacts in the depot scheduling office sent me this an hour ago. They are prepping a full compliance deployment to Port Heather Civic Hall. 2 ranked teams, support staff, equipment transport, and a designated casualty collection point. She turned the screen toward them. The deployment order was signed at 5:30 this morning, before the footage even finished spreading, before any investigation could have determined the cause of the Southgate incident. Corwin read the message. His face went still. Civic Hall is a public building, he said. Full capacity during business hours, multiple access points, mixed civilian and municipal traffic. It is also the worst possible location for a compliance operation, Mina said, unless the objective is not compliance. Wrenn stared at the message, a deployment that made no operational sense. Signed hours after Kessler's broadcast, a building full of civilians. The same pattern as Southgate. Before she could speak, her pocket buzzed. She pulled out her phone. An unknown number, no preview text. She opened the message. They are going to do it again. Civic Hall, tomorrow. They are going to let the gate break and write off everyone inside. You are the only one who can stop it. Wrenn looked up. Corwin was watching her face. Mina was already reaching for her bag. The message had no signature, no identifying details, and no way to verify the source. But whoever had sent it knew exactly where she would be, and exactly what they expected her to do. Chapter 32. The workshop air went still. Wrenn's phone glowed in her palm, the anonymous message burning against her skin. You are the only one who can stop it. She read it twice, 3 times. The words didn't change. Corwin stepped closer, reading over her shoulder. His jaw tightened. Mina watched both of them. Who sent that? I don't know. Wrenn turned the phone so they could see. No sender 499. No trace. Whoever it is knows where I am, knows what they think I should do. They also know the deployment order, Corwin said quietly. That means someone inside the scheduling office, or close enough to read the traffic. Mina's face did not change, but her hands stopped moving. That narrows it to maybe 6 people. And if one of them is feeding you intel from inside, they are burning their career to do it. Wrenn stared at the message. The Civic Hall deployment was signed at 5:30, before the footage spread, before Kessler's broadcast, before anyone could claim the Southgate incident justified additional security measures. Someone had known this was coming, had planned it, had set the pieces in motion while Wrenn was still fighting for her life in a baited gate chamber. She looked up. We need more than a message from a stranger. I can verify the deployment order itself, Mina said. I have a contact in the transport pool who logs equipment movement. If they are prepping for Civic Hall, the vehicles will be staged by midnight. Do it, Wrenn said, but quietly. If the inquiry is pulling Killbox authority, they will be watching anyone who asks too many questions. Mina nodded once and stepped outside, phone already pressed to her ear. The door clicked shut. Wrenn stood in the gray light of the workshop, the anonymous message still open on her screen. Corwin had not moved. Someone is feeding you information, he said. From inside, that changes the shape of this. Or it is a trap, Wrenn said. They know exactly where to find me. They know what to say to make me move. That is not an accident. No, it is not. Corwin's voice was flat, weighing odds. But if it is a trap, it is a sophisticated one. The deployment order is real. I can verify the signature chain through back channels within 2 hours. If the order holds up, then whoever sent that message is telling the truth about one thing. Which means they might be telling the truth about all of it. Or they are building credibility to sell me something worse. Wrenn turned the phone over in her hand. The weight of it felt absurd. A few lines of text, and the shape of her next move was already forming, whether she wanted it or not. A sharp knock at the back door. 3 beats. Pause. 2 more. Corwin moved before Wrenn could react, hand dropping to the blade at his hip. He crossed the workshop in 4 strides, pressed himself against the wall beside the doorframe, and waited. The knock came again. Same rhythm. Corwin unlocked the door and pulled it open 6 inches. Lucia and Becky stood in the alley, armored gauntlets gleaming under the overcast sky. She was alone. No backup. No vehicle idling behind her. "I am not here to arrest anyone," she said. "But I need to talk to both of you before the net tightens further." Corwin held the door open. Lucy stepped inside, scanned the workshop in a single, practiced sweep, and let the door close behind her. She looked at Wrenn with an expression that was hard to read, a blend of assessment and something almost like recognition. "You have been busy," Lucia said. "Is that a complaint?" "It is an observation." Lucia pulled off one gauntlet and set it on the workbench. "The footage is everywhere. The inquiry is spinning it as a containment breach with an unidentified anomaly. They have not named you Pluckleague, but they have distributed your biometric profile to every ranked unit within 300 kilometers. Corwin leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "That is faster than usual." Kessler expedited the distribution personally. Lucia's gaze did not leave Wrenn. He also expanded the killbox authorization. The Level 6 teams are no longer operating under Capture First protocols. They have standing orders to neutralize on contact if resistance is detected. The words landed like cold water. Wrenn felt the floor shift beneath her feet. When did that change? 2 hours ago. Emergency law provisions. The association's legal division framed it as a public safety measure, citing the Southgate footage as evidence of an unregistered threat with demonstrated ability to destabilize gate operations. Lucia paused. The language was carefully chosen. They are not calling you a person anymore. They are calling you an anomaly parameter. Corwin's jaw tightened. That voids standard engagement restrictions. They can use lethal force without individual authorization. Yes. Wrenn stared at Lucia. The S-rank vice captain stood perfectly still, no weapon drawn, no aggression in her posture, but the weight of what she had just delivered pressed against the walls of the workshop like rising water. "Why are you here?" Wrenn asked. "You could have sent that information through a dead drop. You could have stayed clear and let the inquiry handle me. Instead, you walked into a building where every hour we spend together increases your exposure." Lucia met her gaze. "Because I have been watching this pattern for 18 months. I have watched operators disappear, files get sealed, and hunters who ask the wrong questions get transferred to assignments they never returned from. I have watched the system I built my career in eat people alive and call it standard procedure." She took a step closer. "I do not know exactly what you are. I would own the people hunting you are the same people who have been covering up disappearances, falsifying gate assessments, and treating human lives as acceptable losses for years. That makes you useful to me, whether you want to be or not." Wrenn felt the core voice store at the edge of her awareness, a thread of recognition. Lucia's energy signature, the clean density of her mana, the controlled weight of her presence resonated with something Karavash remembered. Useful how? Useful is proof. Lucia's voice dropped. "If I bring you in, the association will bury you in a sealed facility, and the evidence of what they have been doing will vanish with you. If I let you run, they will hunt you down and use your death to justify every emergency power they have ever wanted. Neither of those outcomes breaks the pattern." She paused. "But if you stop Civic Hall, if the city watches someone the association declared a threat, save the people they were willing to write off, that pattern fractures. Pluckily, in a way they cannot suppress." Wrenn's throat tightened. "You want me to walk into another baited gate?" I want you to survive long enough to make their narrative impossible." Lucia's eyes were steady. "What you do with that opening is your choice, but I can give you resources, intel, a window before the kill boxes reposition." Corwin straightened. "Resources how?" "I have a logistics officer in the Civic Hall rotation who owes me a favor. She can redirect a supply shipment, misroute a communication, or lose a piece of equipment for exactly as long as it needs to be missing." Lucia pulled a folded card from her belt pouch and set it on the workbench. "Memorize that address. If you need a safe extraction route after the breach, someone will be there for exactly 4 minutes, starting 30 minutes after the first alarm." Wrenn looked at the card. "A warehouse address near the Civic Hall perimeter. Why should I trust you?" "You should not." Lucia pulled her godlook back on, sealing the straps with practiced efficiency. "I am telling you what I can offer. I am not asking for your secrets, your class, or your history. I am asking you to use what I give you and let the results speak." She moved toward the door, then stopped with her hand with the handle. "The kill boxes will be locked into their final positions within 4 hours. After that, every major transit route, supply depot, and safe house within the city will be under watch. You have until tomorrow morning to decide what you are going to do at Civic Hall." She opened the door. "And Wrenn? The people who set this up are counting on you to hesitate. Do not give them the satisfaction." The door closed. Silence settled over the workshop. Wrenn stood motionless, the card on the workbench, the anonymous message still glowing on her phone, and the weight of Lucia's warning pressing against her ribs. Corwin was watching her. "She is right about one thing," he said quietly. "The kill boxes are already moving. We have hours, not days." Wrenn picked up the card, memorized the address, tucked it into her pocket. She looked at the message on her phone one more time. "You are the only one who can stop it." Then she looked at Corwin. "I need to know who sent me that message, and I need to know before I step into another gate that might be baited for my corpse." Corwin pulled out his phone. "I have a contact in the depot scheduling office who owes me a favor from the Harbor Depot investigation. If the deployment order came from the 47th floor, there will be a trail. Find it." He was already dialing. Wrenn turned to the window, watching the gray light creep across the waterfront. Somewhere in the city, the inquiry was sealing its net. Somewhere in the Civic Hall, a gate was being prepped to break. And somewhere in the system, someone was watching her every move, feeding her just enough rope to hang herself or cut herself free. She did not know which one yet, but she was going to find out. Chapter 33. The morning briefing was on every channel by 7:30. Corwin had the feed running on his phone, volume low, while Wrenn sat against the wall of the workshop with her knees drawn up and her eyes on nothing. The same polished anchorwoman from Kessler's broadcast, the same association seal in the corner. But the tone had shifted overnight from measured investigation to something harder. The anchorwoman read from a prepared statement. "In light of the Southgate industrial incident, the Port Hather Civil Protection Authority had authorized an expedited reclassification of threat parameters for confirmed gate anomalies. As of 6 o'clock this morning, the standing emergency declaration has been expanded to include all incidents involving unregistered core growth or irregular anchor signatures." Corwin's jaw tightened. He is writing himself a blank check. Wrenn did not answer. The feed cut to a press conference. A deputy director, whose name Wrenn did not recognize, stood at a podium with the association seal behind him, reading without inflection. "Civilians are advised that compliance protocols have been updated to reflect the elevated threat level. All gate agents and public buildings will be subject to mandatory sweep clearance before occupancy. Failure to comply with association instructions constitutes a public safety violation and may result in administrative detention." Administrative detention. The phrase hung in the air like something dead. Wrenn had heard it before. It was what they called it when someone disappeared without a charge, when the paperwork said temporary holding but the person never came back. Her parents had been taken under administrative detention. The transfer order had cited public safety. Corwin muted the feed. "They're building the legal framework before Civic Hall," he said. "By the time the gate breaks, anyone who refuses to evacuate will be legally responsible for their own death. The association will call it a failure of compliance, not a failure of protection." Wrenn pressed her palm against her ribs, feeling the faint pulse of the core beneath her skin. Karavash was quiet, listening. How fast does this spread? Fast. Emergency law cascades through the registry within hours. Corwin pulled up a secondary feed on his phone, scanning through text. Every ranked hunter in the city just received a notification updating engagement rules. Neutralization on contact for any unregistered class or suspected anomaly. No review required. No appeal. He set the phone down. By noon, the legal definition of anomaly will be wide enough to cover anyone the association wants to remove. This is not about Civic Hall anymore. It is about making every disappearance from the last 10 years retroactively legal. Wrenn thought of Day, of the files he had found, of the 6 names on his list, all with the same closing language. No further action required. They already had the power, she said quietly. They just did not have the cover. Corwin nodded, and now they do. 300 kilometers away, the basement archive room smelled of dust and old paper. Day Guillaume had been working through the night, his eyes raw and his fingers stained with toner from the ancient printer he had coaxed back to life. The terminal in front of him glowed with the same buried classification marker he had found hours ago. Protocol Hesperus. He had 3 personnel files open on the screen. 3 names he had matched to the activation log. 8 years, 7 years, 6 years, each ending the same way. He had cross-referenced them against transfer orders, deployment rosters, and the public registry, and found nothing. No return dates, no assignments, no bodies. They had been erased as thoroughly as if they had never existed. His phone vibrated, a notification from the association's internal system. Priority update. Emergency protocols activated. All non-essential inquiry operations suspended until further notice. Personnel with access to level 4 or above restricted data are advised to log current sessions and await further instructions. Day's hand hovered over the keyboard. They were sealing the system. He had minutes, maybe seconds, before the back-end access code his friend had given him stopped working. The 36-hour window he had been counting on had just collapsed. He moved fast. He copied the 3 files to a portable drive, then started pulling more. The activation log for Protocol Hesperus, the authorization chain, the terminal signatures that traced back to the 47th floor. The screen flickered. A warning banner appeared at the top. Session timeout imminent. Save work and log out. Day ignored it. He pulled the last file, a fragment of a document that had been partially deleted but whose raw data was still recoverable. A list of dates and locations that matched the pattern of irregular gate assessments Denise Osei had flagged. The same dates Corwin had tracked. The same dates Wrenn's parents had researched. The screen flickered again. Connection to secure archive lost. Day unplugged the drive and pocketed it, then sat back in the creaking chair. His hands were shaking. He had enough evidence to prove the pattern existed, but he did not know what to do with it yet. His personal phone lit up with a text from the off-network contact. They know you. Get out now. He was already moving. At the workshop, Wrenn looked at her own phone. The anonymous message was still there, the one that had warned her about Civic Hall. She had memorized it, could not stop reading it. You are the only one who can stop it. She looked at Corwin. If I go to Civic Hall, I am walking into their net. If I do not go, people die. Corwin held her gaze. You do not have to decide alone. I know, she stood up, but I need to know who sent me that message, before I trust another door. Corwin's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, and his expression shifted. I just heard back from my contact in depot scheduling. And? He looked up at her. The deployment order for Civic Hall came from the 47th floor, signed at 5:30 just like Mina said. But there is a secondary authorization on the same order. A lower-level signature from someone in the records division who cleared the logistics lane. Who? Corwin paused. Denise Osei. Wrenn felt the floor drop. The woman who had misfiled her parents' research, the woman who had copied the fragments before the Purge, the woman who had been tracking sealed gate files for 2 years, the same woman who had just signed off on the Civic Hall deployment. Denise Osei was either the deepest ally she had or the most patient trap she had ever walked into. Her phone vibrated again. A new message. If you want to know why I signed that order, come find me before the kill boxes lock. 3rd floor, Port Hather Municipal Annex, room 312. I will leave the door unlocked for 1 hour. Wrenn looked at Corwin. I know who sent the message. Chapter 34. The sirens started at 9:47. Wrenn heard them from 3 blocks away, a rising wail that climbed past the usual test jimple and locked into the continuous emergency pitch. The sound bounced off concrete and glass, layering until it became a single wall of noise that pressed against her chest. She stopped walking. Corwin stopped beside her. That's Civic Hall. I know. She had been moving toward the municipal annex, toward Denise O'C's unlocked door and the answers that waited there. But the sirens did not come from the annex. They came from the direction of Port Hather Civic Hall, where the deployment order had been signed at 5:30, where the casualty collection point had been pre-positioned, where the association had cleared the logistics lane for a catastrophe. Wrenn's phone buzzed. She pulled it out. A message from Lucia and Becky. Gate breach confirmed. Civic Hall, main concourse. Estimated Class 4, escalating. First response units ordered to hold perimeter, not engage. Repeat, ordered to hold. They are letting it grow. Wrenn read the message twice. Held perimeter, not engage. The association had hunters on scene, ranked teams with combat ratings, and someone had ordered them to stand still while a gate break expanded inside a building full of civilians. She looked at Corwin. He had read the message over her shoulder. His jaw was tight, the muscles in his neck standing out like cables. They are going to let it burn, she said. It is not burning. His voice was flat, controlled. Burning would be faster. They are going to let it feed. The sirens kept wailing. Wrenn stood in the middle of the sidewalk while people streamed past her in the opposite direction, fleeing the sound, grabbing children, shouting into phones. A woman knocked against her shoulder without stopping. A man carrying a briefcase nearly tripped over her feet. She did not move. The Civic Hall deployment had been signed before the Southgate footage spread, before Kessler's broadcast, before any of the public narrative had been written. The plan had been in motion before Wrenn had even known she was being hunted, and Denise O'C had signed the secondary authorization. Denise, who had misfiled her parents' research. Denise, who had copied the fragments before the purge. Denise, who had sent the anonymous warning, urging Wrenn to stop the break. Denise had signed off on the deployment. There were 2 ways to read that. Denise was part of the trap, luring Wrenn into a building that had already been prepared for a massacre. Or, Denise had signed the authorization to keep the deployment visible, to make sure someone outside the 47th floor knew where the bodies would fall. Wrenn did not have time to decide which one was true. Go to the annex, Corwin said. She turned to him. What? Go to the annex, meet Denise, find out what she knows. The gate is breaking. People are dying. Lucia said the response teams are holding perimeter. That means the gate has not breached containment yet. There is still time. He held her gaze. But if you walk into Civic Hall without knowing who is running the operation, you will be playing their game on their board with their pieces. Wrenn's hands tightened into fists. The sirens drilled into her skull. She could feel the pull in her chest, the directional hunger that Caravash had left behind, the recognition of something opening in the direction of Civic Hall. The gate was calling to her, or she was calling to it. 1 hour, Corwin said. Denise gave you 1 hour. Take 40 minutes. Learn what you can. Then meet me at the south entrance. You are going to Civic Hall alone? I am going to see what the perimeter looks like. Talk to the crews. Find out who is actually running the response. He said it like it was simple, like walking into an active gate zone without backup was a routine errand. Wrenn wanted to argue, the words stacked behind her teeth. But she did not have a better plan, and the sirens were not stopping. If you go in before I get there, she said, do not die. Corwin almost smiled. Back at you. He turned and walked toward the sirens, his stride long and steady, the same way he had walked into the Southgate chamber when he had known it was a trap. Wrenn watched him until he disappeared around a corner, then turned and started moving toward the municipal annex. The annex was a low concrete building 3 blocks from Civic Hall, set back from the main road behind a row of stunted trees. No emergency vehicles in the lot, no police tape. The building had not been evacuated yet, but the front door stood propped open, and the corridors were empty in the way that buildings get empty when everyone inside is watching a disaster unfold on their phones. Wrenn found the stairwell and climbed to the 3rd floor. Room 312 was at the end of a hallway lined with identical doors. The kind of room that held administrative hearings, zoning appeals, paperwork that no one would ever read again. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open. Denise Osei sat at a metal table in the center of the room, her hands flat on the surface, her posture straight. She wore a plain gray jacket over a collared shirt, no badge, no visible weapon. She looked like someone who had been waiting for a long time. "Close the door," Denise said. "You have 40 minutes before the kill boxes lock." Wrenn stepped inside and pulled the door shut behind her. The sirens followed her through the walls, muffled but unbroken. Chapter 35. The sirens had not stopped. Wrenn stood in the sterile light of room 312, the metal table between her and Denise Osei, the walls humming with a frequency that felt deeper than the building's ventilation. 40 minutes before the kill boxes locked. 39 now. "You signed the authorization," Wrenn said. Denise did not flinch. "Yes." "Why?" "Because if I did not sign it, someone else would have. Someone who would not have told you it was coming." The answer landed like a blade between ribs. Wrenn held still, letting the logic settle. A signature on a deployment order was a traceable thing. If Denise had refused, the 47th floor would have found another authorizer, and the warning message would never have arrived. "How long have you been watching me?" "Longer than you want to know." Denise slid a folder across the table. "Your mother asked me to copy her research before she filed it. She knew something was wrong. She did not know how wrong." Wrenn's hands stayed at her sides. "I misfiled the documents on purpose," Denise said. "The Purge swept everything with her name on it, but the misfiled copies had a different reference code. They survived." "Why tell me now?" "Because Civic Hall is what they were afraid of." Denise tapped the folder. "Your mother mapped the pattern. 3 years ago, she identified the signature of engineered gate breaks. She wrote a report. She submitted it to the 47th floor. A pause. 3 weeks later, she and your father were transferred to a closed operation." Wrenn's throat closed. The folder sat between them like a verdict. "The kill boxes," Wrenn said. "What are they?" "Biometric sweeps keyed to unregistered core signatures. Once they lock, every checkpoint, every transit gate, every supply route within 60 kilometers will flag your resonance. You will not be able to move through any association-controlled space without triggering an alert." "How long do I have?" 38 minutes now." Wrenn reached for the folder. Her fingers brushed the cardboard edge, and something in her chest shifted. Caravash stirred, a flicker of recognition, hunger, something almost like curiosity. Denise watched her with an expression Wrenn could not read. "There is a service corridor on the north side of Civic Hall," Denise said. "It connects to the basement boiler room. The gate breach opened on the 2nd floor, but the structural damage is spreading downward. The civilians are trapped in the East Wing conference halls. The association sealed the fire doors remotely." "Why?" "Because trapped civilians guarantee a response, and a response guarantees you will come." Wrenn's jaw tightened. "They are using people as bait." "Yes." Denise said it like a fact of weather. "And you are going anyway." It was not a question. Wrenn pulled the folder into her hands. She did not open it. There was no time. "I need a route. Corwin is already on the south perimeter. He has made contact with Mina's transport crew. They are staging at the loading dock behind the old postal depot, 2 blocks east of Civic Hall. Petra left a pack there. Gear, cores, medical. The crew will hold the dock for 12 minutes after you arrive. Then they scatter." "And the footage?" "Yasmin El-Bas has a crew positioned on the roof of the Unofficial annex. She has been broadcasting live since the first siren. She is not going to stop." Wrenn stared at her. "You arranged this." "I made sure the pieces were in place." Denise stood. "What you do with them is your choice." The room felt smaller suddenly. The sirens pressed through the walls, relentless, patient. Wrenn picked up the folder. 37 minutes, Denise said. "Do not waste them." She ran. The annex stairwell echoed with her footsteps, 3 floors down, out the service exit into an alley slick with morning rain. The sirens were louder here, layered with the whine of emergency vehicles and the distant percussive crack of something structural giving way. Civic Hall rose 2 blocks ahead, a brutalist block of concrete and glass with smoke curling from its upper floors. The streets were chaos. Civilians streamed past her, running the wrong way, clutching children, shouting into phones. A woman in a business suit had blood on her collar. A man carried an unconscious child over his shoulder. No one looked at Wrenn. She was just another body moving against the current. She reached the postal depot loading dock at a sprint. The pack was waiting. Black canvas, heavy with weight. Wrenn ripped it open and found cores wrapped in foam, a field medical kit, a breather mask, and a note in Petra's handwriting. "Do not die. I am not done collecting favors." The crew was already moving, breaking down the staging area, loading equipment into a panel van. A woman with gray-streaked hair caught Wrenn's eye and jerked her chin toward Civic Hall. East Wing, conference rooms 3 through 7, 53 confirmed civilians. Fire doors are sealed electronic, not manual. You will need to breach them or find another way in. Wrenn slung the pack over her shoulders. "Corwin." He went in through the basement parking structure minutes ago. "Said to tell you he will meet you at the East Wing stairwell on the 2nd floor. The woman held Wrenn's gaze for a beat longer than necessary. "There are cameras everywhere. Yasmin is live. Whatever you do in there, the city is watching." Wrenn nodded once. Then she turned and ran toward the building the association had decided to abandon. The Civic Hall basement parking structure was dark. Emergency lights flickered along the ceiling, casting the concrete pillars in pools of amber. Water dripped from somewhere. The air tasted of smoke and manna saturation. That familiar chemical bite that meant the gate was still expanding. Wrenn moved through the shadows with the rebreather mask already sealed over her face. The pack hung against her spine, dense with possibility. Her core throbbed in her chest, Karavash flexing like a muscle testing its range. The stairwell door was propped open. She took the stairs 2 at a time, the folder pressed under her arm, the weight of everything she had learned pressing against her ribs. 2nd floor landing. The door was warped. Heat bled through the gap, carrying the smell of burning plastic and the low, wet rumble of something alive. Wrenn pushed the door open. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke and flickering orange light. The ceiling had collapsed in sections, exposing rebar and twisted ductwork. To her left, the conference room doors were sealed, their electronic locks glowing red. To her right, Corwin stood at the end of the hall, his sword drawn, his silhouette outlined against a wall of pulsing membrane. He turned when he heard her. "The gate is through the main chamber," he said. 3 floors up. "But the civilians are here, sealed in. No way out except through us." Wrenn stepped beside him. The membrane pulsed. The smoke curled. Somewhere above, the gate groaned like a living thing. "The association knows we are here," she said. "I know. This is exactly what they wanted. I know." Corwin looked at her. His face was calm, the same look he had worn walking into the Southgate trap, the same look he had worn when he told her he would handle the consequences. "Are you going to do it anyway?" he asked. Wrenn looked at the sealed doors, at the smoke, at the membrane that covered the ceiling like a wound. She thought of the sirens. The mother in the business suit clutching a phone she could no longer use. The workers trapped in corridors while Association Command held perimeter and watched. She thought of Denise's folder, her mother's handwriting, a pattern mapped 3 years ago by people the system had erased. Wrenn put the rebreather mask down and let it hang around her neck. "The city is watching," she said. Corwin raised his sword. "Then give them something to say." She turned toward the first sealed door, raised her hand, and let the hunger rise. Chapter 36. She hit the first sealed door with everything she had. The impact cracked the frame. The electronic locks sparked and died. Wrenn drove her shoulder into the gap and tore the door open with her bare hands. Smoke rolled out. The corridor beyond was dark, the emergency lights dead, the air thick with heat and the chemical reek of active manna. No civilians in this section. The conference rooms were farther in. Corwin moved past her, sword low, his footsteps silent on the carpet. Wrenn followed, the pack heavy against her spine, the folder tucked under her ohm. The folder. Denise's folder. She had not let go of it since the annex. The corridor opened into a lobby, a collapsed reception desk, a dead potted plant, a wall of glass that looked into what had once been a courtyard. Now it looked into membrane. The stuff covered everything beyond the glass, pulsing slow and wet, the same bone-white surface she had seen at Site 12 and Southgate. Orange veins threaded through it, glowing in irregular pulses. "The gate is above us," Corwin said. "Heart chamber is on the 5th floor. We need to go through the east stairwell." Wrenn nodded. They crossed the lobby. The stairwell door was intact. Corwin eased it open, listened, then stepped through. The stairs climbed into darkness. The air grew hotter with each landing. By the 3rd floor, Wrenn could taste the mana saturation on her tongue, metallic and sharp. 4th floor landing. The door here was warped, but not sealed. Orange light bled through the gap. Corwin stopped. He held up a hand. Wrenn froze. A sound came from beyond the door. Not the wet rumble of the gate, not the distant screams of trapped civilians. Footsteps. Measured. Deliberate. Someone was waiting. Corwin moved to the side of the door, sword raised. Wrenn stepped into the opposite corner, the hunger rising in her chest, Karavash stirring with recognition. The door swung open. The woman who stepped through was tall, lean, armored in matte black plate that absorbed the orange light. Her hair was cropped close to her scalp. Her face was empty of expression. She carried no weapon that Wrenn could see. That was the most terrifying thing about her. "I am here on the 47th floor's authority," the woman said. Her voice was calm, almost conversational. "You are classified as an anomaly parameter. You have no legal standing. You are not entitled to resistance, surrender, or mercy." She looked at Corwin. "You have one chance to walk away, Okocha. After what you have seen, I would not recommend taking it." Corwin did not move. The woman's gaze returned to Wrenn. "I have been sent to ensure you do not reach the heart chamber. The founder does not want to appear here personally. That would raise questions. But me?" She smiled. "I am not famous. No one will remember my name. That is the point." She raised her hand. The mana that came off her was wrong. Wrenn felt it before she saw it. A pull that dragged at her own core, that made Karavash lurch inside her chest with something that was not hunger and not recognition, but the shape of both. The woman's pall opened, and Wrenn saw her own class reflected back at her. The technique was not identical. It was adjacent, a cousin to absorption, a vision that had been refined, sterilized, and weaponized by people who understood the power better than she ever had. The women drew ambient mana from the walls, from the burning air, from the membrane itself, and she did not take it into herself. She shaped it into blades. 3 lances of compressed orange light formed above her shoulder, each one the size of a forearm. They hummed with the same resonance Wrenn felt when she cracked a core and let the power flood through her. "You are not special," the woman said. "You are just uncontrolled. There is a difference." She released the lances. Corwin moved first. His blade caught the first lance, deflected it into the wall. The impact cratered the concrete. The second lance he ducked, but the third taught him across the ribs, spinning him into the stairwell railing. Wrenn ran forward. She hit the woman with everything her legs could drive. The impact should have folded anyone. The woman barely shifted. She caught Wrenn's fist in her palm. "You hit like someone who has never been trained," the woman said. "You just burn power until something breaks. That is not skill. That is a child swinging a hammer." She twisted. Wrenn's arm wrenched at the shoulder. Pain flared white down her side. She drove her other hand into the woman's throat, but the armored plate absorbed the strike, and the woman did not even blink. The woman released Wrenn's wrist and stepped back. "I will tell you what you are going to understand before you die. The founders built the system. They did not build it from nothing. They found the methods. They preserved them. They controlled them. Every absorption awakener who was not part of the original design is a flaw that must be corrected." She raised her hand again. The membrane pulsed behind her. You are not the first, you will not be the last, but you are the most visible, and visibility cannot be tolerated. Wrenn reached into the pack. Her fingers found the foam, the wrapped cores. She tore the first one free, felt its weight in her palm, felt the hunger surge as Caravash recognized the offering. The woman saw. The emergency cores, she said. Petra Novak's work. I am aware of her. She will be debriefed after you are neutralized. Wrenn crushed the core in her fist. The power hit her like a wave, hot and desperate. It burned through her arm, her chest, her core, flooding the spaces the fight had drained. She felt her muscles tighten, her vision sharpen, the pain in her shoulder subside to a dull roar. She stepped forward. The woman formed another lance. This time, when it came, Wrenn did not dodge. She caught it. The lance burned through her palm, the skin blistering, the heat traveling up her arm, but she held it. She felt the ambient mana in the lance, felt the structure of it, the way it had been shaped. She had never shaped anything like this, but she could learn. She pulled. The lance broke apart, the mana dissolved into her skin, into her core, and Caravash drank it without asking permission. The woman's expression flickered. You are burning through your reserves to stay alive, she said. Every absorption shortens your window. You understand that, yes? Wrenn did not answer. She threw herself forward again. The fight became a war of attrition. The woman met her with technique, with economy, with the weight of training Wrenn had never received. Every exchange cost Wrenn something. A blow to the ribs, a gash across her forearm, a cracked tooth from a strike she did not see coming. But Wrenn kept moving. She absorbed another core, then a third. The power spiked and faded, each cycle leaving her more drained than the last. Her vision doubled. Her core screamed. Caravash whispered in a language that was becoming familiar. She is drawing from the membrane. She is pulling powering from the same source the gate uses. You cannot outlast her. She is drinking from the wound. Wrenn understood. The woman was not just using absorbed mana. She was connected to the gate itself, drawing directly from the heart chamber, from the realm beyond the membrane. As long as the gate remained open, she had an infinite supply. Wrenn had only what she carried. She took another step forward. The woman formed 4 lances this time. You are impressive, she said. I will grant you that. But impressive is not the same as sufficient. She released them. Wrenn rat 2. The third took her in the thigh. The fourth went through her shoulder. She hit the ground hard, the breath driven from her lungs, the blood hot and wet against her skin. The cores in her pack rattled as she landed. The folder slid across the floor, coming to rest against the stairwell wall. Corwin was on his feet again. His blade was steady despite the blood running from his side. Wrenn, he said. She heard what he did not say. She looked at the folder, her mother's handwriting, a pattern mapped 3 years ago. She looked at the woman who was already forming more lances. She reached into the pack and wrapped her fingers around all the remaining cores at once. The woman's eyes widened. That will kill you. Wrenn crushed them. The power hit her like a dam breaking, and for a moment she did not know where she ended, and the storm began. Chapter 37. The power did not stop coming. It poured through her in waves, each one hotter than the last, and Wrenn felt the shape of herself dissolving into the storm. Her muscles screamed. Her core expanded past every limit she had ever known, the walls bending, cracking, reforming around a pressure that should have killed her. She rose. The floor under her boots had cracked, spiderweb fractures radiating from where she had landed. The air around her shimmered with heat bleed, the mana density distorting light at the edges of her vision. The woman watched. Ah, she said. That it is. Wrenn moved. She crossed the landing in a heartbeat, her fist driving toward the woman's center mass. The woman caught it, but this time she slid backward, her boots scraping against the concrete, the impact driving her into the stairwell railing. Wrenn pressed. She struck with both hands, with elbows, with a knee that connected with the woman's hip and spun her half around. The woman recovered, formed the lance, drove it into Wrenn's side. Wrenn felt the burn, the tear, the blood running hot down her ribs. She did not stop. She grabbed the lance before it could dissolve and pulled it apart the way she had learned, drinking the mana, feeling the wound close halfway, the flesh knitting in a wet, wrong rhythm. Yes. The voice rose inside her skull, clear and sharp and hungry. Take more. Take all of her. She is connected to the source. Drink from the same wound. Wrenn shook her head. The motion cost her a half-second, and the woman used it, driving a fist into her throat, collapsing her airway. Wrenn staggered backward, gasping, her vision swimming. I can steady you, the voice said. I can show you how she moves. I have seen this technique before. I have killed that technique before. Another memory flash, a stone corridor, a figure in black plate armor, a creature made of light and hunger moving through them like they were paper. Wrenn saw the woman fall, saw the same armor crumple, saw the same face twist in recognition before the light took her. I have killed her before, Karavash said. Let me do it again. Get out of my head, she said it aloud. The woman heard. The woman tilted her head. You are arguing with the core, she said. That is unusual. Most absorbers cannot hear the voice at all. You are further along than I expected. Wrenn straightened. Her throat still burned, but the cartilage had not broken. She could breathe. I am not your enemy because I absorbed something you do not understand. You absorbed something that has killed more hunters than you will ever meet, the woman said. And you do not control it. You bargain with it. That is not strength. That is a countdown. She formed 3 lances. The membrane behind her pulsed, feeding her, and the lances grew longer, sharper, threaded with orange veins that matched the bone-white walls. Wrenn reached for the power still burning inside her. It answered. But it came with Karavash sliding through the connection, offering more than she had asked for. A blueprint for how to move, a targeting pattern for where to strike, a hunger that wanted the woman's core, not just her defeat. She carries the same method the founders preserved. It tastes different, older. You want it. Wrenn, Corwin's voice, low, steady, close. She turned her head. He was still on his feet, one hand pressed against his ribs, blood seeping through his fingers. His face was pale, but his eyes were clear. I am still here, he said. She understood. The woman released the lances. Wrenn moved. She did not move the way Karavash wanted her to. She moved the way she had learned, the way that was hers, the way that still belonged to the woman who had spent years hiding in service tunnels and dragging caucuses through the dark. She caught the first lance in her palm, pulled it apart, dodged the second by a hair, felt it shear past her ear, took the third in the meat of her left shoulder because she could not dodge and strike at the same time. She drove forward into the pain, her fist connected with the woman's jaw. A solid hit, but then she left too, one's Choi now plain the May-hated Vercation. Looking that clet little structure of a Karavash were vankly ability to raise to the worm, one's were brotherling design completely very closing that sealed that device, which is like finally graph. Every adult it's a carry, blab. Stance lone, it is coving to the bobblage leg filt for a red blood. I am coming up again. To the most planked, weepowner. Slightly grieving slowed weights dests through the ground. They over pastors on Chettle guy owner, and Wrenn made a choice. Chapter 38. The first image flickered across a loading bay monitor in the salvage district. Blurry, shaking. Shot from someone's phone through a Civic hall window. A woman in a sweeper's coat moving up a stairwell with her bare hands glowing. Petra Novak watched the feed on a cracked tablet, one hand pressed flat against the counter of her workshop. The image froze, pixelated, then resolved again as the camera reframed. Wrenn, sweeping through a sealed door like it was paper. The workshop door banged open. A runner from the depot, out of breath, clutching his own phone. She's on every channel, he said. The ones the association didn't kill. Petra didn't answer. She watched the screen. Wrenn took a hit, kept moving. Don't you die in there, Petra thought. I didn't give you those cores to waste. In the municipal annex stairwell, Yasmin Elbaz held her broadcaster's hand steady while the Gooder sauntered down from 3. We are live, the producer said. Yasmin, you have the feed. Yasmin looked into the lens. Port Hather Civic Hall is under active gate breach, she said. Association Command has ordered first response hunters to hold the perimeter. They are not engaging. They are not entering the building. 53 civilians remain trapped inside. She paused. One person has gone in. A registered E-rank sweeper named Wrenn Solano. The producer's eyes went wide behind the camera. We have footage, Yasmin continued. We have footage of that sweeper breaking through sealed doors. We have footage of her fighting at a level no E-rank should be capable of. And we have questions the association does not want answered. She looked at the Civic Hall facade through the stairwell window. Why was the deployment order signed at 5:30, 4 hours before the gate breached? Why were first responders told to stand down? And why is the only person saving those civilians the one person the association has already declared an anomaly parameter? The feed went out. In the sweeper depot on Fleet Street, 23 workers stopped moving. The bay screens had been dark for 10 minutes, then someone patched in a relay from the municipal annex. The image filled every monitor in the yard. Mina Duress stood at the center of the crowd, arms crossed, watching Wrenn move through a hallway on the 4th floor. That's her, a woman whispered. That's Solano. She's fighting someone, my man said. Look at that armor. The image shifted. Wrenn took a lance to the shoulder, stumbled, kept going. She's bleeding, someone said. Mina did not blink. She knew she would be, Mina said. She went in anyway. The workers watched in silence as Wrenn drove forward into the frame of orange light and black armor. 2 blocks east, Thomas Irakta stood in the command unit's observation room with 3 inquiry operatives and a city liaison who had stopped returning calls. The main screen showed the same feed. Yasmin Albaz's voice filled the room. Thomas had been watching for 6 minutes. He had watched the sweeper he examined, the one he had promoted to E-rank, the one whose calibration results he had personally verified, tear through a sealed fire door with her bare hands. He had watched her take hits that would have killed a C-rank. He had watched her keep fighting. She is not E-rank, the liaison said. This confirms the anomaly classification. Thomas turned. She is inside that building, he said. She is the only one inside that building. 53 civilians are in there, and you are watching her fight alone. The perimeter order came from the 47th floor. I do not care where it came from. The liaison's mouth tightened. Examiner, you are out of your lane. Thomas looked at the screen again. Wrenn was on her feet, blood running down her arm, facing a figure in black plate armor who moved like someone who had been killing a very long time. He thought about the trial. The narrow, calibrated win, the way she had held back. She had been holding back then. She was not holding back now. I am not out of my lane, Thomas said. My lane is standards. My lane is making sure the rank system means something. And right now, the only person in this city acting like a real hunter is a woman the association wants dead. He pulled out his phone. What are you doing? The liaison asked. My job. Thomas dialed a number he had not called in 2 years. The director of emergency medical logistics for the Southern Corridor, a man who owed him a favor from a Class 4 evacuation that should have been a massacre. The line connected. Marcus, Thomas said, I need you to send a trauma team to the Civic Hall East perimeter. Unmarked, no association tags. Thomas, the kill boxes are not locked yet. I need a team at the east wall, ground level, ready to move on my signal. A pause. You are asking me to violate a direct command order. I am asking you to save lives, Thomas said, the same way I did when I pulled your daughter out of that transit hall 3 years ago. Another pause. Longer. 15 minutes, Marcus said. That is all I can give you before someone notices. The line went dead. Thomas put his phone away. The liaison was staring at him. You just put your entire career in the shredder, the liaison said. Thomas looked at the screen. Wrenn was still standing. I know, he said. In the salvage yard, the feed cut to a different angle. Someone inside the Civic Hall basement had a phone aimed at the stairwell. Wrenn was climbing. Her coat was torn. Blood streaked her face. Her hands glowed with the same light that pulsed from the gate above. She looked like something that should not exist. The workers watched. She is not going to make it, someone said. Mina Durette shook her head. You do not know her. On the screen, Wrenn reached the 5th floor landing. The camera could not follow. The feed went dark for 3 seconds. Then the building shook. The workers felt it through the floor of the depot. A deep, resonant crack, like something massive giving way. The feed came back. Wrenn was standing at the entrance to a chamber that glowed gold and orange. The gate heart, open and pulsing. The black-armored woman was behind her. Wrenn turned. You are still here, the woman said. So are you, Wrenn said. Her voice carried through the phone's microphone, thin and raw, but clear. The woman formed 3 more lances of orange light. Wrenn did not back up. The workers held their breath. In the command unit, the liaison's phone rang. He answered, listened. His face went pale. Understood, he said. He hung up. The 47th floor, he said. They are activating Protocol Hesperus. Full authorization. No exceptions. Thomas felt the temperature in the room drop. That protocol does not exist, he said. It exists now. They are declaring a citywide emergency. All unregistered anomalies are to be neutralized on site. Wrenn Solano is listed as priority target Alpha. The liaison looked at the screen. They are sending a second team to the Civic Hall. Not retrieval, elimination. Thomas' phone buzzed, a message from an unknown number. They know about the trauma team. Get out of that room now. He looked at the door. It was already locked. Chapter 39. The chamber was wrong. Wrenn stood at the threshold, breathing in air that tasted of ozone and wet bone. The glow came from everywhere at once, pulsing from walls that were no longer concrete behind the plaster, from the ceiling that had become a membrane of pale orange veins, from the floor that gazed slightly under her weight, like flesh. The gate heart sat in the center of the space, a vertical tear in the air that bled light into the room. Beyond it, the 3-moon sky rotated slowly, impossibly, and she felt the pull of that alien gravity in her core like a hook behind her ribs. The black-armored woman had not followed her in. Wrenn turned. The woman stood at the entrance to the heart chamber, watching. The 3 lances of compressed orange light still hovered around her shoulders, ready but not thrown. I could let you enter, the woman said. The gate heart will take you. You will not come back. That is not why you are here, Wrenn said. No. The woman's voice was flat, professional, almost bored. I am here to make sure you do not seal it. Wrenn understood then. The woman was not guarding the gate. She was guarding the trap. As long as the heart remained open, the civilians in the conference rooms would suffocate, starve, or be overrun by whatever came through. The association had built this operation so every path led to the same end. Wrenn, dead, the gate stable, the story controlled. The floor pulsed again. The membrane walls rippled. The Karavash voice surged inside her skull. She is stalling. The gate is expanding. Soon it will reach the lower floors. I know, Wrenn whispered. The woman tilted her head. Talking to it again? Wrenn did not answer. She looked at the gate heart. The tear in the air was maybe 2 meters tall, the edges frayed and bleeding orange light. She could feel the boss core on the other side of that tear, a dense, pulsing weight of concentrated mana, power condensed into a physical object that anchored the breach to this world. She had done this once before, at Site 12, with Karavash. That had nearly killed her. This gate was larger. The core was denser, and she was already running on the dregs of crushed emergency reserves. The voice whispered again. You cannot reach it through the tear, not reliably. The membrane structure is a vein. Tap it, feed on it. Become the gate long enough to pull the anchor dry. Wrenn's hands trembled. The offer was still there. The membrane was right beneath her feet. She could feel it. The raw mana coursing through the organic lattice like blood through capillaries. If she opened herself to it, she could drink that power, convert it, use it. She would not be the same afterward. The Karavash inside her knew that, wondered if that was the point. I heard you refused the entity, the woman said. Wrenn looked up. I offered you a clean death, the woman continued. You chose to bone your cores instead. Now you are standing in a room full of power you are too afraid to touch, and the thing inside you is offering again, and you still have not decided. Wrenn's jaw tightened. I have decided. She walked forward, not toward the gate heart, not toward the woman, toward the wall. The membrane rippled as she approached, sensing her proximity. She pressed her palm against it. The surface was warm, slick, and alive. The orange light pulsed in response, and she felt the mana flow through her hand, into her arm, up into her core. It tasted like the voice, like Karavash, like the 3-moon sky. She did not open herself to it. She did not feed. She pushed. Her core flared, the residual energy from the crushed emergency reserves surging through her arm, into the membrane, spreading like a shockwave through the organic lattice. The wall cracked, the orange light stuttered, the floor beneath her heaved, and the gate heart flickered. The woman's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Wrenn did not answer. She pushed harder. The membrane fought back. The mana in the wall was alive, and it did not want to be directed. It surged against her, trying to push through her hand, trying to feed her instead. The voice screamed inside her skull. "Stop! You are not ready. You will collapse the structure before you contain the breach. The civilians will die." Wrenn knew the voice was right. She also knew she had no other play. She pulled her hand back. The membrane's surface was blackened where she had touched it, the orange veins gone dark and dead. The gate heart flickered again. "You broke the feed," the woman said. There was something new in her voice, something that might have been respect or fear. "You redirected the membrane power without absorbing it." "I did not say I could not learn," Wrenn said. The woman laughed. It was a dry, hollow sound. "You think that matters? You think learning a trick changes the outcome?" She raised the 3 lances, and the orange light sharpened. "You are out of cores. You are bleeding through your bandages. You have 53 people suffocating in sealed rooms below us. And the only way to seal that gate is to absorb its heart core, which will put you so deep inside Caravash's territory that you will not remember your name when you wake up." Wrenn's eyes stayed on the gate heart. "I know. Then make your choice." The woman's lances shifted into throwing position. Wrenn felt the seconds slipping past. The membrane was healing where she had damaged it. The gate heart was stabilizing again. Below her, 53 people were running out of air. The voice whispered, "Absorb me. Fully. Integrate the vessel. Become what I am." Wrenn closed her eyes. She thought about Corwin, bleeding in the stairwell, refusing to leave. She thought about Mina, standing in the depot, telling the workers she believed in Wrenn. She thought about her mother's handwriting in the folder. The pattern. The 3 years of work that led to a closed operation and a vanished family. She thought about what it meant to be visible, to be seen, to be known. She opened her eyes. "No," she said. She walked toward the gate heart. The woman threw a lance. Wrenn did not dodge. She extended her right hand, met the lance mid-flight, and caught it. The orange light burned through her paw, through her fingers, through the bones in her wrist. She felt the skin blister and blacken. She felt the mana trying to detonate inside her. She pulled. The lance came apart the same way the first one had, but this time she did not absorb it. She redirected it, shaped it, used the momentum of the technique she had stolen to throw the light back at the gate heart. The lance struck the tear in the air and exploded. The chamber shook. The membrane walls convulsed. The gate heart collapsed in on itself, the vertical tear folding like a wound closing, and Wrenn felt the boss core drop into the world. It landed at her feet. A sphere of bone-white crystal, pulsing with orange veins, no larger than her fist. The active power in it was so dense it made her ears ring. The woman stared at the sphere, then at Wrenn. "You closed the gate without absorbing the anchor," she said. "That is not possible." Wrenn picked up the sphere. It burned in her hand. In her skull, the Caravash voice screamed, "You cannot carry it. The density will collapse your core. Absorb it now or die." Wrenn looked at the woman. "I am not dying today," she said. She closed her fingers around the sphere and pulled. Chapter 40. The sphere screamed in her grip. Not sound. Pressure. A frequency that rattled her teeth and curled the edges of her vision. The boss core burned cold against her palm, the bone-white surface throbbing with orange veins that matched the dying membrane around them. Wrenn closed her fingers tighter. The Caravash voice inside her skull was not a whisper anymore. It was a roar. "You cannot. The density will fragment your core. You will scatter across the membrane like the others." Wrenn pulled. The sphere resisted. It was not dead power like the emergency cores she had crushed. It was alive. Conscious. The gate heart had dropped it into the world intact because she had collapsed the tear instead of feeding through it. And now the boss core sat in her hand like a trapped animal waiting to bite. The founder woman took a step forward. "Drop it." Wrenn did not drop it. She pulled again. This time the sphere yielded. The power came through her arm like molten glass, slow and burning. It filled the channels her core had cracked open during the fight, flooded the spaces where the emergency cores had been, and kept coming. The membrane walls around her convulsed, the orange veins blackened. The floor beneath her foot split. The woman threw a lance. Wrenn did not see it land. She felt it shatter against a wall of pressure that had already formed around her body. The shaped light broke apart on contact, and the pieces dissolved into the mana saturation, feeding the storm. The boss core was not just power. It was a door. Wrenn saw the three-moon sky behind her eyelids. She felt cold stone under her knees and heard a language that was not made for human throats. The memory fragments she had carried since Sight Ninth unspooled into something larger. A corridor of black pillars, a figure in the dark, a voice that spoke without sound. You carry her, Caravash, but not the Caravash inside her, the one beyond, the one waiting. Wrenn wrenched herself back. She was in the Civic Hall heart chamber. The founder woman was backing away. The membrane walls were peeling apart like burned paper, and through the gaps Wrenn could see the real walls of the building, the concrete and drywall and fire sprinklers of a government building that had been overgrown by an alien ecosystem. The boss core was dissolving in her hand. Not absorbing, dissolving. The power was going into her core, yes, but the sphere itself was crumbling, the orange veins fading to gray, the gone-white surface flaking away like ash. Wrenn felt the last of the gate's structural integrity collapse. The tear in the air sealed itself with a sound like a wound closing. The membrane walls went dark. The pulsing orange light died, and the heart chamber became a room again. A fifth-floor conference room with overturned chairs, a shattered projector screen, and a hole in the floor where the membrane had written through the carpet. The founder woman stood in the corner. Her lances were gone. The ambient mana she had been drawing from the chamber had evaporated with the gate. She was just a woman in black plate armor, breathing hard, staring at Wrenn. You will collapse, she said. That core was not meant to be taken whole. Wrenn looked down at her hands. The sphere was gone. The power sat inside her like a second heart, beating in a rhythm that did not match her pulse. She could feel the 53 civilians below. She could feel Corwin in the stairwell, bleeding, still moving. She could feel the kill boxes locking into place across the city, 3 blocks away, 6 blocks, 12. She could feel every unregistered core in Port Hather. They burned like candles in the dark. Get out, Wrenn said. The woman did not move. The elimination team is 2 minutes out, she said. Protocol Hesperus is live. You are priority target Alpha. There is nowhere in this city you can go where the system will not find you. Wrenn picked up the folder from where it had fallen. Her mother's handwriting, the pattern, the 3-year-old map. Then I will go where the system does not reach, she said. The woman's jaw tightened. Wrenn walked past her. The stairwell was dark. The emergency lights had kicked in, casting long red shadows across the concrete. Corwin was sitting against the wall on the third-floor landing, one hand pressed to his ribs, his sword across his knees. He looked up when she appeared. The civilians? Alive. The gate? Closed. He let out a breath that was half laugh, half pain. Good. That is good. Wrenn crouched beside him. The boss core's power moved through her with every heartbeat, and she could feel the seconds running out. The elimination team was closer now. The building was surrounded. The kill boxes had locked. Can you walk? She asked. I can try. She helped him stand. His weight pressed against her shoulder, and she felt the warmth of his blood soaking through his jacket. He was pale, losing too much. You should have left, she said. I know. They will kill you for staying. I know. They will kill you for staying. I know. They reached the second-floor landing. The sealed fire doors were still intact, but Wrenn could feel the pressure on the other side. Hunters, association response teams, the elimination squad. Corwin stopped. Wrenn, she turned. His face was hard to read in the red emergency light, but his voice was steady. Whatever comes next, I am in. She wanted to tell him he was a fool. She wanted to tell him to run while he still could. Instead, she said, then stay close. They pushed through the fire door together. The lobby was full of light. Not orange membrane light. White. Camera light. A dozen feeds were pointed at the main entrance where Wrenn and Corwin emerged, and the crowd of survivors behind them was flooding into the open air, coughing, crying, clutching each other. Yasmin Elbas was the first to reach them. Her microphone was already live. Wrenn Solano, the gate is sealed. 53 civilians are alive. The association declared you an anomaly parameter and sent an execution squad to kill you. What do you say to the people watching? Wrenn looked at the camera. She thought about her parents, about Mina, about the 4 years of falsified registries and hidden cores, about the voice inside her that had offered power in exchange for self. She thought about what it meant to be seen. I am not a parameter, she said. I am not an anomaly. I am a sweeper who refused to let a system built on lies decide who lives and who dies. If that makes me a target, then I am a target. But I am not going to hide anymore. The feed went viral in seconds. In Association headquarters, Arion Kessler watched from his office. His pale gray eyes were fixed on the screen. His hand rested on the sigil tattoo behind his ear. He did not blink. Activate Protocol Hesperus, full scope, he said. Every district, every checkpoint. I want her found within the hour. The room around him went cold. On the Civic Hall steps, Wrenn felt the weight of the boss core shift inside her. The power was still settling. The second heart was still beating. And somewhere in the direction of the harbor, a gate she had never seen began to resonate with her signature. Chapter 41. The crowd noise hid Wrenn in a wall. Not cheers, not panic, something in between, a sound the city had never practiced, a crowd that did not know whether it was watching a hero or a corpse. Yasmin lowered her microphone but kept recording. You just declared war on the association, she said. On live feed. Do you have a plan for what happens next? Wrenn felt the boss core pulse. The second heartbeat once, slow, heavy. She could feel the cameras counting her like she was prey. I am working on it. Corwin leaned harder against her shoulder. His breath was shallow. The blood on his jacket had stopped spreading, but the wound was deep, and the color had not returned to his face. We need to move, he said. Now. The Civic Hall steps stretched down into a plaza that was filling with survivors, medical crews, and the first wave of journalists who had broken through the perimeter. Beyond them, at the edge of the block, Wrenn saw the flash of Association tactical vests. Response teams. Not the elimination squad, not yet, but the cordon was reforming. She had minutes. Yasmin stepped into her path. There is a service alley behind the municipal annex. I can buy you 60 seconds of coverage blackout if you move now. Why? Because I want to keep reporting. And you are the story that keeps me alive. Wrenn looked at her. The journalist's face was hard, professional, and completely sincere. 60 seconds, Wrenn said. She pulled Corwin down the stairs. The crowd parted when they saw her coming. Some reached out, others pulled back. A woman in a blood-stained office shirt grabbed Wrenn's arm and said something Wrenn did not catch, her voice swallowed by the sirens and the shouting and the second heart beating in her chest. She kept moving. The alley behind the municipal annex was narrow, wet, and empty. A service door stood ajar. Inside, the corridor was dark, lined with cleaning equipment and stacked chairs. Wrenn pushed Corwin through the door and closed it behind them. The silence was instant and total. Corwin slid down the wall, his sword clattering against the concrete floor. His face was gray. Give me a count, he said. Of what? Everything. What you can feel. Wrenn closed her eyes. The boss core expanded inside her like a second set of senses. She felt the Civic Hall behind her, the survivors spreading through the plaza, the medical teams setting up triage. She felt the tactical units moving into position, 3 squads, no, 4, positioning at every exit within a 6-block radius. She felt the kill boxes locked across every transit hub, every depot, every checkpoint. She felt the harbor gate, resonating, waiting. 4 response teams within visual range, she said. Protocol Hesperus is fully active. Every checkpoint in the city has my biometric profile, and there is a gate in the harbor district that is singing to my core. Corwin opened his eyes. Singing? Like it knows me. He stared at her for a long moment. Then he laughed, a thin, broken sound that cost him visible effort. Of course it does. Wrenn crouched beside him. She pulled open his jacket. The wound was a clean puncture through the muscle below his ribs, still oozing, not hemorrhaging. He would survive if they got him to real medical care within the hour. If. I need to get you to Mina's network, she said. They will be watching every route she controls. Then I will find another way. Corwin reached up and caught her wrist. His grip was weak, but his eyes were steady. You can feel the harbor gate. You can feel every unregistered core in this city. That is not a coincidence. That is the boss core showing you where you need to go. I am not leaving you in an alley to bleed out. Then do not leave me. But do not waste time pretending we have options we do not. Wrenn looked at his hand on her wrist. The touch was light, almost careful, even now. The second heartbeat. She felt the tactical teams tightening the cordon. 4 minutes, maybe 5, before they cleared the plaza and started checking every door on this block. She felt the harbor gate pulse in response. There is a solid bullet network under the old Frein district, she said. Petra showed me the entrance once. It runs east from the depot line, passes under the harbor road, and surfaces inside a sealed customs shed. How sealed? Sealed enough that the association never bothered mapping it. Corwin let out a breath. How far? 2 miles underground, maybe 3. Can you carry me that far? Wrenn looked at him, at his gray face, at the blood soaking through his jacket, at the trust in his eyes, the trust she had never asked for and did not know how to deserve. Yes, she said. She pulled him upright. The service corridor led to a basement loading bay. Empty. A single freight elevator stood against the far wall, its doors rusted open. The shaft beyond was dark. Wrenn lowered Corwin onto the elevator platform. Then she reached into the shaft and found the maintenance ladder bolted to the concrete wall. We are going down, she said. How far? Until we hit the old freight tunnels. She climbed onto the ladder. Corwin followed, one rung at a time, his breath hissing through his teeth with every movement. The second heart kept time below her ribs, pulsing in a rhythm that did not belong to her. Above them, the Civic Hall sirens sated. Below them, the dark waited. She had no map, no supplies, no plan beyond the next handhold. But she could feel the harbor gate calling, and she knew, with the certainty of something that was no longer entirely her own, that it would be waiting for her when she arrived. Chapter 42. The maintenance ladder ended 20 feet down in a drainage culvert wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. The ceiling curved low overhead, ribbed with old pipe brackets and calcium deposits that caught the weak light from Wrenn's phone. She helped Corwin down the last rungs. His boots hit the concrete and he swayed, one hand braced against the curved wall. Which way? He said. Not a question. Wrenn closed her eyes. The second heart pulsed beneath her ribs, and the harbor gate answered, a low thrum that she felt in her molars. East, through the dark, under the freight yards and the elevated highway. Follow me. She moved at a pace that was just short of a jog. Corwin kept up, his breathing ragged but measured, one hand pressed against the wound below his ribs. The tunnel sloped gently downward, the concrete giving way to older brick, then to packed earth reinforced with timber beams. The source check came 5 minutes in. Wrenn's expanded senses brushed against a tactical signature above them, a scrod moving through the freight depot. She stopped, pressed her palm flat against the wall, and felt the vibration of boots on the surface above. 7 people, moving west. Not searching the tunnels, not yet. She kept going. The tunnel branched twice. She took the left fork at the first split, guided by nothing but the harbor gate's pull. The right fork at the second. The walls grew damp, then wet, and the air took on the chemical tang of standing water and rust. Corwin stumbled. She caught him before he fell, felt his weight settle against her shoulder. How long? He said. 8 minutes since the last checkpoint. That is not what I asked. She looked at him. His face was the color of old paper, but his eyes were still sharp. Another 10 minutes to the customs shed, she said. Maybe 15. That is a long time. It is. He nodded and pushed himself upright. They moved on. The tunnel opened into a wider chamber where 2 drainage channels converged. The ceiling rose to a vaulted arch of old brickwork, and a rusted iron ladder climbed the far wall toward a sealed grate. Wrenn stopped. The second heart pulsed. The harbor gate's song sharpened, pulling her attention eastward toward the grate. But something else tugged at her awareness, a different rhythm, closer. Vibration through the floor. Not boots. Vehicles. Heavy ones. She pressed her ear to the wall and listened. Engines, multiple, idling. Trucks, she said. Above us, the freight yard. Corwin lowered himself to sit against the wall. His hand came away from his ribs, wet. Then we go up somewhere else. There is no somewhere else. This is the only access point for half a mile in either direction. He looked at her. The silence stretched. Then we go through them, he said. Corwin, We do not have another option. Wren's phone buzzed. She pulled it out. The screen showed a single message from an unknown number. No name, no preview. She opened it. West Gordon's thinning in 90 seconds. Move now. Wrenn stared at the message. Lucia. The timing was too precise, too surgical. She had to be watching the tactical feeds in real time, feeding Wrenn the only window she could. New plan, Wrenn said. She pulled Corwin Okocha and turned back the way they had come. The return tunnel felt longer, darker. Every step carried the weight of the clock ticking down, the harbor gate's song pulling at her chest like a leash. She reached the first branch and took the left fork this time, following the line of the upper drainage channel toward the west edge of the freight yard. The tunnel ended at a concrete wall with a maintenance hatch bolted into it. The bolts were rusted, but the lock was new, a heavy steel padlock with no visible key slot. Wrenn reached for it. Corwin's hand caught her wrist. They will expect you to break through, he said. Monosurge, thermal trace. They will triangulate within seconds. Then what do you suggest? He pulled a thin strip of metal from the lining of his jacket. A pick. The end was curved, worn from use. Petra's gear masked our signatures, he said. But the mask only works if we do not announce ourselves. He knelt. The pick slid into the lock's mechanism, and his fingers moved with a precision that looked practiced, professional. 20 seconds. 30. The lock clicked open. Corwin pulled it free and set it on the ground. Then he looked up at her, and there was something almost like a smile on his gray face. Do not tell anyone I can do that. Wrenn pushed the hatch open. Cold air hit her face. The tunnel opened into a narrow service alley between two corrugated metal warehouses. The sky above was the flat gray of late afternoon, the light thin and watery. She climbed out. Corwin followed. The alley was empty. Wren's phone buzzed again. East boundary net is shifting. They saw the lock drop. 2 minutes. L. She grabbed Corwin's arm and pulled him east, toward the gap between the warehouses. The harbor gate sawing sharpened with every step, pulling her forward, promising something she could not name. They broke out of the alley into a staging yard lined with shipping containers. The customs shed stood at the far end, a low concrete building with a corrugated roof and a roll-up door that had been sealed with a steel beam. Wrenn crossed the yard at a run. Halfway there, her expanded senses flared. A tactical signature. Directly ahead. Not above, not behind. Ahead. She stopped. Corwin crashed into her back, and she steadied him with one hand while the other reached for the knife at her hip. The customs shed's roll-up door began to rise. Not a tactical team. A single figure stood in the gap, silhouetted against the dim light inside. Tall, lean, dark skin. Lucia Mbeki stepped into the yard. Her armored gauntlets glinted. Her face was unreadable. Wrenn, she said. That hatch was the obvious route. They have a team triangulating every exit within the next 4 minutes. Wren's grip on the knife did not loosen. You are here to stop me. Lucia shook her head. I am here because the obvious routes are all compromised. Arion's net anticipated every access point within the 6-block radius. The salvage tunnels, the freight yard, the customs shed, the workers' safe houses, every location Mina's network ever used. She stepped aside and gestured toward the open roll-up door. There is a passage behind the shed. Old storm drain, runs onto the elevated highway, surfaces at the harbor road. It is not mapped. It is not watched. But you have 60 seconds before the triangulation locks your position. Wrenn stared at her. Why? Lucia's expression shifted. Something that might have been pain or regret, or both. Because I have been watching people disappear for 18 months, she said, and you are the first one who fought back. Corwin moved first. He limped past Wrenn, through the gap in the roll-up door, into the dark of the customs shed. Wrenn followed. Lucia lowered the door behind them. The storm drain entrance was a rusted grate in the concrete floor, half hidden under a collapsed shelving unit. Corwin pried it open while Wrenn listened to the tactical signatures tightening overhead. They dropped into the dark. The drain was narrow, barely wide enough for one person. The water ran ankle-deep, cold and chemical. The ceiling pressed low, forcing them to crouch. Wren's phone died at the first bend. She moved blind, guided only by the harbor gate's song and the sound of Corwin's breathing behind her. The tunnel sloped downward. The water deepened. The air grew heavy with the smell of salt and rust, and then the tunnel ended. A steel grate blocked their path. Beyond it, the harbor road, and beyond that, the water. The harbor gate's song swelled, silling her chest, pulling her forward. Wrenn reached for the grate. Her fingers closed around the cold metal, and the second heart stopped. Chapter 43. The cold of the concrete floor seeped through Wren's knees. She pressed her palm against her chest, feeling for the rhythm that had been there since the Civic hall. The second beat. The syncopated pulse that had matched the harbor gate's song. Nothing. Her own heart hammered in the silence. Alone. Corwin slumped against the wall beside her, his face the color of wet paper. Blood had stopped seeping through his bandage, but that meant nothing. Stoppage meant clotting, or it meant he had run dry. She could not tell which. "Wrenn," his voice scraped. "I know." She pushed off the floor. The shuttered salvage depot around them was a graveyard of rusted shelving units and crushed cargo cages. The light came through cracks in the corrugated roof, thin and gray. They had crawled out of the storm drain into this place 5 minutes ago, maybe 10. Time had gone elastic. The second heart remained silent. Wrenn closed her eyes and reached for her expanded senses. The candles she had felt across Port Hather flickered at the edge of her awareness, but dimmer now, as if a fog had rolled in. The tactical units she had tracked through walls and floors were still there, but she felt them through effort instead of instinct. Something had broken, or something had changed. A speaker crackled above her head. Wren's eyes snapped open. The depot's old intercom system was mounted on the far wall, a dented box with a torn grill. It should not have power. The building had been dark when they entered. The crackle came again. Then a voice, muffled, metallic. "That is the 4th District Salvage Hub. We do not have eyes on the target." Wrenn went still. A second voice answered through the same speaker. "Command confirms. Protocol Hesperus is live citywide. Every checkpoint, every transit hub, every medical intake. If she surfaces, she is contained." First voice. "Understood. Maintaining sweep pattern." The speaker went silent. Wrenn looked at Corwin. His eyes were open, watching her. "They are using the municipal comm network," he said. "That means every speaker in every public building is a listening post. They do not know we are here. Yet." She turned away. The silence stretched. Corwin's breathing had grown shallower. She could hear it now, a wet drag at the end of each inhale. The puncture below his ribs had not hemorrhaged, but it did not need to kill him fast to kill him at all. Slow was still dead. She needed to move. But the second heart had not restarted. The harbor gate's song had faded to a whisper she could barely feel, like a radio station drifting past the edge of transmission range. Without it, she was navigating blind. Without the boss core's power, she was an E-rank sweeper with a fading core and a wounded hunter who would not last the night. She could sense the candles, but they felt farther away than before, as if she were sinking and the city was rising above her. The intercom crackled again. "Update on the civilian casualty count," the second voice said. "Civic Hall East Wing, 53 trapped, 41 evacuated, 12 confirmed dead." The words hit her like a physical blow. 41 evacuated, 12 dead. She had saved 41 people, but 12 had died while she fought the founder woman in the heart chamber. 12 had suffocated or been crushed or bled out while Wrenn sealed a gate the system had opened on purpose. A laugh built in her chest, bitter, hollow. She had given them something to see, and 12 people had still died. Corwin shifted. "Wrenn, I know. You cannot carry them." "I know." She knelt beside him. His skin was hot to the touch. Fever. Infection was setting in, or sepsis was brewing. He needed a trauma team within hours, not days, and she had no way to get him one. The intercom crackled a third time. "Switching to citywide broadcast channel," the first voice said. "Command is ordering all municipal audio relays live. Stand by." Wren's hand found Corwin's jacket. She pulled him upright. "We have to move." He did not argue. He let her lift him, his weight heavy against her shoulder, and together they limped toward the depot's rear exit. The speaker above them came alive. A voice filled the depot. Smooth. Familiar. Wrenn froze. "And I want to speak directly to every citizen of Port Hather." Arion Kessler's voice was calm, measured, the same tone he had used in the morning broadcast, the one that promised transparency while activating a purge. This morning, an unregistered individual entered the Port Hather Civic Hall during an active gate breach. Footage of that individual has circulated across salvage district networks and private channels. I have watched that footage. I have reviewed the operational logs, and I am here to give you the truth that some would rather obscure. Wrenn's grip on Corwin tightened. The individual in question is not a registered hunter. She is not an association operative. She is an unregistered anomaly who has been operating outside the legal framework that keeps this city safe. Her actions at Civic Hall saved lives. I will not deny that. But courage without accountability is not heroism. It is a liability. A pause. The silence in the depot was absolute. "We have activated Protocol Hesperus," Arion continued. "This is a citywide containment measure designed to locate and secure any individual whose core growth exceeds registered parameters. It is not a death sentence. It is not a purge. It is a quarantine protocol, the same measure we would use for any biological or magical hazard that poses an unknown risk to public safety." Wrenn's jaw tightened. Quarantine. He was calling it quarantine. "The individual will be given every opportunity to surrender peacefully," Arion said. "If she does, she will receive a full evaluation, fair treatment, and due process under the emergency law provisions signed this morning. If she resists, the protocol authorizes any force necessary to prevent further civilian endangerment." A softer tone entered his voice. "I know fear when I see it. I know desperation. The woman on that footage is not a monster. She is a person who made choices outside the system, and the system must respond. But I also know that the people of Port Hather are not the kind to turn on someone in need. If you see her, you do not have to engage. You call the emergency line. You let us handle the rest." Chapter 44. De Gaume worked in the dark. The only light came from a cracked tablet propped against a stack of coolant tanks, its screen dimmed to the lowest setting. Around him, the maintenance vault smelled of rust and machine oil, pipes sweating condensation onto concrete that had not seen clean air in decades. He had chosen the spot for its ventilation shaft, a vertical duct that let him catch fragments of municipal comm traffic, and for its single exit, a bolted hatch that led into the storm drain network. He had been here for 7 hours. The file on the founder woman was incomplete. That was the first thing he noticed. The association's personnel archive listed her as a Level 5 tactical asset, reassigned to closed rotation status. No return date. Standard language. The same language used for every disappeared operator he had traced in the past 18 months. But her training record was not sealed. Day pulled it open. The document was old. Older than the current filing system. Older than the digital migration that had scrubbed most pre-standardization records. It had survived because someone had misfiled it under equipment calibration logs, a clerical error that no one had bothered to correct. He read it once. Then he read it again. The woman's training model was built around a methodology the association did not officially recognize. The document called it resonance shaping, but the techniques described, the core manipulation patterns, the staged growth benchmarks, the way power was cultivated by integrating foreign energy rather than generating it internally, matched exactly what he had reconstructed from the Civic Hall footage. Absorption. Not the forbidden kind. Not the wild, unstable version that the inquiry was authorized to eliminate. A refined version. A controlled version. One that had been developed, tested, and applied to a small number of operators before the public registry was ever established. The training model predated the modern rank system by 6 years. Day sat back against the pipe behind him. The metal bit into his spine. The founders had not suppressed absorption because it was dangerous. They had suppressed it because they had already taken the method for themselves and built the entire hierarchy around keeping it exclusive. Every hunter who climbed past expectations, Every operator who developed in ways the model did not predict, every anomaly that could not be explained by the standard growth curve. They were not threats to stability. They were threats to the monopoly. His hands were shaking. He turned back to the file. The woman's deployment record was sparse. 11 operations over 4 years, all designated as closed rotations with no location data. But the transfer authorization for each deployment carried a signature code he recognized. 47th floor, Arion Kessler's office. Day scrolled deeper. At the bottom of the file, buried under a string of administrative codes, was a reference to a secondary personnel record. The designation was partially redacted, the name blacked out, but the cross-reference number was intact. He copied it into his search window. The system took 3 seconds to return a result. File accessed 36 minutes ago. Day's breath caught. Someone else had found the same cross-reference. Someone had opened this secondary record less than an hour ago, from inside the association's internal network, nazzing credentials he did not recognize. He pulled the record. The secondary file contained a single name, Solano, M.A. Transfer order, dated 3 years, 5 months ago. Signed with the same 47th floor code. The destination field was blank, the standard language for a closed operation with no return date. Below it, a reference to an investigation file. The investigation was registered under an old case number, one that predated the current filing system by several years. The subject field was partially redacted, but one word remained visible: pattern. Day opened the investigation file. The document was short, 7 pages. It described a systematic analysis of gate anchor signatures across 17 incidents over a 2-year period. The author had identified a recurring anomaly in the resonance patterns, a deliberate distortion that made gates appear lower ranked than their actual output. The gates had been misclassified on purpose. The author of the report had submitted it to the 47th floor with a request for further investigation. The date of submission was 3 years, 5 months ago, 3 weeks before the Solano transfer order. Day read the name on the report. Solano, E.O. Wrenn's mother. He sat in the dark, the tablet glowing against his face, the ventilation shaft humming above him. Chapter 45. They found a pocket of silence beneath the old freight archives. A boiler room, long dead, with a pipe-drip rhythm and a door that still locked from inside. Corwin said something. She heard the shape of it, but not the meaning. When? She blinked. The room snapped back into focus. I said, talk to me. She shook her head. Nothing to say yet. That's a lie. She looked at him. Even feverish and bleeding, he read her the way he always did. It should have irritated her. It did not. The core, she said. It is settling, or fighting. I cannot tell which. Her voice sounded wrong, thicker. The words pushed through a throat that felt lined with something that was not flesh. The memory fragment surfaced without warning. A voice, not Caravash, someone else. A woman speaking in the 3 moonlight. The gates do not open. They are tuned. A pause. Someone is playing the instrument. Wrenn's hands clenched on the concrete. What? Corwin asked. A residue. From the absorption. She did not tell him what it meant. Not yet. Because if gates were tuned, if someone was playing them, then every breach, every death, every engineered catastrophe was not a side effect of the system. It was composition. And the composer was still writing. The hunger surged again, hotter this time. It clawed up her spine and wrapped around her ribs and whispered images of cores, of light, of the feel of raw manna sliding down her throat. She pressed her palms harder against the floor until the grit bit into her skin. Corwin watched her. He did not look away. You are burning, he said. I am managing. You are burning. She wanted to argue. She opened her mouth to argue, but the heat in her chest was not a metaphor. It was real. The boss core she had absorbed was not dormant. It was converting. The power had to go somewhere. If she did not spend it, it would spend her. I need to move, she said. I need to bleed some of it off before it tears through me. Corwin tried to stand. His legs buckled on the first attempt. He made it on the second, one hand braced against the pipe, his breath hissing through his teeth. Then we move. You cannot. I can follow. She looked at him, at the blood drying on his shirt, at the fever shine in his eyes, at the man who had walked into a trap with her and refused to walk out. The hunger did not care about any of it, but she did. Stay, she said. I will check the upper floor. If it is clear, I will come back for you. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once. She turned toward the stairs. The hunger pulled her up. Each step fetid. The old boiler room gave way to a narrow corridor, then a storage level filled with rusted shelving and collapsed cardboard. The air smelled of dust and salt and something else. Mana. Live cores. Someone had brought live cores into this building. Wrenn stopped at the top of the stairs. Her hands were shaking. Not from fear, from want. The boss core inside her had found a scent and it was pulling her toward it like a current. She could feel them. 3, maybe 4, ripe and warm and singing with energy that her body already knew how to drink. A voice came from the darkness ahead. I know you are there. Come out before I decide this was a mistake. Petra. Wrenn stepped into light. The quartermaster stood beside a cracked workbench, a canvas duffel at her feet. Her scar-split eyebrow lifted when she saw Wrenn's face. You look like hell. You brought cores. I brought supplies. Cores are part of that calculation. The hunger roared. Wrenn's vision swam. The room tilted. She was at the bench before she understood she had moved, her hand reaching for the duffel, her fingers closing around the canvas strap. Petra stepped back, fast. Her hand went to her belt. Wrenn. I need them. You need to breathe first. The hunger did not want to breathe. The hunger wanted to tear the bag open and press the cores against her chest and let the mana flood through her until the fever stopped and the strength came back and she could feel something other than this hollow, clawing need. Her hand was shaking on the strap. Petra was watching her with an expression Wrenn had never seen on her face before. Fear. The quartermaster was afraid of her. The recognition cut through the hunger like cold water. Wrenn let go of the bag. She stepped back, 1 step, 2, until her shoulders hit the wall and she could slide down to the floor and press her forehead against her knees. The hunger keened. She ignored it. I am sorry, she said. Her voice was raw. Petra did not move for a long time. Then she let out a breath and sat down on an overturned crate 3 meters away. That was close, she said. I know. You nearly went for me. I know. Wrenn kept her forehead pressed to her knees and breathed until the shaking stopped. When she looked up, Petra had pushed the duffel to the far end of the bench. They are not going anywhere, Petra said. But you need to tell me what happened in that gate. All of it. Wrenn opened her mouth. The second heart beat, once. Loud, hard, like a fist against the inside of her ribs. Her whole body seized. The room vanished. She was somewhere else. Cold stone under her feet, a sky with 3 moons, and a voice, not in her head but in front of her, speaking words she almost understood. You carry her. The vision shattered. Wrenn was on the floor. She did not remember falling. Petra was kneeling over her, saying something urgent, but the words would not resolve. The second heart beat again, and this time it did not stop. It settled into a rhythm, slow, steady, different from her own pulse. The harbor gate, 2 kilometers away, began to ring like a bell in her bones. Chapter 46. The bell toll of the harbor gate resonated through Wrenn's bones as she climbed the warehouse stairs toward the 3rd floor, where Lucia Mengica had directed them to meet. Petra had stayed behind with Corwin. The quartermaster's face had been pale when Wrenn left, her hand still resting on the knife at her belt. The second heart beat its alien rhythm against Wrenn's ribs. She found Lucia standing at a window overlooking the freight yard, her tall silhouette framed against the sodium glow of harbor lights. The S-rank vice captain did not turn when Wrenn entered. You made it, Lucia said. Barely. I have been watching the feeds. The city is calling you a terrorist now. Kessler's people are spinning it hard. Wrenn stopped 3 meters from her, close enough to see the tension in Lucia's jaw, far enough to retreat if the air shifted wrong. I need to tell you something, Wrenn said. Lucia turned. Her dark eyes were steady, unreadable. I know you are not F rank. I know you absorbed something at Civic Hall that made every registered core in the district scream. What else is there to tell? Wrenn's throat tightened. The hunger had receded, but the pressure behind her sternum had not. The second heart was listening. I am an absorption awakener, she said. Not the controlled kind, the kind the founders have been killing for years. Lucia's expression did not change. I know. The woman who came for me at Civic Hall, she was one of them, a founder operative. She called herself Ash. She could shape ambient mana into weapons because the founders have been using refined absorption techniques since before the rank system existed. They suppressed the class to keep the monopoly. I know that too. Wrenn stared at her. Lucia's voice was quiet. I have been tracking disappeared personnel for 18 months. Hunters, sweepers, records clerks, medtechs, people who climbed too fast or asked the wrong questions. Their badge numbers get reassigned, their files get sealed, and the pattern always traces back to the 47th floor. She stepped closer. What I did not know, Lucia said, is that your parents were among them. The words hit Wrenn like a blade. How do you know about my parents? De Guillaume found the file before Kessler cornered him. He got a copy out. He sent it to me through a dead drop before they took him. Wrenn's hands clenched. They took him? I do not know where he is, but I know what he found. Solano E. submitted a report on engineered gate misclassification 3 weeks before her transfer order. Solano M. signed out of the system on the same day. Destination blank. The second heart beat harder. You have been sitting on this, Wrenn said. Her voice came out rougher than she intended. I have been verifying it. I do not move on incomplete intelligence. And now? Lucia met her gaze. Now I have watched you fight something that should have killed you. I have watched you drag survivors out of a gate the association wrote off as acceptable losses. I have watched you refuse to die because people needed you to stay alive. She paused. I was not sure about you before Civic Hall. I am sure now. The words settled into Wrenn's chest like something solid. Then you know what Kessler will do if he catches us, Wrenn said. I know what he will do to me if he catches me helping you. Lucia's mouth tightened. I have been working inside his system for 6 years. I know exactly what he is capable of. And you are still here. I am still here. The second heart quieted, just slightly. Wrenn let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. There is more, she said. The boss core I absorbed. It is not just power. There is an entity inside it, a voice. She calls herself Caravash. She has been showing me memories of a realm beyond the gates, 3 moons, black pillars, and she recognized you. Lucia's eyes narrowed. Recognized me how? Your energy signature. She knew it, like she had encountered it before. Lucia was silent for a long time. I was part of an expedition team 7 years ago, she said finally. We went through a gate that did not behave like any other. The architecture inside was wrong. The mana density was wrong. I was the only one who came back. Do you remember what you saw? Fragments, a sky with multiple moons, a structure made of black stone, and a voice that told me I was not supposed to be there. Lucia's jaw tightened. They debriefed me for 3 weeks, then they classified the entire operation and told me never to speak of it again. Wrenn felt the second heart pulse in recognition. The founders know about the realm, Wrenn said. They have known since the beginning. They built the rank system to control who gets strong enough to reach it. Lucia nodded slowly. Then we are not just fighting Kessler, she said. We are fighting the foundation of the entire system. The window rattled, not from wind, from a vibration coming through the floor. Lucia's hand went to her earpiece. Her face went still. They found Mina's network hub, she said. Inquiry is rolling in heavy. They are sweeping everyone connected to the Civic Hall escape. Wrenn's blood went cold. Mina is still there. I know her. Lucia was already moving toward the door. Then we go. We cannot save everyone, Wrenn. I am not asking to save everyone. Wrenn's voice was flat. I am asking to save Mina. Lucia stopped. She looked back at Wrenn with an expression that might have been respect. "Then we move fast," she said, "before the kill boxes seal the district." The second heart began to beat in time with the harbor gate again. Slow, steady, hungry. Wrenn followed Lucia into the dark. Chapter 47. The first thing Wrenn saw through the smoke was the chain-link fence sagging inward where the truck had punched through. The yard stretched 3 acres behind the Fleet Street depot, a sprawl of cargo containers, sorting bays, and a dispatch office whose windows were already shattered. Figures in dark tactical gear moved through the aisles like grid sweepers, methodical, unhurried. They were not here to question anyone. From the dispatch office doorway, a woman in a gray coat stood watching, tablet in one hand, the other raised in a slow gesture that Wrenn recognized from the Civic Hall feed. A coordinator. She was tracking the sweep in real time. Lucia dropped to one knee behind a fuel tank, her gauntlets catching the smoke-filtered light. "They are pulling everyone out. Loggers, loaders, the night shift who were just clocking in. They are taking them." Wrenn's second heart beat once, hard. Not arresting. Taking. That is the pattern. The yard had become a killing box disguised as a raid. Wrenn could feel the tactical positions through the residual vibration in her core, not the sharp expanded senses from before, but enough. 7 operatives in the open, 2 on the warehouse roof, 1 at each vehicle entrance. The coordinator at the center, calling adjustments. A loader broke from a cargo container and ran for the fence. The closest operative did not raise a weapon. He simply stepped into her path and put a fist through her sternum. The loader folded. The operative dragged her limp body toward a transport van without breaking stride. Wrenn's hands closed into fists. 12 of them, she said. Coordinator in the dispatch office. They are processing the yard in lanes. Lucia followed her gaze. You can see the formation? I can feel it. Then you know we cannot take 12 head on. Not with Corwin in that depot and the entire district watching for your face. I am not going to take 12 head on. Wrenn turned. I am going to take the coordinator. The woman in gray was the only one not moving with the sweep. She was reading the tablet, waiting for confirmation reports, adjusting lanes as the operatives cleared each section. She was the brain of the operation. Without her, the raid became blind muscle. Lucia's jaw tightened. The moment you engage, every operative in the yard converges on your position. Then you will have exactly that long to pull every worker who is still standing through the back fence. Lucia held her gaze for a count of 3. Then she nodded. I will cover the northeast lane. 2 minutes to reach the fence from the sorting bay. Do not be late. She was gone before Wrenn could answer, moving low through the smoke, her gauntlets gleaming like tools that had already been paid for. Wrenn pulled her rebreather scarf up and felt that old fabric settle against her skin. The second heart beat against her ribs, hungry and patient. She did not need to kill the coordinator. She just needed to make the coordinator stop talking. The yard smelled of diesel, smoke, and blood. Wrenn moved. She did not run. Running drew eyes, triggered response patterns, gave the tactical net a vector to lock onto. She walked at a steady pace through the smoke, keeping cargo containers between herself and the operative lanes, timing her movement to the rhythm of the sweep. The coordinator was 30 meters away, still reading her tablet. 20 meters. The nearest operative turned his head. Wrenn did not accelerate. She held the pace, let the smoke close behind her, let the rebreather scarf make her just another worker moving to the wrong position. The operative looked away. 15 meters. The coordinator looked up. Her eyes met Wrenn's through the smoke. Her hand moved toward the tablet. Wrenn closed the distance in 3 strides. She caught the coordinator's wrist before the fingers reached the screen, twisted the arm behind the woman's back, and drove her face into the dispatch door frame. The tablet hit the concrete and cracked. The coordinator went limp. Wrenn let her drop. The silence lasted 2 seconds. Then the first operative shouted. The yard converged. Wrenn did not wait for the encirclement. She grabbed the coordinator's tablet from the ground, crushed it under her boot, and moved into the smoke toward the sorting bay. Shouts came from 3 directions. Footsteps hammered on metal catwalks above her. A tactical light swept past her shoulder, and she dropped to a crouch behind a stack of cargo pallets. The operative passed 3 meters to her left, weapon raised, sweeping the aisle for a target that was already behind him. Wrenn did not engage. She let him pass. The sound of the raid had shifted. The coordinated lanes were breaking apart, operators calling positions, searching for the threat they had not anticipated. Somewhere in the northeast lane, Lucia was moving workers through the fence, but Wrenn could not hear that section over the chaos. A loader stumbled past her position, blood streaming from a scalp wound, one arm held at an unnatural angle. Wrenn caught his wrist and pulled it into cover behind the pallets. "Fence," she said. "Northeast corner. You see a tall woman with armored gauntlets, you follow her. Do not stop." The loader blinked at her, recognition dawning in his eyes. "You are her," he said. "The one from the feed." "Go." He went. Wrenn moved again, deeper into the yard, past overturned sorting bins and a dispatch table still covered in shift schedules from the morning. She could feel the tactical net reforming, operators adjusting to her last known position, tightening the search zone around the sorting bay. She was already 2 aisles north. A shout went up from the warehouse roof. The spotter had found her. Wrenn broke into a sprint. She hit the back fence at full speed, grabbed the chain link above her head, and vaulted over the top of a motion that should have been impossible for an E-rank body. The landing jarred her knees. She kept moving, into the alley, toward the dark mouth of the service corridor where Lucia was already waving workers through. 32, Lucia said as Wrenn passed. 2 down, 4 missing before we started. That is 32 more than they planned to leave with. They moved through the corridor, past the storm drain grate, into the dead space between buildings where the municipal comm network did not reach. The workers followed in a ragged line, silent, carrying each other, leaving the burning yard behind. Lucia's earpiece crackled. She touched it, listened, and her expression shifted. "Movement behind us. Single track, fast." Wrenn stopped. She told. Through the smoke at the corridor's entrance, a figure stepped into view. Not an operative, not a worker. The silhouette was familiar in a way that made Wrenn's stomach tighten. "De Guillaume." He stood at the corridor's mouth, tablet in one hand, his coat streaked with ash from the yard fire. He looked at Wrenn with the expression of a man who had just finished a calculation and found the answer staring back at him. "You use the same footwork," he said. "Port Heather Central, Site 12, Southgate, Civic Hall. Every incident where the pattern broke, you were there, and you moved the same way." Wrenn said nothing. "I am not here to arrest you." Day's voice was steady. "I am here because Chesler took everything I had, and you are the only piece of the board he did not see coming." He held up the tablet. "I know where they moved your parents." Chapter 48. Day held the tablet at chest height, his face lit by its screen in the smoke-stained corridor. Wrenn did not move toward him. She did not lower her guard. Her fingers stayed loose, ready to close into a fist or grab the knife at her belt depending on what he did next. "You have exactly 3 sentences," she said. "Start with where?" Day's jaw tightened. He looked past her at the corridor's dark throat, checking the space behind him before he spoke. "Central holding facility, regional transfer hub, converted freight depot outside Port Heather jurisdiction. They moved personnel from closed operations there for processing and reassignment. That is the official language. The real name is the Lantern Registry. Processing means killing. Processing means disappearing. I do not know if yours are still alive. But the location is real, and the file I pulled shows a transport date that matches the Solano transfer order." Lucia stepped forward, her armored gauntlets catching the dim light from the corridor's emergency strip. "You pulled the file after Kessler cornered you in the vault." "I pulled the file before he found me." Day's voice carried an edge. "I copied it to a dead drop while he was still on the stairs. I knew what would happen if he caught me in that room. The copy was already out." "And yet, here you are," Wrenn said, "standing in front of me instead of running. Because running ends the same way." Day lowered the tablet. "I have seen the pattern. Everyone who gets close to the 47th floor either disappears or becomes part of the machine. Kessler cornered me in that vault because I was already flagged. He knew I was investigating before I knew he was watching." "How long?" "Since I requested the Port Heather Central sensor logs." A bitter smile crossed his face. 3 days after your transit gate broke open, My access level was quite elevated. I thought it was a promotion. It was a leash. They wanted to see how far I would chase the trail before they closed it. Lucia's eyes narrowed. And you kept chasing anyway. I wanted to know if the pattern was real. Day's voice dropped. I spent 6 months convincing myself the irregularities were administrative error. Budget cuts, personnel shuffles, the kind of rot that happens in any large institution when no one is watching. But the numbers did not add up. The gate assessments were too consistent in their errors. The transfer records were too clean. Someone was not just covering up mistakes. Someone was designing them. He held the tablet out toward Wrenn. Your mother submitted her report on the anchor signature anomalies 3 weeks before the transfer order. She identified 12 misclassified gates over 18 months. Every one of them was in a civilian-heavy zone. Every one of them produced casualties that justified expanded emergency authority for the association. Wrenn took the tablet. The screen showed a file header she recognized from Denise's folder. Her mother's handwriting, scanned and indexed, organized into a timeline that led from gate assessments to casualty reports to legislative expansions. She was not just investigating the gates, Day said. She was documenting a pattern of engineered disasters. Someone was using gate breaks to create political cover for expanding association control. When she tried to publish her findings, the transfer order was signed within 3 weeks. Wrenn scrolled through the file. Names, dates, gate designations. Each entry mapped to a public incident she remembered from news feeds and depot gossip. The transit hub collapse, the Seawall breach, the Southgate industrial fire. All of them had killed civilians. All of them had accelerated emergency law. Who else has seen this? The 36-minute gap, Day said. Someone accessed the Solano secondary record before I did. I do not know who. I do not know if they are friend or enemy. But they are inside the network, and they know the file exists. Wrenn handed the tablet back. The information sat in her chest like a stone, heavy and cold. This does not tell me where my parents are now. No. Day's voice was flat. It tells you where they were moved. The Lantern Registry is a classified facility. I do not have the clearance to access its current operations. But I know the transfer path, and I know the date, and I know the routing code matches the same pattern used for every other disappeared anomaly in the database. How many? Day's silence answered. Wrenn felt the hunger stir in her chest, a low pulse that matched the second heart's rhythm. She forced it down. Give me the number. 73, Day said. Over 6 years. All of them absorbed core anomalies, unregistered awakeners, or investigators who got too close to the truth. 73 personnel with association identification who entered closed operations and never returned. Lucia made a sound low in her throat. That is not a security protocol. That is a culling. That is the system your rank defends, Day said. The words hung between them, sharp and raw. Wrenn thought of her mother's handwriting on the digitized pages, the careful annotations, the structured logic of a woman who believed evidence would protect her if she documented the pattern clearly enough. It had not protected her. It had put her on a list. The yard, she said. You tracked me through the yard because you knew where I would go. I tracked you because you moved the same way every time. Day met her gaze. I spent 4 years analyzing combat footage. I know the footwork of every ranked hunter in the Eastern District. You do not have a ranked hunter's footwork. You have something faster and less disciplined, and it leaves the same signature in every incident you touch. And that made you think I would come here. That made me think you would not stop. Day's voice cracked on the last word. I need this file to mean something. I need the pattern to break here, not end in another sealed room with a blank transfer order. You are the only person Kessler is afraid of, and that means you are the only person who can reach the Lantern Registry. Wrenn stared at him. The corridor was silent, except for the distant crackle of the yard fire. Then the first alarm screamed. It came from the harbor, a low mechanical wail that rose and fell in waves. Wrenn felt it in her bones before she heard it, the second heart lurching in her chest, pulsing in time with the sound. Lucia's earpiece crackled. She touched it, listened, and her face went pale. The harbor gate, she said. "It is opening." Wrenn looked past Day, through the corridor's mouth, toward the dark hulk of the waterfront. The sky above the harbor was turning orange, not with fire, but with light spilling from a tear that had not been there 10 minutes ago. "Kessler is not chasing you," Lucia said. "He is clearing the field." Day's tablet pinged. He looked down, and his expression hardened. "3 more gate events," he said. "Chain link pattern, spaced along the freight waterfront. The same tuning signature as your mother's report." The second heart beat once, hard. Wrenn felt the harbor gate answer. Chapter 49. The harbor gate tore open with a sound that was not thunder. It was a harmonic, a vibration that ran through Wrenn's bones and made the second heart lurch inside her chest like a creature testing its tether. The sky above the waterfront split along an invisible seam, orange light spilling out in sheets that caught the smoke from the Yad fire. Wrenn watched the tear widen, felt the pressure drop as mana flooded the district. Lucia was already moving, her earpiece crackling with incoming traffic. "That is not 1 gate, that is 5, maybe 6. Day's tablet lit up with a schematic of the freight waterfront. Red markers bloomed along the shoreline like a rash. "Chain pattern, every 300 meters. The tuning signature matches your mother's report exactly." Wrenn forced her legs forward, toward the edge of the corridor where the harbor came into view. The second heart beat in time with the light pulsing from the nearest tear, a rhythm that felt deliberate. Structured. "Kessler is not trying to flush me out," she said. "He is baiting every responder in the city, stretching them thin so no one can respond to the real threat." "The real threat being you," Lucia said. "The real threat being whatever he is hiding in that warehouse." Day looked up from his tablet. "Warehouse 9. It is off the grid. No association routing code, no entry in the public depot database. But the gate events are forming a perimeter around it, 300 meters out, every single one." "That is not a perimeter," Wrenn said. "That is a wall of monsters between me and whatever he does not want me to find." The first scream came from the dock front, 100 meters east. Then another, closer. Then the sound of metal tearing as something pushed through a cargo container's hull. Lucia drew her weapon. "We do not have time for a strategy session. I can hold the eastern approach, pull workers toward the Seawall access road. Day, you get civilians moving inland, away from the chain. Wrenn, if you are going to that warehouse, you need to move now." Wrenn looked at the nearest tear. The light was stabilizing, the membrane solidifying. Monsters would be coming through within seconds. "Corwin is in the depot basement. He cannot run." "I will get him," Des said. "You go." The offer hit Wrenn like a physical weight. She looked at Day, at the hollow exhaustion in his eyes, and saw something she had not expected. Conviction. He had lost everything to Kessler. He had nothing left to protect except the pattern he had spent years tracing. "If you touch him and he gets worse, he will not get worse." Day met her gaze. "I have field medic training. It was part of my assessment rotation before I was pulled into analysis. I can stabilize him and get him to the Breakwater rendezvous." Wrenn nodded once. She did not have time to verify. She did not have time to second-guess. She ran. The street beyond the corridor was chaos. Dock workers poured out of the waterfront depots, some carrying tools, some carrying wounded, all of them moving without direction. The municipal comm speakers crackled with conflicting orders: evacuate east, no, evacuate west, shelter in place, ignore the previous instruction. Kessler had not just triggered the gates. He had jammed the response network, flooding it with contradictory commands so no one could coordinate. Wrenn pushed through the crowd, following the pull of the second heart. The nearest gate was 2 blocks ahead, a tear that had opened in the side of a refrigerated warehouse. Cold air billowed out, mixing with the orange light spilling from the rift. She stopped at the corner and assessed. The tear was small, maybe 4 meters across, but the mana saturation was climbing fast. Something was already pushing through, a shape that moved like oil across concrete, low and fluid. A dock worker stumbled out of the warehouse door, his coveralls smoking at the edges. He saw Wrenn and froze. "Get back," she said. "Get everyone off this block." He did not argue. He turned and ran, shouting at the workers behind him. Wrenn stepped into the alley beside the warehouse, ignoring the gate for a moment. She needed to see the full pattern. She needed to understand the tuning. The second heart pulsed, and she felt it. The harbor gate was the anchor. The other four, the ones forming the chain, were satellites. Each one resonated at a slightly different frequency, creating a net that funneled mana toward a single point. Warehouse 9. Whoever had tuned these gates knew exactly what they were doing. They had designed the pattern to saturate a specific location with enough energy to open something that since stay closed. Wrenn turned back toward the nearest tear. A woman stood at the warehouse door, covered in dust, holding a crowbar. She was not running. She was watching the tear with the focused attention of someone who had seen gates before and knew what they meant. "You are the one," the woman said. "From the feed." Wrenn did not slow. "Get clear. That gate is going to spawn in 30 seconds. "I know." The woman pointed with the crowbar. "Warehouse 9, that is what you are after. I worked that dock for 12 years before they sealed it. There is a sub-basement entrance through the old rail tunnel. The association does not know about it." Wrenn stopped. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I saw what they did to the workers at Fleet Street." The woman's voice was flat. "Because my brother was transferred to a closed operation last year, and I have not heard from him since. Because if you were going to burn that place down, I want to help." The second heart pulsed. The tear membrane rippled. "The rail tunnel entrance," Wrenn said. "Where?" "Where'd switch back from the Seawall. There is a rusted maintenance door behind the Cigna booth. It leads to the basement level." The first creature pushed through the tear film. A low, multi-legged shape with too many joints, its body slick with gate residue. It turned toward the woman and hissed. Wrenn moved before it finished the sound. She caught it at the edge of the tear, her palm driving into the soft membrane between its legs, pushing raw force through her core. The creature crumpled, its body splitting along lines that should not have been there. The woman was still standing. "Go," Wrenn said. "Get the workers to the Seawall. There is a woman named Lucia securing the eastern route. Tell her I am heading for the rail tunnel." The woman nodded and ran. Wrenn turned toward the harbor, where the lump from the anchor gate was climbing higher, casting long shadows across the freight yard. The second heart beat once, hard. Warehouse 9. Whatever Kessler was hiding there, whatever the founders had sealed behind those walls, she was about to find out. Chapter 50. The rail tunnel smelled of salt and rust and something chemical, a sharp bite at the back of the throat that did not belong to the harbor. Wrenn followed the maintenance track into the dark, her boots ringing against iron grates, the second heart beating a counter-rhythm beneath her ribs. The tunnel curved west, away from the waterfront, and the orange glow from the harbor gate faded until she was walking blind. She kept one hand on the wall, counting switchbacks. The woman had said, third from the seawall, first switchback. A dead maintenance light, its casing shattered. Second, a collapsed section where the ceiling had buckled, forcing her to climb over rubble that shifted under her weight. Third, the signal booth was a corroded metal box bolted to the wall, its windows painted black. Behind it, exactly where the woman had said, a rusted door set into the concrete, its handle wrapped with faded hazard tape. Wrenn tested the handle. It turned. She pulled the door open and stepped into darkness that swallowed the tunnel light completely. The air changed. Stale, cold, still. The kind of stillness that came from spaces that had been sealed for a long time. She took 3 steps and her boot struck something that rolled. She crouched, felt for it. A glass vial, empty. Another step, and her hand brushed a metal shelf lined with more vials, some still sealed, their contents dark and viscous. Warehouse 9 was not a storage facility. It was a processing station. The second heart pulsed, and the darkness sharpened into shapes. Rows of cages, low and narrow, the kind meant for transport, not containment. Restraints hung from hooks along the wall, their straps stiff with residue. A gurney with stains that had oxidized into a permanent map across the stainless steel. Wrenn moved deeper, her eyes adjusting. The space opened into a larger chamber, and here the evidence was unmistakable. Resonance cages, their walls lined with dampening coils, the kind used to suppress awakened cores during transit. 5 of them, all empty, their power units still humming. She found the records in a fireproof cabinet in the corner, its door hanging open, the drawer half pulled out as if someone had left in a hurry. The files were partial: names, dates, destination codes. Some were typed, some handwritten, some so damaged by moisture that only fragments remained. She read by the faint glow of the second heart. Transfer order, Class 4 anomaly. Designation, unregistered absorber. Destination, Lantern Registry. A date, 3 years ago. Transfer order, Class 3 anomaly. Designation, weakness exposure risk. Destination, Lantern Registry. A date, 18 months ago. Transfer order, Flano, E. Destination, Lantern Registry. The breath left her lungs. She found the second page, her father's name. Solano, M. Same date, same destination. The second heart stopped beating. For a moment the silence was absolute, a held breath in the stale air. Then it resumed, faster now, a hard pounding that shook her chest. Wrenn stood with the pages in her hands, the names burning into her vision. Her mother, her father, transferred to the same facility on the same day. The blank destination that had haunted her for years, finally named. Project Lantern. She turned the page, her fingers shaking. The next sheet was a transport manifest, dated 2 days after the transfer order. 12 names, including her parents. A vehicle 499. A departure time. A notation in the margin that read, "Reassignment protocol activated. All subjects transferred to inland facility for processing. No further contact authorized." No further contact. Wrenn folded the pages carefully, pressed them flat, and tucked them inside her jacket. Around her, the warehouse was silent. The resonance cages hummed. The restraints hung from their hooks like shed skins. She had what she came for. Proof that the disappearances were not rumor. Proof that her parents had been processed through this building, moved along a chain that led somewhere inland, somewhere the association did not want found. And then she heard it. The hum of the dampening coils changed pitch, not failing, responding. Someone had activated the cages. Wrenn spun, her core surging, but the door she had entered through was already closed. The seal around its edges glowed faintly orange, a secondary lock engaging. The second heart hammered. She crossed the chamber in 3 strides, hitting the door with her shoulder. The metal did not give. She hit it again and felt the resonance field pulse beneath the surface, tuned to her core signature. Not a lock, a containment field. Someone knew she was here. Someone had been waiting. She turned, scanning the walls. There was another door on the far side of the chamber, a heavy blast door with a manual wheel. She moved toward it, and the moment she did, the lights came on. Fluorescent strips flickered to life across the ceiling, revealing the full extent of the room. More cages, more gurneys, a wall of monitoring equipment, its screens dark. And on the main screen, a single line of text. Subject identified. Lantern registry clearance required for further access. Wrenn stared at it. Then the blast door's wheel began to turn, grinding against rust, and she knew she did not have time to read more. She backed away from the door, finding cover behind a stack of empty cages. The wheel stopped turning. The seal hissed. The door swung open. 3 figures stepped through, all in tactical gear, all carrying weapons designed for one thing: suppression. Behind them, framed in the doorway, stood a woman Wrenn recognized from the Civic Hall feed. Ash, the founder executioner. But not the same one. This woman was younger, her hair shorter, her face carrying a different set of scars. She wore the same black plate armor, the same expression of clinical assessment. "You found the records," Ash said. "Good. It saves me the trouble of explaining." Wrenn's core burned. The second heart surged, feeding her. "Where is Project Lantern?" she demanded. Ash tilted her head. "You will find out, but not here, not today." She raised her hand, and the 3 operatives spread out, flanking the cages. The second heart pounded. Wrenn measured the distance to the blast door, the number of bodies between her and the exit, the weight of the pages in her jacket. She had the proof. She had the names. Now she just had to live long enough to use them. Chapter 51. The blast door groaned behind her as she ran. Wrenn hit the rail tunnel at full sprint, the pages burning against her chest. The containment field had taken 3 seconds to engage after Ash spoke. She had used those 3 seconds to put a cage stack between them and break for the opening she had spotted earlier, a maintenance hatch half hidden behind a rusted conduit bank. She did not look back to see if they followed. The tunnel curved, then branched. She took the left fork without slowing, trusting the second heart's pull toward the harbor. The resonance cages had stopped humming. Either she was out of range, or Ash had let her go. That thought did not slow her either. She emerged through a collapsed service door into the harbor district's industrial fringe, and the world opened into chaos. The sky was wrong. Orange light bled across the water, thick as fog, pulsing with the same rhythm as the second heart. The harbor gate stood open against the horizon, a vertical wound in reality that spilled monsters into the city. She counted 4 breaches from where she stood, maybe 5, their signatures tangled in her core perception like overlapping screams. Evacuation sirens, gunfire, the wet impact of something large hitting pavement, and above it all, a sound she had never heard before. A note, clean, precise. The second heart stopped. Wren's feet locked at the warehouse corner. She pressed herself against the salt-crusted brick and forced her breathing quiet, because the note had come from the harbor gate, and the harbor gate was singing to something that was not her. It was singing to him. The light on the water shifted. The orange glow dimmed, then reshaped, condensing toward a single point on the main pier where the harbor road met the water's edge. He stepped out of the light as if it had been waiting for him. Arion Kessler wore no combat gear, a dark jacket over an open collar. His pale gray eyes caught the orange glow and turned it into something colder. His blonde hair was immaculate, untouched by the harbor's salt wind. He raised one hand. The monsters at the pier's edge, a cluster of 6 loping creatures with too many joints and wet mouths, folded sideways. Not exploding, not evaporating. They simply stopped existing in the shape the world understood, collapsing into lines of black smoke that the wind scattered before they hit the ground. The crowd behind the barricade erupted. Wrenn watched them cheer, watched phones rise, cameras tracking the man who had just ended a surge with a gesture while the city burned around him. Watched the fear in their faces transmute into relief, into worship, because the S rank had arrived, and the S rank would fix everything. The second heart resumed beating. Harder. She could feel it now. The resonance between him and the gate. Not the way she felt the gate, not a pull or a hunger. His connection was different, controlled. The gate recognized him, and it obeyed. He tuned it. The thought landed like a blade. She pushed off the wall, needing to move, needing to find Lucia and Day and Corwin before the crowd's attention shifted from the hero to the hunt. But before she took 3 steps, every speaker on the pier crackled to life. The harbor's public address system, the salvage depot's old intercom, even the emergency sirens cut mid-cycle, replaced by a voice she knew. Arion Kessler's voice, calm and clear. Wrenn Solano. She froze. The speakers carried no static, only his voice, amplified across the entire waterfront, across every feed his people had seized control of. I know you can hear me. The crowd at the barricade went silent. Heads turned, scanning faces. The words spread through them like a ripple. She is here. She is here. The anomaly is here. Wrenn pressed deeper into the shadow of the warehouse wall. You have 3 minutes, Arion said, to walk to the pier, hands visible, and accept lawful containment under Protocol Hesperus. A pause. Or I will authorize mass casualty charges against every person in this district whose death can be traced to your refusal. The second heart screamed. She felt the weight of the pages in her jacket, the names, the proof, her mother's handwriting on a report that predicted this exact tactic, engineered disasters used to expand authority. And here he was, using it, using her. Amnesty is available only if you surrender now, Arion continued. Voluntary containment, full cooperation. Your case will be reviewed by the Emergency Oversight Committee, and your physical safety will be guaranteed throughout the process. The lie hung in the air like perfume. Refuse, and every casualty from this moment forward carries your signature. Not mine, not the association's, yours. Wren's hands shook, not from fear. She looked at the pier, at the man standing in the orange light with his hand lowered and the crowd behind him, and she understood what he was doing. He was not hunting her. He was offering her a choice that was not a choice. Surrender and disappear like her parents, quietly, legally, with a signature on a transfer order. Refuse and become the monster in every headline, the reason the purge escalated, the face that justified every door kicked in. She looked at the second heart's rhythm, faster now, matching the harbor gate. She looked at the pages in her jacket. Then she looked at the rail tunnel mouth behind her, the darkness she had crawled out of, and she thought of Corwin bleeding in a depot basement, Day tracking her through smoke, Lucia holding the eastern approach while workers streamed toward the seawall. Arion Kessler had given her 3 minutes. She did not have 3 minutes. She had the time it took him to realize she was not coming. Wrenn turned and ran. Chapter 52. The pier lights died. Not all at once. They flickered in sequence, warehouse to warehouse, as if the harbor district itself was blinking out of existence, block by block. The second heart answered each loss with a pulse that rattled Wren's ribs. She hit the rail tunnel mouth at a sprint and kept going, boots slapping wet concrete, the pages in her jacket slapping against her chest. Behind her, Kessler's voice faded into speaker hum. She did not turn to see if he followed. The tunnel split twice. She took the left fork without slowing, trusting the second heart's pull toward the sea lock channel where Lucia had said the breakwater access road ran. The darkness pressed in. No emergency lights, no speakers, just the scrape of her breathing and the distant percussive thud of harbor gates exhaling mana into a city that had no idea what was coming. She burst out of the tunnel mouth into a collapsed loading bay. The warehouse above had taken structural damage, roof beams sagging, a wall slumped outward where something heavy had punched through. Residual mana hung in the air like heat haze, distorting the shapes of overturned cargo containers and crushed machinery. A single emergency lamp on the far wall cast everything in amber tint. Wrenn pressed herself against the nearest container and listened. No footsteps, no broadcast. She allowed herself 2 breaths. Then she moved, threading through the wreckage toward the loading bay's far exit where a roll-up door had been torn off its tracks. Beyond it, the sea lock channel glinted under a smoke-hazed sky. Her comm crackled. "Wrenn," Lucia's voice clipped and urgent. "I see you." Wrenn dropped behind a collapsed shelf unit and scanned the channel's edge. Her eyes found Lucia on the opposite bank, crouched behind an overturned concrete barrier, dark against the water's gleam. "The crowd at the barricade is splitting," Lucia continued. "Half are running inland. The other half are following the broadcast teams toward the main pier. Kessler's people are setting up a mobile command post at the customs house." "Corwin?" "Day has him. They are 20 meters east of your position under the old crane gantry. Day stabilized the wound, but he needs clean supplies and rest, not a crawl through a combat zone." Wren's jaw tightened. "I need you to slow them down." Lucia's silence was a question. "I am going to make noise," Wrenn said. "Loud noise. The kind that pulls every operative within 8 blocks toward me. When they converge, you and Day move Corwin through the sea lock maintenance tunnel to the Breakwater Clinic. You will be surrounded. I will be moving." Another silence. Longer. "The clinic caretaker knows me," Lucia said finally. "If you make it to the seawall, we will have a door." Wrenn did not answer. She was already rising, pulling the pages from her jacket and folding them into the inner lining where they would not burn. She found what she needed at the base of the collapsed wall, a ruptured fuel cell from a salvage crawler, still leaking a thin stream of clear liquid into a puddle of standing water. The mana residue in the air was thick enough to taste, orange and bitter. The second heart beat faster. She crouched beside the fuel cell and pressed her palm into the puddle. The liquid conducted. The residual mana in the air responded, drawn to her core like metal to a magnet. She pushed. The mana ignited. The fuel cell did not explode. It detonated, a shockwave that threw her backward across the concrete floor and sent a column of flame roaring through the loading bay's collapsed roof. Glass shattered. Steel groaned. The warehouse's southern wall buckled outward, spilling debris into the channel. Wrenn dragged herself upright, ears ringing, vision swimming. She ran, boots pounding through the smoke, the flame's orange glow painting the channel banks behind her. She did not wait to see who came. She did not nod to. The shockwave had been a signal flare, visible across the entire waterfront, and every tactical asset in Kessler's command net would be triangulating her position now. She cut east along the channel's edge, vaulting a collapsed railing, dropping into a drainage ditch that smelled of rust and salt. The second heart beat in rhythm with her strides, hungry, eager, the boss core's whispers scraping at the edges of her focus. They tuned him, and he let them. The thought was not hers. It surfaced from the core's buried memories, rising like oil through water. A stone room, low ceiling, a circle of figures in dark coats, their faces indistinct, their voices overlapping. One of them was Arion, younger, his jaw unmarked, his pale eyes fixed on a table where something pulsed. An absorber core, extracted, still alive. "We cannot let them repeat themselves," he said. "History does not forgive." The memory broke. Wrenn stumbled, caught herself on the ditch's concrete wall, and forced her legs to keep moving. Arion had known. He had known absorbers existed before the modern system was built. He had seen them, studied them, and made a choice about what to do with them. The memory was not Karavash's. It belonged to some other consciousness the second heart had consumed, a fragment of a mind that had been in that room. Wrenn's vision blurred. She blinked hard. The ditch ended at a culvert grate, rusted iron bars blocking the channel ahead. Beyond it, the sea lock widened into open water, and beyond that, the Seawall road led to the Breakwater Clinic. She grabbed the grate and pulled. The iron did not break. The hinges sheared. The grout fell into the water with a splash that echoed across the channel. She climbed through, and the first operative stepped out of the smoke 30 meters behind her. Wrenn did not stop to fight. She kept running, the second heart's rhythm hammering in her chest, the memory of Arion's voice still ringing in her skull. History does not forgive. She was about to prove how wrong he was. Chapter 53. The second heart hammered as Wrenn ran. Behind her, the channel bank burned. The fuel cell detonation had bloomed into a warehouse fire that climbed the southern wall, casting orange light across the water. Smoke rolled low and thick, and somewhere in that haze, the operative was still coming. She did not look back. The culvert opened onto a narrow service road that ran parallel to the sea lock, a cracked concrete ribbon lined with rusted bollards and discarded fishing net, beneath a banner that read, "Anomaly Parameter Alpha, Reward." One of the workers looked up. He did not reach for his phone. He just stared, then looked back at the tablet, then at her again. Recognition flickered across his face, but not aggression. Something else. Confusion. Fear. Maybe hope. Wrenn kept running. She heard him say something to the others, but the words were lost to the sirens. Yasmin Elbas sat in the news van's passenger seat, her laptop balanced on her knees, a half-empty coffee cup wedged between her thighs. The van was parked in a maintenance lot 3 blocks from the sealed-off harbor district, its engine idling, its antenna feeding a live signal to a network that was about to collapse. She had been scrolling for 40 minutes. Compensation denials, all of them. Every one of the 12 civilian families from the Civic Hall East Wing had been informed that their claims were invalid due to unauthorized presence in an active hazard zone during emergency protocols. They had been in the building because the association told them to stay inside. She found the signature chain. It traced upward through 3 layers of emergency administration and landed on an authorization code she had seen before. The same code that had approved Protocol Hesperus. The same code that had cleared the Harbor Gate deployment orders. Arion Kessler's emergency block. Yasmin leaned back, her jaw taut. Her producer called from the driver's seat, knew her too well. "You have that look. I have a pattern. Send it to me, I will run it past legal." "No, I need to go live." "Yasmin, 12 families. They are denying compensation to 12 families who were trapped in a gate breach because the association told them to shelter in place. That is not a bureaucratic glitch. That is a paper trail that leads to Arion Kessler personally authorizing the abandonment of civilians." Her producer turned in his seat. He was older, gray at the temples, with the kind of exhaustion that came from 20 years of watching good reporters burn out. If you publish that, they will shut us down within the hour. They are already shutting people down. The only difference is whether anyone reports what they are shutting down for. He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he reached for the transmitter. Live in 30 seconds. Use the word carefully. Wrenn reached the crane gantry. The structure loomed over the channel, rusted iron legs sunk into concrete footings, its arm extending over the water like a skeletal monument to a busier decade. Beneath it, the ground was dark with old oil stains and scattered with broken pallets. No day, no Corwin. She slowed, breathing hard, scanning the shadows. The second heart pulsed once, twice, a warning rhythm. She turned. The operative stepped out from behind the gantry's eastern leg. Not the one from the culvert, a different one, taller, armored, a rifle slung across his chest, the barrel pointed at the ground but ready. Behind him, two more emerged from the warehouse shadows. Wrenn's hand drifted to her jacket pocket. Empty. No cores left. The operative raised his rifle. Wrenn Solano, by authority of Protocol Hesperus, you are ordered to submit to containment. Any resistance will be met with lethal force. The second heart beat harder, and a voice cut through from behind her. Move! Lucia and Becky stepped out of the maintenance tunnel entrance, her gauntlets glowing orange. She was breathing hard, her jacket torn at the shoulder, but her stance was planted. The operative did not lower his rifle. S-rank, Becky. You are in violation of direct command protocol. Lucia smiled. It was not a kind smile. Come and file the report, then. The operative shifted. The lead one hesitated. Wrenn did not. She moved. Chapter 54. Wrenn's hand closed on empty air. No cores, no weapon. Just the memory of the fuel cell detonation still burning in her lungs, and three operatives with rifles raised, their muzzles tracking her movement as she shifted sideways off Lucia's entry. Lucia's gauntlets flared brighter. The lead operative's jaw tightened. Shagrank and Becky. Last warning. Noted, Lucia said. Now get behind me, Solano. Wrenn did not argue. She moved, putting Lucia's frame between herself and the rifles, scanning the gantry's shadow for anything she could use. A broken pallet spike, a rusted cable, a pipe, nothing that would stop a level 7 combat round. The operative's hand drifted to his comm. I am calling this in. You are both. A new voice cut through from the warehouse entrance. Stand down. Thomas Iriarte stepped into the light. He wore his examiner's coat still, badge pinned to the collar, but it was stained at the sleeves, and his collar was unbuttoned. In his hand, he carried a tablet with a glowing red notice across the screen. The operatives did not lower their weapons, but they hesitated. The lead one turned. Examiner, you are outside your jurisdiction. I am aware, Tomas said. He held up the tablet. I am also aware that the authorization code on your pursuit warrant expired 90 seconds ago. Protocol Hesperus requires a fresh signature every 4 hours for live field operations. You are operating on stale clearance. The operative's eyes flicked to the tablet, then to Tomas. Who filed the renewal? No one. Silence. The lead operative's hand dropped from his comm. He stared at Tomas with something between respect and fury. You are signing your own arrest. That is my concern, Tomas said. Yours is whether you want to be the ones who shoot an S-rank vice captain and a B-rank examiner while holding expired authorization. Because I guarantee you, the 47th floor will burn the paper trail before it reaches the media inquest. The second operative shifted. The third one looked at the lead. The lead held for a long count. Then he lowered his rifle. Pull back. The three operatives retreated into the warehouse shadows, their footsteps fading into the distant hum of sirens. Wrenn let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Lucia's gauntlets dimmed. She looked at Tomas. That was a gamble. I counted the seconds. Tomas's voice was flat, but his hands were trembling as he lowered the tablet. I have been counting them for 3 days. Wrenn stepped forward. You came. I had to. Because you believe me now? Tomas met her eyes. There was no hostility in his gaze, no suspicion, just the exhaustion of a man who had spent his career believing in a system that had just proven it did not believe in him. Because I watched them sign orders to deny compensation to 12 families whose only crime was being in a building the association told them to shelter in. and then I watched them put a kill-on-sight order on the only person who actually went inside to save people. He held up the tablet again. I have been sitting on a loading dock for the last hour, waiting for someone to give me a reason to burn my badge. Then I saw your face on every screen in the city, running toward a crane gantry with a S rank who was supposed to be hunting you. He lowered the tablet. So here I am, asking. Wrenn studied him, the second heartbeat steady, patient. Asking what? Asking whether the evidence you carry is worth the arrest that follows if I help you. She reached into her jacket, pulled out the folded pages from Warehouse 9, the fireproof cabinet records, the transfer orders, the manifest with 12 names. She handed them to Tomas. He took them with the careful precision of a man who handled documents for a living. His eyes moved down the first page, then the second, then the third. His face changed. This is a transfer manifest. Yes. To a facility called Lantern Registry. Yes. With your parents' names on it. Yes. Tomas looked up. His expression had shifted from exhaustion to something harder, something colder. I have seen this routing code before. Wrenn's chest tightened. Where? Sealed files, in the Examiner archive. I accessed them 3 years ago trying to understand why a C-rank hunter with a clean record suddenly stopped responding to comms. He tapped the manifest. The destination code was the same. I was told it was a clerical error, and the file was purged within the week. He looked at the pages again. There are 73 names on this chain. 73, Lucia said quietly. 73 people the association classified as transferred to closed operations, but who never appeared on any subsequent roster, payroll, or deployment log. They simply stopped existing. Tomas folded the pages carefully. And now I know where they stopped. He handed them back to Wrenn. What do you need? Wrenn took the pages, folded them into her jacket. I need to move the people from the depot raids to somewhere safe. I need the records kept, and I need to find Lantern Registry. Tomas nodded. I can get survivors through official checkpoints if we move now, before the renewal cycle catches up. I know a medical transport driver who owes me a favor. She runs a refrigerated truck between morgue services. No one checks the manifest on dead bodies. You want to hide living people in a corpse truck. I want to move them past checkpoints that scan for heartbeats. The truck is climate-controlled and the association inspects cargo bays, not cab insulation. Tomas met her gaze. It is not clean, but it works. Lucia stepped forward. The Breakwater Clinic. I can get them from there inland. Tomas nodded once. Then we have a window. 40 minutes before the renewal cycle backdates and the operatives get fresh authorization. He turned to leave, then stopped. There is something else. Wrenn waited. Tomas did not turn around. The warrants, they are not just for you anymore. I saw the updated list before I walked out. 3 names, signed by Kessler's emergency block. He turned. Yours, Corwin's, and Lucia's. He held her gaze. He is not just hunting you, he is isolating you. Every ally you touch becomes a target, and he is making sure you know it. Thomas walked into the warehouse shadow. The sirens did not stop. Chapter 55. The dampening shells came in a rusted toolbox that looked like it belonged on a salvage scow. Petra Novak set it on the warehouse floor and stepped back, oil-stained coveralls catching the dim light from a single emergency strip. She had not said a word since arriving through the loading bay, just carried the box like it weighed twice what it did. Lucia crouched beside it. What are these? Countermeasure gear. Petra's voice was flat, professional. Thomas's corpse truck gets your people past checkpoints. These get you past core sweeps. She flipped the latches. Inside, 6 matte black shells lined the box like ammunition. Each one had a hand grip molded into the casing and a small activation stud recessed to prevent accidental triggering. Dampeners, Petra said. 50 seconds of dead air per charge. Your core signature goes flat. No resonance, no spiked, no read. You become a baseline civilian on any sweep within 3 meters. Wrenn picked one up. It was heavier than it looked. Dense. You made these? I modified them. Petra's jaw tightened. From salvage. The association uses similar units for covert extraction work. Theirs are cleaner. Mine work. Lucia turned one over. How many have you tested? Enough. The silence that followed was loud. Wrenn set the dampener back in the box. What do you want for them? Petra looked at her. The scar splitting her left eyebrow caught the light. I want you to stop asking what I want every time I hand you something I could sell for 6 months of hazard pay. That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting. Lucia stood. We do not have time for this. The truck leaves in 30 minutes. We need to distribute these and breathe to survivors on the route. She lifted the toolbox and carried it toward the shadows where the rescued depot workers were huddled. Wrenn stayed where she was. Petra did not move. I saw you on the feed, Petra said quietly. At Civic Hall. I know. Everyone saw you. I know. Petra's hands were shaking, just slightly, just at the fingertips. I have been running cores through gray markets for 8 years. I know what the association pays for anomalies. I know what kind of research they fund with the bodies. She paused. I never thought I would watch someone eat a boss core on live broadcast and walk away. Neither did I, Petra exhaled. That is not comforting. It was not meant to be. The second heart beat steady, patient. Wrenn felt it pulse beneath her ribs, a second clock counting time only she could hear. Petra looked at her for a long moment. Then she turned and followed Lucia toward the survivors. Day found Wrenn 10 minutes later, crouched against a support pillar with a cracked tablet balanced on his knee. Look at this. Wrenn crossed to him. The tablet screen showed a diagram of Port Heather's transit infrastructure, underground lines, utility corridors, freight tunnels. Overlaid on top was a second set of lines, orange and pulsing. That is the resonance schema. I know what it is. No. Doe tapped the screen. Look at the pattern, not just the gates, the stabilizers. He zoomed in. The orange lines converged at 7 points beneath the city. Each point was marked with a code Wrenn did not recognize. Those are the original emergency stabilizers, Day said, installed during the first gate years, designed to contain cascading breaches by damping resonance across entire districts. They are connected to the gates. They are connected to everything. Day looked up. Whoever tuned the harbor gates did not just open a chain pattern. They mapped the entire stabilizer network. They know exactly where every failure point is, how much pressure each line can take before it snaps. Wrenn studied the diagram. The orange lines formed a web, a cage. This is a stress test. Yes, Day's voice was tight. Someone is testing how much damage Port Heather's infrastructure can absorb before the stabilizers fail. The harbor gates were the first load. If the pattern holds, they will trigger a second event at a different node, then a third, each one pushing the network closer to failure. How close are we? Day met her eyes. One more gate at the right road, that is all it would take. The second heart lurched. Wrenn felt it answer something in the diagram. She pulled her hand back. Copy that data. Every line, every node, every code. I want it on media that cannot be traced. Day nodded. Already cloning the files. He set the tablet down and reached for a secondary device in his pack. The warehouse lights flickered. Wrenn looked up. A low hum vibrated through the concrete, the same frequency she had felt at the harbor gate, the same resonance that made the second heart twist. Day froze. The tablet screen went black. Then it lit again. A single line of text, red, centered on the display. Unauthorized access detected. Location beacon active. Inquiry response inbound. Day stared at it. I did not trigger any security protocols. I decrypted the files before I even loaded them. The hum grew louder. Wrenn turned toward the loading bay. Through the gaps in the corrugated wall, she saw lights moving. Fast. Multiple vehicles running dark, converging on their position. The second heart hammered. Not from the approaching threat, from the frequency in the concrete. Someone had been waiting for them to touch that data, and now they knew exactly where everyone was. Chapter 56. The loading bay exploded into motion the moment the lights crested the ridge. Wrenn was already moving, grabbing Day's arm and pulling him toward the sub-basement entrance. Everyone, now! Petra hauled the toolbox. Lucia had 3 survivors on their feet before the first vehicle's engine cut. Day stumbled behind Wrenn, the tablet still clutched in his hand like a live grenade. Which way? Petra's voice was flat, no panic, just survival. Lower level, tunnel leads to the Seawall access road. Wrenn hit the first door, shoulder first. The lock groaned but held. She hit it again, and the frame splintered. Behind them, boots hit concrete. Orders shouted in clipped association command language. The survivors funneled through the gap. Wrenn counted heads as they passed. 7, 8, 11 total, including Day and Petra. Lucia brought up the rear, gauntlet still hat, ready to seal the door behind them. Move, move, move! They hit the sub-basement stairs at a sprint. The tunnel mouth gaped ahead, dark and salt-damp, the sound of water slapping against concrete walls. Wrenn let the second heart guide her. It knew the direction. It pulled east, toward the breakwater, toward the resonance that hummed beneath the city's bones. The tunnel swallowed them. Minutes passed in darkness punctuated by the crunch of gravel under boots. No one spoke. The only sounds were breathing, footsteps, and the distant rhythm of the harbor. Wrenn's shoulder ached from the door. The claw wound from Warehouse 9 had reopened somewhere in the last hour, soaking through her jacket. She ignored it. The tunnel forked. Wrenn took the left branch without hesitation, trusting the pulse beneath her ribs. How far? Petra's voice came out of the dark. 1/4 kilometer, maybe less. The tunnel widened ahead. Gray light bled through a grate above them. Seawall access. Wrenn climbed the rusted ladder first, pushing the grate open with her good shoulder, and emerged into a world of wind and salt spray. The Breakwater Road ran along the harbor's edge, a narrow strip of cracked asphalt between the seawall and a row of derelict fishing sheds. Storm clouds piled on the horizon. The air smelled of diesel, brine, and the metallic tang of residual mana. Wrenn scanned the road. Empty. No lights. No movement. Below, the survivors emerged one by one, blinking in the open air. Lucia came last, sealing the grate behind her with a scrape of metal. There. Day pointed north, where a low, whitewashed building jutted out onto the breakwater itself. A faded sign read, Breakwater Clinic, over a door that had been welded shut years ago. Wrenn led the group along the road. The wind picked up, pulling at her jacket, carrying the sound of sirens from somewhere inland. The clinic's windows were boarded. The roof sagged in the middle, but light bled through a crack in the welding, a thin orange glow that meant someone was inside. Lucia reached the door first. She knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice. A slot slid open. An old woman's face appeared, lined and wary, eyes scanning the group before settling on Lucia. Took you long enough. We had company. The woman's gaze moved to Wrenn, held there a moment too long. Then the door groaned open. They filed inside. The clinic was smaller than it looked from outside, a single room with 3 cots, a kerosene heater, and shelves lined with medical supplies. The air smelled of antiseptic and boiled coffee. The caretaker closed the door behind them and barred it with a steel rod. I'm Marta. She was already moving toward the cots, pulling bandages from a shelf. I've got 4 hours of fuel for the heater and enough supplies for minor wounds. Anyone needs surgery, they die. Wrenn helped Petra lower the toolbox. Lucia directed survivors to the cots. Day stood by the door, tablet dark, watching the crack beneath the frame. Corwin lay on the nearest cot, eyes closed, chest rising slow and steady. Day had done good work. The wound was clean, the bandages fresh. Wrenn crossed to him, knelt beside the cot. His eyes opened. Found her face. You look terrible. Feel worse? She almost laughed. Almost. The sound stuck in her throat. Kessler knows everything now. All of it. Corwin's hand found Ferris, squeezed. He knew before. The only difference is the whole city does too. The second heart pulsed, a reminder that nothing was over. Wrenn looked at his hand around hers, at the lines of exhaustion carved into his face. I thought I lost you at the warehouse. You did not now. I know. She leaned down, her forehead pressed against his, just for a moment, just to feel the warmth of him still alive beneath her. I am not going to do this with you in pieces. I will not break. Good. His hand came up, touched her jaw, drew her down. The kiss was brief, hard, salted with blood and sweat and the echo of everything they had nearly lost. When she pulled back, his eyes were still closed. Stay. I will. She stayed. A hand touched Wrenn's shoulder. She turned. Marta stood behind her, expression unreadable. The old woman's eyes flicked to the door, then back. Your name is Solano. It was not a question. Wrenn tensed. The second heart coiled. I recognized the jaw, the scar. Marta's voice dropped. I worked intake at the registry's satellite office 3 years ago, before it moved inland. Wrenn's breath caught. Your parents? Marta nodded slowly. I processed the transfer order for both of them. Are they alive? The question hung in the air. Wrenn folded the paper into her pocket, felt its weight. A thread, a chance. She turned to the room. We have 12 hours before Kessler collapses the stabilizer network. We have a location that might lead to my parents. We have evidence that can break the association's stranglehold on the truth. She looked at Corwin, at Lucia, at Day and Petra and the survivors watching her with exhausted, frightened eyes. I need to know who is still in this fight. The silence stretched. Then Corwin sat up, grimaced, put his feet on the floor. I am. Lucia stepped forward without a word. Day set the tablet on the cot beside him and met Wrenn's gaze. You have the files. You have me. That is enough. Petra laughed, bitter, sharp. Someone has to keep you alive. Might as well be me. The survivors exchanged glances. One of them, a young woman with burn scars on her arms, rose to her feet. We saw what you did at Civic Hall, what you did at the warehouses. If you are fighting, we are not running. Wrenn looked at them. People who had nothing, who had been written off, who were still standing. The second heart beat steady, patient, waiting. Then let us move. She turned toward the door. The storm was coming, and so was the end. Chapter 57. The old woman emerged from the back room carrying a metal case. Medical supplies shifted inside as she set it on the scarred table, and the kerosene lamp caught the deep lines of her face. The elderly medic. Marta stepped aside to let her through. The woman's hands were steady, her eyes pale gray and sharp despite the years carved into her skin. You are the Solano girl. It was not a question. Wrenn nodded. The woman opened the case, began pulling out bandages, antiseptic, a field suture kit. She worked with the economy of someone who had been doing this longer than Wrenn had been alive. I was there when they built the first stabilizer network. She did not look up from the supplies. Not the public one. The one underneath. The one the founders never wrote down. Wrenn felt the second heart tighten. The woman's hands paused. She raised her head and met Wrenn's gaze with something old and cold. They used disaster triage corridors in the first years, after gate breaks, when the chaos was still fresh and the bodies were still being counted. Her voice dropped. They did not just treat the wounded in those corridors. They sorted them. Anyone who asked the wrong questions. Anyone whose core signature did not match the approved pattern. Anyone who had seen something they should not have seen. The room went still. Lucia's breath caught. Day set down the tablet. The founders used the triage system to disappear people, Wrenn said, flat, certain. Yes. The woman pulled a folded piece of cloth from the bottom of the medical case, old, stained at the edges. She unfolded it and revealed a small metal tag, the kind hospitals clip to intake charts during mass casualty events. Coded numbers. A faded symbol. This marker came from a triage corridor 3 years ago. The patient was registered as unauthorized personnel, unidentified. The woman's jaw tightened. I recognized her face. She had been in my clinic 2 weeks earlier, asking about gate tuning signatures and engineered anchor damage. Wrenn's hands went cold. My mother. The woman nodded slowly. She gave me this herself, pressed it into my hand before the inquiry team pulled her out of the corridor, told me to hold it until someone came looking who knew what it meant. Wrenn reached for the tag. Her fingers brushed the metal surface, cold and smooth. The numbers, The symbol, her mother's handwriting scratched into the back. If they ask, you were never here. The second heart hammered. Once, twice, then stilled. What does the code mean? Day's voice was low, controlled. The woman shook her head. I never cracked it, but I knew what it was attached to. A patient file, a case number, something your mother wanted someone to find after she was gone. Wrenn closed her fist around the tag. The weight of it, the shape of the numbers pressing into her palm. She had something, a thread, a name, a door. A distant hum broke the silence, low, steady, growing. Wrenn's head snapped up, the second heart surged. Everyone quiet. The hum became a pulse, rhythmic, mechanical. Day moved to the window, pulled the curtain aside a finger's width. Drones. Lucia was already reaching for her gauntlets. How many? 3, maybe 4, sweeping the seawall in formation. Day's voice tightened. They are running a pattern, grid search, kill authority. The hum sharpened, closer. Wrenn looked at the tag in her hand, at the clinic walls, at the people standing with her. Corwin was already on his feet, pale but steady. We need to move, now. The drone formation split. One broke from the pattern and turned toward the clinic roof. Wrenn shoved the tag into her pocket. The second heart roared, and the world went white. Chapter 58. The white light cracked open. Wrenn's vision returned in fragments. The drone's rotor pitch tearing past the clinic roof. Lucia already through the side door, gauntlets flaring. Corwin's hand on Wrenn's arm, pulling her toward the back wall where Day was kicking open a rusted maintenance hatch. Move, Lucia's voice came through the ringing in Wrenn's ears. They have our signature. Every second we stay is another drone on station. Wrenn's legs obeyed before her brain caught up. The metal tag pressed against her palm inside her pocket. Her mother's handwriting. Her mother's voice, dead, 3 years, still reaching through the dark to hand her a key. The hatch dropped into a narrow service trench, concrete walls slick with salt damp, the smell of old fuel and rusted pipe. Day went first, then Petra, dragging the toolbox. Corwin moved stiffly, one hand pressed to his side, but he did not slow down. Wrenn hit the tram's floor and heard Lucia seal the hatch above them. The lock clicked. A second later, something heavy slammed against the outside. Once, twice. Drone kill attempt, Lucia said, landing beside Wrenn. The hatch holds, for now. Where does this lead? Petra's voice was low, controlled. Day was already reading the faded corridor markers. Old maintenance culvert, runs parallel to the seawall access road. If we follow it north, there is a storm drain outlet near the freight terminal. Wrenn's second heart pulsed, thick, demanding. She needed fuel. The dampening shells could hide her signature, but they could not power her, and the core reserves in her chest were running on memory and grit. Day, her voice came out rougher than she intended. Cores, anything you have. He did not hesitate, reached into his jacket and pulled out 3 small spheres, low-grade, salvage stock, the kind of cores sweepers traded for hazard bonuses. Wrenn took them, felt their weight, cold, dull. The second heart surged with anticipation. She crushed the first one against her palm. The absorption hit like ice water, thin, insufficient. The energy spread through her veins in a weak pulse, barely enough to keep the hunger quiet. She crushed the second, then the third. The whisper stirred. Hungry, her own voice, her own cadence. Wrenn's hands stilled, still hungry, still not enough. She looked down at her palm. Core fragments glistened in the dim light. The whisper had not spoken in Caravash's tone, not in the layered, alien resonance of the boss entity. It had spoken in Wrenn's own rhythm, like the voice had learned her, like it was becoming her. Wrenn, Corwin's hand on her shoulder. You with me? She blinked, nodded. The fragments fell from her palm. Keep moving, she said. They ran. The culvert stretched ahead at a straight concrete channel. Drainage water pooled at their ankles, cold and gritty. Overhead, the drone hum grew louder, then split into 2 tones. 3. They were being boxed. Lucia reached the first junction and stopped, held up a fist. The group halted. Above them, a grate opened onto street level. Gray morning light filtered through the rusted bars. Voices. Movement. Association sweep team, Lucia breathed. 20 meters north. They are securing the road access. How many? Day asked. Too many for a straight fight with wounded. Wrenn's second heart hammered. The whisper coiled, waiting. She could feel them. The candle flames of awakened signatures above. 4 operatives, 1 coordinator. The familiar rhythm of an association kill box forming. They had 30 seconds before the culvert became a tomb. Lucia, Wrenn's voice was flat. How fast can you move? Lucia's jaw tightened. She understood. Fast enough. Then take the third junction east. Draw the sweep toward the seawall. I will hit the storm drain outlet and loop back to the freight terminal. That splits us. Better than getting stacked in a pipe. Lucia held her gaze. 3 seconds. Then she nodded. Petra with me? Day, you keep Corwin moving. If you hit the terminal before we do, find the loading crane. We will rendezvous there. Petra opened her mouth to argue. Closed it. She knew the math. Lucia was already moving. Her gauntlets flared blue as she hit the junction and pulled herself up through a maintenance ladder. The grate above her burst open. The first operative shouted. Then Lucia was among them. The sound of impact. Crack of bone against concrete. A rifle discharging into the air. Wrenn did not wait. She grabbed Corwin's arm and ran. The culvert curved north. Day kept pace beside her, tablet clutched to his chest. Behind them, the sounds of Lucia's fight faded into distance. Above, the drone hum shifted. One of them was breaking off. Tracking her. She pushed harder. The whisper uncoiled. They have your shape now, your heat, your pulse. Wrenn's own voice, calm, certain. Every corridor you run, they map. Every core you bong, they measure. You are not escaping. You are being profiled. The storm drain outlet appeared ahead. A rusted grate, half shattered, opening onto a concrete ramp that sloped up toward the freight terminal loading bays. Wrenn hit the grate shoulder first. It tore free. They spilled onto the ramp. Gray sky above, salt wind from the harbor. The terminal cranes loomed ahead, skeletal and motionless. Behind them, the drone crested the culvert entrance. It stopped, hovered. Its sensor array rotated, focusing on Wrenn with the precision of a targeting system. Wrenn's second heart went silent. Then the drone transmitted. A single burst of data, encrypted, directed. Wrenn felt it leave. Felt the frequency shift as the information passed through the air, through the city's relay network, up through layers of command architecture until it reached a terminal she could not see. A terminal with a sigil behind the right ear. Acknowledged, the whisper said, in her voice. He has your signature now, not just your face, not just your name, your exact bioresonance, the shape of your core, the rhythm of your second heart. The drone turned, flew north. It did not nod to follow her anymore. Wrenn stood on the concrete ramp, Corwin's weight against her side, Day's hand on her shoulder, and felt the net closing. Arion Kessler had her measure. And somewhere above the seawall, the game had just changed. Chapter 59. The encrypted burst arrived at 9:47. Arion Kessler watched it unpack on his terminal, frame by frame, as the drone footage rendered Wrenn Solano's core signature into measurable data. Bioresonance, mapped. Core density, calculated. Second heart rhythm, recorded. He sat in the 47th floor office with the blinds half drawn, the city spread behind him in gray morning light. 3 other screens displayed live feeds from the Seawall sweep. 2 operatives down, Lucia and Becky's gauntlet signature confirmed in the engagement zone, Petra Novak's silhouette fleeing east through the service corridor, and Wrenn, already gone. His comm pinged. Command channel. Sir, the Mbeki situation is escalating. She has wounded 4 operatives and is retreating toward the industrial pier. Do we authorize lethal response? Arion did not look away from the data. No. Sir, Lucia Mbeki is a known variable. Her capabilities are documented. Her patterns are cataloged. Wrenn Solano is not. Every operative you send after Lucia is an operative not searching for the anomaly. A pause on the line. Understood, sir. Should we issue a public statement regarding the Seawall engagement? Arion touched the sigil behind his ear. felt the faint warmth of the old metal beneath his skin. Inform the press division that an unregistered anomaly attacked an association sweep team during a routine infrastructure inspection. 3 operatives wilted. The anomaly fled east. Civilian evacuation protocols are being initiated across the harbor district. And the Mbeki defection. Murdered in the line of duty. Heroic. Full honors. He killed the comm. The screens shifted. Yasmin Elbaz's face appeared on the secondary monitor, her broadcast frozen at the title card. Channel 4 and Navigation Desk. Breaking coverage. She had been running pieces about compensation denial for 36 hours. Her segments were drawing blood, but she did not have the Seawall yet. She did not have the bioresonance data. She did not have what he was about to give her. Arion opened a secure line to Civic Hall. Curfew expansion. Effective immediately. All non-essential personnel are restricted to their residences until further notice. Military support authorization is now active under Protocol Hesperus Section 12. The Port Hather Guard is to establish checkpoints at every primary transit node within the hour. Sir, that is a civilian deployment. The Guard has not been mobilized since. Since never, Arion said. That is the point. The anomaly has demonstrated the ability to corrupt association infrastructure, evade biometric tracking, and disable ranked operatives. The institutions designed to contain her have failed. Civilian authority must now fill the gap. The voice on the other end hesitated. Sir, the Guard reports to the mayor's office, not to the association. I do not have the authority to— You do now. The mayor's office has already signed the authorization. You are calling to confirm execution, not to debate it. A long silence. Yes, sir. The line closed. Arion leaned back. The chair creaked. He watched the harbor feed cycle through its loop, the drone footage in Wrenn's face frozen at the moment her core signature flooded the sensor array. She was stronger than he had calculated. The second heart changed everything. The absorbed boss core had not settled into her system as a passive reservoir. It was pulsing, adapting, learning her rhythm the way she was learning its voice. That way the clock was shorter than he had projected. He reached for his personal terminal and began composing a priority transmission. Destination. A routing code that did not appear on any association directory. A facility the public did not know existed. Subject line. Project Lantern. Status update requested. His finger hovered over send, then the comm lit up with an incoming hail. Encrypted. Non-standard frequency. The kind of channel that bypassed every layer of association traffic control and routed directly to his personal node. He opened it. A single line of text. We saw the broadcast. We are watching. The inland facility is ready. No signature. No routing trace. Arion stared at the message for 3 seconds. Then he deleted it, closed the terminal, and stood. The screens flickered. The harbor feed continued its loop. Somewhere below the city, Wrenn Solano was moving through the freight tunnels with her stolen allies and her whispering core. She thought she was running toward answers. She was running toward a door he had already opened. Yasmin Elbaz received the package at 10:13. It arrived through a channel she did not recognize. A single encrypted file dropped into her queue with no sender metadata, no trace, no explanation. The file name was 7 digits, followed by a single initial. 4479 BE. She opened it in the back of the news van, curtains drawn, headphones on, a burner tablet resting on her knee. The first page was a gate assessment record, dated 3 years before Port Hather Central. Classified, stamped with a routing code that matched nothing in the public registry. The second page was a personal transfer order, same routing code, 73 names listed alphabetically. The third page was a facility diagram, underground, transit adjacent, labeled with a name she had never seen before. Yasmin's hands went still. She pulled up her encrypted contact list, scrolled past 3 layers of security, sent a single message to the number De Gion had given her before he burned his badge. Where did this come from? The reply came in 27 seconds. The same place your compensation paper trail came from. The truth is a pattern. Keep pulling the thread. She stared at the message. Then she opened the facility diagram fully and began to read. It was a prison. No, not a prison. A processing center. The design was modular. Intake, assessment, contained, transfer. The routing code matched the manifests from Warehouse 9. The transfer orders matched the dates Tomas Irate had identified. 73 people had passed through this facility. 73 people had been entered into a system with no output. She scrolled further. At the bottom of the diagram, buried in a footer that lit like an afterthought, someone had scratched a single line of text. Handwritten. Scanned into the digital record by a person who should not have had access. If you are reading this, I am already gone. But I left on something behind. The stabilizer network is not just dampening the gates, it is recording everything. Below the text, a coordinate set. Inland, sealed. A point on the map that corresponded to nothing Yasmin had ever seen in any association infrastructure briefing. She looked up from the tablet. The news van hummed around her. The city sirens wailed in the distance. Somewhere out there, Wrenn Solano was bleeding through the freight tunnels with a second heart beating in her chest. And somewhere inland, at a coordinate that did not exist on any public record, a sealed facility had just received the same data burst. The response came at 10:17. A single transmission from the inland coordinate. Not text, not voice. A heartbeat. Measured. Steady. Human. Yasmin's blood turned cold. The facility was not empty. Someone was still inside. Chapter 60. Petra's tablet buzzed against her hip like a trapped insect. She almost missed it. Every surface in the district was screaming interference, associations, sweep chatter, emergency broadcasts, the low hum of drones grid searching the seawall. But this vibration was different. Short, sharp. A protocol she had only seen once before, on the clinic caretaker's hidden gear. She pulled the tablet free and ducked behind a corroded shipping container. Lucia turned, a blade in shadow, silent question in the tilt of her head. Signal, Petra breathed. Encrypted, non-standard. The routing tag made her stomach drop. It matched the intake marker from the metal tag, the one the caretaker had pressed into Wrenn's hand. 7 digits, a faded symbol, a patient file that should never have existed. Petra's fingers flew across the cracked screen, running a decryption script she had built from salvaged inquiry code. The message bled through in fragments, gaps where packets had been lost or scrambled. Origin, unknown, routing code 4479-B.E. Target, intake marker 7-22-44, Rensis, research site, Old Port Hather Central, Layer 7. Kessler is not stress-testing, triggering original stabilizer array. Ignition, not failure. Petra's throat went dry. The last line solidified, the encryption peeling away like dead skin. And for the University but all here, if you are reading this, I am still alive. Do not let him light the fuse. E.S. Solano, E. Wrenn's mother. The tablet trembled in Petra's hands. She stared at the words until they blurred and reformed. Alive. Wrenn's mother was alive, and she had sent this from somewhere deep in the old transit research site, the same underground layer Marta's address pointed to. It was not a rescue beacon, it was a warning. Kessler was not trying to collapse the stabilizer network as a side effect, he was igniting it. The whole system was a fuse. The harbor gate was the match he had already struck. If he lit the original array beneath Port Hather Central, the resulting mana surge would not just collapse the gates, it would scald the city from the bedrock up. Petra. Lucia's voice cut through the static. We have to move, the sweep is tightening. Wait. Petra held up a hand, her voice raw. I have to forward this. Wrenn needs to see this. She keyed the forward command. The tablet screen flickered. Error, outbound signal blocked, priority lock, active, district comms under association control, She tried again, hardwired a different frequency. Switched to the Sajid band relay she had rigged months ago for gray market trades. Nothing. The association had clamped the entire district. Every signal was a dead thing crawling across a dead wire. Petra looked up at Lucia. The tablet felt like a lead weight welded to her palm. I can't reach them. The message is stuck in this device. Lucia's jaw tightened. She glanced back down the service corridor, where the sweep teams were methodically closing the net, one building at a time. Then she looked east, toward the freight terminal where Wrenn was supposed to be heading. Then we don't send it, Lucia said. Her voice was flat, final. We carry it. The sweep is boxing us in. We try to turn back, we run straight into them. We can't reach the freight terminal before the lock lifts. Then we find another way. There is no another way. Petra's voice cracked. The old transit tunnels are a death trap, and Kessler is about to turn the whole network into a bomb. She looked back down at the tablet, at the signature, ES, alive. Wrenn's mother was alive, and she had sent this warning from a place Kessler had already prepared for their arrival. It was a trap and a lifeline, woven together into a single, impossible choice. A new alert flashed on the screen, overriding the block error. Incoming data burst. It was a single ping from the inland coordinate. Not a heartbeat this time, a countdown. T-0:11:47. Petra's blood crystallized. Not ours. Not the 12-hour window Day had projected. The stabilizer ignition sequence had already begun. Someone at the inland facility had confirmed the start. 11 minutes. That was the window. That was all they had before Kessler turned Port Hather's first line of defense into a city-wide pyre. Lucia leaned in, read the countdown over Petra's shoulder, and went very still. The way a predator goes still before it commits to a kill. 11 minutes, she repeated. Yes. Can we reach layer 7 inches 11 minutes? Petra's mind raced. The old transit research site, Port Hather Central, layer 7. It was a straight shot through the pre-association service lines if the tunnels hadn't collapsed, if the sweep hadn't already cut off access, if the drones weren't already watching every sealed hatch between here and the original station. If we run, she said, if we don't stop, if the tunnels are still open. They're not open. The voice came from behind them. Petra spun. A figure stood at the mouth of the service corridor, silhouetted against the orange glow of a distant fire. Short. Worry. A salvage HUD pulled low over a face Petra recognized from the Fleet Street depot. The dock-worker woman. The one who had shown Wrenn the rail tunnel to Warehouse 9. She was breathing hard, a crowbar on one hand and a bloodied rag pressed to her forearm. She looked at the tablet in Petra's hands, at the countdown glowing on the screen. They sealed the North Gate hatches 10 minutes ago, she said. But I know another way. Petra stared at her. Why are you here? The woman met her eyes. Because my brother's name is on that manifest, the one with 73 lines. I want him back. She turned and disappeared back into the corridor. Lucia looked at Petra. No words, just the hard gleam of a decision already made. Petra clutched the tablet against her chest. 11 minutes. She ran. Chapter 61. The tunnel floor sloped hard 5 meters in, the concrete giving way to raw stone veined with rusted rebar that caught Wrenn's boot and nearly sent her sprawling. Corwin's hand caught her elbow before she hit, his grip steady despite the wound still pulling at his side. Watch the grade, he said. These aren't maintenance tunnels, this is pre-association. Nen was already 10 meters ahead, his tablet screen casting a thin blue glow across walls that had never been finished to city code. The ceiling dropped to just over 2 meters. The air tasted of salt, rust, and something chemical Wrenn could not name. These are the original emergency works, Nay said, not turning. Before the association built the above-ground stabilizer network, they buried the first arrays here, under the harbor grid, before anyone knew what gates actually did. Wrenn pressed forward, her second heart pulsing in a rhythm that did not match her footsteps. The whisper had been quiet since they entered the tunnel, waiting. How far to layer 7? She asked. Day checked the tablet. 400 meters, then a junction. If the schematics are accurate, the transit research site connects directly to the stabilizer chamber. The old architects built redundancy into everything. Redundancy. Wrenn thought of the stabilizer arrays above ground, the 7 nodes that were supposed to contain cascade breaches. Founders had buried a parallel network beneath them, undocumented, unregulated, feeding data upward like a parasite drinking from a host. Kessler knows about this, she said. He has to, Day replied. The question is how long he's known, and why he let it stay buried. The tunnel narrowed. Wrenn's shoulders brushed both walls. Corwin moved behind her, his breathing controlled but audibly tight. The wound from the depot basement had not healed properly, and the sprint through the seawall culvert had cost him. "We need to stop," she said. "We need to move," she answered. She turned. In the dim glow, his face was sheened with sweat, eyes too bright. He was running on adrenaline and the refusal to stop before she did. She knew that stubbornness. She had been using it her whole life. 60 seconds, she said. He did not argue. Day leaned against the wall, scrolling through something on his tablet. Wrenn watched the tunnel ahead, listening. Water dripped somewhere distant. The chemical smell thickened, oily and sharp. "What is that?" she asked. Day looked up. Coolant. Old stabilizer coolant. They used a mineral-based compound before the synthetic formulas. If we're smelling it, the arrays are still pressurized. Still active, still feeding. Wrenn pressed her palm against the wall. The stone was cold, but not dead. A vibration ran through it, steady as a heartbeat. The stabilizer network was a lie under the city, pulsing the data and power, and Kessler was about to turn it into a fuse. 60 seconds is up, Corwin said. They moved. The junction was wider, a circular chamber where 3 tunnels converged under a domed ceiling ribbed with iron bands. In the center stood a stabilizer array, not the compact above-ground versions, but an original. A lattice of crystalline conduits rising 3 meters from a recessed base, each strand glowing with faint orange light. Wrenn stopped. The array was not just a damper, it was a collector. The conduits fed into a central column that rose through the ceiling, disappearing into a sealed shaft. Above ground, the association was reading data from this node, real-time gate signatures, core registrations, civilian movement patterns. "They've been watching everything," she said. "Not just gates, every core signature within range." Day circled the array, tablet held up, recording. "The founders built this before the public knew about anomalies, before the registration system existed. They buried the infrastructure, then built the above-ground network over it to normalize the feed. No one questions the arrays because they look like safety equipment." Corwin stood beside Wrenn, staring at the glowing column. "How many of these are there?" Day's voice was flat. 7 primary, but the schematics show secondary lines branching off every major transit spine. Port Hather Central, the harbor, the freight depot, every site Kessler has hit. Wrenn thought of her mother, scratching coded numbers onto a metal tag, asking about gate tuning signatures and engineered anchor damage. She had been mapping this network. She had known what the founders buried under the city and what it meant, and they had taken her for it. "There's something else," Day said. He pointed to a recessed alcove on the far side of the chamber, partially hidden behind a corroded maintenance panel. Wrenn stepped around the right-hand side. Containment cells. 8 of them, set into the stone wall, each no larger than a standing closet. The doors were solid steel, each fitted with a resonance lock and a small viewing slit at eye level. The air in front of them was colder, stale with disuse. Wrenn approached the nearest cell. The door was ajar. She pushed it open. Inside, the space was bare. A concrete floor, a chain anchor bolted to the back wall, a drain grate in the center. The walls were scarred with long, parallel scratches, fingernail marks, dug up to the stone over years. She pulled back. Day was checking the other cells. 7 are sealed, locks engaged from the outside, interior release disabled, standard founder containment. And the 8th? He looked up. Opened from the inside. The lock was burned out. The door was forced. Wrenn's blood chilled. She crossed to the 8th cell. The door hung loose on its hinges, the metal around the lock blackened and warped. Not cut, not pried. Burned from the inside out by something hot enough to melt steel. She crouched, running her fingers along the edge of the damage. The metal was still warm. "How long ago?" she asked. Day checked the thermal reading on his tablet. "Roughly 4 to 6 hours. The residual heat is still bleeding into the stone. Someone had been in this cell. Someone with enough power to palm through a founder-grade lock had broken out hours before they arrived. Not days, not weeks. Hours." Wrenn looked into the empty cell again. The scratches on the walls were old, years of desperation carved into stone. But the burned lock was fresh. Whoever had been in here was still in the tunnels. She straightened, her second heart hammering against her ribs. The whisper stirred, her own voice, her own cadence, but with something underneath it that was not hers. "You are not the only one they tried to bury. We need to move," she said. Corwin was already at the junction, his hand pressed to his side, eyes scanning the darkness beyond the array's glow. "Which way?" Wrenn looked at Day. He checked the tablet one more time. "Layer 7 is through the eastern tunnel, 200 meters. But if someone else is in this network, we might not be alone when we get there." Wrenn looked at the burned lock, the warm metal, the shadows beyond the array's orange glow. Someone had broken out of a founder containment cell. Chapter 62. The eastern tunnel narrowed after the junction, the stabilizer glow fading until only Day's tablet light cut the dark. Wrenn moved first, one hand trailing the wall, the other empty and ready. Corwin followed 3 steps behind, his breathing deliberately quiet. Day brought up the rear, tablet angled to read as he walked. The air changed. Less soft, more concrete dust and something chemical, like sterilant residue. "Layer 7 should be past this bulkhead," Day said. "The schematics show a research annex branching off the main transit spine." Wrenn found the bulkhead before he finished speaking. A steel door, not rusted like the tunnel walls but maintained. Recent oil on the hinges. A keypad panel beside it that glowed a soft amber. "Still powered," Corwin said. Day crouched in front of the panel, tablet syncing with a cable he pulled from his coat. "The override codes from Denise's files should work. Give me a minute." Wrenn watched the darkness behind them. The burned cell, the warm lock, the someone who had been in these tunnels hours ago. 40 seconds, Day said. The panel clicked. The bulkhead hissed open. Beyond it, the tunnel opened into a chamber that dwarfed the junction. A vaulted ceiling hung 30 meters overhead, supported by concrete pillars scarred with old cable runs. Rows of metal racks stretched into the gloom, loaded with equipment she did not recognize. Monitors, server towers, glass cases holding objects that caught the light wrong. "This isn't a research site," Corwin said. "This is an archive." Day stepped past him, tablet scanning. Project Lantern, they kept everything. Transfer orders, experiment logs, gate tuning schematics. Every piece of paper they should have burned. Wrenn moved between the racks, her fingers brushing the spines of binders, the edges of data drives. The labels were dated. 3 years ago. 5, 8. The oldest she found was stamped with a year that predated the first gate. She stopped at a monitor on a central desk. The screen was dark, but the casing was warm. Someone was here recently. Day crossed to her, frowning at the monitor. "The SAP. They accessed the system before they left. Can you pull what they pulled?" "I can try." He sat at the desk, tablet connecting to the monitor's base. The archive is isolated from the above-ground network, no external access. Whoever built this wanted it completely off the grid. Corwin moved to a rack of glass cases, peering at the contents. "Wrenn." She went to him. Inside the case, suspended in a clear solution, was a human core. Not a monster core. Human. Pale amber, still faintly luminous, as if it had been removed while the owner was alive. The case beneath it held another. And another. "How many?" she asked. Corwin's voice was flat. "I count 23 in this row." Day looked up from the monitor, his face hollow. The experiment logs match. Growth class extraction. They were trying to replicate the absorption mechanism without the host. Controlled power, no independent will. Wrenn's hand pressed against the glass. "They killed people for this." "They built a system on it," Day said. "Every rank assessment, every promotion ceiling, every gate assignment. The founders didn't discover the hierarchy, they manufactured it." A folder sat on the corner of the desk, thicker than the others, its cover marked with a hand-stamped code. 72244. Wrenn's throat tightened. The same code from her mother's metal tag. She opened it. Inside were photographs, black and white, taken in this chamber, years ago. A woman with dark hair and a man with the same crescent scar she knew from the mirror. Her mother and father standing beside a stabilizer array, alive, arguing with someone whose face had been cut from the frame. Her mother's hand was raised, pointing at something off camera. Her father's jaw was set, his arms crossed, the posture of a man who had already lost an argument and was fighting anyway. Wrenn touched the edge of the photograph, Her fingers trembled. "They were here," she said. "After the transfer. They were alive." Day took the folder gently, scanning the pages. "There's more. A log entry with their names. They were brought here for questioning about a buried system architecture. Your mother refused to cooperate." "What happened to them?" Day paused at the last page. The entry stops, no disposition, no transfer out. They just stop recording. Corwin stepped closer. "That means they were moved somewhere the archive doesn't track. Or someone deleted the final entry," they said. Wrenn flipped through the folder again. At the back, tucked into a plastic sleeve, was a single data chip. Red casing, military grade. She held it up. Day took it without a word and inserted it into the monitor's reader. The screen flickered to life. Video footage, grainy, shot from a fixed camera mounted high in a corner. The same chamber. Wrenn's mother sat at a metal table, her hands cuffed in front of her. Her father stood behind her, one hand on her shoulder. A voice off camera. "The failsafe cannot remain operational. You know what it does." Her mother's head lifted. "I know what you want it to do. That's not the same thing. The gate system is stable. It's a cage, Arion. You built a cage and called it civilization." The name hit Wrenn like a blade. Arion. Kessler had been in this room. He'd questioned her parents. The footage skipped, time code jumping forward. Her mother was standing now, leaning across the table, voice low and fierce. "You don't have the authority to bury it. The failsafe was designed to be public. If the network collapses, every city with a stabilizer array will survive if the failsafe remains sealed." Kessler's voice, colder than the broadcast version. "You gave me the architecture. I will decide when and if it is used. I gave it to the association, not to you. The association is me." Her father spoke for the first time. "Then we have nothing left to discuss." The footage ended. Wrenn stared at the blank screen. Her father's voice, her mother's face, alive, fighting. 3 years ago, in this chamber, arguing with Kessler over something called a failsafe. "The stabilizer array," she said. "The one Kessler is igniting. It's the failsafe." Day nodded slowly. "Your mother helped design it, and Kessler has been waiting 3 years to use it." A new sound cut through the archive. A low hum building from the walls, the floor, the pillars. The lights flickered. The stabilizer glow at the edges of the chamber pulsed once, twice, then steadied at a higher pitch. Day's tablet chimed. He looked at it, his face going pale. "Purge protocol. The archive detected unauthorized access. It's flooding the chamber with sterilizing gas in 8 minutes. Wrenn grabbed the folder, the chip, everything she could carry. "Which way out?" Day pointed to a service door near the back of the chamber. "That leads to the transit spine, but the Purge will seal every bulkhead between here and the surface." Corwin was already moving. "Then we go faster." Wrenn followed, her mother's photograph pressed against her chest, the whisper stirring in the dark behind her thoughts. He buried them down here, and he buried the only thing that could stop him. Chapter 63. The hum deepened into a vibration Wrenn felt in her teeth. The archive's lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized at a yellow cast that made every shadow look like it was moving. The stabilizer glow along the walls pulsed faster, the orange veins in the crystalline conduits flashing like a heartbeat under stress. Day was already at the service door, his fingers flying across the keypad. 8 minutes. That's the Purge window. After that, the gas hits every chamber in this section. Corwin stood at Wrenn's shoulder, watching the monitor where her mother's face had frozen on the last frame of footage. "What else is on that chip?" "I don't know yet." Wrenn shoved it into an inner pocket, the red casing pressing against her ribs. "But she designed the failsafe. She built what Kessler is trying to ignite. Which means she knew how to stop it." Wrenn turned from the monitor. The folder was under her arm, thick with photographs and log entries, and the weight of 3 years of buried truth. The metal tag from the clinic was still in her other pocket, the code 72244 stamped into its surface like a brand. "Then we find out how," she said. "But first, we don't die in a gas chamber." The service door hissed open, revealing a narrow passage that sloped downward. The walls raw stone and old conduits, the air colder and tasting of rust and something chemical. Emergency strips along the floor cast a weak red glow. Day took point, his tablet in one hand, the override codes from Denise's files still on screen. This leads to the transit spine. The Purge protocol seals every bulkhead between here and the surface once it cycles. We need to be past the third junction before the 5-minute mark, or we get trapped between seals. Trapped how? Corwin asked. The seals are one way. You can go down, but you can't go back up, and the gas follows the ventilation path from the archive outward. If we're past the third junction when the gas hits, the airflow reverses, pulls it away from us. Wrenn memorized the number. Third junction, 5 minutes. They moved. The passage twisted through 3 switchbacks, each turn revealing more of the same raw stone and old conduit, the infrastructure of a system built before anyone knew what gates were. The vibration was stronger here, pulsing through the floor in waves that made Wrenn's second heart beat in counter-rhythm, a double pulse that felt like 2 people walking inside her chest. 2 minutes gone, Drain said. Junction 1, ahead. The first junction was a simple fork, both branches leading deeper, both marked with faded stencils that had worn illegible. Day took the left branch without hesitation, his tablet guiding him through the override map. How do you know where you're going? Corwin asked. The archive's own schematics. They're stored in the same system as the Purge protocol. Whoever designed this place wanted the people who knew the codes to be able to escape. Day glanced back, his face half lit by the tablet's glow. They just didn't want anyone else to. The passage widened into a second chamber, smaller than the archive, lined with what looked like old maintenance stations. Lockers, tool benches, a row of emergency suit lockers with glass fronts, the suits inside yellowed with age, untouched for years. Junction 2, Drain said. 3 minutes left. Wrenn was already moving past him when she heard it, a sound from beyond the chamber's far wall. Not vibration, not machinery. Footsteps. She froze, her hand coming up, signaling Corwin and Day to stop. The whisper stirred inside her, rising from the dark where it had been waiting. He's close. The one who melted the lock. Wrenn turned from the dark doorway and followed Day into the next passage, the folder pressed against her side, the whisper settling back into silence. The passage narrowed again, the ceiling dropping until Wrenn had to duck, the walls closing in until they were moving single file, Day's tablet the only light. The vibration was everywhere now, a constant low thrum that made the air feel thick. 1 minute, Day said. The third junction is ahead. After that, the transit spine opens into the main stabilizer chamber. Then what? Corwin asked. Then we find a way up before the Purge finishes cycling. There are maintenance access shafts every 100 meters. If we can reach one before the gas catches us, we can climb to the surface level. Wrenn calculated the risk. The surface was sealed. Kessler had the district locked down. But surface also meant air, space, room to move. Surface meant not dying in a founder tomb. The third junction appeared as a wider chamber, the ceiling opening to 3 meters, the walls lined with the same crystalline conduits as the archive, but larger, thicker, pulsing with orange light that cast their shadows across the stone. And at the far end, a massive bulkhead, 3 meters across, sealed. Day stopped. The bulkhead shouldn't be closed. The Purge protocol only seals the upper passages, not the transit spine. Wrenn stepped past him, her eyes on the bulkhead's control panel. The keypad was dark, no power. It's not the Purge, she said. Someone sealed it manually. Corwin moved to the wall, running his hand along the conduits. Can we override it? No. Day's voice was flat. Manual seal means physical lock. We'd need cutting equipment we don't have. The whisper stirred again, stronger this time. He sealed it from the other side. He knew you were coming. Wrenn's second heart lurched. The vibration in the walls changed pitch, rising, becoming a sound she could hear as much as feel. The gas. The Purge cycle was advancing, and they were trapped before the third junction. Corwin turned, scanning the chamber. Other exits. There has to be something. There's nothing. Day's tablet flickered. The schematics show this as a single passage. The bulkhead is the only way forward, and the archive is sealed behind us. Wrenn looked at the dark doorway they had come through, the passage back to the archive. The gas was coming from that direction. She looked at the sealed bulkhead, and she looked at the crystalline conduits lining the walls, pulsing with orange light, carrying the same energy that had powered the archive, the containment cells, the stabilizer network. The same energy her mother had helped design. "Corwin," she said, "your sword." He drew it without question, the blade catching the orange light. "Cut into the conduit, right there, where it meets the floor. That's a primary stabilizer line. If I breach it, the energy discharge will open the bulkhead. The manual seal is mechanical, but the power routing is still active. If the conduit fails, the system will reroute through the bulkhead's emergency release." Day stared at her. "How do you know that?" Wrenn met his eyes. "Because my mother was the one who designed the failsafe." She took the folder out from under her arm, pulled the metal tag from her pocket, held them both for a moment against her chest. "Cut the conduit," she said. Corwin swung. The blade bit into the crystalline surface, sparks erupting white and orange, the vibration in the walls turning into a scream of tortured metal and stone, and the conduit fractured. Orange fluid sprang across the floor, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then the bulkhead's control panel lit up. A single word flashed across the display: "Released." The bulkhead began to rise, grinding against its seals. The orange fluid still sprang from the broken conduit, the alarm in the walls rising toward a peak. Wrenn grabbed the folder and ran. Corwin followed, Day on his heels, the bulkhead rising above them as they ducked under it, the passage beyond opening into a vast chamber filled with light and sound, and the pulse of the stabilizer network at full power. And on the far side, silhouetted against the orange glow, a figure, standing still, watching them. Wrenn's hand shot out, stopping Corwin and Day. Her second heart hammered. The whisper surged. "There, the one who melted the lock." The figure did not move. The bulkhead slammed shut behind them. The countdown in Wrenn's head hit 0. Chapter 64. The figure did not move. Orange light bled from the stabilizer conduits, casting the chamber in surgical glow, and the silhouette stood at the far edge of it, arms loose, head tilted as if listening to something only they could hear. Wrenn's second heart pounded. Corwin's hand found her wrist. "We need to move. That's the escapee." "I know." The figure took a step forward. The light caught the shape of a woman, gaunt, dark hair hanging past her shoulders, wearing what looked like association-issue coveralls with the sleeves torn off. Her hands were bare, no weapons visible. She stopped at the edge of the conduit pool and said nothing. Wrenn's whisper stirred. "She was in the cell for a long time. She is not what you expect." The woman raised one hand, pointed past Wrenn, toward a corridor branching off the main chamber, then turned and walked into the dark without waiting to see if they follow. Dee's tablet flickered. "That passage doesn't exist on my schematics. It exists now." Wrenn was already moving, the folder pressed against her chest, the chip burning in her pocket. They followed. The corridor sloped downward, raw stone giving way to maintenance-grade granite, the air growing colder. Faint markings on the walls, yellow hazard stripes, a faded stencil, Transit Override Access B7. At the end, a steel door, wedged open, a pry bar still jammed into the gap. The woman was gone. But beyond the door, voices. Wrenn stepped through into a wide maintenance gallery lined with old server racks, terminals still powered, orange status lights blinking across the rows. And at the far end, a cluster of figures. Lucia Imeki crouched beside a bleeding man in torn hunter gear, her gauntlets glowing. Tomasik in plier and beside hand, her gauntlets glowing. Tomas Iriarte stood at a terminal, his tablet connected to the ancient system, dragging files across the screen. Lucia looked up. "Took you long enough." Wrenn crossed the gallery. "How did you—" Same tunnels, different entrance. The dock worker knew a sub-passage east of the freight node. Lucia's eyes swept over the group. "You look like you crawled through a corpse chute." "Close enough." Tomas didn't turn from the terminal. "The uplink node is active. I can push files to every open channel within the stabilizer network, the archive data, the transfer manifests, Kessler's interrogation footage, all of it. Then do it. Already uploading. He tapped the screen. But there's a problem. Once I hit send, the system flags the transmission. Every association sensor in the city will know exactly where we are. Wrenn looked at the gallery entrance, at the dark corridor beyond, at the steel door still wedged open. Send it. Tomas pressed the command. The terminal chimed. Data streamed across the screen, routing through the ancient stabilizer network, bleeding upward into every channel the founders had built to watch the city. For a moment, nothing. Then a new sound. A deep vibration climbing in pitch, coming from the walls, from the floor, from everywhere. Dia's tablet went dark. The stabilizer array. His voice was flat. It's spooling faster. The ignition sequence is accelerating. Lucia stood, leaving the wounded man with a field dressing. How long? 6 minutes. Maybe less. Wrenn turned to Tomas. Get everything you can, then we run. She looked at the gallery entrance again and realized Corwin was not beside her. She turned. He was still standing at the threshold, one hand pressed to his side, his face pale, his sword drawn but hanging loose. Corwin. I'm fine. You're bleeding through the dressing. He didn't argue. That was how she knew he was worse than he looked. The whisper stirred. He will slow you down. Leave him. Take the data. Run. Let him buy you time. Wrenn's hands clenched. No. She crossed to him, grabbed his arm, pulled him away from the door. You don't get to do the noble thing. Not here. Not now. Wrenn nunned with a sigh. Into this point those more day. Wrenn is coldly. He followed. His weight pressed against her shoulder, his breath ragged, his hand finding hers. I heard it, he said, so quietly no one else could hear. Her voice, the whisper. When you answered her just now, I heard it answer you. Wrenn's blood went cold. You heard it? Aloud. His eyes met hers. Your mouth moved, but the voice was Widwer's. The gallery lights flickered, the vibration climbed higher, and somewhere in the dark behind them, footsteps began to follow. Chapter 65. The gallery lights pulsed with the accelerated rhythm. 6 minutes, maybe less. Wrenn felt the countdown through her boots, a vibration climbing from the stone into her teeth. Tomas worked the terminal with the economy of someone who had rehearsed this moment in his head for years. Tablet connected to the ancient Uplink node, files streaming across the screen in jagged bursts. Transfer manifests, experiment logs. The red chip's footage crawling through the stabilizer network toward every open channel in the city. Status, Wrenn said. First batch is live. Tomas didn't look up. Project Lankern transfer records, the 73 names, routing codes with Kessler's authorization signature. The terminal chimed. Then again, and again. Lucy moved past Wrenn, crouching beside the wounded hunter she'd been tending. Gauntleted hands pressed fresh dressing against a gash across his ribs. He's from the Eastern Response Unit. Found him in the sub-passage with a broken radio and a lot of blood. The hunter's eyes found Wrenn. They said the sweeper was the anomaly. They didn't say she had an army. Wrenn turned back to the terminal. What else is transmitting? Civic Hall command logs. Tomas highlighted a block of text. The deployment order signed at 5:30. The civilian casualty estimates Kessler's command team approved before the breach reached its peak. He tabbed to another window. And the footage. Your mother's interrogation. Kessler's face. His voice. A new sound cut through the gallery. A voice, tinny and distorted, bleeding from a speaker mounted above the terminal. Repeating this now. All association personnel. Anomaly parameter alpha confirmed at Transit Spine Junction 7. Civilian casualties not yet assessed. Full engagement authorized. The broadcast cut out, then returned on a different channel. This is Yasmin Elbaz, broadcasting live through a secondary relay. The footage you're about to see was recovered from a sealed association archive beneath Port Hather Central. It shows Arion Kessler personally interrogating a disappeared researcher regarding a stabilizer system designed to protect this city. The speaker crackled. Kessler has known about this system for 3 years. He kept it secret. He kept the researcher in an unregistered facility. And right now, that same system is being ignited beneath our feet. Wren's chest tightened. She looked at the speaker, at the terminal, at the data streaming into the city through channels the founders had built to watch. He heard it, Corwin had said, aloud. Your mouth moved, but the voice was not yours. The whisper was silent now, watching, waiting. Lucia stood. That broadcast buys us time. Once the feeds are saturated, they can't suppress everything. Or it flags our exact location to every strike team within range. Day's voice was flat, his tablet flickering with new data. The system knows where the transmission originated. The node's routing tag is embedded in every packet. How long until they triangulate? Already done. Day turned the tablet toward them, a pulsing red indicator. Engagement vector locked. Estimated arrival, 2 minutes. Wrenn looked at the gallery entrance, at the dark corridor beyond, at Corwin, still pale, still bleeding, still standing. Thomas, how much more can you push? He was already working. The interrogation footage is live across 14 guild channels and 3 public feeds. The transfer records are propagating through the stabilizer network to every node in the city. I can't stop the transmission without killing the uplink. Don't kill it. Keep pushing. She crossed to Corwin. His hand found hers. I'm not going to make it out, he said. Yes, you are. Wrenn? No. She pulled him upright. You heard her voice. You know what's inside me. You don't get to leave me with that knowledge and a corpse. His jaw tightened, but he didn't argue. The vibration in the walls changed, higher, thinner. The stabilizer array was spooling faster. How long? Wrenn asked. Day checked the tablet. 4 minutes, maybe 3. The gallery's lights flickered, and from the dark corridor beyond the steel door, footsteps, not following, approaching. Lucia's gauntlets flared. She stepped between the door and the group, her stance dropping, her voice low. Get everyone to the transit spine. I'll hold them. You can't hold a strike team alone. Watch me. But the footsteps didn't slow. A figure emerged from the dark. Not a strike team. The escapee, the gaunt woman from the containment cell. Her coveralls torn, her hands raw, her face a mask of exhaustion and something else. Purpose. She walked past Lucia without looking at her, straight to the terminal where Tomas was working. Stood behind him. Looked at the data streaming across the screen. You've got 5% of what's in the archive, she said. Her voice was rough, unused. I got what I could carry, Tomas said. It's not enough. It's what we have. The woman reached past him and tapped a sequence on the terminal's keyboard. The screen flickered. A new window opened. A map of the underground stabilizer network. Every node, every junction, every data feed. There's a secondary cache in the old transit substation below Port Hather Central, she said. Original gate tuning schematics, experiment logs, the full history of what they built. Can we access it from here? No, you have to be on site, and the ignition sequence will reach it in 3 minutes. Wrenn stepped forward. Who are you? The woman met her eyes. Someone they tried to bury. A new vibration, deeper than before, rolled through the stone. The terminal's screen flickered. The gallery lights dimmed. 2 minutes, they said. The escapee looked at the map one last time. Then she turned and walked toward the corridor Lucia had come from. Where are you going? Wrenn called. To do what I was sealed for. She disappeared into the dark. The gallery lights steadied. Tomas was still pushing data. Lucia stood at the door, watching the corridor. Day tracked the engagement vector on his tablet, and Wrenn held Corwin upright, the countdown ticking through her bones, the whisper stirring in the second heart. You cannot run from him forever, but you can face him here, on your ground, with your evidence, with your voice. The stabilizer array's vibration reached a new pitch, and the strike team's engagement vector locked at 30 meters. The speaker crackled again, Yasmin's voice. The footage speaks for itself. Arion Kessler has been operating an unregistered detention facility beneath this city. He has been concealing a stabilizer system designed to protect civilians. He has been interrogating and disappearing those who challenged his authority. And right now, he is trying to destroy that same system to bury the evidence. A pause. I am still transmitting from an undisclosed location. I will continue to broadcast until I am silenced, or the truth is no longer needed. The speaker cut out. Wrenn looked at the corridor, at the strike team coming, at the countdown. at Corwin, then at the stabilizer node beneath her feet. "Thomas," she said, "can you route that uplink through the stabilizer array itself?" He blinked. "Why?" "Because if Kessler is going to ignite it anyway, we might as well use it as our broadcast tower." The terminal chimed. The strike team's footsteps grew louder, and the vibration beneath her feet answered, not with destruction, but with potential. Chapter 66. The strike team breached the door in a single coordinated push. 3 operatives through the gap before the steel finished moving, rifles tracking, muzzles flashing with suppression rounds that cracked the air and left ozone burns across the gallery. Lucia met them with her gauntlets already lit. The first operative ate a cross that folded him around her forearm. The second went low, tried to sweep her legs, and she stamped through his guard with a heel that cratered the stone where his knee had been. The third didn't fire. He stepped aside, and Arion Kessler walked through the door like he owned every molecule of air in the room. He wore no armor, no weapon, just a dark jacket, an open collar, and the pale gray eyes that had smiled through every broadcast Wrenn had ever watched. The scar under his left jaw caught the gallery's orange light. Lucia pivoted. Her gauntlets flared full output, the air around them shimmering with heat. She drove a strike at his sternum that would have punched through reinforced concrete. He caught her fist. Not blocked, caught. His fingers closed around her gauntlet, and the impact stopped like it had hit a wall that didn't exist a second ago. The shimmer died. Lucia's arm trembled. Her feet left the floor as he lifted her, held her suspended, and set her down against the far wall with the same casual precision a person used to put a glass on a shelf. She hit the stone and stayed there. Wrenn had seen Lucia fight. She had seen Lucia move faster than trained eyes could track. Arion had just made her look like a child swinging at a teacher who had already read the textbook. He looked around the gallery. At Tomas, frozen at the terminal. At Day, tablet half raised. At Corwin, bleeding through his dressing, hand on his sword hilt. At the gaunt woman's map still glowing on the screen. And Wrenn. "Anomaly parameter alpha," he said. His voice was calm, almost conversational. "I was hoping you would run farther. It would have made the narrative cleaner." Yasmin's voice crackled through the speaker, still transmitting. "Kessler is in the transit spine. Repeat. Arion Kessler is in the underground stabilizer gallery. He has cornered the survivors of his own engineered disaster." Arion glanced at the speaker, sighed. "She's persistent. I'll give her that." He walked past Tomas like the man wasn't there, stopped in front of the terminal, looked at the data streaming across the screen. The transfer records, the interrogation footage, the stabilizer map. "This is what you believe will save you," he said. Wrenn forced herself to breathe. Corwin's weight pressed against her side, warm and alive and bleeding. "I don't need saving," she said. "The city does. From you." Arion turned, studied her the way a biologist studied a specimen that had done something unexpected. "The city," he repeated. "You've been a sweeper for 7 years. You hauled carcasses through service tunnels while hunters above you celebrated. You watched families file compensation claims that were denied before they were written, and now you stand in a buried maintenance gallery, having broken into classified archives, stolen evidence, and broadcast classified material across the open network, and you think you're defending the city." He took a step closer. "I built the stabilizer system that kept this city from being consumed by cascading gate events in the first 3 years. I designed the rank hierarchy that allowed coordinated defense instead of isolated slaughter. I disappeared people who would have destabilized the entire structure if their existence had become public during the fragile years when humanity was still learning what the gates were." Another step. "Your mother understood that. She helped takes out to Failsafe, and then she decided, after years of cooperation, that the truth was more important than the stability it protected." Wrenn's throat closed. "She didn't stop cooperating," one said. "You imprisoned her, you interrogated her, you kept her in the Lantern Archive for 3 years, and you are trying to ignite her failsafe to destroy every trace of what you did." Arion's expression didn't change. "I gave her every chance to see the larger picture. She refused. Because the larger picture is a lie. Because the larger picture requires sacrifice." His voice sharpened for the first time. Do you think I wanted to disappear your parents? Do you think I enjoyed sealing 23 extraction subjects in glass cases and pretending they never existed? I made choices that kept the gate system functional while humanity adapted to an extinction-level threat. Those choices were not clean. They were necessary. They locked eyes across 3 meters of cracked stone. The second heart stirred. Wrenn felt the vibration rise through her bones, the whisper threading up from the core, not as words yet, but as pressure. Readiness. If you were going to kill me, she said, you would have done it when you stepped through that door. So what do you actually want? Arion smiled. It did not reach his eyes. I want you to understand that your mother's failsafe does not have to destroy the city. It can be recalibrated, redirected, used as a broadcast amplifier that reaches every stabilizer node on the eastern seaboard instead of a sterilization charge that levels Port Hather Central. He paused. Your mother designed it both ways. She left the architecture open, and she encoded the access key in you. Wrenn went still. You've been carrying the solution since you absorbed that boss core at Civic Hall. The second heart is not Caravash's anchor. It's your mother's failsafe key, encoded in the only absorption class that could survive integrating it. He extended his hand. Come with me. Let me show you how to redirect the sequence. End the ignition, save the city, and then submit to guided containment so we can study how the key functions without destroying the infrastructure that keeps millions of people alive. The gallery was silent. Yasmin's feed still transmitted. Every eye in the room was on Wrenn, and she understood with cold clarity that Arion Kessler had just offered her the same choice he had offered her mother. Cooperate or disappear. Lucia, she said, without looking away from him, how many people have you seen accept that offer and never been heard from again? Lucia's voice came rough from the wall. All of them. Arion's hand stayed extended. You are not your mother, he said. You can choose differently. I am exactly my mother. Wrenn stepped forward, pulling Corwin with her, and she sent me here to finish what she started. The whisper rose, but this time it didn't stay inside. She sent you to finish it. The voice came from Wrenn's mouth, external, audible, clear. Arion's composure cracked for half a second. His jaw tightened. Caravash, he said, you remember me. I remember dissecting one of your kind alive. His voice went flat. I remember learning exactly how your resonance pattern integrates with human absorption cores. I remember using that knowledge to build the failsafe key. He looked at Wrenn with something in his eyes. Recognition. You're not carrying a boss core. You're carrying a weapon designed to counter everything I built. And your mother encoded the ignition override in the one person she knew I would never let live. The stabilizer array's pitch shifted. Higher. The countdown had accelerated. Day's tablet chupped. 2 minutes. Arion lowered his hand. Then we have nothing left to discuss. The air around him compressed, and Wrenn felt for the first time what S-rank resistance actually meant. It wasn't speed, it wasn't strength, it was the complete denial of any force that opposed him. She tried to move. Her feet stayed rooted. The whisper surged and met a wall of pressure that pressed inward from every direction, squeezing the air from her lungs, the blood from her lungs. Corwin sank beside her. Lucia hit the wall again and stayed down. Arion walked toward the terminal. I will recalibrate the failsafe myself. It will take longer, it will cost more lives, but the outcome will be the same. His hand touched the keyboard, and the second heart ignited. Not with heat, with sound. A frequency that made the stabilizer array hum in response, that made the orange light in the conduits pulse in rhythm, that made the terminal screen flicker and the map on it shift, redrawing itself. Arion's hand jerked back. His eyes found Wrenn. What did you just do? She didn't know. But Caravash's voice answered for her, resonant and ancient. What she was born to finish. The map on the terminal was no longer a stabilizer network. It was a diagram of every gate in Port Hather, every latent fault, every dormant scar, every tuned resonance. And at the center, Pulso. The failsafe key was active, and the countdown had stopped. Arion stared at the screen, then at Wrenn. You don't control it, he said. You don't even understand what you're holding. Neither did you, she said. That's why my mother built it this way. The orange light in the conduit brightened, and the knot of power at Arion's center began for the first time to fray. His hand moved toward the keyboard again, slower. I can still redirect the sequence. No, Wrenn said. You can't. The stabilizer array throbbed, and the map on the terminal began to fold, node by node, channel by channel, into a single line. A line that led, through every buried conduit and dormant gate scar, to the original stabilizer core beneath Port Hather Central, where Wrenn's mother was still alive, and where Arion Kessler was about to be dragged by the very system he had built to contain anomalies like her into the reckoning he had spent a decade avoiding. The gallery lights flickered once, then held steady, and the strike team at the door, weapons still raised, waited for an order that Arion Kessler no longer seemed certain he could give. Chapter 67. The terminal screen rippled with light, the stabilizer map folding into itself like a collapsing star, and Wrenn felt the second heart beat against her ribs in a rhythm that did not match her own pulse. Arion stood frozen at the keyboard, his hand still extended, his pale gray eyes fixed on the redrawn diagram. Day moved first. He crossed the gallery in 3 strides, tablet already raised, and began recording the map as it transformed. His fingers worked the interface with the speed of someone who had spent years chasing patterns that kept shifting the moment he looked at them. That's not a stabilizer chart, he said. That's a key. A key to what? Corwin's voice came strained from the floor where he had sunk to one knee, hand pressed to his bleeding side. Day's tablet chirped. He pulled up the red chip footage, fast-forwarded through the interrogation, and stopped on a frame where Wrenn's mother was drawing on a piece of paper with her finger, tracing a shape Arion could not see because the camera angle cut her hand off at the wrist. There, Day said. She's not arguing. She's teaching. Wrenn stepped closer to the terminal, the second heart pulsing in her chest like a second set of lungs. Teaching what? How to read what she built. Arion's voice cut through the gallery, flat and controlled despite the tremor in his power. She built a failsafe, a sterilization charge. You saw the same footage I did. I saw your interrogation, Day said. She never told you what it actually does. The map on the terminal continued folding, node by node, until it formed a single line stretching from the harbor grid through the transit spine to a point beneath Port Hather Central. One line, one destination, one purpose. Day's tablet pinged with decoded data from the archive's experiment logs, the ones he had copied while Wrenn found her mother's folder. He read the results in silence, his face losing color as his eyes tracked down the screen. The stabilizer network doesn't suppress gate pressure, he said. It routes it. Arion's jaw tightened. That is not accurate. It's in your own logs. Day turned the tablet toward him. Founder-level access only. The network was designed to manage the city's accumulated gate load by distributing it across 7 nodes. Every gate that opened in Port Hather for the last 10 years fed pressure into this system. It was never meant to release that pressure. It was meant to store it. Wrenn felt the whisper stir inside her, not with fear but with something like recognition. Storage, not suppression. The instrument remembers every note it ever played. Why would you store gate pressure? Corwin asked, his voice rough. Day looked at the terminal. Because the founders knew the gates were not random events, they were openings, and if you stored enough pressure in one place, you could force a door that would never close. The gallery fell silent. Arion's hand moved away from the keyboard. You misunderstand the architecture, he said, and for the first time his voice carried something that was not control. The failsafe was designed to either arrest a citywide collapse or invert that stored pressure into a single catastrophic opening. 2 functions, 1 switch. Inversion, Day said. That's what you've been setting up. The harbor gate, the freight depot. You weren't stress testing the network. You were filling the reservoir. Arion did not answer. The map on the terminal pulsed once, and Wrenn understood. The stabilizer network was a dam, and Arion had been filling the reservoir behind it for 10 years. If it inverts, Wrenn said, what comes through? Arion met her eyes. Everything that has been pressing against the membrane since the first gate opened. The second heart beat faster. Karavash's voice rose from inside her, not as a whisper but as a pressure against her skull. He is not lying. He is also not telling you the whole truth. The inversion does not open a door, it removes the wall. Wrenn put her hand on the terminal, and the map responded, the line from the harbor to Port Hather Central brightening. Then we stop it, she said. We reach the original transit spine before your command team does, and we shut it down from the core. Arion laughed. It was a sound without humor, a crack in the mask of the golden hero. You think you can reach it first? My team has been moving toward that spine since before you escaped the archive. They know the tunnels, they know the schedule, and they know exactly what your mother's failsafe key can do. He looked at Wrenn with something that might have been pity. She designed it to be used by someone with an absorption class. That is why she encoded it in you. But she also knew that using it would kill the person who activated it. The failsafe key is a one-use override. It burns out the core that triggers it. The gallery lights flickered. The strike team at the door shifted, Waiton still raised, waiting for orders that Arion seemed uncertain he could give. Wrenn looked at the terminal, at the map, at the single line leading to the original stabilizer core. Then she looked at Corwin, who was watching her with the same expression he had worn when she told him the truth about her class. You do not have to carry this alone. She turned back to Arion. I'm not going to use the failsafe key. His eyes narrowed. Then you have no way to stop the inversion. I don't need the key. She touched her chest, where the second heart beat in its alien rhythm. I need to reach the core before your team does, and I need to feed the entire stored pressure into myself. The gallery went silent. Day's tablet slipped from his grip. Corwin made a sound that was not quite a word. Arion stared at her. You would not survive absorbing a decade of accumulated gate pressure. Probably not. Then what are you? I'm not planning to survive. Wrenn stepped past him toward the door where the strike team waited. I'm planning to make sure it doesn't open. The map on the turn pulled more, and the line leading to Port Hather Central began to blink. Chapter 68. The door slid open, and Wrenn moved before the strike team could react. She caught the first operative across the jaw with a closed fist, felt bone give under the impact, and used his falling body to pivot into the second. Her elbow connected with his throat. He dropped. The third raised his rifle, but Corwin was already there, driving his shoulder into the man's chest and riding him down to the deck. Move, Wrenn said, and the group poured through the breach. The corridor beyond was raw stone and rusted pipe, older than any association construction. The walls sweated condensation that smelled of copper and something chemical. Day's tablet flickered as he tried to pull a route, the stabilizer map distorting with every pulse from the gallery behind them. We're below the old freight spine, he said, breath coming fast. If I can find a junction box with active power, I can trace the original conduit path to Central. Lucia moved past him, her gauntlets humping with residual charge from the brief fight. We don't have time for T-tours. Kessler's team has a head start. They know the mapped routes, Thomas said, his examiner's coat stained with sweat and grime from the terminal. The founders built those tunnels. Every association asset has schematics, but this level of pre-assembly infrastructure wasn't charted. The founders sealed it because they didn't want anyone finding the original core. Wrenn pressed forward, the second heart beating a rhythm that matched the pulse in the walls. The stabilizer network sang beneath her feet, a deep, harmonic vibration that she could feel in her teeth. The stored pressure was real. It was waiting. She could feel it the way a drowning person feels the surface. Wrenn, Corwin's voice came from behind her, low and careful. You need to slow down. She realized she was walking faster than the group, pulling ahead into the dark where the ceiling dropped and the tunnel narrowed to a crawl space. She stopped. Her hands were shaking. When did that start? She asked, looking at her fingers. About 30 seconds after you stepped through the door, Day said. Your core signature is elevating, rapidly. The second heart pulsed. The load recognizes you. It knows what you intend. Caravash's voice was calm, almost maternal. It will push against you from the moment you enter the spine. You cannot run from pressure that already lives inside the walls. Wrenn pressed her palm flat against the stone. The vibration was stronger here, almost warm. She felt it travel up her arm and settle in her chest where the second heart beat like a captured drum. We need to keep moving, she said, and pushed forward into the dark. The tunnel system beneath the pre-association layer was not designed for human traffic. Wrenn ducked under low-hanging conduits, stepped over collapsed sections where the ceiling had given way, and navigated around pools of standing water that reflected no light. The group moved in single file, Day reading his tablet in short bursts to conserve power, Thomas watching the rear, Lucia taking point when the path widened. Corwin stayed close enough that she could feel his presence without looking. "Talk to me," he said quietly. "What do you feel?" "The pressure. It's like standing underwater. The deeper we go, the more it presses in." "Is it going to stop you?" She looked at him. His face was pale beneath the grime, his wound still bleeding through the dressing, but his eyes were steady. "No," she said. "It's going to make me faster." The corridor opened into a chamber that had once been a switching station. Rows of dead panels lined the walls, their screens dark, their cables severed. In the center of the floor, a circular access hatch was welded shut with fresh metal. Lucia crouched beside it, running her gauntlet across the weld. "This was done recently, within the last hour." "Someone doesn't want us going that way," Thomas said. Wrenn knelt beside Lucia and pressed her hand to the weld. The metal was warm. She closed her eyes and reached for the absorption current, the thread of power she had longed to pull from cores. The weld was not a core. It was inert steel. But the pressure in the walls was not. She pulled. The weld buckled. The hatch groaned. The metal split along the seam with a sound like tearing fabric, and the hatch fell open into darkness below. Lucia looked at her with an expression that was not quite recognition. "You pulled the heat out of the weld." "I pulled the structural integrity," Wrenn said. "The metal was holding tension. I just gave it a reason to let go." The drop was 15 feet into a dry channel that sloped east. Wrenn landed first, her knees absorbing the impact, and scanned the tunnel ahead. It was wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast, the walls lined with conduits that hummed with active power. "This is it," Day said, dropping beside her. "This is the original transit spine. The conduit path matches the diagram from the archive. It leads directly to the stabilizer core." "Then we move," Wrenn said. They ran. The tunnel stretched ahead in a straight line, the conduits glowing with amber light as the stabilizer network responded to their presence. Wrenn felt the pressure building with every step, the stored gate energy pressing against the walls like a held breath. The second heart beat faster, matching the pulse of the network. Above them, through gaps in the ceiling, she heard the rumble of emergency sirens. The city was moving. Protocol Hesperus was in full effect. Civilians being herded into shelters, Association forces deploying across every district. Her comm unit crackled. "Wrenn, can you hear me?" Mina's voice, broken and distant but clear. "I hear you," Wrenn said, slowing enough to respond. "Where are you?" "Fleet Street Depot. We've been holding the north route open like you asked, but something's changed." Mina's voice dropped. "Wrenn, there's something else. The evacuation order, the line cut. The tunnel ahead split into 3 branches, each one identical, each one humming with the same amber glow." Lucia stopped at the junction, scanning each passage. "Which way?" Day's tablet flickered. "The signal is scattered. The stabilizer field is interfering with the compass. I can't get a clean reading." Wrenn closed her eyes. The second heart pulsed. The pressure in the walls sang, and she felt it. A pull, a current, a thread of resonance that led deeper, down the center passage where the amber light burned brightest. "This way," she said, and stepped forward. The tunnel narrowed again, the walls closing in until she had to turn sideways to pass. The conduits here were thicker, coated in crystalline growth that pulsed with orange veins. She recognized the pattern. It was the same structure she had seen in the gate heart at Civic Hall. The pressure had begun to crystallize. "Wrenn," Corwin's voice was tight. "Look ahead." She looked. The tunnel opened into a chamber that was not stone or concrete. It was organic. The walls were ribbed with pale membrane, the floor covered in a carpet of crystalline growth that crunched under her boots. In the center of the chamber, a single figure stood waiting. It was not human. It wore the shape of one, but the proportions were wrong, the limbs too long, the head cocked at an angle that suggested joints that bent in directions no skeleton should allow. Its skin was the color of old bone, and its eyes were vertical slits that leaked pale orange light. The escapee from the 8th cell, but changed. "You came faster than I expected," the figure said. Its voice was layered, 2 tones speaking at once. "The pressure recognizes you. It has been waiting for someone who can carry it." Wrenn stepped forward, her hand raised, the absorption current already curling around her fingers. "Are you here to stop me?" The figure's mouth moved in something that was not a smile. "I'm here to help you finish what they started." It turned and gestured toward the darkness beyond. "The core is 300 meters through that passage. Kessler's command team is already there. They have the override codes. They have the failsafe key." It looked at Wrenn with eyes that held no warmth. "And they have your mother." The second heart exploded with light. Wrenn felt the pressure in the walls surge, felt the stored gate energy rise like a wave, felt the chamber shift around her as the network responded to her presence. She was out of time. She ran. Chapter 69. The tunnel widened without warning, the walls pulling back into a space that stole Wrenn's breath. The chamber was vast, cathedral vast. The ceiling soared into darkness, lost beyond the reach of the amber glow that pulsed from the floor. The original stabilizer core rose at the center like a frozen spine, a column of crystalline lattice 30 meters wide, veined with orange light that moved in slow, deliberate pulses. The pressure hit her first. It came not as force, but as weight, the kind that settled in the marrow and made every step feel like wading through deep water. The second heart answered, beating in counterpoint, and the column's pulse shifted to match it. They were already singing to each other. Wrenn stepped forward, and the chamber responded. Ripples of light spread across the floor, tracing paths through the crystal, illuminating channels cut into the stone. The stabilizer network. Every conduit, every node, every buried line feeding into this single column. "This is the original," Day breathed behind her. "The first one. Everything else was built from this design." Lucia moved past Wrenn, gauntlets raised, scanning the shadows at the far edge of the chamber. "Where is the command team?" Wrenn's eyes found them. At the base of the column, 5 figures in association tactical gear, clustered around a portable terminal that glowed with the same amber light. One of them looked up as Wrenn entered. He was young, clean-shaven. His hand rested on an activation mechanism that hummed with stored power. The failsafe key. "Anomaly parameter alpha," he said. "You're faster than the projections estimated. Where is she?" Wrenn's voice came out raw. The operative tilted his head. "Your mother is in the core chamber. She has been there for 3 years, keeping the system stable by refusing to die. You should know she stopped eating 6 weeks ago." The words hit like a blade. Wrenn's hands came up, the absorption current already curling around her fingers. "Step away from that terminal." "I can't do that." The operative's voice was calm. "The inversion sequence is already initiated. The failsafe key cannot be withdrawn once the cycle begins. That was your mother's design. She made sure no one could stop it after the threshold was crossed." The column pulsed, and the pressure changed. Wrenn felt it as a shift in pitch, a harmonic that had not been there a moment before. The orange veins in the column brightened, and the floor beneath her feet began to hum. "What did you do?" Corwin's hand went to his sword. "Not me." The operative gestured at the column. "The network is responding to her arrival. Your mother designed the failsafe key for an absorption class user. She built the recognition into the system itself. When you entered the chamber, the sequence recognized its intended activator." The floor cracked. A hairline fracture spread from a column's base, racing across the stone in a straight line. Then another. Then a dozen. The cracks traced the paths of buried conduits, following the network's channels toward the walls. Day's tablet screamed. "Gate scars," he said, his voice tight with panic. "The pressure is waking dormant gate scars across the entire station. Every breach that was sealed, every anchor that was stabilized, every gate that ever opened within a 2-kilometer radius. The network is forcing them open." The first alarm sounded from above. Distant, muffled, but unmistakable. A gate alarm. Then another. Then a cascade of them, rising in pitch and frequency until the air itself vibrated with the sound of every dormant scar in Port Hather Central tearing open at once. Lucia's comm unit crackled. This is Eastern Response Command. We have multiple gate events across all levels of the transit hub. Repeat. Multiple simultaneous gate events. Casualties are... The transmission dissolved into static. The operative at the terminal looked at Wrenn with something that might have been sympathy. This is what the inversion does. It doesn't just open one door. It wakes every scar the network has been feeding for a decade. Your mother designed the failsafe to prevent this, but she also designed it so that only someone with her blood and her class could read the override. He stepped back from the terminal. So the question is, can you read what she left for you before the pressure tears the station apart? The column pulsed again, and the second heart answered with a frequency that made Wrenn's vision blur. The world doubled. She saw the chamber as it was, and she saw it as the network saw it. A diagram of veins and faults and pressure points, each one a dormant scar, each one bleeding orange light into the transit hub above her. Her mother had mapped this. Her mother had built the key, and her mother was somewhere inside this column, waiting for her daughter to finish what she started. Wrenn walked toward the terminal. The absorption current wrapped around her hands, hungry and answering, and the column's pulse quickened to match her heartbeat. She had 10 years of gate pressure waiting in her blood, and a city full of people who did not know they had already been abandoned. Chapter 70. The terminal screen glowed amber, and Wrenn's hand hovered over the activation surface. The column pulsed. The second heart answered, and the recognition sequence rippled through the network like a wave crossing still water. The portable terminal unlocked. Not with a chime or a prompt, the screen simply changed, the failsafe key diagram dissolving into a single line of text in handwriting Wrenn had not seen in 3 years. You found me. Wrenn's breath caught. The tactical operative stepped back, his hand falling away from the weapon at his hip. She left instructions for the absorption class activator. We couldn't read them. The system would only decode for the correct core signature. Where is she? The operative pointed at the column, not at the terminal, not at the chamber beyond. At the column itself, the 30-meter crystalline structure veined with orange light, pulsing in rhythm with Wrenn's heartbeat. She's inside. The words did not process at first. Wrenn stared at the column, at the veins of light tracing paths through the crystal, at the core of the network that had been feeding on Port Hather's gate pressure for a decade. 3 years ago, the operative said, when Kessler brought her here, she refused to cooperate with the inversion design. He sealed her inside the stabilizer core instead of killing her. She has been maintaining the network's equilibrium from within, preventing the stored pressure from crystallizing ahead of schedule. The containment tech, Day said, his voice tight. The network itself became her life support. She's been keeping the system stable by acting as a human regulator. Wrenn walked toward the column. The crystal surface was warm. It pulsed under her fingertips, and the second heart inside her chest answered with a frequency that made the veins of light brighten. Then the column began to change. The crystalline surface shifted, becoming translucent, then transparent in a narrow band at eye level. And through the glass, Wrenn saw her. A woman. Thin. Gaunt. Her hair white where it had been black in Wrenn's memory. Her eyes closed. Her arms crossed over her chest like a burial pose, suspended in the amber light of the stabilizer core, held upright by containment fields that wrapped around her like cocoon threads. Wrenn Solano, alive. The glass was not glass. It was crystallized pressure, hardened into a transparent barrier that separated the woman from the chamber. Wrenn pressed her paw against it, and the surface rippled like water. Mother. The word came out cracked. Elena's eyes opened. They were the same dark brown as Wrenn's, sunken, exhausted, but aware. They focused on Wrenn through the crystalline barrier, and recognition moved across her face like a wave. Her lips moved. No sound reached Wrenn's ears. But the terminal behind Wrenn pulsed, and a voice emerged from the speaker, thin and raw, carried through the network's resonance rather than through air. My daughter. Wrenn's knees buckled. She caught herself against the crystal, her forehead pressing against the warm surface, her hands spread flat against the barrier that held her mother suspended 3 years in the past. I'm here. You should not have come. Her mother's voice was barely a whisper filtered through the network's translation. Arion designed this trap for you. The failsafe key is a lure. He needs an absorption class activator to complete the invasion, and I made sure only you could read the override. Then I'll stop him. You cannot stop him with force. Her mother's eyes closed, then opened again, a struggle visible in the motion. Arion built the network to be immune to brute disruption. Every stabilizer node is hardened against mana overload. Every conduit is shielded against absorption feedback. He learned from the Absorber Wars how to contain your kind. Then how? The silence stretched. The network stores gate pressure, her mother said slowly. But it also distributes load. The 7 nodes are connected, each one carrying a fraction of the total pressure. If one node fails, the load redistributes to the others. Wrenn's mind clicked into motion. If I absorb the stored pressure from one node, it spreads to the others. No, if you absorb from one node, the network recognizes the loss and pulls from the reservoir to compensate. You cannot drain it from outside. Then from inside? Her mother's lips moved, and the speaker carried a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. Inside, the pressure is raw, unregulated. The network protects the nodes from overload, but the core chamber, where I am suspended, that is the reservoir itself. If you enter the core and absorb from within, the network cannot compensate. It does not have a safety valve for pressure loss at the source. Wrenn looked at the crystal barrier. The core is sealed. By design, but you carry the failsafe key inside your chest. Her mother's voice wavered. The second heart is not just a key to the terminal, it is a key to me. I encoded my own blood signature into the absorption class integration. When you touch the core surface with the failsafe key active, the barrier will recognize you as an extension of my body and open. The column pulsed, the orange veins brightened, and the floor beneath Wrenn's feet hummed with building force. 6 weeks ago, her mother said, the network reached critical density. I stopped eating because the pressure was consuming my body's energy faster than I could replenish it. I have perhaps enough hour before the containment fields convert the rest of my mass into stabilizer fuel. Then we do this now. Wrenn. Her mother's voice cracked. If you absorb the reservoir's pressure, you will take a decade of accumulated gate energy into yourself. The load will shred your channels. It will burn through your core. I designed the failsafe key to kill the activator because there is no other way to trigger a full release. I know. You will die. I know. Wrenn pressed both palms against the crystal. The second heart ignited. The frequency surged through her chest, through her arms, through her hands, and the crystalline barrier began to dissolve. The orange light brightened, the veins of the column pulsing faster, and the containment fields around her mother's body flickered. The room behind Wrenn erupted in alarms. The gate scars, Day shouted. The cascades are accelerating. Every level of the transit hub is reporting active beaches. Then hold them. Wrenn's hands sank into the crystal. The pressure hit her like a wall of fire breaking over her head, and the world became light and heat, and the voice of her mother, speaking through the network, telling her everything she had never had the chance to say. Chapter 71. The pressure was not fire. It was something older, something that had been compressing for a decade beneath Port Hather, waiting for a release point. And Wrenn's absorption channels were the first open vein it had found. She felt the load hit her core and keep moving, past the second heart, past the boundary where absorption usually stopped, into spaces inside her she had never consciously opened. Her muscles locked. Her vision went white at the edges, and the crystal around her mother's body began to ripple like disturbed water. Wrenn, her mother's voice came through the network, thin but steady. Do not fight the load. Let it pass through you. If you try to contain it all at once, your channels will burst. I can't. Wrenn's jaw clenched so hard her teeth ached. It keeps coming. It does not stop, because it has been accumulating for 10 years. Every gate that opened in this city fed pressure into this reservoir. The harbor gate, the freight depot, every Class 1 and Class 2 that the public never heard about, they all contributed. Wrenn's hands were sinking deeper into the crystal. The orange veins pulsed around her wrists, and she could feel the network's intelligence, if it could be called that, testing her, tasting her core signature, deciding whether she was authorized to touch the source. The system recognizes you, her mother said. I keyed the failsafe to your blood in Class 3 years ago, but the recognition is not enough. You need to reach the control logic before the pressure overloads the transit spine. Then tell me how. A pause. The crystal hummed. The control logic is buried in the network's architecture. Day and Tomas can access it from the portable terminal, but they need the unlock sequence. I encoded it in the second heart's resonance pattern. Wrenn's chest burned where the second heart pulsed. You hid the unlock in me. I hid everything in you. There was no one else I could trust. The crystal shifted, and Wrenn saw her mother's body more clearly now. Elena's arms were crossed over her chest, suspended in the containment fields, her white hair floating in the liquid light. The gauntness was worse than Wrenn had imagined. Her mother's collarbones pressed against paper-thin skin, and the hollows beneath her eyes looked deep enough to hold shadows. There is something you need to know, her mother said, and you will not want to hear it. Then tell me fast. Your father did not disappear with me. Wrenn's hands stopped moving. He was captured separately, 3 weeks before I was sealed in this chamber. Arion brought him to the Lantern Archive and offered him the same choice he offered me: cooperate or be erased. What did he choose? He sabotaged the prototype inversion. The words hit Wrenn like a physical blow. The pressure in her chest shifted, and she felt the second heart stutter. Your father understood what the stabilizer network was designed to do. He knew that if Arion scaled the inversion, it would not stop at Port Hather. The resonance pattern could propagate through every connected node on the eastern seaboard. He disabled the primary alignment crystal and flooded the control conduit with raw mana, forcing a catastrophic feedback loop that destroyed the prototype chamber. How did Arion react? He had your father executed in the archive. I was already inside the core by then. I felt the resonance spike when he died. Wrenn's vision blurred. She had spent 3 years not knowing, 3 years believing her parents had been taken to some blacksite processing center, that they might still be alive somewhere, that the metal tag Marta had kept was a thread she could follow to a reunion. Her mother was giving her the thread, and it ended at a grave she would never find. He bought us time, Elena said. The prototype failure set Arion back 2 years. He had to rebuild the alignment system from scratch, recalibrate every node, and find a new absorption class activator to trigger the failsafe. That is why you are still alive. Your father's sabotage delayed the inversion long enough for you to grow strong enough to reach this chamber. Wrenn pressed her forehead against the crystal. The pressure was still climbing, pushing against her absorption channels, demanding entry, but she held it at the threshold. She held it because if she let it in now, if she opened herself fully to the decade of accumulated gate energy, she would lose the thread of her mother's voice. I can hold the line, she said. Day and Tomas need time to decode the control logic. Tell me what they need. Her mother's voice softened. The second heart carries a frequency modulation. If Day connects the portable terminal to the crystal surface while you maintain contact, the modulation will transmit through your channels into the network. The control logic will unlock. And then? Then you have a choice. The failsafe key can redirect the inversion sequence into a sterilization charge that destroys the core chamber and everyone inside it. Or it can absorb the stored pressure into a single absorption class activator and neutralize the network permanently. Absorbing the pressure kills the activator. Yes. Wrenn looked at her mother's suspended body. The containment fields were flickering at the edges, and she could see the crystal structure beginning to dissolve around Elena's hands. How long? You have perhaps 12 minutes before the network reaches critical density. After that, the pressure will begin crystallizing inside every conduit in the transit spine. The resulting cascade will not be containable. Wrenn pulled back from the crystal. The orange veins clung to her palms, stretching like elastic threads before snapping. Her skin tingled where they had touched, and she could feel the second heart pulsing in rhythm with the column's light. Day, her voice carried across the chamber. Connect the terminal to the crystal surface. I'm going to transmit the unlock sequence through my channels. Day was already moving, the portable terminal in his hands, his tablet strapped to his forearm. He crossed the cracked floor, stepping over the fractures that were spreading from the column's base, and pressed the terminal against the crystal. When I tell you, he said, push the modulation through your absorption current. I will catch it on the terminal's frequency reader. Wrenn placed her hands back on the crystal. The pressure surged immediately, harder than before, and she felt her channels stretch to accommodate it. The second heart ignited, and the modulation pattern she had not known was there began to sing through her blood. The terminal beeped. "Got it," Day said. "Decrypting now." The column groaned. Wrenn looked up. The ceiling above the crystal was fracturing, hairline cracks spreading outward from the point where the pressure was concentrating. Dust fell in streams, and the orange light in the veins began to pulse faster, irregular, arrhythmic. "It is accelerating," her mother said. "The network recognizes that someone is accessing the control logic. It is compensating. Can you slow it down? I have been maintaining equilibrium for 3 years. I cannot hold it much longer." Wrenn felt the truth in those words. Her mother's voice was fainter now, the resonance thinner, and the containment fields around Elena's body were flickering like failing bulbs. "Day, how long on the decrypt?" 90 seconds. "We do not have 90 seconds. The column shuddered. A crack ran up the side of the crystal, and orange light bled from the fracture, filling the chamber with a sound like breaking stone. Wrenn looked at her mother's face. Elena's eyes were closed. "Mom?" No response. "Mom!" The containment fields flickered once, and Wrenn saw her mother's chest rise, a shallow breath, the last one she might have left. The pressure kept climbing, and Wrenn realized, with a clarity that cut through the chaos, that she had 12 minutes to decide whether she would let the network kill her mother, or step inside the crystal and take the load herself. Chapter 72. Wrenn pressed her palms flat against the crystal. The pressure pushed back. 3 years of accumulated gate energy, a decade of stored dimensional force, all of it pressing against her channels like a flood waiting for the wall to break. She held it at the threshold. Behind her, Corwin's boots scraped across the cracked floor. She heard him stop 3 paces back, close enough that she could feel his presence in the shift of air pressure. "Wrenn." His voice was quiet. Not pleading, not commanding. Quiet. "You said the failsafe key was designed for an absorption class activator. Your mother built it for you." "Yes." "Then it was always going to be you. Not a trap," Kessler said. "Your mother chose you because she knew you would be the one to stop this." Wrenn kept her hands on the crystal. The orange veins pulsed under her palms, and she could feel the second heart beating in rhythm with the column, her mother's blood signature singing through the resonance. "That does not change what it costs," she said. "No." Corwin moved closer. "It does not change that you are standing here, about to die, while the rest of us watch. You can leave." "I am not leaving." She turned her head. Corwin stood with his hand on his sword hilt, his wounded shoulder dark with blood through the dressing, his face pale but steady. "I can hold the line," she said. "That was always my plan. You know that. I know you plan to die." His jaw tightened. "I never agreed to watch." The column groaned. A fracture ran up the crystal surface, and orange light bled through the crack, casting long shadows across the chamber. The pressure climbed, and Wrenn felt her channels stretch further. 12 minutes. Less now. Day's voice cut through from behind the terminal. "I have the control logic. The failsafe key is ready. Wrenn, if you step inside the reservoir and let me trigger the key while you hold the pressure, the absorption will be complete." "It kills the activator." "Yes, but it stops the inversion permanently." Corwin's hand left his sword. He stepped past Wrenn and stood directly in front of the crystal, facing her. "Then I will stay with you. Corwin, you cannot stop me." His voice cracked on the last word. "You can order me to leave. You can tell me I am being foolish. You can say you do not need me here. But I will stand at this door until the pressure kills me. And if that is what happens, then at least I will have been standing beside someone who tried to do the right thing." The chamber went quiet. Lucia moved from the shadows. Her gauntlets were glowing, orange light tracing the edges of the armored plates, and her face was set in something between fury and grief. "He is not the only one staying," she said. "If you are dying in there, I am making sure Arion's people do not get close enough to interfere." She turned and walked toward the chamber entrance. The tactical operatives on the far side of the column were watching, weapons raised, but Lucia did not slow. "Your orders came from Kessler," she said, her voice carrying across the chamber. "Mine came from the same man once. I defected. You should consider doing the same." The operatives exchanged glances. Then Day's tablet beeped. Incoming transmission. He looked up. Mina. She is broadcasting on the emergency channel. Wrenn's comm unit crackled. Mina's voice came through, hard and breathless. Wrenn, I have 23 sweepers above the transit hub. We started pulling civilians from the north shelters when the gate scars started opening. The association locked the emergency stairwell doors, so we broke them. People are moving. How many? Over 1,000 so far. More coming. The network is in chaos up here, and Yasmin is live on every remaining channel telling people to ignore shelter protocols and head for the surface. It is working. Wrenn closed her eyes. 1,000 people. Alive because someone refused to follow orders. Mina, get them clear. Get as many as you can. I did not call to ask for permission. I called to tell you that you are not alone down there. Every sweeper on this side of the harbor knows what you did at Civic Hall. They are not letting you be the only one who fights. The chamber went silent. Wrenn opened her eyes. Corwin was still standing in front of her, his face unreadable. Lucia was at the chamber entrance, her gauntlets raised, waiting for the strike team to make the first move. Day was watching the terminal, his fingers hovering over the failsafe key. 11 minutes, he said, maybe less. Wrenn looked at the crystal. Her mother's silhouette was barely visible now, the containment fields flickering, the shape dissolved at the edges. She stepped forward. Corwin, I am not moving. I know. She touched his arm. But if I am going to do this, I cannot be distracted by the thought that you are bleeding out behind me. Let Lucia hold the door. Let Day run the terminal. Go to the surface and make sure Mina's evacuation does not collapse. His eyes searched hers. That is not your real reason. No. She let her hand fall. My real reason is that I need someone above who will remember me as something other than a corpse. Someone who will tell the survivors that the woman who burned out her core was not a monster. She was a sweeper who refused to stop. Corwin's face tightened. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he reached out and took her hand. Do not make me tell them you died alone. I will try. He held her gaze for a beat longer. Then he let go and walked toward the chamber entrance, his hand on his sword, his back straight. Lucia did not look at him. She was still watching the strike team. Go, she said. I have this. Corwin stepped through the entrance and was gone. The crystal column pulsed. The whisper rose inside Wrenn's skull, smooth as silk, sharp as glass. You do not have to die. She ignored it. The pressure will shred your channels, Res, but you already contain a Caravage core. You contain the failsafe key. You contain a decade of gate force waiting to be claimed. If you let me guide the absorption, if you stop fighting what you are, the pressure will not kill you. It will make you something new. Wrenn pressed her palms flat against the crystal. I know what you are offering, she said aloud. Limitless strength, if I stop caring who I am afterward. Yes. Then I refuse. The whisper went silent. Wrenn looked at Day. Trigger the failsafe key. I am stepping into the reservoir. She pushed forward, through the crystal surface, into the light. The pressure hit her like a wall of fire, and the whisper smiled inside her skull. Then do it without me. See how far you get before you break. Wrenn opened her hands and let the pressure in. The chamber screamed, and somewhere above, Corwin Okocha walked into a transit hub full of fleeing civilians, drew his sword, and began clearing a path toward the surface. Chapter 73. The pressure hit like a breaking ocean. Wrenn's hands stayed open. The force tore through her palms, her wrists, her forearms, and climbed toward her shoulders with teeth made of light. Every channel she had ever opened widened at once, and the pain was not fire. Fire would have ended. This was being pulled apart from the inside while remaining conscious enough to feel every fiber separate. She did not scream. The crystal column blazed around her, orange veins brightening to white, and her mother's silhouette flickered in the containment fields like a candle drowning in fuel. Then the chamber entrance detonated. Not breached, detonated. The field door did not blow inward. It dissolved, edge to center, as if something had eaten the molecular bond between its atoms and left only dust suspended in light. Arion Kessler walked through the dust. He was not running. He was not armed. His dark jacket hung open, his pale gray eyes fixed on the column, and behind him the corridor was empty of operatives. He had come alone. The tactical team at the column base snapped to attention. One of them started to speak. Kessler raised his hand. The operative stopped. Day was at the portable terminal, fingers frozen over the controls. Lucia stood at the chamber's edge, gauntlets raised, her stance wide but her eyes tracking the way Kessler had dissolved the door without visible effort. The chamber held its breath. Kessler walked past them all, past Lucia, past Day, past the operatives who still did not know whether to salute or flee. He stopped at the base of the crystal column and looked up at the light. Wrenn saw him through the pressure. His face was clear through the orange glow, every line visible, the thin white scar under his jaw catching the light. "You are inside the reservoir," he said. His voice was quiet. It carried anyway. "That means the second heart has opened the barrier. You are absorbing the pressure directly, and you are dying." She could not answer. Her throat was full of light. "I spent 10 years building this network," Kessler said. He did not raise his voice. 10 years routing pressure through 7 nodes. 10 years designing failsafes and countermeasures and traps for the exact moment someone like you would try to undo it. He tilted his head. "Your mother was brilliant. She designed the architecture. But she never understood what she was building for." Wrenn's hands trembled. The pressure was past her elbows now, coiling in her chest, pushing against the second heart. Kessler took a step closer. Before the association, before the rank system, before the gates were even mapped, there were absorbers like you. Unregulated, unchecked. They grew without ceilings, and they burned through cities the way a fire burns through dry grass. His voice was tired, not theatrical, not triumphant, tired. "I watched a woman I served under absorb a Class 9 Get core in the field. She saved 3,000 civilians. Then she absorbed another core an hour later because she could not stop. The hunger does not plateau. It compounds. She killed her own squad before sunrise and did not remember their names by noon." Wrenn's vision blurred. The pressure was folding her from the inside out. "That is not power," Kessler said. "That is consumption disguised as progress. The founders did not create the rank system to oppress people. We created it because every civilization that let absorbers run free collapsed within a generation. We chose control so the species would survive." He met her eyes through the crystal. "Your mother never forgave me for that choice. Your father tried to destroy the prototype because he believed another path existed. But there is no gentle version of this. Growth without regulation is a plague, and I have spent my life being the quarantine." The pressure reached Wrenn's throat. She could not breathe. She could not speak. But she could hear. "You think I am the enemy?" Kessler said. "I am the reason you are still alive to hate me. If I had not centralized power, if I had not buried the truth, there would be no Port Heather. There would be a crater with your mother's name on it." He raised his hand. Light gathered around his palm. Not orange, silver. The same silver that had dissolved the door. "I am going to stop the absorption now. It will kill you, because the reservoir is already in your channels, and severing the connection will backflow through your core. But it will save the city, and that is what matters." The silver light condensed. Wrenn's fingers closed into fists. She could not speak, but she could move. She pulled her hands inward against the pressure, and the column screamed. The orange light did not dim, it flared. Kessler's hand stopped moving. "You are fighting the load," he said. "That is not possible. You have no leverage left." Wrenn opened her mouth. No sound came out. But Carvas's voice did. "He is afraid." The whisper was silk and glass, and the sound of something breaking under deep pressure. "He has always been afraid. That is why he built walls. That is why he buried cities. He did not stop the plague. He became its gatekeeper." Wrenn's hands opened again. Not from weakness, from choice. She stopped fighting the pressure and let it fill her completely. The column went white. Kessler's silver lance dissolved against the light, and Arion Kessler, for the first time in 10 years, took a step backward. Chapter 74. The white light did not fade. It held. Kessler stood at the base of the column with his hand still raised, silver light flickering at his palm, dying before it could reform. The lance was gone. The door was gone. The chamber had become a vessel of white radiance that poured from Wrenn's chest and filled every crack in the crystal. She was still inside the column, still human, barely. The pressure moved through her like a second bloodstream, orange and white and something else, something that tasted like the three-moon sky. Her fingers had begun to glow from within. The veins on her forearms traced luminous patterns that spread toward her shoulders. Kessler's jaw tightened. "You do not understand what you are becoming." His voice had lost its tired composure. It had gained an edge she had not heard before, a frequency that belonged to a much younger man who had once watched someone he trusted eat her own squad alive. "I know exactly what I am becoming," Wrenn said. The words came from her throat, but the sound was hers. Karavash had gone silent. Kessler moved. He did not charge. He did not announce. He simply crossed the distance in a silver blur that left after images hanging in the air, and his hand came down on the crystal surface where Wrenn's palms pressed from inside. The column cracked. Not from pressure, from impact. The fracture ran from his handprint up through the white light, splitting the surface in a jagged line that stopped inches from Wrenn's face. The chamber groaned. The stabilizer network screamed through every conduit, and the vibration traveled up through the transit spine into the city above. Lucia hit him from the side. She had been waiting, watching, timing. Her gauntlets caught Kessler at the ribs, full S-rank output, the same strike he had caught at the gallery. But he was not expecting it this time. He had been focused on the column, on Wrenn, on the white light that had done what no force in 10 years had managed. He staggered. 1 step, 2. Then he recovered and drove his elbow into Lucia's temple with the precision of someone who had been killing longer than she had been alive. She went down. Her gauntlets hit the stone floor with a sound like a bell breaking. Kessler did not look at her. "You are absorbing the entire reservoir," he said. "Not siphoning, not containing. Absorbing. That is not a survival strategy. That is a detonation waiting for a trigger." Wrenn's hands pressed harder against the crystal. She could feel it now. Every node, every buried conduit. The 7 hardened points that distributed pressure across the network, immune to absorption back from outside, useless against someone who had stepped inside the source. She was inside the machine, and the machine was inside her. "Lucia," she said, "get up." Lucia's hand moved. She pushed herself to one knee, blood streaming from her temple, her eyes fixed on Kessler with the focus of someone who had spent 7 years chasing ghosts and had finally found the man who made them. "You killed them," Lucia said. "You did not disappear them. You did not transfer them. You killed every hunter who climbed past your ceiling." Kessler turned to face her. "I contained them," he said. "The ones who survived are at the inland facility. The ones who did not were the ones who could not be controlled. There is a difference. The difference is a body count. Call it what you want, the species is still standing." Wrenn felt the pressure shift. The network had begun to compensate. The 7 nodes were redistributing load, trying to balance the drain she was creating. It was not enough to stop her, but it was enough to slow her, and every second of delay meant more gate scars waking across the transit hub, more civilians dying on the LLs she could not reach. She needed more. She needed to pull faster. The white light surged. Kessler felt it. His head snapped back toward the column, and for the first time, his composure cracked into something rawer. "You are going to breach the dimensional wall." "I know. Port Hatter will become a permanent gate. Every street, every building, every shelter. The pressure you are absorbing is not energy. It is potential. If you take it all, the wall thins to nothing, and what is on the other side does not need a door to cross." Wrenn met his eyes. "Then I will hold it." "You cannot hold infinity." "I can try." The column screamed. The white light doubled, tripled, filling the chamber until the shadows of everyone in it burned into the walls. Wrenn felt her channels tear open to accommodate the load, felt her second heart beat faster, felt Karavash stir in the space behind her thoughts, watching, weighing, not interfering. She had refused the whisper's guidance, but the whisper had not left. Corwin's voice came from the chamber entrance. "Wrenn." She turned her head. He stood at the threshold, sword drawn, blood soaking through his dressing. Behind him, the corridor flickered with emergency lights. The strike team had not followed. The operatives had scattered when the white light consumed the chamber. He had not left for the surface. He had come back. "You were supposed to clear the evacuees," she said. Lucia called. She said the column was fracturing. "I made a choice." "Corwin, I made a choice," he repeated. "Same as you." Kessler moved between them. Silver light rekindled in his palm, stronger than before, denser, shaped into a blade that hummed with a frequency that made the crystal vibrate. He raised it toward the column, toward Wrenn, toward the white light that was already bleeding up through the transit spine into the station above. "I am going to sever the connection," he said. "It will kill her. It will collapse the reservoir. But Port Hatter will survive." "No," Wrenn said. She pushed. Her hands broke through the crystal. Not out. In. The column swallowed her wrists, her forearms, her shoulders. The white light poured into her without resistance, and she felt the network's compensation fail. One node went dark, then another. The pressure rushed through the gaps, folding into her chest, her core, the space where the second heart beat in rhythm with her mother's name. Kessler's Sylph's blade came down. Corwin's sword caught it. The impact threw both men backward. Corwin hit the floor with his arm bent wrong, his blade skidding across the stone. Kessler recovered mid-roll, silver light flaring around his hands, his face pale with an expression Wrenn did not recognize. Fear. Not for himself, for the city. "You are killing everyone," he said. "Every person in Port Hatter, every person you tried to save. You are going to drown them in a dimension that does not care about human life." Wrenn's breath stopped. The pressure reached her throat, and she understood. She could absorb the load, she could hold the wall, but she could not close the door that had already opened. The gate scars on the transcub above were not breaches. They were windows, and something was looking through. Chapter 75. The white light did not stop. Wrenn felt it moving through her like a second bloodstream, pushing past the channels she had already opened, carving new ones through tissue that had never been meant to hold this much. Muscle fibers tore along her shoulders. Something in her chest cracked, not bone, not core, something between, and the pressure poured through the gap. She did not scream. There was no air for it. The crystal column held her suspended, arms extended, fingers splayed, the white light bleeding from her palms into the network below. She felt every node in the transit spine. 7 hardened points designed to distribute load, to compensate, to keep the reservoir stable no matter how much pressure the gates fed into it. One was already dark. 2 more flickered. The 4th node went black as she pulled harder, and the pressure that had been distributed across 7 points now funneled through 4, then 3, and the load doubled with each failure, slamming into her channels faster than she could process. "Do not fight it," her mother's voice. Not through the air, through the resonance, the same frequency that had been pulsing through the column for 3 years, keeping the network from crystallizing into something irreversible. "Let it pass through you. Do not hold." Wrenn tried to obey. She stopped clenching, stopped bracing. She opened the space behind her sternum, the place where the second heart beat in rhythm with her mother's blood signature, and let the pressure move. It did not pass. It stuck. The load lodged in her chest like a stone too large to swallow, and she felt the hunger rise to meet it. Not Caravash's hunger, her own. The part of her that had spent years starving in secret, taking cores in the dark and pretending the craving was not growing with every gain. The white light turned amber, and the memories hit. Not hers, the gates. She saw the first stone laid beneath Port Hatter, not by human hands, but by something that moved through solid rock like water. She saw the conduits threaded through the bedrock, not for stabilization, but for collection, drawing pressure from every gate that opened in the city, feeding it into the reservoir, building toward a threshold no one had been meant to reach. She saw the founders standing over the original core, 12 figures in hooded coats, and one of them wore a gold sigil behind her ear that Wrenn knew. Kessler's symbol, the same tattoo. But the face beneath the HUD was not his. Older, sharper. A woman with Kessler's pale gray eyes and a mouth that had never learned to soften. The one who taught him. The thought surfaced from the gate memory like a body breaking water. The woman who absorbed the Class 9 core, who saved 3,000 civilians, who killed her own squad when the hunger compounded. She was not a cautionary tale. She was his predecessor, and she was still alive. The vision fractured as the pressure surged again. Wrenn felt her knees buckle inside the crystal, felt the column vibrate around her, felt something crack along the base where the containment fields met the floor. Her mother's silhouette flickered. The containment fields were failing. 30 seconds, Elena said. The control logic needs the second heart modulation to hold the unlock sequence. Day is working the terminal. I need you to keep transmitting. Wrenn pushed the modulation through her channels. The rhythm of the second heart, the resonance pattern her mother had encoded 3 years ago, the key that would unlock the failsafe's control logic and give Day the ability to stabilize the absorption or trigger the sterilization charge. She did not know which he would choose. She trusted him to decide. The amber light in her chest pulsed, and another memory surfaced. Not a gate memory, a transmission. A signal pattern embedded in the reservoir itself, layered beneath the decade of accumulated pressure, tuned to a frequency that did not belong to any human architecture. It was old, older than the stabilizer network, older than the association. It came from beyond the dimensional wall, and it was calling. Wrenn felt the answer rise in her throat, felt her mouth open to respond, felt the words form in a language she had never learned but somehow understood. Here. We are here. Come. Her mother's voice cut through. Wrenn, do not answer. It knows. It has always known. That is why Kessler built the network. Not to trap absorbers, to trap the signal, to keep it from reaching the other side. The columns screamed. White light and amber light fought through the same channels, and Wrenn felt her body becoming a battlefield for forces that did not care whether she survived. The hunger surged. The signal pulled. The network compensated, failed, compensated again, and the pressure cut coming. Above her, through the transit spine, through the gate scars that were not breaches but windows, she felt something turn its attention toward the city. Not toward her, toward the signal. Toward the voice that had been buried beneath Port Hather for 10 years, toward the open line. Kessler's voice came from the chamber floor, stripped of composure. She is going to answer it. If she answers it, the wall does not thin, it opens. Every gate scar in the city becomes a door. Corwin's voice, hoarse, broken. Then stop her. I cannot. The silver cannot touch the column while she is inside it. The backflow would collapse the reservoir and take half the district. Then what can you do? Kessler's silence lasted 2 heartbeats. Then the silver light flared. Not toward the column, toward Corwin. Wrenn saw it through the crystal, through the white and amber light boiling in her chest. Kessler's silver blade drove forward, not aimed at her, not aimed at the column, aimed at the man standing between him and the chamber entrance. Corwin's sword came up. His broken arm could not hold it. The blade caught the strike at an angle, deflected it enough to sate his chest, but the silver light sheared through his shoulder, through the collar of his jacket, through the wound dressing that had been holding him together since the archive. He went down, not dead, bleeding. Kessler stepped past him, toward the column, toward her, and the field started to break. Chapter 76. The silver light faded from the blade. Kessler stood over Corwin's body, one hand still extended, the other already turning toward the column. The chamber hummed with pressure. The crystal around Wrenn had gone translucent, her silhouette visible through the fractured surface, arms spread, head tilted back, amber and white light writhing through her chest. She saw Corwin's hand twitch. Still alive. Barely. The containment field at the column's base flickered. A line of orange light traced across the floor, spiderwebbing toward the chamber entrance where Lucia was pushing herself upright, one hand pressed to her bleeding temple. Kessler took a step, then another. His boots crunched on the crystalline debris as he approached the column, his pale gray eyes locked on the figure suspended inside it. Stop, Wrenn said. The word came through the crystal, distorted by the pressure, layered with harmonics that did not belong to her throat. The amber light in her chest pulsed once, then steadied. Kessler stopped. Not because she had commanded it, because the temperature in the chamber dropped. The air thickened. The hum of the network shifted pitch, climbing into a register that made the teeth ache. Wrenn felt the decade of stored pressure pressing against her channels, waiting for direction, waiting for her to shape it into something destructive. She could. That was the terrifying truth. She could turn it all into a wave. She could flatten the chamber, collapse the transit spine, bury Kessler and every operative at a kilometer radius under crystalline debris and dimensional backlash. The power was there, coiled in her chest, waiting for release. Caravash's whisper surfaced. Yes, let it out. Let it burn through him. He deserves to burn. The amber light flared. Wrenn's fingers curled into fists inside the crystal, and then she saw Corwin's hand twitch again. Not a survival reflex. He was reaching for his sword, his broken arm, his bleeding shoulder. He was still trying to stand. For her. The flare in her chest dimmed. She forced her hands open. The pressure in the chamber did not release. It redistributed. Wrenn felt the load shift, felt the weight of a decade of stored gate energy reroute through her channels, not toward destruction but toward structure, toward containment. The amber light turned white again, clean white. The crystal column vibrated, and a dome of translucent energy bloomed from Wrenn's chest, pushing outward through the fractured surface, expanding in a hemisphere that covered the chamber entrance, Lucia's position, Corwin's bleeding body on the floor. A shield. She was building a shield. Kessler's eyes widened. What are you doing? Wrenn's voice came through the crystal, quiet now, stripped of distortion. What you could never do. The dome stabilized. It hummed with the same frequency as the network, tuned to the same resonance as the gate scars above, layered with the second heart's modulation. It was not a barrier of force. It was a seal, a lid on the pressure. Day's voice cracked through the chamber comms. Wrenn, the shield is routing through the transit spine. I'm reading feedback loops in the upper station. Something is happening to the gate scars. She felt it. The shield was not just covering them. It was drawing on the latent dimensional instability in the station above, pulling the gate scars toward the column, toward her, toward the pressure reservoir she was still absorbing. Every dormant breach in Port Hather Central, every sealed gate fracture in the transit hub, they were waking. Not as doors, as conduits. The pressure in her chest doubled, then tripled. Wrenn's knees buckled inside the crystal. The shield flickered. The white light in her chest turned amber again, and the hunger surged. Not Caravash's, her own, rising to meet the new load, wanting to consume it, wanting to pull every gate scar in the station into her core and make them part of what she was becoming. No. She clamped down on the impulse. The amber flickered back to white. Kessler's voice came from behind her. You cannot hold it. The network is designed to distribute pressure across 7 nodes. You are a single point. A single point cannot absorb infinity. Then I will become more than a point. She did not know where the word came from. They surfaced from somewhere beneath the pressure, beneath the hunger, beneath the whispering signal that was still calling, still waiting for her to answer. She did not answer it. She used it. The resonance in her chest shifted, tuned itself to the signal's frequency, not to respond but to borrow, to shape the pressure into something the signal recognized, something that would pass through the dimensional wall without opening a door. The shield hardening. The dome became opaque, gray, dense. It pressed against the chamber walls, sealing the cracks, sealing the corridor beyond, sealing the transit spine above. And through it, Wrenn felt something move. Not Kessler, not the strike team, the gate scars. They were not just conduits now. They were openings, and something was stepping through. Day's voice again. Wrenn, the transit hub, the scars. They are not breaches, they are windows, and something is using them. She felt it, a presence, not the signal, something else, moving through the scars like a hand through water, reaching. Toward the column, toward her. The shield flickered. Kessler turned, his silver blade reforming in his hand, facing the chamber entrance not as an attacker but as a defender, his pale gray eyes tracking something she could not see. No, he said. Not now. The silver light flared, and the chamber went dark. Chapter 77. The darkness did not lift. It condensed. Wrenn felt the pressure shift before she saw anything, a change in the weight pressing against her skin, the air thickening until each breath required effort. The shield held. The gray dome still pulsed with her heartbeat, routing the decade of stored pressure through channels she had not known she possessed until hours ago. But something was breathing on the other side of it. Not Kessler, not the strike team. The presence moving through the gate scars had found the shield's frequency. It pressed against the containment like a hand testing a locked door, patient, curious, certain of its strength. Kessler stood at the chamber's edge, silver blade flared, his pale gray eyes fixed on a point the shield could not cover. The line where the dome met the cracked ceiling, a hairline seam. He knew what was coming through. Wrenn's voice came through the crystal, raw and stripped of anything but intention. "What is it?" Kessler did not turn. "What I spent a decade trying to keep out. You failed. I bought time." His jaw tightened. "Time your mother used to build a better lock. Time your father used to sabotage the prototype. Time you used to grow strong enough to sit inside my network and judge me for it." The pressure at the seam increased. The gray dome dimpled inward. Wrenn felt the shield begin to splinter, not from force but from resonance. The thing on the other side was not attacking. It was matching frequency, learning the pattern, singing back the same language she had borrowed from the signal. It was answering. The hunger surged in her chest, her own hunger, not Caravash's, and for a moment she understood what Kessler's predecessor had felt when the compounding took her. The need to consume. The certainty that if she just took more, she would be strong enough to hold whatever came through the seam. She clenched her fists inside the crystal. "No." The word came out as a command, to herself. The hunger receded, not defeated. Pushed back. She turned her attention to the seam, to the thing pressing through, to the signal that was still calling from beneath the reservoir, and she understood what she had to do. The shield was a lid. A lid could hold pressure, but a wound needed to be closed. She reached for the gate scar beneath Port Hather Central, the original fracture, the one that started everything. She felt its shape through the network, a raw tear in the dimensional fabric, a knot of accumulated pressure and founder tampering that had been left to fester for a decade. It was not a breach. It was a door left open, and the only way to close it was from the inside. Kessler saw it in her face before she spoke. His silver blade flared. "Do not. It's the no way. You will not survive." "I wasn't supposed to." Wrenn's voice was calm now. "That was the plan from the start. Absorb the pressure, die, close the door. Your mother did not design it so you could die. My mother designed it so I could choose." She released the shield. The gray dome dissolved. The chamber flooded with pressure, with light, with the sound of dimensional fabric tearing, and Wrenn let herself drop through the bottom of the crystal column, through the floor, through the bedrock, into the raw gate fracture beneath Port Hather Central. The descent was not physical. It was a falling through memory, through pressure, through the accumulated weight of every gate that had opened in the city for 10 years. She saw them. The first breach at the harbor, the transit hub destabilization that nearly killed her. Site 12, Southgate Industrial, Civic Hall. Every scar, every door, every life taken or changed by the system Kessler built and her mother tried to contain. She landed at the bottom of the wound. The scar was a living thing. It pulsed with orange light, veined with crystal, lined with the same organic membrane she had seen in the deep tunnels. At its center sat a knot of pressure so dense it bent the light around it, a singularity of accumulated gate energy that the founders had deliberately left untended. A trap, not for monsters, for her. They had known. Kessler had known. The network was not just a reservoir, it was a lure, designed to draw an absorption class activator to this exact point where the pressure was too dense, too old, too saturated with founder tampering to be absorbed without consequence. If she took it, she would not simply die, she would be unmade. The presence above pressed harder. The seam in the ceiling widened. She felt the thing on the other side reaching through, fingers of dimensional energy sliding past Kessler's silver blade, past Lucia's broken gauntlets, past Corwin's bleeding body on the floor. It was almost through. Wrenn looked at the knot. A decade of pressure saturated with founder tampering, designed to kill any absorption class activator who tried to take it. She opened her hands. The knot unfolded. It did not resist. It welcomed her. The pressure hit her like 1,000 gates opening at once, each one a different door, a different realm, a different entity waiting in the other side. She felt the founder's signatures in every strand, 12 of them, their resonance patterns woven into the fabric like poison threads in a garment. And beneath them, older than the founders, older than the association, older than the first stone laid beneath Port Hather, a signal, the same signal, calling, waiting. She had borrowed its frequency to shape the shield. Now it was borrowing her. The pressure moved through her channels, carving new paths, rewriting the architecture of her core, and she felt herself beginning to dissolve, not in pain, but in recognition. The signal knew her. It had always known her. It had been waiting for someone with her signature, her class, her willingness to open her hands instead of closing them into fists. She could answer it now. She could let it take her. She could become the door. The pression above stopped pushing. It waited. The chamber went silent. And in the silence, at the bottom of the raw gate fracture, Wrenn Solano stood at the center of a decade of accumulated pressure, saturated with founded tampering, a knot designed to kill her, a signal waiting for her answer. And she understood that every choice she had ever made had led to this single moment. Not survival, not escape, not victory. Closure. She closed her eyes, and she let the pressure take everything. The first things go was her name. The second was her face. The third was the memory of Corwin's hand in hers. She did not fight it. She held her hands open, and the scar began to close. Above her the pressure recoiled, the seam in the ceiling sealed, the dome of dimensional energy folded back on itself, pushed out, pushed away, and Kessler fell to his knees as the pressure that had defined his life for a decade bled out of the network and into a single point beneath the transit hub. The city went dark. Silence. Then, from the bottom of the wound, a new light. Not orange, not white, not amber. Something else. Something that had not existed before she descended. And in that light, a voice. Not Caravash's, not the signals. Hers. Speaking a name that was not her own. Kessler. The silver blade flared. The voice continued. She is still here. The chamber entrance groaned. Shards of crystal rained down. Kessler timed, eyes narrowing, tracking the speaker. The creature from the 8th cell, its alien angles swallowing the glow as it stepped into the light, the orange-slit eyes fixed on Wrenn's form at the bottom of the scar. Chapter 78. The light at the bottom of the wound did not fade. It spread. Wrenn felt herself scattered across the fracture, no longer a body at a single point, but a distribution of awareness threaded through crystal, membrane, and the pressure that had tried to unmake her. She was the scar. She was the knot. She was the signal that had been waiting, and she was still being called. The first voice came from above, thin and ragged, recognizable even through the distortion of dimensional pressure. Wrenn. Corwin. He was on his knees at the edge of the fracture, one arm hanging dead at his side, the other pressed to the wound in his shoulder. Blood ran between his fingers and dripped onto the crystal floor. Wrenn, I can still see you. She tried to shape a mouth, a throat, a way to answer. The pressure had taken those pieces. She had given them willingly. Don't you dare disappear, he said. I didn't come back to watch you vanish. A second voice, harder, breathless. Solano. Lucia. She stood behind Corwin, her gauntlets cracked, a gash across her forehead painting half her face red. She grabbed Corwin's collar and pulled him back from the edge before he could fall in. You are not done, Lucia said. The inland facility is still full of people Kessler buried. You are coming with me to open every cell. The pressure inside Wrenn pulsed. The founder's signatures woven into the knot recognized the names, the voices, the insistence. They had designed the trap to isolate her, to make the absorption a closed transaction between activator and signal. They had not accounted for people who would follow her into the dark. A third voice, farther away, crackling through a damaged comm. Wrenn, if you can hear me, the north shelters are clear. Mina. Her voice was raw from shouting. 23 sheepers, over 1,000 civilians. We got them out. Now get your ass up here so I can yell at you for making me run through 3 lockdown barricades. Wrenn felt something move in the space where her chest used to be. Not a heart, not Caravash. Something smaller, something that remembered the weight of Mina's hand on her shoulder during the review. A fourth voice, younger, breaking at the edges. "Miss Solano, the control logic is unlocked. The failsafe is neutralized. You did it." Day. He was reading from a terminal somewhere above, his voice tight with exhaustion and wonder. "The network is offline. Every node. The cascade stopped. You absorbed it all." She had. The pressure was still there, coiled inside the distributed awareness she had become, but it was no longer moving toward critical density. It was settling, cooling, becoming part of the architecture of whatever she was now. A fifth voice, older, worn to thread. Wrenn, her mother. The containment fields flickered around the crystal column, but Elena's silhouette was still visible, her voice reaching through the network resonance. "You opened your hands." Wrenn could not answer. She had no mouth, no lungs, no throat to shape the words, but she felt the signal stir beneath her, and she understood. The signal was not the enemy, it was the bridge, and she had just become the gatekeeper. The pressure inside her began to shift, the founder tampering, dissolving as her own resonance asserted dominance over the accumulated signatures. She felt Kessler's predecessor in the weave, the woman who had absorbed a Class 9 core and killed her squad. She felt the other 11 founders, their paranoia fossilized into the trap they had built. She felt the moment of creation, the first stone, the non-human entity that laid it, the knowledge that the signal had been planted here deliberately, a seed waiting for the right garter. And beneath all of that, deeper than the foundation of Port Hather, deeper than the dimensional wall, deeper than any gate she had ever entered, she felt something turn its attention toward her. Not the presence that had pressed against her shield, something older, something that had been aware of the signal since before the founders existed. It noticed her. Not as a threat, not as a curiosity, as an answer. The awareness brushed against the edge of her distributed consciousness, and Wrenn understood that it had been waiting for this moment longer than humanity had been walking upright. She did not flinch. She held herself open, and the awareness paused. Then it spoke. Not in words, in recognition. And in that recognition, Wrenn felt the full weight of what she had become. The scar was closing around her, folding the pressure into a contained state, sealing the wound that had been festering beneath Port Hather for a decade. The founder's signatures were unraveling, their poison threads dissolving in the light she had become. She was not dead. She was not alive. She was something else. And the voices from above kept calling her name. Wrenn. Corwin. Wrenn. Lucia. Wrenn. Mina. Wrenn. Day. Wrenn. Her mother. They held her together by the sheer, stubborn refusal to let her dissolve into the signal. And she held them in return, anchoring herself to their voices, using their recognition as a mat back to a shape she could wear. Above the fracture, the creature from the 8th cell watched with its vertical orange-slit eyes. "She is still here," it said again. Kessler stared at the light rising from the wound. What did she become? The creature tilted its alien head. "What you were always afraid of." The light pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then it began to rise. And behind it, still connected, still watching, still waiting, the ancient awareness withdrew, but it left a thread, a line, a call that could be answered any time she chose. Wrenn surfaced through the light, and for the first time since descending, she knew where she was. She was not at the bottom of the wound anymore. She was standing at the center of a new beginning. Chapter 79. The chamber settled into a silence that felt wrong after the hours of screaming pressure. The crystalline column had gone dark, its orange veins faded to pale gray, dead mineral where a decade of stored gate energy had lived. Dust drifted through the air, catching the dim emergency lights. Wrenn stood at the center of the fracture, the light still pulsing beneath her skin like a second heartbeat made visible. She could feel the network, but differently now, not as pressure waiting to be shaped, as architecture she inhabited. Corwin was the first to reach her. His broken arm hung at his side, the shoulder wound from Kessler's blade still bleeding through the field dressing Lucia had tied. He did not reach for her with his hands. He stood in front of her and looked at what she had become, and his expression did not change. "Wrenn." She heard her name. She felt it resonate through the distributed awareness that had replaced her body. a thread of recognition that pulled her attention back to the shape she had worn. "I'm here," she said. The words came out of her mouth, but they also came from the walls, the floor, the dead column behind her. The sound layered, doubling on itself. Corwin did not flinch. "Then stay here." Behind him, Lucia was dragging herself upright, one hand pressed to the temple where Kessler's elbow had landed. Her gauntlets were cracked, the hydraulic seals leaking fluid down her forearms. She looked at Wrenn and nodded once. Day's voice crackled through a portable speaker somewhere above. "The network is offline, all 7 nodes. The pressure readings are 0 across the transit spine. Port Hather Central is stable." Stable. The word felt foreign. Wrenn had spent so long in crisis that stability sounded like a language she had forgotten. Mina's voice cut through the speaker next, raw and exhausted. "North shelters are clear. 23 sweepers, 1,200 civilians. Yasmin is still broadcasting. She says the whole city saw it." Saw it. Saw Wrenn descend into the scar, saw the light rise, saw the founder system crack open and bleed truth into every feed. The creature from the 8th cell stood at the edge of the chamber, its vertical orange-slit eyes fixed on Wrenn. It had not moved since speaking. "She is still here," it said again. Then it turned and walked toward the tunnel, its bone-colored form disappearing into the dark. Kessler was gone. Wrenn sensed it before anyone told her. The chamber's distributed awareness, now part of her, registered the absence. He had slipped out during the chaos, through a transit maintenance shaft that still had power, and he was moving east. "Arion escaped," she said. Lucia shouted. "The inland facility. He'll go to ground there. Or he'll regroup." Corwin's voice was flat. "He still has loyalists. He still has the narrative." The emergency crews arrived 7 minutes later. They came through the transit spine, a flood of hazard gear and portable lights, association medical teams, and city fire rescue moving in overlapping waves. They had been waiting for the all-clear, Day explained, positioned at every sealed bulkhead for 2 kilometers, ready to enter the moment the network pressure dropped below critical. They found the chamber transformed, the crystal column dead, the pressure signatures 0, the gate scars sealed, their dimensional windows closed, the orange light that had bled through every breach retreating like tide pulling back from a shore. And they found Wrenn. She stood in the middle of it, the light still visible beneath her skin, her silhouette casting no shadow because it carried its own illumination. The emergency crews stopped at the chamber entrance, their portable scanners flickering with readings none of them had been trained to interpret. "Status," a team leader called, her voice sharp with protocol. Day stepped forward, his tablet held out like a shield. "Network collapsed. Cascade terminated. All gate scars sealed. The city is stable." The team leader's eyes moved past him to Wrenn. "And her?" Day hesitated. Lucia answered instead. "She's the reason the city is still standing." The team leader looked at the cracked gauntlets, the bleeding shoulder wound on Corwin, the dead column, the light pulsing under Wrenn's skin. She looked at the readings on her scanner, which were spiking into ranges that did not correspond to any known classification. She keyed her comm. "Command, we have an unclassified at the epicenter. Bioresonance, off the charts. No match in the registry database. Requesting instructions." The comm crackled. A voice Wrenn recognized cut through. "Tomas Hirate. Classify her as a preservation priority. Medical and protective detail only. No restraints, no containment protocols." The team leader's brow furrowed. "Sir, that's not standard procedure for—" "I know what standard procedure is," Tomas said. "I wrote half of it. This overrides." The comm went silent. The team leader looked at Wrenn one more time, then gestured her people forward. They moved past Wrenn, checking the dead column, the sealed fracture, the empty tunnels. They worked around her like she was a piece of the architecture, too large and too strange to acknowledge directly. Wrenn understood. She was not a person to them anymore. She was an event. The association channel cracked open 3 minutes later, broadcasting on every frequency in the city. A voice Wrenn had heard before, polished and controlled, but different now. A woman's voice, older than Kessler's, carrying the weight of institutional authority. By a directive of the Continental Oversight Council, effective immediately, Wrenn Solano is classified as a Sigma-level dimensional anomaly. All association personnel are authorized to use lethal force on site. No engagement restrictions, no review period. Any individual found harboring or aiding the anomaly will be subject to immediate detention and prosecution under emergency statutes. The broadcast repeated on a loop. Corwin's hand found Wrenn's. "They're afraid," he said quietly. Wrenn looked at the light still pulsing under her skin. She felt the network, dormant but present, waiting for her to shape it again. She felt the ancient awareness, somewhere beyond the dimensional wall, patient, watching, its thread still connected to her. "They should be," she said. But she did not pull her hand away from Corwin's. The emergency crews finished their sweep and withdrew, leaving the chamber empty except for the dead column, the settling dust, and the group that had held together through the collapse. Lucia stood at the tunnel entrance, watching the direction Kessler had fled. Day sat against the wall, his tablet dark, his eyes closed. Mina's voice came through the speaker one more time. "Wrenn?" "I'm here," Wrenn said. "Then get the hell out of that hole. I didn't evacuate 1,000 people so you could stand around impressing paramedics." Wrenn almost smiled. Almost. The light beneath her skin flickered, and she felt the network stir, and she knew that staying in one place was no longer an option. But for one more moment, she let herself be held by the voices that had refused to let her go. Then she followed Corwin toward the tunnel, and the light followed her. Chapter 80. They emerged from the tunnel at dawn. The sky was the color of old bruised tissue, gray and purple smeared across the harbor horizon. The air smelled of salt and ozone, and the metallic tang of sealed gate scars. Wrenn stood at the tunnel mouth and felt the network dormant beneath her feet, 1,000 sleeping veins waiting for the right pressure to wake them. She was still learning how to perceive the world in her new form. The light under her skin had stabilized to a faint pulse, visible only in shadow. Her voice no longer layered across surfaces unless she chose it, but she felt everything differently now. The city was not a collection of streets and buildings. It was a membrane, a living architecture of pressure points and resonance paths and hidden frequencies. She could touch all of it. The thought terrified her. Kara emerged behind her, his broken arm bound against his chest, the shoulder wound packed with field dressing. He moved carefully, each step measured against the pain, but he did not stop. He stood beside her and looked at the same sky and said nothing. Lucia came next, her cracked gauntlets hanging at her sides, the hydraulic seals leaking fluid that left dark streaks on the concrete. Her face was set in the expression of someone who had made a decision and was still learning to live inside it. Dea climbed out last, his tablet dead, his eyes hollow with exhaustion. He sat on a broken curb and pressed the heels of his palms against his closed lids. Mina's voice crackled through a damaged comm unit that Lucia had salvaged from the chamber. "North shelters are clear. 23 sweepers, 1,200 civilians. We're holding at the Fleet Street depot." "Stay there," Wrenn said. "I'll come to you." "No," Mina said. "You won't. You need to move. The entire city watched you become a Sigma-level anomaly. There's nowhere in Port Hather you can hide." Wrenn knew Mina was right. She could feel the network's reach, the dormant scars, the sleeping pressure lines that ran beneath every district. She could disappear into the architecture, could live in the spaces between walls and below foundations, never surfacing, never seen. But that was not why she had opened her hands. She had opened her hands to be visible. Yasmin Elbas found them before the emergency crews could. She came running down the transit access ramp, her camera operator struggling to keep pace, her voice hoarse from 14 hours of continuous broadcast. She stopped 10 meters from Wrenn and lowered her microphone. "You're real," she said. "Still working on that part," Wrenn said. Yasmin laughed, a raw sound that scraped out of her throat. "The footage from Project Lantern has been rebroadcast on every network that still has a signal. The interrogation files, the transfer orders, Kessler's signature on the authorization for 73 disappearances." She paused. "The city knows what they did to your parents." Wrenn felt the network pulse beneath her. She felt the weight of the thread that connected her to the ancient awareness, waiting, patient. "And?" she said. "And the sweepers are walking out," Yasmin said. "Every depot in Port Hather. They stopped hauling carcasses and cleaning blood. They're sitting in the yards with their rebreather scarves tied to their wrists, waiting for someone to tell them what happens next. Mina's comm unit crackled again. That's accurate, Mina said. 23 sweepers turned into 300 in the last hour. The association can't process gate waste without us. They're carolized. Wrenn looked at the city. The sky was lightening, the bruise colors fading into gray. The sirens had stopped. For the first time in 10 years, Port Hather was silent. It would not last. Thomas Irate arrived in an unmarked transport vehicle that had once been a delivery truck. He stepped out wearing civilian clothes, no badge, no rank insignia. I'm officially on leave, he said. Pending investigation. Apparently overriding standard protocol to protect a Sigma-level anomaly is frowned upon in certain circles. You're not here on leave, Wrenn said. No, he said. I'm here because the Continental Oversight Council has declared martial authority over Port Hather. They're sending a joint task force, S-rank assets from 3 different countries. They expect to arrive within 48 hours. He looked at Wrenn. They're not coming to negotiate. Then what are they coming for? Corwin asked. To contain the threat, Thomas said. That's the word they're using. Containment, not capture, not negotiation. Containment. Wrenn understood. She was no longer a person to them. She was a problem they needed to solve. A variable that had broken out of the system they had built to control people like her. But the system had already broken. The gate network was dead. The stabilizer array was offline. The founders' engineered pressure was gone, absorbed into her, transformed into something they had never anticipated. She had become what Kessler had always feared. And now, they were coming to erase her. Lucia stepped forward, her cracked gauntlets raised. Then we have 48 hours to hit the inland facility, she said. Kessler is already there. If he consolidates control, he'll bury every survivor he's holding. We'll lose the evidence and the witnesses. We're not ready for an assault, Day said. We're wounded, exhausted, outnumbered. We don't even know what the facility's defenses look like. Then we find out, Wrenn said. Everyone turned to her. She stood at the center of the group, the light still visible beneath her skin, the network pulsing at the edge of her awareness. She was not the same woman who had descended into the gate scar. She was not even sure she was a woman anymore, but she knew what she had to do. I'm not going to hide, she said. I didn't become this so I could run. Kessler has spent a decade controlling what people see. He built a system that made power invisible unless he approved it. That's over now. She looked at Corwin. I'm going to the inland facility. I'm going to open every cell, and I'm going to show the city what he's been hiding. And after that? Corwin asked. After that? I answered the thread. The words came out before she had consciously chosen them. She felt the ancient awareness stir beyond the dimensional wall, felt the thread pull with a gravity she could not resist. It was not a threat, it was an invitation, and she was no longer afraid to accept it. Corwin held her gaze. Then I'm with you, he said. We're all with you, Lucia said. Wrenn looked at the group, at the survivors who had carried her through the darkness, at the city that had watched her become something impossible. She did not know what she would become next, but she knew she would not face it alone. The silence broke. A new sound rose from the direction of the Fleet Street depot. Cheers. Hundreds of voices, raw and exhausted, rising in a wave that carried across the silent city. The sweepers were not waiting for someone to tell them what happened next. They were already choosing. Wrenn turned toward the sound. Let's go, she said. She walked forward. The light followed her, and somewhere beyond the dimensional wall, the ancient awareness felt her move, and the thread tightened, and the waiting began to end.